Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents Twin Babies for the Silver Fox, an age gap boss romance by Summer James. Narrated by Cece Diaz and Stephen Bourne. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Chapter 1. Josie. It's been years since I was last here. I haven't seen home and Silver Peak for ages. But I've barely stepped through the doors of my family's inn before my phone buzzes with a text from Maya Patel. Get your ass to Stella's Market. It's karaoke night there. No excuses. XX. I barely have time to even drop my suitcase by the door before she's calling me, her voice full of the kind of bossy affection only a best friend can get away with. Don't even think about hiding behind jet lag, Josie Dawson, she says, like she can hear the protest forming on my lips. You've been gone 2 years, and I've been waiting to sing off-key ABBA with you since the day you left for culinary school. All right, I chuckle and roll my eyes. I guess I can sleep tomorrow, right? Good, because I'm outside. You remember my Jeep, right? Knowing I don't have long, I throw on a sweater and give my sister Dee a hasty wave. Tell Mom I'll be back later. Before I know it, we're weaving through the colorful chaos of Stella's Market, the whole place alive with live music, twinkling lights, and the sweet, familiar scent of kettle corn and pine. Stalls sell everything from hand-poured candles to crocheted beanies shaped like strawberries. Food trucks line the main stretch with smoke curling up from grills and cider kettles steaming in the chilly spring air. Okay. This has definitely gotten cuter since I left, I murmur, dodging a corgi in a tiny flannel jacket. Maya laughs beside me. Silver Peak has to overcompensate for its complete lack of nightlife, and we take that job very seriously. A familiar voice cuts through the crowd. Is that Josie Dawson I see, or a ghost of failed karaoke nights past? I turn to see Mrs. Carmichael waving from behind a booth stacked high with soaps shaped like woodland creatures. She's wrapped in a purple shawl and wearing her signature glittery reading glasses. Hey, Mrs. C, I call back. Still making squirrel-shaped soap, I see? She winks. Only because the raccoon ones were too risque for the PTA. I laugh and blow her a kiss before moving on. Josie, a gravelly voice calls. Old man Delaney waves his cane in the air like a signal flare. You're back, he says, walking over. Heard you were some hot-shot city chef now. Tell me this, do you know how to make a decent pot roast, or are you one of the foam-on-a-plate types? I grin. Give me a Dutch oven and a 6-hour timer, and I'll change your life. He snorts. Good. Maybe you can teach the cafe down the block what seasoning is. Maya loops her arm through mine. Come on, food snob. We have drinks to sample and songs to ruin. We sample warm apple tarts, sip spiced alcoholic drinks, and stop at 3 more stalls where people call out, Welcome back! And you better not leave us again, Josie, before Maya finally leads me to the pop-up beer garden near the back of the square. A crooked sign above it reads, Karaoke night. Be brave, be bad, be loud. It doesn't seem like long at all before we're wedged onto a bench, a half-sipped cider in my hand, and my song queued up like no time has passed. Welcome home, baby chef, Maya says, grinning as she slides a paper shot cup toward me. To new beginnings, terrible song choices, and the fact that you are officially, finally back. To bad decisions, I add, clinking my cup against hers, and worse harmonies. We throw back the shot, wince in unison, and howl as the next singer gets up to absolutely butcher a Bon Jovi classic. Maya grabs my arm and leans in. That's Frankie Miller. He still thinks he can hit that high note. He still can't. I laugh so hard I snort, and Maya high-fives me like it's 2012 and we're still sneaking wine coolers into the senior bonfire. I don't realize how much I missed this, missed her, until I'm back in it. Chicago is cool. I definitely enjoy culinary school, but I have to admit, it's a hell of a lot of fun to be back. You're up! Maya shouts over the crowd, shoving me toward the little wooden stage with a wicked grin. Don't chicken out now, Dawson. I groan, but don't fight it. My feet move on their own, muscle memory carrying me to the mic like it always has. A familiar cheer goes up as I step onto the stage, and someone from the cider booth shouts, Make us cry, Joe! Challenge accepted. The opening chords of Jolene spill from the speakers, and I close my eyes, letting the words pour out of me. For 3 minutes, it's just me, Dolly, and the kind of aching you can only sing with a cider burn in your throat and a cracked open heart. When the final note fades, the market erupts in cheers, filling me with a warmth I work hard to contain. I hop off the stage, grinning, my cheeks flushed and my chest warm with an intensity I can't quite name. Still got it, Maya says, hugging me tight. You say that like I ever lost it. Whoa. I turn to check out the crowd, to see who I recognize, only to find myself looking at him. A brooding, tattooed stranger with a body that looks carved from heat and trouble. Tall, broad-shouldered, built like he could throw someone over that griddle without breaking a sweat. He's wearing a black Henley that hugs his chest like it was stitched onto him, the sleeves shoved up to reveal powerful forearms inked in winding black tattoos. His jeans hang low on narrow hips, worn in all the right places, and his boots look like they've seen more than a few bar fights. He's behind one of the food booths we haven't hit yet, flipping something sizzling on a cast-iron griddle like he owns the place. Steam curls up around him, turning to smoke in the golden light, the scent of garlic, charred meat, and something sharp and spicy curling into the air. It's mouth-watering, magnetic. And then, as if he feels me watching, he lifts his head. We lock eyes across the crowd. I pause mid-laugh, still breathless from the stage, cider cup in hand. For a second, everything goes a little hazy, like the lights dim, the noise dulls, and the only thing in focus is him. He doesn't smile, doesn't nod, doesn't even flinch. But fire crackles between us, hot, immediate, electric. I can sense it even from here. A flicker of heat blooms low in my stomach. It's absurd, irrational, ridiculous. I don't even know his name, but I know I'm staring, and I know he's staring back, like he's trying to figure me out, like he already has. Whoa, Maya mutters beside me, her eyes bouncing between us. Who is that? No idea, I say, voice a little breathless. The stranger breaks eye contact first, turning his attention back to the grill like nothing happened, like he didn't just short-circuit my entire nervous system with one look. Maya nudges me. Go ask what he's cooking. I shake my head, heart thudding. Nope. Come on, baby chef. He's literally cooking. It's fate. He's hot, you're hot, and I swear I saw sparks fly. I laugh, but it comes out too light, too fluttery. Besides, she adds, smirking, you've been back, what, an hour? Might as well start this homecoming off with a bang. I roll my eyes, but glance back toward the booth. He's still there, moving with a kind of effortless ease, flipping, seasoning, plating. He's focused, composed, and completely unaware of the chaos he's stirring up inside me. At least I think he's unaware. Because before I look away, he glances up again and smirks. Not wide, not cocky, just a flicker at the corner of his mouth, a secret smile like he knows exactly what he's doing. I swallow hard. Oh no, this man is trouble, and I might be stupid enough to walk straight into it. Maya grabs my cider before I can argue and gives me a little shove. Go, I'll be right here pretending not to eavesdrop. I shoot her a glare over my shoulder, but my feet are already moving, drawn, compelled, totally against my better judgment. The closer I get, the more gorgeous he becomes. Up close, he's all sharp jawline and rough edges. Tattoos snake down one arm, some intricate black and gray piece I want to stare at for hours. And there's a tiny scar on his bottom lip that makes my stomach do a slow, traitorous somersault. He's plating a taco. Something spicy, judging by the red salsa and diced jalapenos. I open my mouth, trying to think of something clever or cool, or even just coherent to say. Nothing comes out. He lifts his head, meets my eyes again, and waits. Just waits. Finally, he speaks. You sing real pretty. His voice is deep and gravelly and low enough to vibrate straight through me. It shouldn't be legal for a voice to sound like that. It's rough velvet, smoke, and honey. Thanks. Nailed it. Very smooth. Josie Dawson, queen of charm. He nods once, eyes flicking to my mouth like he's filing something away. Then he holds out the paper plate with the taco. Try this. I blink. You're giving out free food? Nope. His mouth twitches. Only to girls who sing like they mean it. I take the plate hesitantly, still eyeing him. Our fingers brush for the briefest second, and it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. How even that small touch is a jolt. I glance at the taco, then back at him. What is it? Smoked pork belly, pickled slaw, peach habanero glaze. That's fancy, I laugh, and he rewards me with a smile. Barely there, but it curls slow and wicked, like he's been holding it back. I'm Josie, I say, because the silence is suddenly heavy in the best kind of way, and I need to fill it. He doesn't offer a hand, doesn't tell me his name right away, just tilts his head, watches me like I'm another dish he's carefully assembling, waiting to see how I'll taste. Knox, he says finally. Good to meet you, Josie. I take a bite of the taco, and holy hell, it's fireworks. Sweet, spicy, tangy, and perfect. It shuts me up for a solid 10 seconds. He watches every moment of it. And when I finally swallow, he leans forward just a little, voice low. Careful. I cook like I mean it. I finish the taco and hand him the empty plate, licking a bit of glaze from my thumb before I even think about it. His eyes track the motion like it's a sin, further flaming the heat deep inside of me. Okay, I say, trying to quell my rising passion. That was stupidly good. Knox shrugs, casual and cocky. Told you. Someone behind me calls out an order, and he turns to flip food on the grill. The scent of caramelizing meat and charred peppers fills the air. It shouldn't be sexy. It really is. So, I drawl, folding my arms and leaning against the edge of his booth. Where do you sell this food? He tosses a smirk over his shoulder. Nowhere around here. The answer is vague enough that it lets me breathe. Seems like he's just passing through, perhaps working booths at markets all over the state. Who knows? No roots, no strings, just a stranger with perfect hands and a voice I want in my ear. "And you?" he asks, his gaze slicing back to mine like he already knows. I match his tone, also wanting to be mysterious and alluring. "Just checking Silver Peaks out." He nods, like that's all he needs to know. Interesting. His gaze dips just for a heartbeat towards my lips, which are now, somehow, tingling like crazy. What the hell is wrong with me? Maya's encouragement to throw caution to the wind is really getting to me. I didn't expect my homecoming to be quite like this. "Here, have a napkin." His hand grazes mine. Just that, a touch, bare skin to skin. But it's enough to make me inhale like someone lit a match beneath my ribs. And he knows. What is this man trying to do to me? Chapter 2. Josie. As the night winds down, the energy at Stella's market shifts. Vendors start packing up. Folding tables clatter, string lights flicker. But the beer tent? It's just getting started. The music turns up, the crowd thickens, and the whole vibe gets looser, warmer, like a tipsy heartbeat thrumming through the square. Maya and I are halfway through our second hot cider and making the rounds again, stopping to chat with Mrs. Lang at the pie stall, who insists I take a mini pecan tart for the chef's palate. I laugh and accept it, offering hugs to people I haven't seen in years. Everyone seems happy to have me home, and I wish I could fully focus on that. But my eyes keep drifting back to him. Knox. It doesn't seem to matter what he's doing. My eyes are drawn his way. Even from this far, I can see the angular line of his jaw, the deliberate way he moves, like every step is planned but relaxed. It shouldn't be hot. It really shouldn't. "You're staring again," Maya mutters under her breath as we browse a display of handmade candles. "I'm not." "I am." She nudges me with her elbow. "Girl, you could light one of those candles with the heat coming off your face." I snort and turn away, pretending to inspect a jar of something lavender-scented. He's interesting. "Is that what we're calling it now?" She laughs. "Interesting?" I stiffen when I glance back over to his stall. Knox steps out from behind the booth, wiping his hands on a towel and slinging his apron over a chair. He catches my eye again, that same smirk tugging at the edge of his mouth like he's been waiting for me to make a move. Or maybe he's about to. "Done for the night?" I ask as he approaches. "More or less." His eyes drag over me in a slow, pointed sweep that makes my skin squeeze too tight. "Thought I'd grab a drink. Maybe a dance." My stomach does that stupid swoopy thing again. "Lucky you. I happen to be a professional cider-sipping dance partner." He chuckles, low and rough. "That's so." Before I can answer, Maya appears at my elbow with a raised brow and a knowing grin. "I'm heading out," she says, loud enough to make her intentions crystal clear. "Call me tomorrow, okay?" I nod, squeezing her hand, and she winks. "Have fun. Be safe. Don't do anything I wouldn't do," which is basically nothing. With that, she vanishes into the crowd, and I'm left standing in the soft glow of fairy lights, alone with a man who looks at me like he's already imagining how I taste. Just the thought makes me clench my thighs tighter. Knox offers his arm. "Dance?" I don't even hesitate. I take it, feeling the hard muscle beneath his shirt as he guides me into the crowd. If his forearm is enough to make me weak at the knees, I can only imagine what will happen if I get to feel the rest of him. The beer tent pulses with life. Laughter, clinking glasses, and a classic rock playlist slips into something slow and smoky just as we step beneath the canopy. He pulls me in without asking, one strong hand on my waist, the other catching my fingers like it's the most natural thing in the world. And we move. His body fits against mine too perfectly, all heat and muscle and barely restrained tension. His hand drifts lower on my back, fingertips brushing the curve of my hip. Every step pulls us tighter together. Every turn feels like a secret whispered against my skin. "You always dance like this?" I murmur, not trusting my voice to do anything more. He dips his head, nose brushing mine, lips ghosting over my cheek. "Nah, only with you." A laugh hitches in my throat, light and breathless. "Smooth line." He grins, slow and wicked. "Is it working?" Oh, man, help me. It is. I tilt my chin, meeting his gaze head on. "Depends. How often do you go out of your way to make a girl feel like she's the only one in the room?" "Only when she is," he says, without missing a beat, his thumb drawing lazy circles at my waist, like he's already learned what makes me melt. I bite my lip, pulse stuttering. "You're dangerous." His smile darkens. "You like dangerous." I don't answer. I don't have to. My body already has. His breath is warm at my temple as we sway, slow and steady, letting the low thrum of bass and honeyed vocals melt around us. I don't know if it's the cider or the altitude or the way his fingers graze bare skin under my sweater like he's mapping me cell by cell, but suddenly I'm acutely aware of every inch of him, of every shiver he draws from me with the subtlest shift, the faintest press of his palm. "You've got this look," he says, low against my ear, "like you're trying real hard not to kiss me." "Maybe I am," I whisper, lips brushing his jaw. "Maybe you shouldn't try so hard." Tight heat coils low in my belly. My fingers curl into the front of his shirt just to keep steady, just to touch him. His chest is solid and warm, and he smells like wood smoke and something I want to get lost in. He must sense it too, because the next moment his hand slides up my spine, slow and possessive, like he already owns me, and I swear every vertebra lights up under his touch. I shiver, not from the cold, but from the raw electric thrill of it, of him. Then he lowers his mouth to my ear. His breath is warm against my skin, and the deep rasp of his voice slides through me like smoke and silk. "Come home with me. Kiss me there." It's not a question. It's not a plea. It's a low, rough promise wrapped in velvet, and it hits me like a match to dry kindling. My heart skips a beat. My skin flushes hot. Every nerve ending I have screams, "Do it!" "Yes," I hear myself say, voice barely a whisper. I mean, I should, right? Maya would tell me to. I've worked so hard for 2 long years. I deserve a night of fun before everything gets serious all over again. He pulls back, enough to search my face, his gaze heavy, intense. His thumb drags along my jaw, firm and gentle, like he's memorizing the shape of me. The pad of it grazes the corner of my mouth, and my lips part without thinking, drawn toward him like a tide to the moon. "You sure?" he murmurs. I nod, breath catching, as his fingers shift to the side of my throat, his touch feather light but scorching all the same. So sure. Without another word, he threads his fingers through mine and leads me out of the tent. The chill of the night air hits my bare skin, but it doesn't matter. Not with the heat radiating off him. Not with the thrum in my veins that's louder than the crowd behind us. We wind through the darkened paths of the market, past shuttered stalls and lantern-lit walkways. His hand occasionally brushes my hip as we walk, and each time seems intentional, possessive in a way that makes my breath catch. When we reach the edge of the parking lot, he opens the passenger door of a sleek black SUV and helps me in, one hand curling around my waist as I step up, the other brushing the inside of my thigh as he leans close to buckle my seatbelt. It's completely unnecessary and completely intentional. My pulse hammers. The ride to his place is a blur. I don't remember what we said, if we said anything at all, just the heat between us, the silence thick with anticipation, his hand brushing mine when I least expect it, the weight of his gaze every time we hit a red light, burning into me like he's already undressing me with his eyes. And then we're there. He kills the engine, but neither of us moves at first. The air inside the SUV is thick with heat, with all the things we haven't said out loud but are written in every glance, every brush of skin. Then he turns to me, and his eyes grow darker, hungrier. His hand reaches out, slow but sure, and cups the side of my neck, his thumb grazing the hollow just beneath my jaw. "I've been trying not to do this since the moment I saw you," he says, voice low, rough with restraint. Then his mouth is on mine. It isn't a gentle kiss. It's not careful or cautious. It's full of heat and urgency, like he's starving and I'm the only thing that's ever tasted right. His lips crash into mine, parting them easily, and the second our tongues meet, a spark shoots through me so fast and fierce I gasp into his mouth. He swallows the sound, deepening the kiss, angling my head to fit him better, closer. One hand threads into my hair, gripping enough to make my toes curl, while the other finds my waist, dragging me across the center console like he can't stand the distance between us a second longer. I end up half in his lap, knees pressed into leather, fingers tangled in the collar of his shirt. Every inch of me is buzzing. No, burning. And when his teeth scrape my bottom lip, I moan before I can stop myself. He groans in response, a sound that vibrates through my entire body. "Damn, you taste like summer and sin." My hips shift of their own accord, pressing into the hard length of him, and his hands tighten on me like he's barely holding himself together, like he's seconds away from losing control and taking me with him. And suddenly, I want that. I want all of it. "Can we go inside already?" His eyes blaze, and in one fluid motion he opens his door, tugging me with him as we stumble out into the cool night. The place where he's staying sits tucked in the hills above Silver Peak, rugged and isolated, a mix of luxury and raw mountain charm. Floor-to-ceiling windows reflect the dark sky and scattered stars, while a yellowing light spills from inside, glowing against the pine. I blink, stunned. I didn't even know a place like this existed in Silver Peak. It's the kind of cabin you see in luxury travel magazines. High-end, remote, clearly designed for wealthy tourists looking to rough it in style. Not the sort of place any local would stumble into. Who is this man? The question floats through my mind, hot and intense, but it fizzles just as fast. It doesn't matter. Not tonight. He locks the door behind us with a soft click, and I turn to find him watching me like he's already unwrapped me in his mind. "You good?" he asks, voice low and rough as gravel. I nod, heart thudding. "You?" The corner of his mouth lifts. "Been good since the moment you sang Jolene." Then he moves. One hand curls around the back of my neck possessively. The other grips my waist, pulling me against him like he's done waiting, done pretending. His mouth crushes mine, hungry and consuming. The kiss is heat and hunger and claiming. I open for him instinctively, my tongue sliding against his, tasting the faint spice of whiskey. His stubble scrapes against my skin as he drags his mouth down my jaw. Each graze is a mark, a promise. "You taste like cider and trouble," he mutters against the hollow of my throat, his breath hot. "Good trouble?" I breathe, my voice already unsteady. "The best kind," he says, low and rough, before his mouth finds mine again, this time slower, deeper, like he's savoring every second. He lifts me effortlessly, strong arms cradling my body as he carries me across the room, where he lays me out on the couch, the plush cushions cool against my back. He kneels between my thighs, his eyes raking over me with a look that strips me bare even before he touches me. "You're so damn pretty, Josie." "Oh, yeah?" I murmur, lips parted, breath shallow. "Oh, hell yeah." He pushes my skirt up slowly, his large palms skimming my thighs, rough skin over smooth, bare flesh. "I like the way you look at me like I'm the only thing you want. I like how you moaned for my food like it was better than sex. And I know you're dripping through that tiny little skirt just thinking about what I'll do to you." A deep inhale escapes me, thighs involuntarily clenching, but he's already there, sliding my skirt up further as he guides my legs further apart, his knuckles brushing the sensitive skin at the tops of my thighs. Then his fingers reach the edge of my panties. He pauses, eyes locked on mine, then dips lower, pressing a light touch against the drenched fabric. "Fuck," he mutters. "You're soaked." He peels the lace down slowly, teasing every inch as he exposes me to the firelight. Then his mouth is on me, lips trailing over the inside of my thigh as he leaves scorches behind on my skin. As I struggle to keep my groans in check, each kiss feels like worship, each drag of his tongue a silent vow. I reach for him, fingers threading through his thick, unruly hair, needing something to hold on to as heat coils inside me like a fuse waiting to blow. "You want one night?" His voice is rough velvet, dark and dangerous. "Then I'm giving you the night of your fucking life." The first flick of his tongue makes my hips jerk, my moan loud and uncontrolled. He licks slow and deep, tongue stroking through slick heat with maddening precision. I arch into him, his name a breathless chant on my lips. He doesn't rush. He devours. Alternating between long, torturous licks and quick, fluttering flicks over my hypersensitive clit that sends sparks shooting through my spine. I writhe beneath him, hands clinging to his shoulders, his hair, anything I can reach, because I feel like I'm falling. He pins my thighs wide, fingers digging into the soft flesh, holding me open as he circles my clit with his tongue. The rhythm is cruel, perfect. And when I think I'm about to tip over the edge, he backs off just enough to drive me mad. "Beg for it," he murmurs, lips brushing sensitive skin, his voice vibrating through me. "Knox, please," I gasp. "Please, I can't." "That's it, baby. Just like that." And then he changes. No more teasing, no more mercy. His tongue flattens against my clit, slow and heavy, a powerful stroke that makes my entire body seize with pleasure. He does it again, languid, devastating, like he has all the time in the world to break me apart. I whimper, hips bucking involuntarily, but his hands grip my thighs tighter, holding me in place, forcing me to take every flick of his tongue, every pass of his mouth like it's punishment for wanting this too much. "Stay still," he growls against me, the vibration of his voice sending a fresh bolt of heat through my core. I try. I try. But he's relentless. He switches it up, circling my sensitive nub with maddening precision, never too fast, never enough to tip me over, just enough to keep me there, teetering on the edge, strung so tight I could snap from a breath. My fingers claw into his shoulders, nails digging into solid muscle as I writhe beneath him. Every nerve ending is awake, lit up, begging for more. "Knox," I pant, "please, please, But I don't even know what I'm asking for. Relief? More? Mercy?" He hums low against me, and the sound, deep, sinful, knowing, almost undoes me. He drags his tongue lower, dipping inside me, slow and thorough, tasting everything I give him like it's a feast. Then back up again, tongue flicking against my clit with a rhythm that makes my thighs shake. "Fuck, you taste good," he mutters, almost reverent, his voice wrecked. "Could keep you like this for hours, spread out, dripping, mine." My head falls back against the cushions, lips parted in a silent moan. I can feel it coming now, that molten wave building low in my belly, winding tighter with each stroke of his tongue, each moan he draws from me like music. He sucks on my clit just once, hard enough to make me cry out, and then he soothes it, licking over the sensitive bundle of nerves like he's sorry for how good it feels. My hips lift, chasing his mouth, and this time he doesn't stop me. He groans, deep and guttural, hands sliding beneath my ass to lift me closer, anchoring me to his mouth. There's no space between us now, no hesitation, only raw need. His tongue works faster, more precise, alternating soft with shocking, slow with sudden, and every second is a new kind of torment. I'm not breathing. I can't breathe. I'm floating and falling and burning all at once. "Knox, fuck, "That's it," he murmurs, breath hot against my soaked skin. "Let go for me. Come on, Josie. I want to feel you come on my tongue." That's all it takes. The coil inside me snaps, violently, beautifully. Pleasure crashes over me in a tidal wave, ripping a cry from my throat as my back bows off the couch, spine arching, legs shaking around his shoulders. My fingers twist in his hair, holding on like I'll drown without him. But he doesn't stop. He takes everything. Keeps licking, keeps sucking, keeps drawing every last spasm out of me like it's the only thing he wants in the world. My orgasm crests and crashes again, over and over, until I'm trembling, twitching, completely undone. My thighs try to close around him, too sensitive, too much, but he holds me open, mouth gentle now, kissing me softly through the aftershocks, like he's grounding me, like he's still not done worshiping. When he finally pulls away, his lips glisten, his eyes feral. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, gaze locked on mine like a man possessed. "Get upstairs," he orders, voice low, wrecked. "Clothes off. I want you in my bed. First door on the right." I go. No hesitation, no questions. I'm already stripping as I move, leaving a trail of clothing across the floor, every piece dropped like a shedding skin. By the time I reach the bedroom, I'm bare, my skin tingling from the firelight and anticipation. I barely have time to register the sheer expanse of the room, the luxury furniture that screams wealth. I turn in time to see him enter, shirt gone, jeans unbuttoned, eyes burning. The snap of his belt hitting the floor is like a gunshot to my spine. I move toward the bed, but he grabs my wrist, stopping me. "Not yet," he growls. He spins me around to face the wall of windows, floor-to-ceiling glass, dark and reflective. Our image stares back at me. Flushed skin, tangled hair, wild eyes. Him towering behind me, every muscle straining, hard and thick and ready. "Want you to see what I do to you," he rasps. "See how wrecked you get for me." He slides his fingers between my thighs again, gathering slick wetness, teasing my entrance before guiding himself into me in one long, slow thrust. The stretch is perfect, unbearable. My forehead presses to the glass as I gasp his name, body trembling, trying to take him deeper. "Damn," he groans, hand gripping my hip, the other coming around to palm my breast, fingers flicking my nipple. "You're so fucking tight, like your body was made for me." He starts to move, long, measured strokes that hit deep. I whimper, bracing against the cool glass, barely able to breathe. "No," he growls when I bite back a moan. "I want to hear you." So I give him everything, my cries, my gasps, every helpless sound he pulls from me. He deserves all of it. His hand finds my clit again, circling as he drives into me faster, harder, the rhythm ruthless, exact. My legs tremble as the heat builds again, impossibly white hot. "Harder," I beg. "Please, Knox, don't stop." "I'm not stopping." He slaps my ass hard enough to make me yelp, then again rougher before his hand slides up and closes around my throat from behind. Not tight, just enough to send lightning through my veins. "Not until you're fucking ruined." The next orgasm hits like a freight train, violent and consuming. I scream his name, hands splayed against the glass, my reflection blurring in front of me as I come apart completely. He pulls out slowly, catching me when I sag, breath ragged against my neck. He's still hard, his restraint barely leashed. I don't want him restrained. I turn and drop to my knees in front of him, eyes locked on his, mouth already open. His breath catches. "Josie," he warns, voice shredded. I trail my fingers up his thighs, nails lightly scraping. "Let go," I whisper. "Let me have you." He fists my hair, groaning low. "You're going to ruin me." "Good." I take him deep, tongue stroking, throat tightening around him as he shudders. His control frays with every bob of my head, every wet, obscene sound filling the air. He grips my hair tighter, but doesn't force. He lets me set the pace. Until he can't anymore. When he finally breaks, he curses low, hips jerking, and I take everything he gives, licking him clean, not stopping until he's trembling above me, spent and speechless. And it's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen.
Chapter 3. Knocks. The hammering pauses long enough for me to catch the sound of my own breath in the quiet. It's not silent, not with the drills whining in the background and boots scuffing against concrete, but it's close enough to peace, close enough to focus. I stand dead center in the dining room of the Marrow, hands on my hips, eyes on the exposed beam running overhead. The space is almost done. Tables are in, lighting's hung. The banquettes along the far wall are still wrapped in plastic, but I can see the shape of the room now. All clean lines, raw textures, black steel against warm wood. There's an open kitchen in the back, anchored like a heartbeat. Gas burners are already in place, plates are stacked, stainless steel is gleaming. It's all exactly how I envisioned it. Minimal, controlled, mine. Final inspections are booked for tomorrow, Martin says, not looking up from his iPad. Lighting installs finished, banquettes will be unwrapped this afternoon, and walk-in past temp regulation this morning. I nod, scanning the space again. There's still dust in the corners and tape on the baseboards, but this is it. It's real now, tangible. I've seen it like this since the day I bought the building. Moody and sleek, intimate and cool, the kind of place where the food speaks louder than the crowd, where I don't have to speak at all. A new chapter, I told myself. A clean break. I just hope Silver Peak is the right place to do it. The bar is polished and stocked, Martin adds. You're ready to go. Great, that's good news. I move toward the pass-through, trailing my fingers along the smooth curve of the concrete counter. It's cold, solid, unlike the way I've felt since last night. Hey, man! One of the contractors calls from across the room, too loud for the early morning. He's young, probably fresh out of trade school with that overeager grin and zero concept of personal space. You really Knox Nightly? Like, the Knox Nightly? I glance up from the plans just long enough to pin him with a look. Yeah. His grin widens. No shit. My dad's obsessed with you. Still watches that highlight reel from your Dallas playoff run. Said you played like a man possessed. I exhale through my nose. That was a long time ago. Still, he pushes, stepping closer. Was it true what they said? That you played that whole season with a torn rotator cuff? My jaw ticks. Partial tear. Managed it. Damn, and then you just walked away? What actually happened? I pause and level him with a look. Is this relevant to the wiring? He blinks. No, I was... Then maybe get back to it. Hood system's still half-wired. The smile drops from his face. Right, yeah, sorry, man. His mouth snaps shut and Martin gives me a tight smile. Sorry, he's new. I wave it off. I don't care if the guy's new. I care that the past keeps crawling its way into the present. That part of my life is over. It died the day I walked off the field and swore I wouldn't step back into the spotlight. I'm not here to talk about football. I'm not here to be recognized. I'm here to build something real, quiet, clean, no cameras, no chaos, no mistakes. I drag a hand down my face and shake off the tension, but it clings like humidity. Because no matter how hard I try, I can't stop thinking about her. Josie. That's the only thing I know, her name. She tasted my food, actually moaned, and smiled like I'd handed her a piece of heaven on a paper plate. And then she looked at me like I was the one who could make a girl like her stay. She smelled like vanilla and cinnamon and maybe a little rain. She sang like heartbreak and honey, and when she laughed, it cracked me open in a way I've been trying to keep sealed shut for a long damn time. She's burned into the backs of my eyes like I stared at the sun too long, and that's a problem. Because I don't do sweet, I don't do soft, I don't do people. Especially not ones who make me forget why I built walls in the first place. I woke up to cold sheets and the faint scent of her still in the air. No note, no number, only the sound of a cab door slamming and the taillights disappearing down my drive before I could even pull on a shirt. And I have to admit, that left me even more intrigued. I paced toward the kitchen, ignoring the buzz of my phone in my back pocket. I already know who it is. Nora Rivera, my assistant, probably updating me on some licensing forms or a media request I won't answer. I don't need more headlines. I don't need any attention at all. I need this place finished. I need purpose. I need quiet. But my phone keeps vibrating, persistent as hell, and I finally yank it out and swipe to answer. Yes, I bark, not even bothering with a hello. Good morning to you too, sunshine. Nova deadpans. Just checking to see if you're still alive since you ignored the last 3 texts. I'm in the building. You'll get your updates when I have them. You know, for someone who's hiding from the spotlight, you sure do have a flair for dramatic tension, she mutters. Also, the liquor license paperwork came back incomplete. Again, they need your signature and proof of ownership. I run a hand through my hair and exhale hard. Send it to the office. I'll handle it tonight. No, you won't. You'll forget or you'll cold plunge your memory into oblivion like you always do. Just sign it now and I'll have a courier grab it. I rub the bridge of my nose. Nova. I know that tone. That's your I hate everyone and might flip a table voice. Maybe I just hate paperwork. You hate everything. Fair. She sighs. Look, I'll keep the press vultures away, but try not to scare the health inspector this time, okay? We're not trying to be the next viral Yelp horror story. I grunt. No promises. She pauses. You okay? I hesitate for a beat too long. Fine. Liar, she says quietly, but she doesn't push it. All right, I'll keep wrangling the suits. Try to smile today, or don't. Just try not to murder anyone before opening. Noted. I hang up without another word, sliding the phone back into my pocket. But her voice keeps echoing, threaded with laughter and heat. I don't even know her, not really. Just a girl with flushed cheeks and a cider cup who walked up to my booth like she was chasing something and found me instead. I shouldn't have let her get under my skin. I shouldn't have noticed the way her lips wrapped around my name. I shouldn't have smirked. But I did, and now I'm standing in the middle of a half-finished restaurant I've poured millions into, wondering if she'll show up again. God, I hope she doesn't, because I'm not built for temptation anymore. And Josie, she's the kind of temptation that doesn't knock. She sings, and damn if I'm not still hearing the echo.
Chapter 4. Josie. Mornings at the Timberline Inn are never quiet. The coffee maker's groaning like it's on its last leg. Moose is already thumping his giant tail against the linoleum in anticipation of toast crusts, and my mom is humming Patsy Cline like she's the headliner at the Grand Ole Opry. It's chaos, but it's home. I'm sitting at the pine kitchen table, nursing a chipped mug of coffee that tastes like comfort and burnt beans, while Dee bangs around the fridge, muttering something about how we're out of oat milk again, which is probably a hate crime. You live in the mountains, sweetie, Mom says without looking up from her skillet. You're lucky I even let that oat milk nonsense through the front door. Dairy hates me, Dee protests, pulling out the jar of homemade strawberry jam like it's an act of war. Dairy hates everyone, I chime in, grinning into my mug, but we keep crawling back. Like your high school boyfriend, remember him? What was his name? Buck? Brock, Dee corrects with a groan. And don't you dare bring him up unless you want me to start talking about your karaoke performance at Stella's. Yeah, small town, I've heard all about it. That was art, I say, holding up a hand. That was an emotionally vulnerable performance art. I heard you screamed Alanis like a woman exorcising a demon, Dee deadpans. Don't be cruel, Mom adds with a wink, flipping something golden and fluffy in the pan. I'm sure it was beautiful. The whole night, right? My stomach does this weird little lurch. Knox. He was hot. Fun. But I'm glad I won't have to see him again. Mostly. Because, heaven help me, he was gorgeous. I never meant for it to go as far as it did. I really didn't. But the way he'd pressed me against his door, how he kissed like he needed to shut me up, how his voice went low and gravelly when he asked, "You sure about this?" Holy hell, you're blushing. I jerked back to reality, burning my tongue on the coffee I'd forgotten I was drinking. Dee's staring at me over the open fridge door, eyebrows raised and grinning like a damn raccoon who found the cookie jar. No, I'm not, I say quickly, trying to cover my cheeks with the mug. Oh, sweetie, yes you are. She shuts the fridge with a thump and leans against it, arms crossed. Who is he? There's no he. She narrows her eyes like a bloodhound sniffing out scandal. So you're sitting there, staring into your coffee like it told you a dirty story, looking like your whole body just remembered what good sin feels like, and it's not about a guy? I glare. Could we not do this before I finish at least one cup of caffeine? Not a chance. You come home glowing, like soap commercial post-orgasm. I just made a very bad decision, and it was so worth it, glowing. Dee, I hiss, trying not to laugh as I glance toward the hallway. Mom's literally 10 feet away. She knows what sex is, Dee says with a shrug. She had us. Mom snorts from the stove. I plead the fifth. Fine, I grumble, slouching down in my seat. I met someone. Kind of. It was a one-time thing. That's it. A one-time thing, Dee echoes, mock pouting. Was it that bad, or are you terrified of seeing him again? Yes. No, I say instead. Dee arches a brow. Which no is that? The one that means I can still sense the scrape of his stubble on my inner thigh. The one that means I can't stop replaying the way his mouth found every place I didn't know I wanted kissed. The one that means I woke up the next morning, his sheets tangled around my legs and his scent still clinging to my skin, and I bolted. Because if I'd stayed, I might have actually asked him for breakfast, for his number. For a reason to see that look in his eyes again, the one that said maybe he felt it too. But I didn't. I left. And now it's over. right? I mean, I have way too much to do to get my life in order to add in complications. Moose lets out a groan from beneath the table, rolling over onto his back, paws flopped like he's emotionally exhausted by the entire conversation. I reach down to scratch his belly and pretend my face isn't on fire. Before I can respond, the front screen door creaks, followed by the unmistakable shuffle thump of Dale Rucker's boots on the porch. "Betty!" he hollers, not even bothering to knock. "Brought my tools! You still got that loose step out here, or were you just trying to get me over for the pleasure of my company?" "Both," Mom calls back sweetly. I glance at Dee, who's trying very hard not to burst out laughing. Moose lumbers to his feet and trots toward the door like he's part of the welcoming committee with Mom. Dee grins as she slathers toast with jam like she's painting a masterpiece. "So, big first day, huh? How does it feel to be the town's newest culinary ingenue?" I roll my eyes. You make it sound like I'm starring in a Hallmark movie. When Mom returns from giving Dale his job, she sets a plate of eggs and potatoes in front of me with a little flourish, like she's plating for the queen instead of her youngest daughter. "You might be," she says cheerfully. "Secret restaurant, mysterious new boss, exclusive opening. Come on, Josie. That's pure small-town legend material." "You haven't even started yet, and people are already talking," Dee adds. "Mrs. Lafferty told me at the post office she heard your new boss is some eccentric Michelin star guy who bought the old mill and cooks barefoot under the moon, like a sexy culinary Bigfoot." "Oh, no," I groan, sinking lower in my chair. "Please tell me you're joking." "I'm not," she says, beaming. "But even if that's not true, you have to admit it's kind of cool. I mean, the Marrow, Josie? That sounds like the kind of place people in LA have to wait 6 months for a table. And now it's here. And you're working there." "Well, I'm just checking the place out today, not starting work or anything. Not until it opens." "And when does it open? I didn't get a chance to ask you last night. Maya dragged you out of here way too fast." "Next week, I think. I hope. Depending on my cooking, I guess." "Exciting." Dee wiggles her brows playfully. "Get me in on night 1. I want to taste your food." I laugh softly, but my fingers tighten a little around the edge of my coffee mug. I'm scared, nervous that I won't be good enough. But I have to try, right? I force a smile as I swipe a bit of jam off my plate with my thumb and pop it into my mouth. "You'll be my first official taste tester, I promise." Dee leans in. "Damn right I will. But don't think that means I'll go easy on you. I'm bringing a scorecard and everything." "Great," I mutter with mock dread. Exactly what I need. A food critic with glitter eyeliner and a vendetta against dairy. She winks. "You love me." I stare down at my eggs, trying to will my stomach to stop fluttering like it's prepping for takeoff. Because, yeah, it is cool. My family is what drew me back to Silver Peak in the first place. Well, that, and the screaming pit of post-culinary school burnout, and one too many shifts spent crying into the walk-in freezer. The job offer was vague, just a call from some young woman saying I'd been handpicked with my name passed along by a former instructor who knew someone who knew someone. No job title, no menu info, no details at all except a start date, a time, and the address of a sleek-looking building that's been under wraps for months. And now the time is today. I don't even know what I'm walking into, I admit, poking at my potatoes. It could be some underground supper club. It could be a cult. Dee shrugs. As long as there are snacks, cults aren't the worst. "Dee, what?" she says around a bite of jam toast. "You said it yourself. You need something new, and maybe this job is that. A fresh start. No more culinary school, no city chaos, only you and your knives in a really expensive kitchen." Mom sits down across from me, folding her hands like she's about to lead us in prayer. "Sweetheart, you are talented. You're brave and you're ready. This restaurant, whatever it turns out to be, is lucky to have you. The lump in my throat is sudden and traitorous. I nod, forcing a smile, because I want to believe that. I want this to be a new beginning, a real one. The screen door creaks open, and Dale Rucker leans in with a wave, smelling like sawdust and stubbornness. "Betty, you make enough for an army in here?" Mom's already up, bustling toward the door with a warm smile and a spatula like it's her badge of honor. "Always, Dale." Dee lifts her brows at me and mouths, "You've got this." I wish I was as sure. I push up from the table, set my mug in the sink, and square my shoulders. Time to meet the mystery man behind the marrow. I head upstairs to get dressed, heart knocking around my ribs like a warning bell. "No big deal, Josie. It's just your first day at the most secretive, probably high-pressure kitchen this town has ever seen. No pressure at all." I stare into the mirror, trying to figure out how to look cool and capable, like I'm not inwardly spiraling. Eventually, I settle on my go-to chef staples: black jeans, a soft gray t-shirt, and my favorite broken-in boots. Hair up in a twist, no makeup besides a swipe of mascara and lip balm. Professional, but not trying too hard. Competent, calm. Or at least that's what I'm pretending. I throw my bag over my shoulder, press a palm to Moose's big blocky head, and head out the door to meet whatever this job has waiting for me. The walk to the marrow takes me through the quieter side of downtown Silver Peak. It's early, so the air still carries that crisp bite of mountain morning, mixed with the faintest hint of chimney smoke and pine. I pass shuttered storefronts and hanging flower baskets, my nerves ramping up with every step. When I finally round the corner and see the building, my feet actually slow. It's stunning. Modern but rooted. All dark wood and matte black metal with tall windows that reflect the morning light like mirrors. The kind of place that doesn't ask for attention, it commands it. There's no sign out front, no welcome mat, just a single brass M embedded into the sleek black doorframe. M for marrow, obviously. M for mystery. M for maybe I've made a huge mistake. I take a deep breath and push open the door. Inside, it's quiet. Dim, moody lighting filters through overhead fixtures suspended from exposed beams. There's a long, dramatic bar made of rich oak and plush banquettes lining the far wall like a photo out of a design magazine. The open kitchen sits at the back, a bright temple of brushed steel and stone. My boots echo softly on the polished concrete as I step inside, soaking in the clean lines, the perfection of it all, and then I see him. Standing dead center in the kitchen, arms crossed over his broad chest, sleeves pushed up to his elbows, M plastered on his t-shirt across his chest. What the actual hell? He looks up, freezes, and for a second it's just us. My mouth opens, but I can't form words. Because what? This man, this grumpy, hot as sin, one-night stand of a man told me he was passing through. He made it sound like he was some anonymous traveler, a lone wolf with no ties and no plans. But he's here, standing in the middle of the restaurant where I was hired to work in, the restaurant I came home for. Knox. "You work here too?" I ask quietly. "I own the place." "You've got to be kidding me," I whisper.
Chapter 5. Knox. I don't make mistakes. Not anymore. Not since the day I walked off the field with the weight of a broken team, a busted reputation, and a career the media tore apart like raw meat. I clawed my way back from the edge. No interviews, no endorsements, no noise. Only silence, sweat, and a rebuilt empire made from steel, stone, and a single promise. Never let chaos get that close again. So why the hell is she standing in the middle of my kitchen? Josie, the girl who has been on my mind since she snuck out of my bed in the early hours of the morning. Cinnamon-sweet laugh, honey-warm smile, the way her body moved under mine like we were made to burn together. She walks through the door and time stops. No apron, no clipboard, no warning, just her. Jeans hugging her hips that don't quit, worn leather boots, and a soft, form-fitting t-shirt that reminds me of all her curves. Her hair's pulled up in a messy knot, a few strands falling loose, framing her face like she's too busy being beautiful to care. And those eyes, wide, dark, startled, land on mine like she didn't expect to see me any more than I expected to see her. She freezes, cheeks flushed, lips parted, like I knocked the wind out of her. Good, because she did the same damn thing to me. The air shifts, thickens. Shit. "You're the new hire, then?" I ask, already knowing the answer. Her jaw drops. "You're the boss?" "Yeah, this is a nightmare." I rake a hand down my face and grit my teeth so hard my jaw pops. She wasn't supposed to be part of this. She was supposed to be a memory, a mistake I could file away and forget. But now she's here, standing in the middle of my clean slate kitchen, with those damn flushed cheeks and that look in her eyes, like this just flipped her world upside down too. I expected some cocky culinary school grad, or a hotshot trying to make a name for themselves in a mountain town. I didn't expect her. Even though technically she was the best resume I got. Experienced, creative, local ties, everything I was looking for. I just didn't know she was her, and now I've got a decision to make. She clears her throat, straightens her shoulders, doesn't say a damn word about our night together, about my hands on her thighs, about moaning my name like it belonged to her. She lifts her chin like she's daring me to make this weird. I don't. I can't afford to. So I do what I've always done when the game starts slipping out of my control. I go cold, professional, silent. "Okay, well, I guess I need to give you the tour then. That's why you're here, right?" Josie nods once, quickly. "Yep, tour. Let's do that." Her voice is chipper, a little too chipper, like she's trying to smooth the awkward into submission. "Is it just me?" I nod. Just her. And me. Marvelous. I gesture for her to follow and start walking. Kitchen's open concept. Central line divides the space. That's your zone. She trails behind me, eyes scanning the high ceilings, the gleaming stainless steel, the dark matte tile underfoot. "You weren't kidding in the job ad. This is serious." I take everything I do seriously. She gives a soft laugh, and damn if it doesn't curl right down my spine. "Yeah, I remember." I shoot her a look. Her smile is pure innocence. "I meant the kitchen." "Sure you did." I stop beside the hotline. 6-burner Viking range, double ovens, salamander broiler. Pass-through is here. Plates land hot, clean, and garnished. You plate like it's art, or you don't plate at all. Josie whistles low under her breath. "This line's a dream. I think I fell a little in love." "Don't say it. Don't say it." "Stick to the equipment," I mutter. "Cold station's over here. Prep tables, under-counter fridges. There's a vacuum sealer and a cryo-freeze unit if you know how to use them.
Do I know how to use it?
She scoffs.
I was flash freezing basil oil before it was cool.
I glance back. She's grinning, hands tucked into her back pockets, cocky in that sunbeam-wrapped kind of way that makes my chest ache and my pulse tick faster than it should. Pastry corner is isolated near the back wall. Temp stays consistent. Mixer, proofing drawers, double-deck convection oven. She spins in a low circle.
I love this. It's like you designed it to be your own personal spaceship.
I blink. It's a kitchen. She shrugs.
Same thing. Function over flash, all the toys in the right place. You even have a tilt skillet. Are you trying to seduce me with industrial-grade equipment?
My pulse spikes, but I look at her flatly. No. She grins wider. We pass through the swinging doors into the dry storage area, all clean shelving and labeled bins. It smells like fresh wood, metal, and faint lemon oil. Dry storage is sorted by category. Top shelf is for backup stock, third shelf bulk spices, bottom shelf non-perishables. She hums thoughtfully.
Whoever stocked this has excellent handwriting. Was it you?
Yes. Her brows lift like I just admitted to baking cupcakes for orphans.
Impressive.
Back through the kitchen again, I push open the heavy cooler door. Walk in. Cold zones are marked by shelf. Proteins low, dairy up top, produce far right. Keep your mies clean and no unlabeled containers. I don't do chaos.
Let me guess,
she says, stepping inside ahead of me.
You alphabetize your spices and fold your socks with military precision.
No, I say flatly, but don't test me. She smiles over her shoulder, breath fogging slightly in the chill.
You're kind of terrifying, you know that?
Good. Another beat, her expression softens.
But the kitchen, it's beautiful, Knox. You can feel how much thought went into it. It's efficient, exactly the sort of place I dreamed of working.
I don't answer. Can't. Because something about hearing her say my name again in this space I've built from the ground up knocks the wind out of me. We step out, the door hissing closed behind us. The tension wraps around us like a rope pulling tight. Josie clears her throat again, quieter this time. Her fingers trail along the edge of the prep table before she looks up, almost shy.
I was wondering if...
She starts, then gives a small shrug, like she's trying to play it off casual.
Would it be okay if I stayed a little while longer? I want to practice some of the menu recipes. I know service isn't until next week, but I'd really like to get a feel for the space, the flow, work out any kinks before go time.
She says it like it's nothing, like she's just another eager chef wanting to prove herself. But her eyes give her away, the faintest flicker of nerves, like she knows staying longer might push whatever this simmering thing between us is that much closer to boiling. I should say no. I should tell her this kitchen is closed for now, that I've got a schedule, boundaries, a million reasons why she shouldn't be here. But instead I hear myself say, fine. She perks up immediately, and damn if her excitement doesn't gut me a little.
I'll stay out of your way, she adds quickly. Just a few hours max.
You won't be in my way, I mutter. She beams.
Okay, great. I brought a few of my notes and some of my spice blends. I think I might try...
She trails off like she's suddenly aware she's talking too much. But I don't mind. Listening to her talk about food is like watching someone come alive. You do whatever you need, I say, grabbing a clean towel and tossing it to her. You've got the space. Her fingers brush mine as she catches it. Just a second, but long enough. Too long.
Thanks, boss,
she says, soft and smug all at once. She turns to wash her hands, and I try to remind myself of every rule I've made, every line I shouldn't cross. But with Josie Dawson still standing in my kitchen, I've got a feeling I'm about to break every damn one. I tell myself I'm going to get shit done today. Finish final walkthrough notes, approve linen samples, talk to Martin about the bar hide. I still think it looks off by half an inch. Anything to keep my eyes off the woman currently perched on a stool at the prep counter, tapping a pen against her lips and scribbling notes like the fate of the free world depends on getting the balance of garlic and rosemary exactly right. Josie's hair is twisted up into some kind of bun that's already coming loose, dark strands falling around her neck. She's wearing a black apron with that damn t-shirt underneath. There's flour smudged on her cheek, a little on the tip of her nose. She looks like a mess. She looks dangerous. I try not to stare. I try like hell. But I still notice she hums while she works. Still notice her handwriting is a chaotic mix of cursive and print. Still notice the way her tongue slips out and touches her bottom lip when she's thinking. I adjust the settings on the induction burner for no reason at all and force myself to focus on my own notes. The space smells like burnt sage and roasted tomatoes. She's working through the dinner concept today, testing pairings, flavor profiles, and I'm standing here, a grown-ass man with a multi-million-dollar investment on the line, and I can't stop glancing up to watch her. Pathetic. The kitchen door swings open, and thank fuck it's Nova. My assistant is carrying 3 folders, a phone in one hand and an iced matcha on the other. Her oversized sunglasses are still on despite the fact that we're indoors, and she looks like she walked off the set of a very expensive reality show. And probably did.
Okay,
she announces, dropping the folders with a satisfying slap on the counter.
Licensing updates, staffing schedules, and your itinerary for the week, which includes your long overdue deep tissue appointment at Boulder and Bloom. You're welcome.
I grunt. You booked it?
Yep. Dr. Jameson said it was that or more PT.
She answers sweetly, not bothering to hide the smirk pulling at her lips.
You'll thank me after you've been pummeled by an Estonian woman named Alina who speaks only in grunts and firm pressure.
Great, I mutter, looking forward to it. Nova sets the drink down with a flourish.
You're welcome. I also scheduled a sound bath, but I figured you'd fire me if I told you before the masseuse.
I shoot her a look.
Noted.
She deadpans, then without missing a beat, she glances over her shoulder toward Josie.
So, she's hot?
Nova?
I'm just saying, distracting.
She's a hire.
One you keep looking at.
She adds, voice low. I grit my teeth. What the hell are you talking about? She raises a brow.
You're not exactly subtle, boss. I've worked with you for years. I can tell when there's a vibe between you and someone else.
I say nothing because she's right. She's always been perceptive when it comes to me. I am distracted, and it's a problem. Josie doesn't look over. She's focused, calm, in control, like nothing ever happened between us. I envy the hell out of that. Fine, Nova says, finally taking pity on me. I'll go harass Martin, but you owe me dinner, and no, protein powder doesn't count. Deal, I mutter, already half distracted again as she slips out the door. Back at the counter, Josie's still working, still humming. I tear my eyes away and grab my own notes. Focus. No distractions, no mistakes. Even if the biggest one I've made in years is standing 15 feet away and smells like rosemary, rain, and whatever it is that keeps me up at night.
Chapter 6. Josie. I survived. Barely. Day 1 at the Marrow, and I didn't cry in the walk-in fridge, so that's a win. Sure, my new boss has all the warmth of a glacier, but I made it. I didn't spill anything. I didn't drop anything. I only burned myself once. And most importantly, I did not blurt out, "Hey, are we going to talk about the fact that we've seen each other naked or what?" So, total victory. I sling my tote bag over my shoulder and head out the back, taking a long breath of cool mountain air. The sun's already dipping, leaving Silver Peak in that gorgeous evening light that makes even dumpsters look kind of magical. I've definitely missed that. I'm halfway to my car when it happens. I hear a woof, a blur of motion, a warning bark, then bam, I'm hit. Not metaphorically, literally. A giant furry missile crashes into the backs of my knees, and I yelp as gravity abandons me. My feet fly out from under me, arms flailing, the world tilting sideways. But I don't hit the pavement, because he's there. Knox. I don't even see him coming, but suddenly his arms are around me. He must have run, sprinted across the lot, catching me just in time. My back slams hard against his chest, knocking the breath from my lungs. One arm wraps tight around my waist, the other braces under my ribs. I'm plastered against him, heart pounding, breath caught, brain short-circuiting. He's warm, solid. He smells like pine and firewood, and a danger I probably shouldn't want. "Shit," he mutters, holding me against him like I might still fall. "You okay?" I nod, or maybe I shake my head, hard to tell with my brain rebooting. Then I realize how close we are, and I twist in his arms, turning to face him. Our eyes lock. His jaws tight, brows drawn low. His hands are still on me, and suddenly I can't breathe. His jaw is clenched, muscles twitching like he's trying not to say something he'll regret. His brows are drawn, his stormy eyes scanning my face like he's checking for damage. One hand still rests on my waist, fingers flexing once before going still. I blink up at him, heart in my throat. He frowns down at me like I've personally offended his entire bloodline. I realize belatedly that one of my legs is half wrapped around his. My hair is tangled in the top button of his Henley. One of my sneakers is missing. My tote bag is somewhere. And then from the corner of my eye, I see movement. A giant, shaggy golden retriever bounds into view, tail wagging so violently his entire back end wiggles with the force of it. "Oh, wow," I gasp, eyes wide. "You have a dog." "That's Tuck," Knox mutters, loosening his grip like he's afraid he'll combust if he doesn't. "He's enthusiastic." "You think?" I wheeze, still mostly draped across him. I think he cracked a rib with his joy. "You flailed," he deadpans, jaw still tight, but an intensity flickering behind his eyes. "I'm 5'3" and fragile," I huff. He sighs, long-suffering and low, like I'm both a headache and a habit he can't shake. I attempt to step back, but realize my hair is still stuck on his shirt. "Oh, no," I whisper, reaching up. I'm caught. This is how I die." "You're not dying," Knox mutters, hands hovering awkwardly like he's not sure where to touch. "Hold still." "Are you gonna cut it?" I gasp. "Please don't cut it. It's finally growing out after that time I tried curtain bangs and ruined my life." He says nothing. He gently works his fingers into the knot and untangles it, one careful move at a time. His hand brushes my neck and I shiver, like a whole body embarrassing kind of shiver. His jaw clenches, mine drops. The tension between us is suddenly so thick, it could be served with a ladle and a side of crusty bread. We're too close. And I think, oh no, I think we might kiss. Because he's looking at my mouth and I'm looking at his, and our mouths are dangerously mouthy. We are this close to kissing. Like, if one of us hiccups, it's happening. Then, no way. This lighting is insane. Jude, tell me you're recording. I shriek. Not like a cute little gasp, a full-body banshee shriek that echoes off the alley walls and probably scares a nesting bird out of a gutter somewhere. Because standing 10 feet away with a tripod and a ring light in hand are Eli and Jude, Silver Peak's answer to the FBI, TMZ, and TikTok's chaotic good energy, all wrapped in pastel beanies and vintage windbreakers. Mom raves about them because of all the good they've done for the inn, for the town, really, because of their social media expertise. Expertise I'm now seeing firsthand. They were so sneaky. How the hell did we not see them? Shit. Knox stiffens. I try to wrench myself away from him, but in my panic, I somehow end up climbing him. One of my hands lands right on his pec, like his actual muscly chest, and the other flails around uselessly like I'm doing a sad interpretive dance called Oops, My Dignity. Don't move, Jude calls out, camera already zooming in. This is gold. We didn't even have to stage it, Eli beams, already typing furiously on his phone. Hashtag lovin' Silver Peak. Hashtag candid unscripted. Hashtag we're just co-workers. We are not a thing, I blurt, shoving off Knox, who mutters something like, finally, under his breath. Totally, Jude says, nodding while still filming. So natural, so raw. The tension, palpable. You guys got enemies to lovers energy. We're obsessed. Eli's now circling us with the camera like he's directing an indie rom-com for Sundance. We're doing a whole behind-the-scenes Silver Peak series, and Knox, you're a celebrity. Knox looks like he's debating walking directly into traffic. What the hell is he talking about? Tuck, meanwhile, chooses this moment to lie down dramatically across my feet like he's claiming me, or maybe apologizing, or maybe both. You got that? Eli whispers to Jude. Already edited and uploaded. Jude grins. Should we add sparkles? I open my mouth to object somehow, but Eli holds up a finger. Too late. It's already live on stories and the main grid. What grid? Knox growls. The Silver Peak Now Instagram, Jude says helpfully. You follow us, right? Knox's silence is answer enough. I can tag you, Eli adds cheerfully, or just tag your dog. What's his handle again? He doesn't have a handle. He does now, Jude says, typing, at Tuck the Goodest Boy. Knox turns slowly to face me, expression grim. What have they done? Is it really online already? I glance down at my phone, which is exploding. Notifications pinging like popcorn in a hot pan. Yep, I say, that was live. Now we're town viral. Knox closes his eyes like he's summoning the strength of 1,000 stoic ancestors. And before you ask, I add quickly, no, I didn't plan this. I'm not scheming. I don't even know how to make a reel. Yeah, I didn't think you'd do this. Jude and Eli high-five like matchmakers who've sealed a deal with the universe. Tuck barks joyfully, oblivious to the storm he's caused as Knox leads him to his car and away from all of this. And me? I stand there, pink-cheeked and mortified, my hair still half falling out of its bun, one sneaker still missing, a viral hashtag apparently hanging over my head, and all I can think is, crap. I'm pretty sure my mom is active on Instagram. By the time I limp my way to the car with my stupid sneaker in hand, my phone is vibrating like it's trying to escape my purse. I dig it back out, expecting maybe a few more notifications because of Eli and Jude. What I get instead is Maya, blowing up my screen like I just soft-launched a fiancé on Instagram without telling her. Josie, what the hell? Is that the food booth guy? Are you kidding me right now? This is how I find out you're working for Knox freaking Nightly, the football thirst trap? My brain sputters as I respond. Football? Eli did say something about celebrity, but that was a joke, right? I mean, Queen Bee from the bakery is a celebrity here. Even my mom is one. I scroll to the next message, which is a photo of me mid-fall, tangled around Knox like a barn cat in a windstorm, with a giant block of text underneath it. And there, in Eli's dramatic caption, I spot it. Meet Knox Nightly, former NFL tight end turned mysterious restaurateur, bringing his signature intensity and apparently his blooming romance to Silver Peak. I drop my phone into my lap like it just caught fire. NFL? I screech, loud enough to make a squirrel bolt from a nearby bush. What do you mean he was in the NFL? Like, actually? I frantically open the town's Instagram. The post already has 843 likes, which, for Silver Peak, is basically the population of the entire town. And the comments? Pure chaos. At Granny Bakes 93. I knew he looked familiar. He tackled my grandson on TV once. Handsome devil. At Dog Mom Life 42. I don't even like football, and I'd let him ruin my life. At Silver Peak Book Club. This is better than our last 5 romance picks combined. Watching closely. Why is everyone so invested in my accidental limb tangle? I'm yelling at my steering wheel now, which seems unbothered. Back to my messages. Maya has sent me 3 more texts in the span of 1 minute. Girl, I can't believe I didn't recognize him. He was everywhere for like 5 years. The ads, the GQ shoot, the way he left the game. Hold on, I'm sending the clip. 30 seconds later, a video starts buffering. It's old ESPN footage. A young, sweaty, intense Knox Nightly standing at a podium, jaw tight, voice low, headlines screaming across the screen like a damn movie trailer. I'm stepping away from the game. No further questions. I stare at the screen, mouth open, watching this younger, even more cocky-looking version of my boss storm off with the kind of dramatic flair usually reserved for crime dramas and divorce court. Are you freaking kidding me? I slept with that guy? I somehow didn't know the man I've literally had my mouth on is a nationally known sports bro with an emotionally tortured past and probably his own fan wiki page. Suddenly, the quiet brooding, the total avoidance of eye contact, the way he acted like he was just passing through town, it makes more sense. My boss is an ex-NFL star trying to live a reclusive, emotionally closed-off existence in the mountains while opening a sexy restaurant with secret pasta. And I face-planted into his abs in front of the entire town. Oh no, what the hell have I done?
Chapter 7. Knox. Damn it, the internet really is crazy. I mean, it's been over 12 hours and things are still spiraling. I've had sprained ankles less irritating than this. By 9 a.m., I've seen the video 6 times. By 10 a.m., it's been forwarded to my phone twice. By 11 a.m., Nova is watching the video again in my office, her boots propped on the desk like she pays the rent here. She's got a pencil stabbed through the braided crown of her platinum hair, her version of a war helmet, I guess, and she's dressed like a human mood board. Clashing colors, oversized t-shirt with a giant sun on it, paint-smudged jeans. A couple of chunky rings flash as she taps the screen, black glasses slipping down her nose while her eyes track every second like a hawk on espresso. "Play it again, and I'm firing you," I mutter, not looking up from the schedule I'm trying to finalize. Nova snorts.
"You say that every time, and yet here I am."
She presses play. I grit my teeth as my own face fills the screen. There I am, charging in like a linebacker and catching Josie mid-fall, arms around her, her body flush against mine like she literally fell from heaven, or a surprise tackle by Tuck, but still. Her hair is caught in my shirt, her mouth is open in that shocked little gasp. My hand is right there on her waist like I can't get enough of touching her. And then Eli's stupid, smug voiceover cuts in over the clip of the live footage. "Silver Peak's hottest new chef and our mysterious NFL restaurateur. Looks like things are heating up at the Marrow." Nova wheezes. She's laughing so hard she has to wipe her glasses.
"Man, this town has no chill. I love it here."
"I don't," I say flatly, dragging a hand down my face. "It's inappropriate. It's unprofessional. It's—"
"Adorable,"
she supplies, eyes twinkling. I shoot her a glare sharp enough to carve a brisket. "Mortifying, Nova. She works here. I don't need my staff's romantic entanglements being dissected in group chats."
"You mean your romantic entanglement?"
"There is no entanglement."
"Could have fooled me,"
she sing-songs.
"You were one forehead brush away from a full cinematic kiss."
I slam the folder shut. It's not funny. Nova finally swings her legs down, sobering a little, though she's still smiling like she's trying not to.
"Look, I get it, but this isn't L.A., Knox. This is Silver Peak. People care. They gossip. They make videos with heart emojis and bad acoustic covers of Taylor Swift songs. It's what they do, but it's only in town. It'll blow over."
I grunt. I came here to work, not be the leading man in someone's TikTok rom-com.
"You also came here to open a restaurant?"
she says pointedly, nudging the folder with the edge of her water bottle.
"And newsflash, the ads I've run in the local paper are working. We've got reservations stocked for opening day, and you know why?"
I don't answer.
"Because everyone is excited for the Marrow. They need something new here. The concept is tight, and yeah, maybe also because the town thinks their local Gordon Ramsay has a thing for his head chef."
I scrub a hand through my hair. Unbelievable. Nova grins.
"You're welcome."
Out in the kitchen, Josie is working, focused, smiling at the line staff, sleeves rolled to her elbows, hair twisted up in some kind of chaotic, sunshiny bun. She hasn't said a single word about the video, hasn't so much as flinched when someone brought up the catch heard around town. And somehow that makes it worse. Because I remember the way she looked at me. That pause, that tension, the almost kiss that sat between us like a lit fuse. And now we're both pretending it's business as usual, like my dog didn't tackle her into my arms, like I haven't been thinking about her laugh ever since I laid eyes on her. I don't do messy. I don't do personal. But somehow every time she's near me, I forget that. Opening night at the Marrow is a calculated storm. Chaos, but in the best possible way. The kitchen is humming, line cooks focused, plates flying out with precision. The smell of roasted garlic, thyme, and fresh sourdough is in the air. Every table is full, the bar is packed, and for a minute, just one small minute, I'm almost at peace. Then Queen Bee Jensen from the Pine Nest Bakery waltzes in, wearing a bake-it-till-you-make-it apron and wielding a tray of bright yellow lemon bars like she's officiating a wedding.
"For the happy couple,"
she declares, setting the tray directly on the pass with a wink that could break the sound barrier. I blink at the powdered sugar dust bomb now threatening my entire mise en place. What? Josie, who's putting a trout dish with way too much finesse for someone pretending not to notice the chaos, barely glances up.
"Just go with it. They're lovebird lemon bars,"
Bee explains with far too much satisfaction.
"On the house and in honor of the cutest gossip Silver Peaks had since Reverend Harold accidentally live-streamed his colonoscopy instead of his sermon."
Josie snorts. I nearly choke.
"Also,"
Bee adds, leaning in conspiratorially,
"Knox, darling, I saw that video, and listen, if you aren't in love with her, you might want to start, because the chemistry, whew, even my sourdough starter blushed."
She pats my cheek with powdered sugar fingers, then she sashays off like she didn't just emotionally bulldoze me in front of the entire kitchen. Josie, still calm as ever, raises an eyebrow.
"You okay over there?"
I've been through two-a-days in 104-degree heat, and I wasn't this rattled. She grins, damn her.
"You'll survive. Silver Peak's just a little enthusiastic."
A little. Sure, enthusiastic is one word. Unhinged is another. Maybe this wasn't the right place for me after all. But I don't move right away. Instead, I stare at the tray of lemon bars like they might detonate, my brain still glitching from Queen Bee's sugar-dusted prophecy. Josie doesn't say anything. She keeps her head down, lips twitching like she's trying very hard not to laugh. For a second, just a second, I think I catch something else on her face. A flicker, a crack in the easy smile. Like maybe the spotlight's hitting a little too hard. Like maybe this whole circus act of attention isn't sitting quite as lightly as she pretends. But then she shakes her head, hair bouncing, and tosses a garnish on the trout like she hasn't missed a beat. Whatever I thought I saw, it's gone. I must have imagined it. I clear my throat. She does this kind of thing often.
"Only on days ending in Y,"
Josie says, carefully placing a sprig of chervil on the trout, like this isn't the most surreal moment of my professional life. She thinks we're a couple.
"She thinks anyone standing within 3 feet of each other is a couple,"
she says, but her voice dips slightly, softer, like the idea isn't entirely unappealing.
"I wouldn't read too much into it. She's a gossip and a matchmaker, or she likes to think she is anyway. You just have to—"
She sighs very heavily.
"I don't know, get through it."
I see.
"Oh, look, we have another guest."
I follow Josie's eyeline to find Mayor Willa sweeping in with her dark eyes scanning the place as if she wants to make sure it's good enough for her town. She greets every table like a cruise director on caffeine and shouts into the kitchen,
"Darlings, this place is divine,"
before making a beeline for Josie.
"I expect full participation in the upcoming pie parade,"
she tells her, hands clasped over her heart.
"You're a star, darling, a culinary revelation. Also, have you and Knox picked your float theme yet?"
What? Josie grins, shaking off whatever was plaguing her before.
"We were thinking forbidden fruit tartlets."
Willa gasps.
"Scandalous. I love it."
I might pass out. Then, of course, Eli and Jude show up like a pair of stylish hurricanes. Eli's in a mesh shirt and combat boots. Jude's wearing a Kiss the Chef tee that has clearly been altered to say Kiss the Boss. They're live streaming within seconds. "Say hi, Knox." I glare. "Perfect," Jude says. "Smolder cam activated." Josie saves me again. She throws a towel over my shoulder and leans close.
"Smile, Grumposaurus. This is good for business."
And it is. The restaurant is full. People are happy. The food is being devoured and complimented. And yet all I can do is watch her. She moves through the space like she's been here forever, laughing with the staff, chatting with customers, calming the chaos with a flick of her wrist and a wink that probably shouldn't make my stomach flip. This isn't what I'm used to. My life in the city was all sleek lines and silent elevators, stainless steel, contract clauses, clean breaks. Josie, she's loud, warm, infuriatingly quick with a comeback. She knows everyone's name, knows who just had a baby, who's renovating their porch, and who accidentally rear-ended the mayor in the grocery store parking lot. She fits here. She belongs here. And for the first time in a long time, I want to belong somewhere too. By the time the last plate is cleared and the kitchen cleaned down to the tile grout, the only sounds left in the marrow are the quiet hum of the fridge and the soft rustle of Josie's apron as she takes it off and tosses it in the laundry bin. She looks exhausted but glowing, the kind of glow you get when you've pulled off something big, earned it. And yeah, she has. There's a faint flush on her cheeks as she wipes down her station, her skin dewy with the lingering heat of the line. A few loose strands of hair have slipped from the twist piled high on her head, where a pencil juts out like some kind of culinary wizard wand. Her curls are frizzed from the steam, her lips curved in the kind of quiet smile that says we did it. "Not bad for opening night," she says, voice low as if the kitchen might shatter if she talks too loudly. I nod, drying my hands on a towel. "Yeah, you were good tonight." Her eyes flick up.
"Thanks, boss."
The word hits harder than it should. I clear my throat. "We're gonna need to keep things professional." Josie pauses mid-wipe, her hand still resting on the damp cloth against the stainless steel. Her shoulders stiffen just slightly, then she straightens slowly, setting the rag aside with precise care. When she turns to face me, her expression is composed, calm, but I catch the flicker in her eyes before she blinks it away. Her chin lifts, only a fraction. She tilts her head, lips quirking in a way that doesn't quite pass for amused.
"Because of the video?"
And the lemon bars, and the comments section, and the literal heart emoji someone put on the kitchen whiteboard. I say dryly, folding my arms across my chest like it'll anchor me. People are already talking, and I'm starting to see that this town doesn't do subtle. She lets out a soft breath, not quite a sigh, more like she's releasing something she was holding on to. Her gaze drops for a beat, lashes brushing her cheeks, then lifts again, steadier now, more guarded. "Strictly business," I add, quieter now, just so we're clear. The silence that follows stretches long, taut. She presses her lips together, nods once, then pastes on a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. It's the kind of smile you wear when you don't want anyone to know it hurts inside.
"Of course," she says with a bright, easy tone. "Professional's my middle name. You know, if you ignore the part where it's actually Marie.
I almost smile. Almost. But it catches in my chest. She shrugs, light and breezy, like it's nothing.
I should head out,
she adds, already pulling her bag over her shoulder, fingers tightening a little more than necessary around the strap.
My mom's going to call and ask how it went, and I'm legally obligated to give her a dramatic retelling or she'll make one up.
I nod again, slower this time. Get some rest.
You too.
She walks to the door, steps measured and sure, but there's tension in the line of her shoulders that wasn't there before. Then she pauses and glances back.
And Knox?
I look up, and something about her standing there, looking so beautiful it hurts, makes it hard to breathe.
Thanks for the job. Really.
Then she's gone, just like that, and I stand there, surrounded by empty wine glasses and the faint smell of lemon bars, wondering why the words "strictly business" taste like ash in my mouth.
Chapter 8. Josie. If I ever die of embarrassment, please know that this was the moment that did it. Not the karaoke incident, not the one-night stand with my future boss, not even being flattened by his golden retriever and caught like a flailing squirrel in his arms in full view of two over-caffeinated content creators. No, it's the fact that last night was a disaster. I mean, the food went well and work was fine, but things with Knox, they're getting so much worse. I don't know how to handle the attention from the stupid Silver Peak Instagram. Everyone seemed to have something to say, and sure, I batted it all away with a smile, but that doesn't mean I wasn't dying inside. I bury my face in a throw pillow and groan. I'm never showing my face again. I'll become a hermit. I'll take up beekeeping, change my name, live in the woods. You're being dramatic, Dee says, standing at the foot of my bed like the ghost of chill vibes past, wearing a beanie and holding a to-go mug the size of my head. Now get up. You need pancakes. I need a new identity. You need carbs and perspective. She yanks the blanket off me like the traitor she is. Let's go. You got a full day of pretending you're not in love with your grumpy boss ahead of you. I'm not in love with him, Dee snorts. Your blush says otherwise. So does your search history. How to recover from hot boss-related internet scandal is not subtle. I groan again, but sit up. I'm going to fake my own death, just until this blows over. And Miss Lily's cinnamon pecan pancakes? Girl, be serious. She's right about that. 10 minutes later, we're sliding into a window booth at Cold Snap Cafe, which smells like heaven and fresh espresso, and also slightly like Mason Prescott's cologne. Lily, his wife, flutters by with menus, her earrings shaped like tiny frying pans today. Well, look who's back in town, she chirps, handing me a mug shaped like a moose. You want the, oh, honey, you've had a week special, or the, tell me everything, I'll judge later breakfast? I'll take the combo platter, I mumble. Atta girl, she winks. Mason, double cinnamon, and make it a gossip portion. From behind the counter, Mason grunts but obliges. I love this place. Dee stirs her coffee like she's about to deliver a TED Talk. Okay, so, Knox, don't. Oh, we're talking about it. Because in that reel, you looked like you were about to kiss him, and he looked like he forgot what decade it was. He said it's strictly business, I mutter. Dee pauses. Oh, honey. That's code for I'm panicking because my feelings are making me short-circuit. I give her a look. Dee, he's a stone wall with dimples. He doesn't do feelings. And yet, she says, pointing her spoon at me. He caught you. He held you. And then looked like he was buffering for 10 seconds, trying to decide if he could kiss you without combusting. I'm telling you, it was awkward. And I'm telling you, it was hot awkward. The best kind. I drop my head onto the table with a thunk. I miss when everyone thought I was boring. You were never boring, Lily chimes in as she sets down 2 stacks of pancakes the size of small buildings. You just had your sparkle dimmed. And look at you now, back in town, running a kitchen, going viral. We love a comeback arc. Oh, no, I whisper into my syrup. I'm a meme. A sexy meme, Dee corrects. I sigh. You're both menaces. Lily pats my shoulder with a grin. That's how we show love around here. And I can't help but laugh because, honestly, I might be humiliated, overwhelmed, and perpetually 1 second away from tripping over my own emotions, but I'm also home, and pancakes help. Dee insists on walking me to work like I'm being dropped off at kindergarten after a traumatic juice box incident. You're going to be fine, she says, as we step up outside the Marrow. You just need to walk in there, head held high, and pretend like you haven't been turned into Silver Peak's accidental romantic lead. I clutch my coffee like it's emotional armor. Easy for you to say. You weren't caught in a slow-mo dip by Mount Rushmore in an apron. You looked cute. I looked stunned and mildly concussed, and everyone has seen it. Dee throws the car in park and leans over to squeeze my arm. You've got this. You're a badass, Josie Dawson. You left town to chase your dreams, and now you're back, working in a gorgeous restaurant that smells like roasted garlic and sexual tension. Dee, don't deny it. I can smell it. Like pheromones and focaccia. Before I can throttle her with my travel mug, the front door swings open, and Knox's assistant Nova steps out. Cool, composed, with an espresso in one hand and a tablet in the other. She's dressed in a sleek pantsuit and combat boots, like she's one well-timed thunderclap away from summoning lightning. She stops when she sees us, one brow arching in greeting. Oh, Josie. Yeah? I step forward, try to look like I haven't just been compared to focaccia, and offer a hand. Hey, how are you, Nova? Nova smiles, a little sideways smirk that says she could run both a Fortune 500 company and a girl gang. Oh, you know how it is. She turns her attention away from me. And you must be... I swear that Dee stands up straighter as the spotlight turns on her. Hi, Dee says, smooth and casual in a way she absolutely wasn't 2 seconds ago. I'm her sister, Dee. Nova's gaze flicks to her, and there's the tiniest pause. Well, Nova says, voice warm but a little teasing. Good to know. A bright smile runs in the family. Dee grins. Oh, right. Thanks. Oh, okay then. Did that really happen? I glance between them, watching Dee tuck her hair behind her ear like it's an accident. It's not. And Nova casually adjusts the sleeve of her blazer like she hasn't just been momentarily struck by chemistry. And listen, I might be in a professional tailspin, but even I can see a spark when it practically hums in the air. I clear my throat, the tiniest bit of a smile tugging at my lips. Well, I should, go inside and start prepping. You two gonna be okay out here? Nova's eyes flick to Dee. I think we'll manage. Dee gives me a wink that's probably meant to be subtle but lands somewhere between smug and scandalous. What the hell is happening? Inside, the scent of roasted tomatoes and fresh herbs hits me like a warm welcome, and for a second, I let myself breathe. Today's a new day. The internet may have turned me into a hashtag, and my boss may speak in growls and smolders, but this kitchen is mine now. And I'm not going down without a fight. Or, at the very least, a killer lunch service. By the time we shut down for the night, I'm sweating, exhausted, and about 5% tomato sauce. I'm scrubbing down my station when I hear that familiar low voice behind me. "You did good today." I glance over my shoulder. Knox is leaning against the counter, arms crossed, brow furrowed, but not in the "you failed me" kind of way. More like, I'm thinking complicated thoughts and I don't know how to human. I smile. "Thanks. I didn't even hide in the walk-in once." He grunts, which I've learned is probably a compliment. Then he says, "We need more staff. Back of house, maybe front too. Can't find anyone else good. We have Wes and Tony, obviously. And a guy called Mark was supposed to come in, but I've seen no sign of him." I blink. "Oh, yeah, it's a tough market right now." He nods like he hates that fact personally. "You know anyone who can help us out? Even temporarily, until we work out exactly how busy we're going to be all the time?" Actually, I do. I wipe my hands on a towel and turn to him, nervous but helpful. "My friend Gracie's looking. I went to culinary school with her. We both trained under Chef Adela Vaughn. She'd love it here, maybe even permanently." His brows rise. "She cooks well?" "Oh, yeah, she's the best. And she's amazing under pressure. Like, she once made creme brulee with a lighter during a power outage." He pauses, considering, then gives the smallest, almost reluctant nod. "All right, tell her to come in." And, okay, I know it's not a grand romantic gesture. I know it's just staffing and logistics and his eternal need to plan 3 moves ahead. But he trusted me with his kitchen, with his team. And maybe I should be able to take it at face value and say thanks like a normal person. Instead, I blurt, "She also knows not to get her hair stuck on your shirt, so we're already ahead of the game." His mouth twitches. And if that's not the closest thing to a smile I'll get today, I'll eat B's entire lemon bar tray. I practically skip into the alley behind the marrow, towel still draped over my shoulder and hair a mess, pulling out my phone like it owes me rent. I scroll to her name, heart thumping with excitement. Gracie Lynn. Sweet, brilliant, quiet as a mouse Gracie, who once beat a room full of cocky culinary bros at a blind taste test in under 3 minutes, then apologized to them while doing it. I hit call. She picks up on the second ring. "Josie?" "Gracie!" I chirp way too loudly. "Hey, are you still looking for a job? Like a new move, a cool opportunity, maybe something with a view of mountains and an overly attractive but emotionally stunted boss?" I feel like that last part was specific. It was. She laughed softly. "I mean, yeah, I'm still looking. My temp gig just ended, and I was planning on scouring job boards tonight while making sad mac and cheese." "Well, cancel the craft and hold the existential dread because I have a place for you." "You sound way too excited for this to be normal." "Because it's perfect, Gracie. It's a brand new restaurant here in Silver Peak, the Marrow. It's gorgeous. Open kitchen, insanely cool menu, and actual foot traffic. And they need someone. Knox, he's the owner, asked me if I knew anyone, and I immediately thought of you." There's a pause. "You sure?" she asks. "I mean, I don't want to make things awkward for you if I'm not a fit." "Gracie," I say, pacing beside the dumpster like a hyped-up talent scout, "you could cook circles around anyone I've ever met. You're soft-spoken but deadly with a spatula. You're Nigella Lawson with a heart of gold. Come work with me, please." "Will I have to flirt with customers?" "Absolutely not. This is not a flirt for tips kind of place. Although I can't promise you won't get harassed by our local baker, Queen Bee. She gives unsolicited romantic advice and shortbread in equal measure. Gracie hums thoughtfully. Shortbread's fine. Romance I can dodge. That's the spirit. Another soft laugh. Okay, I'm in. When do I come in? I fist pump the air. I'll text you the address. Come tomorrow. Stay at the inn with me. Casual vibes. Bring your knives and your favorite apron. Maybe also, emotional armor if Knox is in one of his moods. Ugh, I keep mentioning him, don't I? I keep saying his name. I have to try and stop that. Great, she says deadpan. I'll pack extra.
Chapter 9. Knox. The clatter of crates and the scent of herbs hit me before I even round the corner into the back hallway. Gracie Lynn, I assume. She's half buried in a stack of Peak Provisions boxes, balancing 2 trays of fresh herbs with the precision of a surgeon and the expression of someone who's definitely apologized to inanimate objects before. Tiny, wide-eyed, and focused like a sniper, she doesn't notice me standing there until I clear my throat. She startles so hard she drops a bag of rosemary.
Oh, sorry.
She blurts, crouching to scoop it up like she's committed a felony against produce. I raise a brow but say nothing, stepping forward to take one of the heavier trays from her. She looks like a strong breeze could knock her into next week, and we're in the middle of a prep delivery zone that might as well be the kitchen's version of a highway. You Gracie? I ask.
Yes, that's me.
Her voice is soft, nervous. She's got that new kid in class energy that makes me want to look around for the mean girls.
Josie said I could come early to help unload. I hope that's okay.
More than okay. If she's happy to have you here, I am too, I say, nodding toward the back. Cold storage is prepped. You can stage those by the walk-in. Get yourself acquainted with the place. She brightens a little at that and disappears like she's memorized the floor plan already. Josie was right. Gracie moves like someone who's worked in real kitchens. No flailing, no fuss, just efficient, thoughtful motion. Not loud, not trying to prove anything, just working. Josie's got good taste, in flavors, in people. If I were the kind of man who let himself think beyond that, I'd probably have a lot more to say about what else Josie has good taste in, but I'm not, because I made it very clear that what's happening here is business only. I'm the one who said it. I'm the one who laid down the line like it's etched in granite. Still, that doesn't stop me from watching the way she moves in the kitchen like it's her own personal dance floor. She works fast, clean, precise, calls out orders with confidence, jokes with the line cooks, somehow keeps Gracie steady while also managing to make Queen Bee laugh loud enough to startle Dale Rucker in the next room. She's everywhere and nowhere all at once, just there, and I can't stop noticing. The day moves fast. Too fast. Lunch rush bleeds into early dinner. The kitchen is hot, loud, perfect. I smile. This is good. There's no press hounding me here. No agents. No calls from my former team or therapist reminding me to find purpose. No one waiting for me to mess up. No schedule packed with appearances I didn't ask for. Just food. Just the work. Just this. It's almost like I can breathe again. Josie passes by me with a basket of warm focaccia and a smudge of oil on her cheek. I watch her go, jaw tight. She doesn't look my way. Business only. Right. I need to keep my eyes to myself, that's all. The restaurant finally quiets. Chairs are stacked, lights low. The crew is gone, Gracie included, off to text Josie about sauce pairings or cat memes or whatever sweet, quiet chefs do after a long shift. I should leave too. Should head upstairs, shower, maybe read something boring until my brain shuts off. But the lights in the test kitchen are still on. And so is she. I find her standing at the counter, one sneaker kicked off, an apron hanging crooked from her neck, tasting sauce from a wooden spoon like it's the most serious work she's done all day. Her brow is furrowed in concentration, bottom lip tucked between her teeth, a smear of tomato across the back of her hand. She looks cute. Ugh, I hate that word. It's not useful, doesn't say anything tactical, but it's the only word I have when I look at her right now. Cute. I should walk away. Instead, I lean in the doorway like I'm not thinking about her mouth, like I'm not remembering how that mouth felt on mine. Need a second opinion? She startles slightly, then turns.
You? I thought you only tasted things when they were perfectly plated and photographed.
Funny, I deadpan, pushing off the doorframe. Let me guess, garlic base?
Yes.
She narrows her eyes, pointing her spoon at me.
But don't say too much garlic, because there's no such thing.
I swipe a clean spoon from the rack, dip it into the pot, and taste. I let it sit, just long enough to be annoying. Too much garlic, I say. She gasps.
You take that back.
Josie, this sauce is one vampire away from an exorcism.
You are garlic blind. That's a medical condition.
It's overpowering.
It's layered,
she argues, hands on her hips.
It's assertive.
It's aggressive.
Oh, come on. It's not a pit bull, it's a sauce.
And before I can volley back, she grabs a dish towel and flings it at my head with terrible aim and zero regret. I catch it easily. Our eyes lock. The moment hangs there charged and bright, like static before a lightning strike. She's still smiling, but it's softer now. Slower.
Thanks,
she says, nodding toward the towel. I don't hand it back. I hold it. Between us. Stupid, crumpled proof of something that's a lot like flirtation. You ever think maybe this is a bad idea? I ask quietly. She tilts her head.
What part?
This. I gesture vaguely between us, the towel still clutched in my hand. Working together after, well, everything. Her eyes don't flinch.
All the time.
We stand there for a beat too long. I should walk away. I really should. Instead, I set the towel down and step closer. Not touching, just near enough that her breath catches a little. She doesn't step back. She doesn't say a word. The air is thick between us now, laced with garlic and tension in an intensity way heavier than sauce. Josie blinks up at me, eyes wide, mouth slightly parted like she's about to speak, but she doesn't. My hand brushes hers. She flinches, not away, but closer, barely, like her body's betraying her better judgment. I reach past her, slow, careful, grabbing the spoon again. Our fingers graze. Her breath stutters. I taste the sauce one more time. No comment this time, just a distraction, an excuse to stay this close. "Still layered," I murmur. Her lips twitch into a ghost of a smile. "Still aggressive," I add, voice lower now. She swallows hard, eyes flicking from my mouth to my eyes and back again. And that's when I do it. I lean in just a breath. Our lips brush. Not a kiss. Not yet. Just contact. Static heat and a pause so thick it could split atoms. She doesn't move. Neither do I. Then her eyelids flutter shut. And that's it. The dam breaks. I crash into her, mouth on hers, hands on her hips, pulling her in like I've waited lifetimes. She meets me with equal heat, one hand twisting in my shirt, the other fisting into my hair. It's not gentle, it's not polite, it's desperate, hungry, the kind of kiss that answers questions and sparks 1,000 more. She tastes like fire and salt, like everything I shouldn't want but do. I press her back against the counter and she arches up into me, reckless and warm and utterly unforgettable. It's not just chemistry anymore. It's need, desire, a want that's bigger than both of us. When we finally pull apart, we're both breathing hard. Her lips are red, her cheeks flushed. She stares at me like I flipped her world upside down.
"So much for business only,"
she whispers, voice unsteady. I shake my head slowly, still too close. "Yeah, screw business." And then I kiss her again, harder this time, because now there's no going back.
Chapter 10. Josie. The second his lips brush mine, it's like my heart detonates. A quiet fuse that's been hissing under the surface all day, finally surrendering to the spark. It's not a kiss, not right away. It's a promise, a threat, a tease of the chaos he's about to unleash. And then it is a kiss. Fierce and hungry, tongue sliding against mine, lips claiming like he owns the air I breathe. Nothing soft, nothing careful. I gasp into it, but he doesn't give me a second to catch up. His mouth slams down over mine again, rough and insistent, stealing every thought I have left. My knees buckle. My spine arches into him like my body already knows he's the only thing holding me upright. His hands are everywhere, gripping my waist, palming my ass, sliding under the hem of my shirt to find bare skin. He drags one hand up my back, the other burying in my hair and fisting tight like he's afraid I might vanish if he lets go. Knox. I pant his name like a prayer I forgot I knew. He groans low in his throat, pure need vibrating out of him. One hand grips my jaw, tilting my face to kiss me deeper, harder, while the other grabs my hip, dragging me flush against him. And damn, he's already hard, thick and straining against his jeans, pressing right where I need him. The prep kitchen disappears, just stainless steel and spice and the heat of his body pressed to mine. "Tell me to stop," he growls into my mouth, voice shredded with restraint. But I don't. I won't. Instead, I grab the front of his shirt and yank, frustrated that it's still between us. He strips it off in one fluid motion, and I stare, shameless and starving. He's broad and inked and built like temptation incarnate, like someone designed him to ruin me on sight. And then his hands are back, tugging at the tie of my apron, pushing it aside. My shirt comes next, pulled up over my head, and then his fingers are at the waistband of my pants. I shiver as he drags them down, underwear and all, bearing me to the cool kitchen air and his blazing gaze. He leans in again, and I manage to scramble up onto the counter without breaking the kiss, legs spreading instinctively to make room for him. My hands tangle in his hair, tugging him close, needing more. All of him. His mouth trails fire down my throat, pausing at the hollow of my collarbones, then lower. "You taste like tomatoes," he says against my skin, smirking. I laugh, breathless. "You complaining?" "Not a fucking chance." Then he drops to his knees, right there in the middle of the kitchen. My breath catches. He kisses up the inside of my thigh, slow and sinful, watching me the whole time. Tension builds in my gut as he takes his time, teasing his way closer to my aching center. I grip the counter behind me, knuckles white, as he licks a single, devastating line up my slit, tongue flattening at the end to flick my clit. My whole body jerks. "Holy shit!" I gasp, thighs trembling around his head. He groans against me, like the taste alone is driving him insane. Then he does it again and again, licking, teasing, sucking in rhythm until my hips are grinding against his mouth, chasing every flick of his tongue. "Knox!" I cry out when he slides 2 fingers inside me, curling them just right as his mouth works me in tandem. My head falls back, spine arching, every nerve singing. "You gonna come for me, baby?" he murmurs, voice wrecked, fingers still thrusting deep. "Wanna feel you fall apart." And then he gives it to me. Full pressure, unrelenting, his tongue flicking my clit with ruthless force, sucking and licking and owning me until that tightly coiled pressure inside me snaps. I come with a cry, loud and raw, back bowing off the counter, thighs clamping around his head. My fingers yank hard in his hair, holding him there, needing him there as the orgasm crashes through me, fierce and wild. But he doesn't stop. He keeps going, licking through every pulse and twitch, fingers still sliding in and out, drawing it out until I'm shaking all over, a breathless, gasping mess, skin flushed and drenched in heat. Only when I'm reduced to trembling limbs and broken moans does he finally rise, mouth glistening, eyes dark and wild with want. And he smiles. He kisses his way back up my body, slowly, lips dragging heat over every inch of skin. He lingers at my stomach, my ribs, the soft swell of my breasts, tasting, teasing, making sure I feel every second of it. But I can't stay still. My hands, still shaky, roam down his chest, tracing the hard lines of muscle, the ink that winds like temptation across his skin. Lower, past the ridges of his abs, until I reach the waistband of his jeans. He groans the second I touch him there, my palm pressing over the thick length straining against denim. "Josie," he breathes, voice wrecked. "I need to feel you," I whisper, fingers fumbling with the button, then the zipper, driven by a hunger that feels bigger than both of us. He helps me, barely, just enough to shove his jeans and boxers down far enough for his cock to spring free, flushed and thick and already slick at the tip. Damn, he's beautiful. I wrap my hand around him, and he hisses through his teeth, hips jerking forward like he's been waiting for this as badly as I have. He's hot in my hand, heavy, the skin like velvet over steel, pulsing with need. "You've been torturing me," I murmur, stroking him slow, watching the way his breath catches, the way his jaw locks. He growls low, hips thrusting into my grip. That makes two of us. I tighten my hold, dragging my thumb over the head just to watch his eyes flutter shut. He's undone, completely. And I did that. A rush of power floods me. He's always been in control, always so steady. But here, now, he's unraveling for me. I stroke him again, slow at first, savoring the weight of him in my hand, the way he responds to every movement, every squeeze, every twist of my wrist, every pass of my thumb over that slick crown. Fuck, Josie, he groans, bracing a hand against the counter, his body taut with restraint. You're gonna kill me, but first I need to fuck you. My hand falls away, because fucking hell, I need that too. By the time his mouth is back on mine, I'm wrecked, boneless, floating somewhere between bliss and madness. But I kiss him like I'm still on fire, grasping, greedy, desperate for more. I want to feel him, all of him, inside me, against me. I want to drown in this. Even if it isn't the best idea. His mouth slants over mine again, deeper this time, darker. I can taste myself on his lips, hot, slick, a little wild. No rush, he murmurs, voice low and rough, threaded with pure sin. I'm not done with you yet. The words hit like a live wire, sizzling through my blood. He straightens, still panting, and glances around the kitchen. His gaze shifts, heat giving way to something even more dangerous. Curiosity. Intention. He scans the counter like he's hunting. Stay there, he says, and the command in his voice sends a fresh pulse straight between my legs. I don't move. Can't. I watch him stride over to the drawers like he owns me, and when he turns around holding a pastry brush, I blink. My brows lift. You're not about to baste me like a roast chicken, are you? His grin is pure sin, slow and wicked. Not unless you ask nicely. He dips the brush into a small ramekin on the counter. Honey, I think, warm and golden, probably something we were going to glaze the pecan tart with, and my mouth goes dry. Then he comes back to me, stepping between my open thighs, brush in hand, eyes locked on mine like I'm the dessert now. Trust me, he asks, voice pitched low, intimate. I nod. I don't even think. The first stroke is barely there, a light, sensual glide of the warm brush just below my collarbone, sticky and sweet and unexpected. I shiver. And then his mouth is on me again, tongue lapping it away with a low groan like he's savoring it. Fuck, you taste better than anything I've ever made, he mutters against my skin. Then another line, lower this time, between my breasts. He paints teasingly, watching the trail bead and drip just slightly before he bends to lick it clean. I gasp, arching into him, every part of me strung tight with need. He brushes again over the swell of my breast this time, right above the nipple. And when he licks it off, his mouth lingers, lips dragging over sensitive skin before sucking the peak into his mouth, hot and wet. I moan, loud and breathless, hips shifting against the counter. More? He murmurs, voice hoarse and wrecked, the brush poised again in his hand like a paintbrush over canvas. Yes, I whisper, fuck yes. He paints a line down my stomach, slow and hot, watching my body react. My muscles flutter under the sensation. And then, lower. He meets my eyes as he dips the brush between my thighs, the bristles warm and slick as they stroke over swollen, sensitive flesh. I suck in a breath so hard it feels like it might break me. He watches every second, how I shake, how I spread wider for him without thinking, how wet I already am. And then his mouth replaces the brush. He licks the honey from my pussy like it's the finest thing he's ever tasted, slow and filthy and relentless. His tongue slides through me, swirling over my clit, then back down to fuck me with long, languid strokes. The counter is digging into my spine, but I don't care. I'm too far gone, a moaning, trembling mess under his mouth. Fuck, Knox. I'm gasping again, chest heaving, hips rolling on the cool steel countertop as he drags me through sensation after sensation. The contrast of his warm tongue and the soft flick of the brush, sometimes feather-light, sometimes firm, is maddening. He alternates between pleasure and torment, between sweetness and heat, until I'm panting, moaning, pushing against the edge of sanity. Every stroke of the brush makes me twitch. Every swipe of his tongue feels like he's rewiring my nerves. And right when I think I can't take another second without him inside me, he changes the game. He straightens, eyes molten and mouth slick, then reaches behind him to grab something from the table. One of the silk ribbons we use to tie off napkins for events, deep crimson, soft and satiny. My breath catches as he circles behind me. "Hands," he murmurs. I offer them without hesitation. He loops the ribbon around my wrists, binding them gently but firmly behind my back. There's tension enough to make me arch, to lift my breasts and leave me exposed and breathless. "Comfortable?" he asks, his voice thick with anticipation. "I think so," I pant. He laughs, that low, wicked rumble that vibrates right down to where I'm aching. It's not fair. The way that sound alone can make my body clench, pulse, need. Then he's in front of me again, pushing one of my legs up and over his shoulder like I weigh nothing, opening me further, taking his time. His fingers graze the inside of my thigh, making me tremble. But what replaces the brush isn't his fingers. It's colder, harder. A chilled metal measuring spoon taken from the drawer only moments before. I hiss through my teeth as he drags it along the sensitive skin of my inner thigh. Goosebumps rise instantly. "You and your tools," I manage to whisper, voice barely holding together. He looks up, eyes gleaming. "You're the one who built the playground," he growls. "I'm just getting creative." The spoon slides higher, higher. Then finally he runs the cool steel right over my soaked center. I jolt, gasping, hips jerking against the pressure. He does it again, slower this time, watching me unravel. Then he dips it lower, using the curved edge to part me gently, exposing me fully before he leans in and replaces the cold metal with the hot, slick glide of his tongue. I nearly scream. The contrast is unbearable in the best way. The chill lingering in my skin, the heat of his mouth, the firm press of his tongue as he laps at me with slow, devastating precision. It's not just sex, it's worship. Then come the ice cubes. He takes one from a bowl meant for chilling wine and drags it from my navel to the crease of my thigh. Melting drops trace down over my pelvis and drip onto my clit, making me jerk, cry out. "Knox," I beg. I don't even know what I'm asking for anymore. Just more. "Shh," he murmurs, placing a hot, open-mouthed kiss right below my belly button. "I'm not finished." His hands know when to coax and when to claim. His fingers slide inside me while his mouth returns to my clit, sucking gently, tongue flicking in rhythm with his strokes. It builds fast. Again. Please. He doesn't stop. He keeps pushing, drawing sounds from me that I've never made before. Pleasure coils tighter and tighter until I'm breaking open all over again, trembling and moaning his name like a prayer, like a curse, like I belong to him. And maybe I do. But he's not done, not even close. Before the aftershocks have even faded, he pulls me off the counter, spins me around, and bends me over the prep table. My hands are still bound, and the helplessness only fuels the fire. He props one of my legs up on a stool, spreading me open again, lining himself up. "Ready?" he rasps. I nod. "Please." He thrusts into me in one smooth, devastating motion, filling me so deeply I cry out. The stretch, the heat, the sound of skin on skin, it's overwhelming. He moves with purpose, power, each thrust deep, slamming into me with precision that borders on ruthless. But it's not just rough, it's right. Like he knows the shape of my body, the tempo of my breath, the way I need to be taken apart and put back together. "Shit, you feel so good," he grits out, voice ragged as he drives into me harder, faster. I brace against the table, moaning, arching, pushing back to meet him. The angle is perfect, hitting every nerve, making me burn from the inside out. When I come again, it's fierce, loud, wrecked with pleasure, so mind-blowing I see stars behind my eyes. And he follows with a broken groan, spilling into me, his grip bruising on my hips, his whole body shuddering behind me. It's loud, messy, ferocious. After, he pulls me against him, both of us still trembling. His breath is ragged, chest rising and falling beneath my cheek, sticky with sweat and honey. But I feel it anyway. Connection. Like my insides have shifted, or cracked open and invited him in. "You okay?" he murmurs into my hair, his voice low and spent, like it costs him everything to speak. "Yeah," I whisper, eyes fluttering shut as I rest against him. "But we're definitely going to have to buy new equipment." He laughs, deep and golden and utterly wrecked. "Deal." And then, before I can catch a full breath, his lips are on mine again, all heat and hunger, and the kind of rough tenderness that steals thought. My hands are still bound behind me, wrists snug in the silk ribbon, but I don't care. I lean into the kiss, breathless, straining for more. The power shift is electric. He broke me open, and somehow I'm the one holding him now. I've never felt more alive than I do under his hands, pinned and kissed like I'm oxygen. "You don't even know what you do to me," he growls against my mouth, teeth scraping just enough to make my pulse spike. "Then show me," I whisper, arching my back, pressing my hips into his. He pulls back slightly, just enough to look down at me. His pupils are blown wide, jaw tense, chest still heaving. The want in his expression is wild, unfiltered. Then his eyes flick to the side, and he spots it. A rubber spatula on the counter. His lips curve into a grin that should come with a warning label. "Oh, you're gonna love this," he mutters, grabbing it. I blink, laughing breathlessly. "You're not serious." "Oh, I'm very serious." He circles behind me, his presence wrapping around me like a storm front. He places one large palm between my shoulder blades and gently presses, bending me back over the prep table. My cheek meets the cool metal, the contrast sparking across overheated skin. "Knox," I murmur, half warning, half invitation. Smack! The spatula lands across my ass in a shocking, stinging slap that makes me jolt and gasp. Not painful, not cruel, but enough to send a shock of heat straight between my thighs. "You did not just smack!" Again, the sound echoes wicked and delicious. "Consider it feedback," he says, voice smug and teasing. 5 stars. Would devour again. I laugh, breathless and completely undone, my whole body buzzing. I'm high on him, high on the way he takes control and gives it back in the same breath, on how he's wrecked me, and yet I've never felt stronger. "I hate you," I lie. "No, you don't," he murmurs behind me. Then softer, rawer. "You like this just as much as I do." The words hit harder than the spatula. They steal the air from my lungs. I twist my head to look at him, eyes wide. His face is close, flushed, his mouth parted like he didn't mean to say it, but now that it's out there, he's not taking it back. "Knox." His hands move, sliding over the curve of my ass, gentle now, kneading, apologetic, worshipful. "I can't focus when you're around," he says roughly. "I can't do business as usual when all I can think about is you." My chest clenches. My heart thuds, hard and unsteady. I twist farther, trying to reach him, and he leans in. One hand unknots the ribbon, letting my wrists fall free. The next moment, I'm in his arms, pulled upright, dragged against his chest like he needs the contact like air. His mouth crashes into mine, raw and desperate, just as I feel. Our bodies are slick and trembling. We cling like we'll break apart otherwise. This isn't just lust anymore. It's deeper, hungrier. And when he takes me again, it's different. Slower, fiercer, deeper. He sinks into me with a groan that sounds like surrender. His forehead presses to mine, our fingers twine together, his grip tight, grounding. My breath catches at the way he moves, dragging moans from my throat with every slow, consuming thrust. "I feel you everywhere," he rasps, voice wrecked. "I want you everywhere," I gasp, meeting him with everything I have left. He lifts me without faltering, like I weigh nothing. My legs wrap around his waist instinctively. He carries me across the kitchen, never breaking rhythm, until my back hits the walk-in fridge door. It's cold. We're not. He presses into me, thrusting deep and hard, mouth on my neck, one hand cradling the back of my head like I'm breakable, like I matter. Every movement is laced with meaning. It's not just sex anymore. When we come, it's loud, messy, guttural. A beautiful shared undoing that shakes the air around us. His name tumbles from my lips over and over like it belongs there. And in the aftermath, in the quiet, sticky warmth of our entangled limbs and tangled hearts, one thought echoes through me. Holy shit. I'm in trouble, aren't I?
Chapter 11. Knox. There are worse places to face your demons than a private chalet perched on a mountainside. I stand waist-deep in an icy plunge pool, the kind of cold that bites through skin and memory. Steam curls off me like smoke as the sun claws its way over the Rockies. I focus on my breathing. Slow, steady, pranayama. Discomfort isn't danger, I mutter. I don't know if Robbins said it or Wim Hof, but either way, it sounds dumb when my balls are threatening to relocate to my lungs. 60 seconds. Done. I haul myself out, water streaming off my chest, and grab the towel waiting on the stone ledge. My muscles scream in protest, but that's the point. The pain makes me sharp, focused, alive. Inside, the chalet is warm, all clean lines and rich wood, glass walls that make the outside seem like it's pressing in. It's quiet, safe, my kind of fortress. By 5, I've downed my morning matcha smoothie, kale, chia, collagen, and whatever other green shit Nova preps for me, and then I'm deep into my strength circuit in the gym downstairs. The weights are cold, heavy, familiar. No surprises here. I've got a full setup at home, but sometimes I train at the Iron Core gym in town, mostly when Ellen is training. Ex-Marine keeps his head down, doesn't ask questions. I like that. We don't talk, we just lift. Bro therapy without the awkward emotions. I rack the bar and check the time. Still too early to deal with what I really don't want to think about. Josie. Last night wasn't just business, no matter how hard I try to spin it. I told her it had to stay professional, that I was her boss, that we couldn't let it happen again. But then I went and made it happen again myself. And now I don't know what to do about it. This is too messy, too unprofessional, but I can't stay away. Because the truth is, I already think about her too much. And that's the problem. I've been sober for 2 years, built this new life with discipline and ritual because without it I would fall apart. The old me, he partied hard, loved recklessly, and left destruction in his wake. That guy doesn't get to come back. Now I do the work. I meditate. I journal. I listen to mindset podcasts and read Stoicism before bed. I do yoga. I take cold plunges for clarity and meal prep like it's a religion. I'm practically a monk. A really grumpy, jaded, heavily tattooed monk who still swears too much and hates being vulnerable. The irony isn't lost on me. Somewhere between Tony Robbins and 1,000 therapy sessions, I turned into the kind of guy who preaches about purpose and still grumbles his way through gratitude. But none of that changes the way I felt last night. None of that makes Josie less of a problem. And right now, I don't need another problem. What I need is coffee, a plan, and a hell of a lot of distance between me and the girl who's starting to feel like home. I've decided to start leading morning strength classes for the kitchen crew. Not because I have extra time or enjoy group workouts, I don't, but because the idea won't leave me alone. Physical strength builds mental resilience. I believe that down to my bones. The kitchen's a battlefield. You can't lead with shaky hands and a tired mind. It took a little convincing. I pitched it as team conditioning, kept the pitch short, and promised coffee after. Bribed West with protein shakes, dared Tony to outplank me, told Nova would give her the arms she's always wanted. I also think some of them like the idea of being trained by an ex-NFL player. I don't mind. Whatever it takes, I think it's a good idea. Plus, it keeps me focused on anything other than her. So here we are, 6 a.m. on the dot. The gym space above the marrow smells like rubber mats, stale sweat, and determination. Most of the regulars have shown up. Wes, my sous chef who secretly likes kettlebells more than baking, and Tony, who works pantry but trains like she's prepping for a Spartan race. Then there's Gracie, red-faced but quietly fierce in the corner, lifting with the kind of silent intensity that makes me respect the hell out of her. We're halfway through warm-ups when the door swings open, and in walks Josie. Late, which isn't like her. On time for work, but not for this. Interesting. She's wearing a slouchy hoodie with a cartoon ghost in the front and leggings patterned with tiny donuts. Her hair's in a messy ponytail, and she's got that look on her face. Eyebrows lifted like, what the hell is this, and how did I end up here? I swear my pulse spikes like I've been hit with a defibrillator. Nice of you to join us, I say, careful to keep my voice dry, calm, not at all affected. She shrugs, strolling in like it's a brunch date and not a 6 a.m. grind.
Relax, Coach. I'm only here to observe. Document the chaos. Maybe take notes on how much pain Wes is in.
Wes flips her off. She grins, and I'm already in trouble. Because my body reacts before I can stop it. Heat flares low in my gut, intense and fast like it always does around her. Doesn't matter that I've just crushed 200 pounds on the bar. She walks in and suddenly I'm off balance, breath caught somewhere between a laugh and a curse. I try to ignore it, run them through the warm-ups, keep my eyes on the clock, the form, the rhythm, but she steps onto the mat anyway. 15 minutes later, Josie's down in a plank, hair sticking to her neck, cheeks flushed, muttering something that sounds suspiciously like, I swear if he makes us do another burpee, I'm launching a full-scale kitchen mutiny. Talking burns extra calories, I say, biting the inside of my cheek to keep from smiling. She flips me off without lifting her head, and damn if I'm not lighter these days. Because she's keeping up. No, she's thriving. Her form's rough, sure, but she doesn't quit. She glares through push-ups like they've personally insulted her, groans through jump squats like she's summoning a demon, but she doesn't stop. When the last round ends, the crew collapses onto the floor, panting. Josie rolls to her back and stretches her arms out like she's about to be airlifted.
I hope you realize, she gasps, if I die from this, my ghost is going to haunt your protein powder.
I chuckle before I can stop myself. Just a low rumble in my chest, but it's real. God help me. She's chaos in donut leggings, and somehow she keeps finding ways to get under my skin, deeper than anyone ever has. And again, she amazes me. Not just because she kept up, not just because she did it with zero prep, questionable footwear, and a running commentary of complaints, but because she did it with heart, real grit, the kind you can't teach. After the class, I stay behind to wipe down equipment, give a few form tips, and make sure no one's passed out behind the squat rack. Josie lingers near the water cooler, towel draped around her neck, sipping from a bright purple bottle that says "Bite Me" in sparkly lettering. I should walk away. I should. Instead, I walk over to her like I don't already spend every waking moment trying not to look at her lips. You kept up, I say, folding my arms across my chest. Didn't think you would. She lifts one brow, breath still a little short.
What, because I'm late and cute and allergic to seriousness?
Something like that. She takes another sip, eyes narrowing like she sees more than I want her to.
Well, joke's on you, Coach Knightley. I'm made of spite and stubbornness. You put me in a room and tell me I can't hang, I will hang. I'll hang till I pass out and take someone down with me.
I almost laugh again, but her tone shifts slightly. Light, teasing, but probing.
And here I thought you didn't believe in mixing business and pleasure,
she says, tilting her head just enough to make it feel like a dare. I pause. The air tightens between us, thickens. There's a tension I can't shake, a weight that sits between us like it's waiting for me to either step forward or bolt. She's testing me, and for a second I let myself settle into her goading. My eyes drift over her face, flushed cheeks, damp hair sticking to her jaw, a spark in her expression that says she knows exactly what she's doing. And I'm wrecked. No one gets under my skin like this. No one's gotten this close in years. And now that the gossip has died down, it doesn't seem like anyone is watching anymore. I don't mean to say it, don't plan it, but the words fall out before I can stop them. You want to come by my place after work? Josie blinks, then her lips curve into a slow, knowing smile.
Wow, was that an invitation, Knightley?
I run a hand through my hair. Yeah, drinks. I've got this new alcohol-free bourbon that actually tastes like something besides regret. She hums like she's pretending to think about it.
Drinks with the boss at his house. What could possibly go wrong?
Plenty, I mutter, but the view's decent. And just like that, she nods.
All right, why not? Lead trainer by morning, host by night. Very Tony Robbins of you.
I snort, shaking my head. Yeah, well, don't think I'm going to start smiling or anything.
Oh, I wouldn't dare.
She teases, walking backward toward the locker room, towel flung over her shoulder like a cape.
You've got the soul of a disgruntled walrus.
She winks and walks away, stirring everything up. Now I've got a whole day ahead of me, a kitchen to run, a restaurant to manage, and 1,000 chances to talk myself out of this thing that's barreling forward like a train I can't stop. But she'll be at my place tonight, and that thought alone is enough to make the day feel dangerous and alive.
Chapter 12. Josie. I'm limping. Actually limping. My quads are staging a full-on protest. My arms might as well be overcooked noodles, and I'm pretty sure I strained something important in my soul. All thanks to Knox No Mercy Nightly and his 6 a.m. death march disguised as a strength class. Weighted lunges before sunrise? Who enjoys that? Sadists, that's who. By the time I drag myself into the Marrow's kitchen, I've sworn a blood oath against burpees, deadlifts, and whatever kind of twisted planking circus he made us do. But despite the soreness, and, okay, maybe because of it, I feel weirdly good, energized, focused, like I proved myself, or maybe just didn't completely die. Either way, it counts. And then there's him. Knox is everywhere, not just present, everywhere. elbows deep in prep with his sleeves shoved past his forearms, stalking from station to station with that scowl carved into his face like it was chiseled there at birth. And somehow, every time I look up, he's already looking away, or worse, still looking. We don't flirt. Not technically. But then his shoulder brushes mine as I reach for the sauté pan, and neither of us moves right away. There's a beat, half a second maybe, where I swear I sense him breathe. "Careful," he says, voice low, almost rough. "Pan's hot." "So am I shoot back, just to mess with him. The corner of his mouth twitches, almost a smile. Almost. Then it's gone, vanished, like it embarrassed him by showing up uninvited. Still, the air between us stretches thinner every time our eyes meet, like delicate feelings being pulled tight and tighter, and if we're not careful, it'll snap. He's trying. I can see it in the way he keeps his hands busy, and how quickly he looks away when Gracie floats by, humming along to whatever's in her earbuds. The second she's gone, though, he shifts closer again, like gravity doesn't care about professionalism, like proximity is a reflex. I bump his hip with mine. If you're gonna hover, at least pretend to be helpful. "I'm supervising," he mutters, reaching for a spoon that I'm pretty sure he doesn't need. "Can't let the sous chef get cocky." "Oh, honey," I say, sweet as sugar. I was cocky before I got hired. But before either of us can lean into it, Nova storms past with a tray of microgreens and a death glare. Knox straightens like he's been caught doing something criminal. He takes 2 full steps back and mutters something about stock rotation before disappearing toward the walk-in. Spoiler, it's not working. I'm not freaking out. Okay, I am, but quietly, internally, loudly, whatever. I somehow make it through service without burning a single dish or announcing to the staff that I've been personally invited to an ex-NFL billionaire's lair for post-work non-alcoholic bourbon and probably some emotionally confusing vibes. No big deal. Except it's a huge deal. And as I head out of the kitchen to change, I swear his gaze follows me, hot, heavy, curious. Yeah, tonight's going to be a problem, and I can't wait. By the time I park in Knox's driveway again, my nerves are bouncing like popcorn in a hot pan. I've been here before. I know what to expect. And still, this place hits like a cinematic gut punch. The winding road through the pines, the chalet straight out of an elite Aspen brochure, all glass and stone and quiet dominance. It's the kind of place that dares you to feel unimpressive. I guess it's just hitting me that he owns this gorgeous place. It isn't just some vacation rental. That's wild. My beat-up Subaru looks like it needs therapy parked next to his matte black Range Rover. I clutch my tote bag a little tighter. Deep breath. It's just Knox. Just Knox and his broody mountain lair, and the fact that I cannot seem to keep my heartbeat normal around him. He opens the front door before I even knock, barefoot in joggers and a fitted long sleeve that makes me forget basic math. His hair is tousled like he's been running his hands through it for hours. He looks unfair, casual and devastating. "You're here," he says, low and almost surprised, like he thought I might ghost. "I'm a glutton for punishment," I reply, breezing past him like I'm cooler than I feel. That earns me a smirk, a real one. It hits like warm whiskey and settles somewhere behind my ribs. "You really do live like a retired Bond villain," I mutter, scanning the space as I step inside, accepting it as his. Is there a secret escape tunnel or just the cold plunge? Plunge is faster. My eyes drift to the massive gourmet kitchen. I point. I swear, if that counter's been custom heightened to your wingspan, I'm going to scream. It has. Before I can fire back, a happy thump of paws echoes from around the corner, followed by the sound of claws skittering across the hardwood. Then he appears. Tuck, full of joy and fluff, lumbers into the room like he owns it, tongue lolling, tail wagging like a metronome on double time. He makes a beeline for me and presses his head into my leg like we're best friends who haven't seen each other in years. "Hey, buddy," I laugh, kneeling to scratch behind his ears. "You remember me." He responds by flopping dramatically onto his side, offering his belly like some kind of bribe. "He does that to everyone," Knox laughs. "He's a shameless flirt," I say, smiling despite myself. I respect it. Tuck lets out a deep, satisfied sigh as I rub his chest. "Drink?" he offers, already moving toward the bar. "Please." He pours an amber sparkling liquid into 2 lowball glasses, non-alcoholic like always. He's sober, and apparently I am too, at least around him. Peer pressure never looked this good. I settle onto the ridiculously plush leather couch while he drops into the armchair across from me, all long limbs and quiet power. For a second, it's just us. Fire crackling, silent stretching, the air thick with what we haven't said. "You didn't think I'd actually come," I say, trying to keep my voice light. His eyes flick to mine. "Didn't want to hope." And just like that, my chest flutters. Because under all that control, beneath the muscle and the discipline and the cold steel persona, is a man who still thinks hope might be too much to ask. And that's the kind of dangerous that could crash me back to earth with a crude thump. Because the more I see past the armor, the more I want to stay. I take another sip, letting the liquid slide through me. It's rich and smoky, with just enough of an aftertaste to make me feel like I'm doing something vaguely rebellious. "So," I say, swirling the drink in my glass, "do all former football legends end up in luxury mountaintop retreats? Or is this your version of early retirement?" Knox leans back in his chair, one arm draped casually over the armrest. "I think most of them end up in Florida. Golf carts, bad shorts, HOA meetings." I snort. You'd last about 5 minutes in a gated community before being banned for brooding too loudly. He raises an eyebrow. "Brooding?" I gesture vaguely at him. "You've got a whole mood going. Very wilderness monk meets Michelin star." That gets the corner of his mouth to twitch again. "You forgot emotionally unavailable." "Oh, I assumed that was implied," I shoot back. He laughs, a real one, low and rough and entirely unfair to my nervous system. "You always like this?" Charming? Yes. A little mouthy? Also yes. But I've been known to scale it back for, I don't know, royalty or tax auditors. He nods solemnly. "Good, because I have the IRS coming by later." I grin, leaning back into the couch like I belong there, like this isn't the most surreal Thursday night of my life. Outside, the sky's gone full indigo. Stars spill over the treetops, the fire crackles softly between us, and the scent of pine smoke curls through the air like a lullaby. He watches me for a second, then lifts his glass. "So, what about you?" he asks. "I'm sure you didn't mention that you live here when I first met you." I chuckle. "Yeah, just like you made out you were passing through." He cocks a knowing eyebrow. "Touché." I shrug, considering. Honestly, I love it here. Even when I went to Chicago for culinary school, I knew I'd want to come back. Knox tilts his head. "You love your hometown, then?" "I do," I admit. I have my family here, my mom, my sister. There's a pause. That's really nice. Knox goes quiet for a second. Not the awkward kind, just still. Like he's weighing everything behind those glacier eyes of his. I give him space, take another slow sip, wait. Then he says, "My family's not really in the picture anymore." Soft, simple, but there's weight behind it, like it's not the first time he's said it, but it still costs him. I glance at him, trying not to pry, but also not letting it float away. Not in the picture, like out of state or out of orbit. A flicker of amusement, then gone. My dad bounced when I was a kid. Mom did her best, but she was dealing with her own stuff. Addiction, mostly. She got clean when I was already out of the house and signed with Michigan. We talk now, sometimes, but it's light. Holiday cards, a few texts. "I'm sorry," I say quietly. He shrugs like it doesn't matter, but it's the kind of shrug that means it absolutely does. "It's fine. Football was my family for a long time. Coaches, teammates, agents, even the rivals. It was loud and structured and made sense. You knew where to be, what to do, who had your back." And then his eyes dropped to his glass. Then my knee exploded. There's a short silence, not heavy, just waiting. I saw something about this online, but I honestly don't know anything. "I remember it like it's in slow motion," he says, voice lower now. "Final quarter, big game. I planted wrong. Felt the pop before I hit the ground. Knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was over." "You thought you'd come back," I say, not a question. "Yeah." He lets out a breathy laugh that isn't really a laugh. "Rehab, surgery, more rehab. I was so sure. I had the best trainers, the best care. I worked harder in that year than I had in my entire life, but my body was done, and I didn't know how to be anything else." I set my drink down, suddenly not so interested in the warmth anymore. That must have been brutal. He nods, jaw tightening slightly. "It was like someone ripped out the blueprint. I'd been building everything around that one identity. Knox Knightley, the machine, the winner, the guy who pushed through. And when I couldn't push through anymore..." He trails off, and I wait. "When I couldn't even run without pain, let alone play, I spiraled. Hard." I don't say anything. I let him have the silence. Ended up in LA for a while. Drank too much, fought too much, pissed off nearly everyone who cared. Then one night I found myself sitting outside a soup kitchen in the rain, hungover, smelling like bourbon and failure, thinking about how easy it would be to just disappear. My heart clenches. I hate that image. Him alone and wrecked and unraveling. "What happened?" I ask, almost whispering. He exhales slowly. "Someone handed me a cup of coffee. Real simple. No sermon, no judgment. Just this one guy volunteering who looked me in the eye and said, 'You want breakfast, or do you want to help make it?'" His lips quirk, like the memory still stings a little. "What did you say?" "I said I didn't know how to cook." He looks over at me, then finally, the barest ghost of a smile on his face. "And he said, then, I guess you'll learn." Wow. He smiles a little. Turns out the guy was an elite French chef, the real deal. Said if I could handle a locker room, I could handle a kitchen. I ended up training with him for over a year. I lean forward, elbows on my knees now, mirroring him without thinking. "You trained? Like, actually trained?" "Every day." 4 a.m. call times, knife skills till my fingers bled. He didn't care about my past, just the plate. There's a kind of intensity in his voice when he says it, like it saved him. Maybe it did. And the shelters? I ask gently. Did you continue to help with them? Oh, yeah. Dr. Theo Jameson, who I used to work with when I played, helped me expand that. He runs an outreach program for former athletes who are rebuilding. I cooked in those downtown shelters for a while as well. Started as part of the program. Stayed because it felt real. I blink, taking that in. You really have been through a lot. Yeah, he says, eyes flicking to mine. One of the first dishes I put on the Marrow's menu came from there. We made it with donated ingredients. Tried to give people something warm and delicious to eat during some of the most difficult times of their lives. And suddenly it clicks. The beet risotto, I whisper. He looks up, surprised. Yeah, how did you guess? I nod. It's mine now on the rotation. I knew it felt personal. He smiles, and this one doesn't vanish. It stays, settles in like it belongs. There's a moment, thick and real, stretching out between us. You're not what I expected, I say, voice barely above a breath. Knox leans back, his expression softening in a way that makes my pulse skip. Neither are you.
Chapter 13. Knox. I'm so glad I suggested we get in the hot tub, especially seeing Josie like this. Knees drawn up slightly, bare shoulders glistening under the softness of the deck lights. Steam curls around her, catching in her hair like it belongs there, like she belongs here, curled into the corner of my hot tub, her eyes on mine, her fingers resting lightly on the edge between us. She looks so at ease, so comfortable in a space I've never let anyone share. And somehow, she makes it feel like she's always been part of it. I'm not used to this. Not the quiet, not the hum of the jets, the warmth of the water, not the way Josie Dawson can sit 3 feet away from me, nearly naked, and still make me feel like this is the most intimate I've ever been with another person. My fingers flex along the side of the tub. I clear my throat. Something's stuck there. So, you really like the risotto? She turns her head toward me, wet lashes catching the light.
Of course I do. It's beautiful. Feels like a hug and a second chance all in one bowl. Now I know the backstory, it's even better.
My chest tightens. She says shit like that, simple and soft, and it lands like a sledgehammer. She doesn't even flinch when she does it. Maybe she doesn't realize what her words do to me. Or maybe she does, and she says them anyway. I drag my gaze over her, take her in, knees brushing mine beneath the surface, collarbones bare, hair pulled back haphazardly, like she didn't mean to look this good, but damn, she does. The firelight from the built-in stone pit flickers across her skin. Do you always talk like that? I ask, voice lower than I mean. Like you're writing poetry by accident? She lifts a shoulder in a little shrug, but her cheeks flush a shade darker than the wine she poured earlier.
Only when I feel something.
My pulse trips. Are you feeling something now? She doesn't answer right away. Her lips part, her breath hitches barely, but I feel it, like the water between us shifted in a way I can't help but like. Then,
yeah, I am.
Fuck. This was supposed to be nothing. Just drinks, just a soak, a calm evening, a safe distance. But that line is gone, steamed away, dissolved the second she stepped into the space and made it feel like ours. I set my glass on the ledge, deliberate. My fingers trailed beneath the surface until they reach hers. She doesn't pull away. If anything, she turns her hand, interlacing our fingers like it's the easiest decision she's made all night. You scare the hell out of me, I say, throat raw. She smiles at me, eyes soft but sure.
You're not the only one.
The quiet stretches, thick and charged, the kind that makes your chest ache because you know something's about to break. And then I move. I reach for her, pull her gently across the space between us until her knees brush my thighs, her breath mingling with mine. She comes without hesitation, her body sliding against mine in the hot water, warm skin meeting warm skin, steam rising between us. Her hands land on my chest, fingers spread. My heart beats against her palm like it's trying to speak for me. This okay? I ask, voice rough. She nods, her lips barely move.
More than...
And then I kiss her. Not gentle, not hesitant. I crush my mouth to hers like I've been starved for years, and she's the only thing that's ever mattered. Her lips part for me, soft and eager, her tongue sliding against mine in a rhythm that makes my whole body ache. She moans into my mouth, hips shifting over me, and I nearly lose it. But I want to take my time. I tear my lips from hers and trail them down her throat to the curve where her neck meets her shoulder. I bite softly, then soothe it with my tongue. She gasps, fingers fisting in my hair, pulling me closer. You feel so damn good, I growl against her skin. So fucking perfect. My hands roam up her back, over the curve of her ass, then around to her front. I find the delicate lace clinging to her breasts and peel it down slowly, reverently. I lift my gaze. Her eyes are wild, glazed with want, lips swollen. You're a damn dream, I whisper, cupping her breasts, and I'm going to make you feel like one. I dip my head and take her nipple into my mouth, sucking gently, then with more pressure, my tongue teasing her until she's arching into me. Her moans echo off the water, a symphony of need and surrender. I switch sides, wanting all of her, every gasp, every twitch, every whisper of my name.
Knox,
she pants, grinding against me now, desperate, slick heat rubbing right over the thick length, straining behind my swim trunks. I resist the urge to rip my shorts off, wanting to draw out the moment.
Shit.
I grab her hips, anchoring her to me. I know, baby. I've got you. Let me take care of you. Her head falls back with a soft moan that almost undoes me, and I kiss a path between her breasts, down her stomach, lingering at her navel as she writhes in my lap. Her fingers slide into my hair, tugging harder now, urging me lower. But I pause, meet her gaze. I want to taste you, I say, voice gravel and heat. Here. Now, like this. She swallows hard, nods. I lift her, settle her on the ledge of the tub. Water sluices off her body, and I spread her thighs, settling between them like it's where I was always meant to be. She's dripping, not just from the water, and the scent of her, sweet, musky, hers, drives me out of my damn mind. I lower my mouth and press a kiss to the inside of her thigh. She shudders, and I pull the thin fabric of her panties to the side. Then I drag my tongue slowly through her slick folds, savoring the way she gasps, her thighs tightening around me. The entire moment is decadent, addictive. I work her over with my mouth, slow licks, teasing flicks, then deeper, firmer strokes until she's a mess of moans and curses, her body trembling under my hands. It's enough to leave me throbbing. When I suck her clit gently into my mouth, her whole body tenses, and then she breaks. She cries out my name as she comes, hips rocking against my face, thighs clenching around my head. I don't stop until I've drawn out every last tremble from her, and she's limp and boneless and glowing. When I finally pull back, she's staring down at me like I've rewritten her entire world. She blinks down at me, dazed, lips parted, hair sticking to her damp temples, chest rising and falling like she's just run miles, like I wrecked her in the best possible way. And then she grins, slow, lethal, knowing.
"You're trouble,"
she murmurs, voice still breathless. I chuckle, brushing my lips to the inside of her thigh. You have no idea. Her hands cup my face and she leans down, pulling me up to her with a force that feels like gravity, like inevitability. I rise, water cascading off my shoulders, and she pulls me into a kiss that's all tongue and hunger and thank you. She wraps her legs around me as I lift her, lowering us both into the water. She settles into my lap again, chest to chest, mouth to mouth, the heat between us now far more dangerous than the water surrounding us. Her hands trailed on my chest, fingers tracing each line and ridge like she's mapping me with memory. She breaks the kiss, barely, eyes locked on mine as she slips one hand beneath the waistband of my swim trunks. I tense, my entire being focused on that hand and what awaits me.
"You're not the only one who wants to taste,"
she whispers. Fuck. My breathing stutters as her fingers close around me, firm and possessive. She starts slow, maddeningly slow, just enough friction to punch a groan from my chest and send my head crashing to her shoulder. Fuck, Josie. Her grip shifts, stronger now, each stroke a slick, molten drag that makes my muscles lock and my jaw clench. Her thumb circles the head, teasing, tormenting, until my hips buck helplessly into her hand.
"You've been hard for me all night, haven't you?"
She breathes, her voice like smoke against my ear. "Since the second you stepped into the tub," I growl, barely hanging on. She kisses the corner of my jaw, then traces a slow, wet path down my throat, her mouth just as relentless as her hand.
"You're so fucking big,"
she whispers, her words sending a full-body shiver ripping through me.
"Fuck, I can feel you pulsing for me, needing me."
"I do," I choke out, my voice wrecked. "I want you so bad, it's unbearable." Her fingers tighten just a notch, but it's enough to make my vision blur. She pulls back to look at me, pupils blown wide, lips swollen and glistening, her breath ragged. Water clings to her lashes, dripping down her flushed skin like something out of a fever dream. And fuck, I'm drowning in her. She holds my gaze for a beat longer, then sinks to her knees in the water with a wicked glint in her eyes. I lift my hips, giving her easier access to every nerve ending I want her to shatter. Josie. My voice breaks on her name as her hand slides down, guiding me to her mouth. The anticipation coils tight in my gut, fire licking up my spine. She licks me first, just a slow, languid stroke of her tongue up the underside that makes my whole body jerk. Then she wraps her lips around the head, tongue circling, teasing, tasting. Fuck. My head falls back as her mouth takes me in, warm and wet and devastating. She hums around me like she loves it, like this is exactly where she wants to be, and the vibration punches the breath out of me. Her hands grip my thighs, nails digging in slightly as she takes me deeper, her lips sliding down with purpose now, no hesitation. Damn, baby, I groan, hips twitching, water sloshing around us. I can't take it. I can't not touch her. My hands find her soaked hair, threading through the slick strands, and I guide her, slow at first, then deeper. Look at me, I pant. Let me see you. She lifts her gaze as I start to move, rising out of the water, muscles flexing as I take control, fucking her mouth with shallow, careful thrusts. Her lips stretch around me, taking it, loving it, and that look in her eyes, hungry, wild, his, makes me lose the last thread of restraint. The water cascades off me as I rise, one hand in her hair, the other braced against the tile behind her. She doesn't flinch, doesn't pull away. She welcomes it, lets me use her mouth like it's the only thing she wants. I curse under my breath, jaw tight, fighting the urge to fall apart right there. Josie, you're gonna make me come if you don't stop. She pulls off with a sinful pop, breathless and grinning, lips slick and red. Then maybe, she whispers, stroking me once, slow and firm, you should fuck me instead. The primal side of me breaks loose. I hook my fingers in her panties beneath the water and tear them down her legs. She gasps, breath hitching as she helps me, tossing the ruined lace to the side of the tub. Then she rises enough for me to push my trunks down, freeing myself completely. I grip her hips, steadying her as she positions herself above me. Look at me, I tell her, voice like gravel. She does, and when she sinks down onto me, slow and hot and tight, she never breaks eye contact. We both gasp. She clutches my shoulders, fingernails digging in, and I grip her waist as her heat wraps around me, taking me all the way in. Josie, you feel so good, she moans, rocking against me. So deep. I move with her, thrusting up as she rides me, her breath catching every time I hit that perfect spot. The water sloshes around us, steam curling up, surrounding us like a cocoon. It's fire and silk and sweat and emotion so much deeper than just lust. I kiss her, open, messy, desperate, as I grip her ass and slam her down onto me again and again. She whimpers into my mouth, her body fluttering around me, close again already. You gonna come for me? I growl against her lips. Gonna come with me buried inside you? Yes, she gasps. Yes, Knox, don't stop, please. I grip her tighter, push deeper, faster, my own climax barreling toward me like a freight train. And then she shatters. She cries out my name, nails raking down my back, her whole body trembling as she falls apart in my arms. The sight, the feel, the sound of her, it's all I need. I follow her over the edge with a hoarse shout, holding her tight as we fall together, bodies locked, hearts pounding. She collapses against me, breath ragged, skin slick and flushed and shining. Neither of us speaks for a long moment. There's only the sound of the jets, the water settling, the thrum of her heart against mine. Finally, I press a kiss to her temple. "You're never leaving this tub again," I murmur. She laughs softly, nuzzling against me.
"Fine by me, as long as you're in it, too."
Chapter 14. Josie. I can still feel him, even now, the following morning. Not in some poetic, metaphorical way. No, I mean literally. My thighs ache. There's a brush burn on my lower back from that damn fancy hot tub of his, and my lips still tingle just thinking about his mouth. Someone help me. Knox Knightley is a menace, a delicious, tattooed, growly menace who turned me into a puddle with just his voice and his wicked smile. I bite my lip to keep from grinning like a complete lunatic as I shove a croissant into my mouth and climb into Maya's Jeep. I'm still floating somewhere between the stars and his hot tub, all wrapped up in post-orgasmic afterglow. My best friend gives me a long, sideways look, sunglasses perched dramatically on her head, Starbucks in hand like she's already fueled up for a day of chaos. "You're glowing," she announces immediately. "Like, just got laid, sex halo, main character in a rom-com level glowing. Spill it, Dawson." I almost choke on flaky pastry. "Can we pick up Gracie before you start the third degree?" Maya smirks like the devil herself, but lets it go. For now. We swing by Stella's Market to pick up Gracie, who's staying in the apartment above while she helps out in the kitchen. She climbs into the back seat with her usual quiet smile and a Tupperware container in hand. "I brought blueberry scones," she says, voice shy but proud. Maya twists in her seat, eyes gleaming. "Girl, are you trying to make me propose? Because this is how it happens." Gracie flushes bright pink. "I didn't know what to bring." I grin and glance at Maya. "Gracie, this is Maya, my best friend, chaos incarnate, and the reason I now own 3 pairs of impractical shoes. Maya, meet Gracie from culinary school. She's helping out in the kitchen." Maya offers her a warm smile and a dramatic little wave. "Pleasure. Any friend of Josie's who brings baked goods is a friend of mine." Gracie flushes pink but smiles back. "Nice to meet you." "Girl, same," Maya says, already unwrapping a scone like she's found religion. "These smell amazing. If Josie doesn't lock you down as a roomie, I might steal you." We all laugh, and just like that, it feels easy. We drive down Main Street, and Silver Peak is already shaking off winter like it's waking up from a long nap. Pastel banners flap in shop windows. Little white lights are still strung along the lampposts, and there's this muddy, slushy, hopeful energy in the air that makes it feel like something good's coming. We land at Cold Snap Cafe. It smells like cinnamon and espresso, and the garden wall in the back is already dotted with little purple blooms. I claim our usual corner table while Maya orders her matcha with extra everything, and Gracie nervously triple-checks the milk options before settling on oat. By the time we're all seated, Maya leans in like a lioness ready to pounce. "So, Knox." I groan and bury my face in my arms. "Can we not?" Gracie blinks. "Knox? As in our boss?" Knox? I can't believe she hasn't heard the whispers yet. I suppose the video has died down a little, and no one knows that anything has happened, but I'm sure the staff at the Marrow must suspect. But by the look on Gracie's face, she doesn't have a clue. "That's the one," Maya says, waggling her eyebrows like she's narrating a steamy novella. But Josie finally had her big bad wolf moment, and by the look of her, the man huffed, puffed, and blew her house down. My face heats like someone lit a fire under my skin. "You're the one who dared me to let loose at karaoke night." I was thinking a sloppy makeout, or maybe a one-night stand, not full-on hot chef with a tragic backstory territory. "He's not like that," I say, maybe a little too fast. Gracie gives me a soft smile, her eyes full of quiet kindness. "Do you like him?" I pause. Because, yeah, I do. Not just the sex, which was mind-melting, but the way he looks at me, like I'm not just something to pass the time, like he sees me, like he gets that part of me I try to keep buried, the one that wants more, even when I tell myself I don't deserve it. "I think I do," I say, voice barely above a whisper. Maya leans back with a low whistle. "Well, damn, maybe I need to hit up karaoke night again." I laugh, the kind that bubbles up and makes my ribs ache. Somehow with them everything feels normal, even when my whole world's been flipped upside down. "So," I say, shifting gears before Maya can start asking about tattoos and orgasms, "you mentioned something about the spring melt market, right? That's what we're here to talk about." Maya perks up like I just handed her a double shot of espresso with an extra side of validation. "Yes, I'm sketching designs for a capsule collection. Super flirty, mountain girl chic. Think linen jumpsuits, soft wrap skirts, maybe some floral embroidery. If it turns out half as cute as it is in my head, I might finally launch that fashion line I keep talking about." Gracie lights up. "You design? I'd love to see." Maya winks and reaches for her bag. "I always have them with me." She flips it open, spreading the sketchbook between our lattes and scones. The pages are filled with flowing silhouettes, soft fabrics that seem to move even though they're just pencil lines, and little swatches of color notes scrawled in the margins. There are embroidered mountain wildflowers climbing up a halter dress, a wrap skirt with delicate lace trim, and a cropped jacket that looks like something out of a fairy tale. "Oh, wow," Gracie murmurs, gently turning a page. "These are beautiful." "They really are," I say, meaning it. Like, these look like something you'd see in an actual boutique. Maya shrugs like she's playing it cool, but I catch the little flicker of pride behind her eyes. "I've got ideas, just need to make them real." "You've always had ideas," I say, sipping my latte. "You've been designing since middle school. Remember when you tried to make me wear a crop top to a middle school dance?" "It was visionary," Maya declares, flipping her hair dramatically. "You just didn't have the confidence to rock it yet." "I was 14. And now look at you." She winks, sleeping with hot chefs and glowing like a glazed donut. We love to see it. I cover my face again, laughing so hard I nearly snort. Gracie giggles quietly beside me, and for a second, it feels like the three of us have been doing this for years, like we're old friends on the edge of something new. We fall into that easy rhythm, the kind that only happens when the vibes are right and the coffee is hot. Gracie is sketching tiny flowers in the corner of a napkin while Maya starts plotting color palettes like her life depends on it. I'm halfway through my second latte when Maya suddenly sits up straighter, eyes gleaming like she's had another revelation. "Okay," she says, pointing a finger at both of us. "Hear me out. We're clearly in the zone. Creative juices flowing, good vibes all around." I narrow my eyes. "This feels like a setup." "It is," she says unapologetically. I say we ride the momentum and go get a real drink. Something bubbly, something celebratory. Because A, Josie finally got laid and lived to tell the tale. B, Gracie brought scones and officially passed the vibe check. And C, I might actually do the damn thing and launch this line. Gracie blinks. Right now? Yes, right now, Maya says, already pulling out her phone. Let's go day drink like classy, confident women with good taste and better gossip. I laugh, shaking my head. You mean let's go get wine drunk at noon like slightly unhinged small-town girls with poor impulse control? Tomato, tomato, Maya says, already standing. Let's hit Aspen Brew. They do rosé flights and cheese boards. Plus, they have a patio with space heaters. It's practically fate. I guess that's it then. Let's go day drink. By the time we make it to Maya's apartment, I'm buzzing. It's technically Maya's boutique, but we're above it, and she insists on calling it her loft. And not just from the wine. Everything feels like so much right now. The job, the kitchen, the man. I can't stop thinking about all of it. What the hell is wrong with me? Maya tops off our glasses, her eyes glittering like she's 2 sips away from pulling the truth right out of me. She's already a glass ahead. Maybe 2. You've been making that noise for 10 straight minutes, she says, flopping onto the velvet settee. Spill it, sugar plum. I don't know what this is, I blurt, wine loosening the words I've been holding back all day. With me and Knox. Gracie, curled up in a fuzzy blanket on the other end of the couch, tilts her head. Her voice is soft, careful. So there really might be something? I don't know, I sigh, scrunching my nose. I shouldn't have feelings, but maybe I do. Maya's grin stretches like a cat in the sun. Feelings? Oh, babe, you caught feelings? I toss a pillow at her. Don't look so smug. I don't know what this is. He's older, broody, suspiciously good in bed. And sometimes when he looks at me, it's like he thinks I'm some kind of miracle. But other times, it's like he's already halfway out the door. Men, Maya mutters, swirling her glass. Walking red flags with great arms. Grace's voice is tentative. How old is he? 40, I admit, and then quickly add, and yes, I know, age gap, boss, chaos. But he's different. He opens up to me, tells me things I don't think he's told anyone. Maya raises a brow. Like what? I hesitate. Like being in the NFL. Got hurt, career-ending kind of hurt, before he started cooking. Gracie blinks. Wait, NFL? As in famous? Yeah, he played for Seattle. Big deal, apparently. Maya leans forward, intrigued. Yeah, I do know he's a footballer, but I don't know too much about him. Gracie's already pulling out her phone, her fingers lightning fast. Knox nightly. Okay, let's see. No, Gracie, don't. My stomach knots instantly. Too late. Gracie's eyes widen as she scrolls. Oh, wow. Maya leans in, peering over her shoulder. Oh, damn. Hello, abs. Yep, there's the game day glare. What's the damage? Gracie doesn't look up. Article from 5 years ago. Bar fight, DUI rumors, another about him being uncoachable. And wait. Oh, my throat goes dry. What now? She turns the screen toward me. He used to date that influencer model, Savannah Monroe? Does that name mean anything? I blink. Nah, I don't really know anything about influencers. Gracie's voice is gentle. Josie, she gave an interview, said he was controlling, unfaithful, dangerous when drinking. And there's a video, paparazzi footage. He's yelling in the street, looks unhinged. My heart twists so hard I can't breathe. He said he doesn't drink anymore. People say a lot of things, Maya says carefully. I'm not saying he's lying. But babe, that's heavy. I stare down at my wine glass, the warm buzz fading fast. Suddenly, it tastes bitter. It was 5 years ago, right? People can change. Sure, Maya agrees, but you do need to be careful. Do you see any of that in him? I guess he can be a little hard to read at times, I admit. A little possessive, perhaps. I don't know. They both stare at me. Have I been an idiot? Hey, Maya's voice cuts in, firm but kind. No way. You're not an idiot. You might need to figure out a bit more who he is. Gracie nods, eyes wide with concern. And also, if he's been famous, then people are going to be interested in him. People might become seriously interested in you, too. I shut my eyes, trying to hold back the flood rising in my chest. Yeah, I don't like that idea. I don't want to be the center of attention. Maya slides closer, grabbing my hand and squeezing it. There's no guarantee this will happen, but you do need to figure out if you want to be mixed up with him. A tear slips down my cheek as I laugh. Yeah, you're right. I do like him, but I don't know if this town is a place someone like him will want forever. I'm sure he has plans to move on eventually. I don't want to end up heartbroken. Then maybe you need to pull back until you know for sure that he's going to stick around, Maya says. I don't want to see you get your heart broken. Gracie reaches over and gently places her hand over mine, her brows pulled together in worry. This makes me more worried about you, Josie. You were never like this in Chicago. That's because I didn't care enough about anyone in Chicago. I nod, chewing on my bottom lip. Yeah, I think I'm just scared. Not because of the job or gossip or whatever, but because I don't know what this is to him. He doesn't talk about feelings, not really. And if he usually dates women like that, I gesture vaguely toward Gracie's phone, then maybe I'm only a blip, a fling. Someone he'll forget about once the novelty wears off. Maya doesn't let go of my hand. Then draw your line, babe. You don't have to figure everything out right now, but you can protect yourself. If this doesn't feel solid, you step back until it does. Gracie agrees. And just because it's complicated doesn't mean you've done anything wrong. You followed your heart. That's not stupid. It's brave. I take a shaky breath, their words circling around me like a life raft. I think I need to pull back, I say finally, not because I regret it, but because I cannot deal with a heartbreak right now. Not from my boss. Maya nods like she's already ready to throw the first punch. Good. Draw the line. If he's worth it, he'll step up. If not, his loss. We'll drink wine and slash tires. Gracie stifles a laugh. We're not slashing tires. Fine. We'll bake aggressively and talk trash. Same thing. I smile, even though it's small. Thanks, both of you. I need space to figure out what's real. I can't keep falling for someone who might already be walking away. Maya lifts her glass. To pulling back before the spiral. Gracie clinks hers gently. And to knowing your worth. We drink. And even though it still hurts, even though I know I'm not quite done with him, not really, I feel the tiniest flicker of strength settle in my chest. Because maybe I'm not his type. But I'm not just anyone either.
Chapter 15. Knox. She's pulling back. Ever since she left my home the other night with a lot left unsaid, it's been different. I've felt it in the quiet spaces between words, and the way her hand doesn't linger on my arm like it used to over the last few days. She still laughs at my jokes, still brings me coffee exactly the way I like it, still acts like nothing's changed. But something has. I can't put my finger on it, but I know. The warmth's gone. And it's driving me insane because I don't know why. I stop inside the front entrance of the restaurant, Tuck's leash in one hand and a coffee in the other, scanning the floor. It's early enough that the lunch crowd hasn't hit yet, just a few staff finishing setup. I'm not here long, just checking in, seeing how things are moving, but I guess I was hoping I'd see her. She's not at the host stand, not in the kitchen either from what I can tell. Tuck lets out a soft whine, tail thumping the floor behind him. I ruffle his ears. Yeah, I know. We're not staying long. I shouldn't even be here right now, but I can't keep away. But I've felt this before. Back when my life imploded, when secrets sat in the air like storm clouds and I ignored every warning until it all came crashing down. I'm not doing that again. She finally steps into the kitchen, causing my pulse to spike, and I toss the towel onto the counter and take a step toward the door, ready to pull her aside and ask what the hell's going on, when the front door explodes open like a damn cannon went off. Knox fucking Knightley. My stomach sinks. No way. Before I can even turn around, a 6'4" force of chaos barrels into the room, arms outstretched, wearing bright orange joggers, a tank top that might as well be painted on, and a grin the size of Texas. Tell me this isn't real life. Is that an apron? And you have a dog? My man, what kind of domestic fantasy are we running here? Shit. I mutter under my breath right before Jay Steele crushes me in a bear hug that knocks the air clean out of my lungs. He smells like aftershave, protein powder, and poor decisions. Classic Jace. Nice to see you too, asshole, I say, grinning despite myself. He pulls back, holding me at arm's length like he's inspecting an alien life form. You own a restaurant now? What happened to no strings, no roots, only the road and the game? Bro, you're in flannel. You've got the look. I don't wear flannel. You will. Just wait. One cold snap and you'll be chopping firewood shirtless like it's your full-time job. He does a dramatic spin, arms wide. Where's the rustic dog with a tragic backstory? The girl next door who teaches you how to love again. Don't lie to me. I can smell it in the air. I shake my head, laughing. You're a menace. I'm your best friend. He corrects, shouldering a duffel bag the size of a small boulder and dropping it at my feet. And I'm staying. Timberline Inn. Already got my room booked for a while. You can't stop me. I raise an eyebrow. You didn't even ask. He grins. Asking is for people with boundaries. I'm here to inject some chaos into your quiet little life. Mission already accomplished. I glance across the room toward Josie, where she was just a minute ago, but she's gone. A hollow feeling settles in my chest. Jace claps his hands once, loud enough to make the line cook flinch. All right, Silver Peak, where's the nearest protein shake and hot yoga studio? And don't tell me that bakery on Main has protein muffins. That's a lie. I can smell the carbs from here. Relax, I say, throwing the apron down and steering him away from the kitchen before he starts harassing the staff. Come on, you're gonna scare everyone. Oh, please, they love me already. Look at that one. She's smiling. He points to one of the high school hosts who's giggling nervously behind the hostess stand. She's terrified, I deadpan. Jay slaps a hand on my back and lowers his voice. So, tell me the truth, man. Who's the woman? I tense. I knew it, he says immediately, reading me like a damn book. You've got that guilty, domesticated glow. Don't try to lie to me. I've seen guys fall. Hell, I've helped dig them out of the trenches when they thought a house and a smile meant happily ever after. I shoot him a look. Maybe not everyone's built to run forever. He pauses long enough for it to register. Oh, shit, he says, eyebrows raised. It's serious. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. I've known you since you were 19 and full of rage and bad tattoos. You've got feelings now, actual ones. Don't make it weird. Oh, I'm making it weird. That's my job. He grins, kicking back on the bench outside the restaurant while I lean on the railing. So what's the deal? She's ghosting you already? You look like someone just took away your cheat day. I don't answer right away. The wind's picking up a little, rustling through the trees. Town's quiet, the way it always is in the morning before the lunch crowd kicks in. Peaceful. Or it would be if not for the noise in my chest. She's different lately, I finally say. Colder, like she's trying to smile through something but won't let me in. Jace nods like he's heard it before. Classic. Woman with secrets, man with a savior complex. Did we learn nothing from Miami? My gut sinks at even the mention of that time in my life. That's not fair. No, it's not, but you didn't come up here to be fair. You came to disappear, and now look at you, invested, with feelings and flannel. I rub a hand over my jaw, suddenly exhausted. Then, right on cue, thump, thump, thump. He slipped out of his leash. Tuck! He's like a freight train with fur, tongue hanging out, tail wagging like he's mainlining caffeine. Holy hell, what is that? Jace jumps up like he's under attack. Is that a dog or a damn mop with legs? Tuck barrels straight into Jace's knees, then drools happily on his shoes as if he's just discovered his soulmate. Shit, Knightley! Jace shouts, trying to stay upright as Tuck launches into full-body wiggle mode. Your dog is making out with my calves. Tuck, down! I laugh, grabbing him and yanking him back. He pants up at me with his goofy, dopey, I love you so much, what's boundaries grin. Let me guess, Jace says, brushing slobber off his joggers. Rescue dog, abandoned on the side of the road, won your heart with a sad whimper. More or less. Unbelievable. The story writes itself. You're basically a Hallmark movie now. I roll my eyes, but I can't help smiling. Jace might be a wrecking ball, but damn if it's not good to see him. Even if his timing sucks. We head out front, Jace still wiping dog drool off his neon joggers and muttering about biohazard protocols when the bell over the restaurant door jingles behind us. I don't need to look. I feel her. It's ridiculous how just the sound of her walking near me changes the air in my lungs. Josie's laugh filters through the doorway a second later, soft, guarded. She's talking to Gracie about some new order for cupcakes, I think, but I don't catch the details as they walk by because Jace is watching me now. His eyes track my face like a bloodhound catching a scent, and the second he sees the shift, whatever the hell just passed across my expression, his mouth falls open in exaggerated shock. Oh my God, he says, one hand to his chest like I just declared my love in sonnet form. That's her. You're in it. Jace, no. Don't you dare look away from me right now. That face you just made, that was pornographic. That was a soft-core soul stare, Knightley. I grit my teeth. You're being loud. I am loud. That's my brand. He's already leaning around the restaurant, peeking around the side of the building like a middle schooler spying on a crush. That her? Brunette? Killer smile? Hips that could ruin a man's week? Stop it. Oh, you definitely hit that, he says, eyes going wide with wicked glee. Holy shit, you really hit that. You've got that dazed, post-honeymoon, hot tub glow. My heart skips a beat. Wait a damn minute, he says, spinning toward me. Was it in a hot tub? Was it outside? Tell me it was snowing. Tell me you did the full steamy cabin fantasy package. I'm not answering that. He throws his head back and howls. I knew it, you dirty bastard. Mr. Broody Woodsman over here gets himself a small-town siren, and suddenly he's writing a Hallmark erotica in his diary. I glare at him, but it's useless. Jace feeds on this kind of shit like it's pre-workout powder. He leans in, dropping his voice with mock seriousness. Did she whisper your name real soft while you were... Tuck? I snap, cutting him off and pointing to the dog now gleefully chewing on one of Jace's shoelaces. Sick him. Tuck perks up like he's been summoned by God himself and launches forward, nearly bowling Jace over again. I knew this was a revenge dog, he yells, trying to fend off an onslaught of golden retriever affection. Betrayed by my own protein twin. I should be annoyed. I should tell him to stop being an ass and get serious. But the truth is, I need this. The chaos, the teasing, the distraction. Because if I stand still too long, I'll get lost in my head. Wonder what Josie's thinking, why she's slipping away, why I can still taste her kiss, but can't seem to reach her anymore. Jace finally wrangles Tuck enough to stand upright, panting like he ran a mile uphill. He levels me with a surprisingly thoughtful look. You really do like her, he says, no humor this time. Yeah, I say, voice low. I do. He nods. Then you better find out what's got her running before someone else does. I glance back toward the restaurant and see the two women back inside, clearly having gone back in through the back door. Josie's laughing at something Gracie said, but her eyes flick toward the window for a second, just long enough to see me standing there. Just long enough for her smile to falter. And my chest, it goes tight all over again.
Chapter 16. Josie. I wake up nauseous. Not the I had too much wine kind of nauseous. This is deeper, heavier. It curls in my gut and won't let go. I sit up slowly, pressing a hand to my stomach, willing it to settle. It doesn't. I chalk it up to stress. Too many late nights over the last few weeks, too much overthinking, and Knox. Always Knox. His voice, his touch, the way he looked at me like I was the only thing in the room, and now the way he watches me like I'm already gone. Guilt's a hell of a drug. I drag myself out of bed and shuffle to the bathroom, splash cold water on my face, avoid my reflection. I've gotten good at pretending I'm okay, at smiling through the ache in my chest. But this morning, even pretending feels like too much. After forcing down 2 saltines and half a ginger tea, I pull on jeans and a hoodie and head downstairs to the Timberline Inn's breakfast table for a nice quiet morning with my mother and sister. Well, that's the plan. The door swings open with the force of a small hurricane. "Hello, Timberline!" a voice bellows. I jerk my head up in time to see a man in neon joggers, a sleeveless gym shirt, and enough charisma to power a Vegas strip club strut into the lobby like he owns the place. Oh no, I whisper under my breath. Yes, the man says to me, apparently. You must be Josie. I blink. Sorry, do I know you? He winks. Only by reputation. Mom pokes her head out from the back office. Everything all right out there? Oh, yes, the man says brightly. I'm meeting the one and only Josie, the woman Knox forgot to warn me about. That makes me freeze. Ah, this is the man I saw Knox with at Silver Peak the other day. The hurricane in human form. Apparently, he's staying here. Name's Jace Steele, he continues. Room 204, lovely view, terrible Wi-Fi, and you, he gestures to me with a wide sweep of his arm, looks like you're a very fun chef. I stare at him. Are you always like this? Only before breakfast, he says cheerfully. After that, I get really annoying. My mom appears behind the counter now, eyebrows raised, clearly entertained. Morning, Mrs. Dawson, Jace says smoothly, like we've all met before in some alternate reality. Love the place. It has more charm than a Vermont Christmas movie. I might never leave. God help us, I mutter. He lets out a bark of laughter. Ah, got it. You're a feisty one. I see why Knox likes you. I feel my face heat. You don't even know me. True, he says easily, hands in his pockets, rocking on his heels. But you seem like a great laugh. We must hang out while I'm here. I roll my eyes, but have nothing to say back. How do you deal with a man like this? Mom's still watching us, clearly enjoying the free show. Would you like some coffee, Jace? I thought you'd never ask. I sigh and drop into a chair, rubbing my temples. So much for a quiet morning. I'm still muttering curses under my breath when I head outside for some air. The chill hits my cheeks, and for a second, it's grounding. Crisp mountain breeze, the smell of pine, distant birdsong, peace, quiet. Until the front door creaks open behind me. I don't have to look to know it's Dee. What the hell was that? She says, stepping up beside me, arms crossed, brows lifted like she's about to stage a full interrogation. Apparently, that's Jace Steele, Knox's friend, human foghorn, possibly possessed. Dee snorts. He makes Maya look subtle. Don't let her hear you say that, I murmur with a half smile. I'm pretty sure she's got eyes in the walls. Dee nudges me gently. You okay? I hesitate. I don't know. I'm tired. And I feel like everyone suddenly has a front row seat to my personal life, and I didn't even get to write the damn script. She studies me for a beat, her dark eyes soft. Do you want to talk about it? Not really, I admit, but I do need coffee. A lot of it. Well, then, she says, looping her arm through mine, let's go get caffeinated. We walk down Main Street in companionable silence, the kind I've always appreciated with Dee. She doesn't push, doesn't fill every pause, just is. And right now, that's what I need. We turn the corner and head toward the restaurant. I know we could get coffee elsewhere, but I just want my drink. As soon as we step inside, I spot Nova behind the counter, adjusting a flower arrangement like it personally offended her. Her hair's up in a loose knot, her sleeves rolled to the elbows, a pencil tucked behind one ear. She looks up when she sees us, and someone help me? The shift in her expression is immediate. Dee stiffens beside me. Nova's whole face lights up. Oh, hey, she says casually, like her voice didn't just go all soft and smoky. Didn't know you were stopping by. Dee clears her throat. Yeah. I'm getting coffee with Josie before she starts work. Nova gestures toward the bar area. I just made a fresh pot of the hazelnut blend you like. Dee blinks. You remembered that? When did they even discuss that? Have I been so wrapped up in my own messy story that I haven't seen something unraveling under my very nose? I dart my eyes between the pair of them. Nova shrugs, but she's smiling now. Really smiling, like her insides just cracked open. Of course. I step toward the counter to give them space under the guise of looking for Knox. Not that I even know what I'd say if I found him, but some reckless part of me keeps hoping he'll look at me the way Nova just looked at Dee, like there's no one else, like maybe there's still a real chance and this isn't just a casual hookups between us. Dee, who always plays it cool. Nova, who's the definition of composed, and yet the vibe between them could melt the ice off Mount Rainier. It's subtle, but it's there. The quiet little lean of Dee's shoulders, the way Nova tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and won't stop glancing up. I grab 2 mugs off the counter and pour myself coffee just to have something to do with my hands. From the kitchen, I can hear Knox's voice and the low rumble of Jace making some kind of scene. Again. I take a sip, trying to focus, but my chest still aches with this stupid, quiet want. I miss talking to Knox. I miss the way we felt. Easy, hot, magnetic. I miss the way he looked at me like I was worth every complication. And even now, when I know I should keep space between us, every cell in my body still leans toward him. It doesn't help that the room is full of flirting. They're standing a little closer now. Nova's laughing at something Dee said, her hand brushing lightly against Dee's wrist as she passes her a napkin. Yep, there are definitely sparks there. By the time Dee and I finish our coffee, and whatever charged moment that was between her and Nova, I'm half hoping Knox is still busy wrangling Jace and won't have time to talk. But, of course, life has other plans. As I help Nova prep the dining room for the lunch shift, I feel him before I see him, the way the air changes. Like I'm suddenly too aware of everything, my hands, my breathing, the heat climbing up my neck. Then his voice, low and warm, cuts through the quiet. Need a hand with that? I glance up, and there he is, Knox, leaning against the edge of the counter like sin incarnate in a black tea and that look in his eyes that always seems to unravel me. I'm good, I say, not unkindly, just cautious. I reach for a stack of menus, trying to stay focused, but he follows me anyway. You've been busy lately, he says, and there's something in his voice, gentle, pointed. Yeah, I murmur, smoothing down the tablecloth. Lots going on. I miss you. His voice is quieter this time. I freeze for half a second, then I smile because it's easier than letting myself react. You see me every day. You know what I mean. He steps closer, and then please help me. He brushes a piece of hair from my face, tucking it behind my ear like we're in a damn movie. My knees go a little soft. I almost lean into his touch. Almost. Because then, like a lightning bolt, I remember the look on Gracie's face when she sat across from me on her phone, fingers trembling slightly as she scrolled. Article from 5 years ago. Bar fight. DUI rumors. Another about him being uncoachable. And wait. Oh, Savannah Monroe. I know it was 5 years ago. I get that he can change. But I still need to know that this isn't going to be just a short-term thing. I step back before I can talk myself out of it. It's messy, I say, fiddling with a napkin. You and me here, working together. If it goes wrong, it doesn't just blow up our personal lives. It messes with the restaurant, with everything. His brow furrows. You didn't care about that before. I didn't think about it before. I lie. His jaw tightens, but only for a second. Then he exhales, slow and steady, like he's trying not to push too hard. I'm not going anywhere, Josie, and I'm not scared of messy. You should be, I whisper, barely able to look at him. It never ends well. We stand there in silence, the clatter of the kitchen muffled in the background, tension stretching tight between us. Then, mercifully, Nova calls my name from the bar, breaking the moment. I murmur something about needing to check the seating chart and practically bolt. Because the truth is, I want him. I want his hands, his mouth, the way he makes me feel like the only thing in the room. But I can't shut off the part of me that saw that video, that read those articles, that listened to Gracie read aloud the words controlling and dangerous like they were carved into stone. But I need to know where his head is at. And maybe that's the most dangerous part of all.
Chapter 17. Knox. By the time we finally close the kitchen, my legs are on fire, my back feels like it's made of bricks, and my heart's still a little raw from that half-smile Josie gave me when I tried, again, to talk to her after her shift. She shut me down. Softly, nicely, but shut down all the same. And I'm not sure which is worse, her turning me down or the way she keeps pretending it's about work. I know there's something else. I feel it, but she won't say it, and I can't force her. So now I'm sweaty, tired, and stuck in my own damn head. All I want is a hot shower, a dark room, and maybe an icy dunk if I'm still breathing in 10 minutes. But, of course, fate has other plans. The back door slams open like a grenade just went off. Clap, clap, clap! All right, my beautiful, boring bastards! Jace bellows, marching into the kitchen like a linebacker high on espresso. You've officially survived another night in the culinary trenches, which means it's time for a morale boost. We're going out. I blink at him, fully dead inside. Jace, it's nearly midnight. Exactly, the hour when the best stories start and the worst decisions get made. You coming or what? I rub my face. Hard pass. Nope, I already rallied the troops. Nova's in. Dee from the inn says she'll show up if we promise not to play any EDM. I've even convinced the glittery hostess to leave her house. She said she owns a leather jacket. I need to see this. He drops the duffel on the prep counter and unzips it. Out comes a shaker bottle, 6 plastic shot glasses, and a tub of green powder that looks like it's been banned in several countries. I brought cocktails, he says like that explains anything. Jace, I say flatly. Protein shots with a splash of tequila. He replies like that somehow makes it better. Balance, my friend. Fuels the muscles, numbs the brain. He pours the mixture into tiny cups. It smells like lime-scented gym socks and cheap tequila. Thank God I'm sober. Nova walks by at the exact wrong moment. Oh no, not the green sludge again. There's greatness, Jace insists, and a hint of lime. Nova downs hers without flinching. Tastes like gym regret. She says that, but she'll be dancing in 20 minutes. Jace says, already downing his with a grin. Now move it, Knightley. The night waits for no man. I'm too old for this. You're too tired for this, he corrects, clapping a hand on my shoulder. But that's exactly why you need to come. One night, we laugh, we hydrate poorly, we mock local karaoke. It's therapy, but with worse lighting. I should say no. I want to say no. But I'm tired of this ache in my chest. Tired of pretending I don't feel like I'm losing Josie one slow inch at a time. Maybe a night out would help. Maybe noise and lights and not being alone with my damn thoughts for once would be a relief. Okay, fine, whatever. Jace lets out a cheer. Attaboy, see? You're already having fun. No, but I guess I might. Because honestly, going out with my best friend sounds a hell of a lot easier than sitting alone, wondering how I lost the one person I was starting to believe in again. By the time we step into the Howling Moose Tavern, the place is already humming. Fire is crackling in the hearth, old rock music plays loud enough to feel it in your ribs, and a group of locals are arguing about chili recipes near the bar like it's a contact sport. Jace charges ahead like he owns the place, flinging open the door and soaking up the crowd like he's about to deliver a TED Talk on party excellence. Nova follows, muttering something about how she better get fries out of this. I trail behind them, slower, shoulders tight and jaw clenched. It's warm in here, familiar, smells like cider and spilled beer and wood smoke, but my chest still feels hollow. Jace's voice booms from the bar. Drinks for my loyal followers! The Gain Squad is in! Someone actually cheers. Someone else boos. Typical Moose energy. I drop into a bar stool, resting my elbows on the counter and trying not to look like a guy who'd rather be anywhere else. I know I agreed to this, but now that I'm here it just makes everything more intense. The empty feeling, the fact that she's not here. And then Nova slides onto the stool next to me, scrolling her phone. She snorts. Guess who texted me? I don't answer, just look over. Josie, she says, too casually. Apparently Dee convinced her, Maya, and Gracie to come out tonight. I sit up straighter. What? Nova grins, watching me too closely. She asked if we were here, said they'd probably head over in a bit. Gracie wants cider, and Maya's on the hunt for pool tables and attractive mistakes. My pulse kicks. Josie's coming here? I try to play it cool, but Nova arches a brow. Don't pretend like that didn't let you up like a Christmas tree. I'm not, I start, but she holds up a finger. Don't lie to me, Knox. I've known you too long. You've been a sad little meatloaf all week. Jace appears behind us, holding 2 beers and a questionable bright red shot. What's this about meatloaf? Nova takes a beer from Jace. Josie's coming. Jace's grin widens instantly. Good, about time. Maybe now you'll stop walking around like a haunted lumberjack. I roll my eyes, but my heart's thudding now, too fast, too loud. Part of me wants to run. The other part, stronger, wants to see her. Because I miss her. Even when we're inches apart at work, I miss her. And yeah, she shut me down after shift, brushed me off with that soft little smile, but I don't want things to be done between us. It's complicated, Knox, is all she said, but maybe she's not done. Maybe she's still figuring it out. Maybe she's still thinking about me, too. Nova nudges me. Don't get weird when she shows up. I'm not going to get weird. You always get weird. I do not. You tried to compliment her hair yesterday and panicked halfway through and told her she smelled like minty professionalism. I groan, scrubbing a hand down my face. Okay, yeah, that was bad. I didn't know you heard that. Jay slaps my back. Breathe, man. It's a girl, not a hostage negotiation. Be yourself. Unless yourself says minty professionalism again, in which case go with literally anything else. Wow, that was wildly unhelpful. He sips his beer. I'm here for vibes, not emotional intelligence. But even as I glare at both of them, I feel the edges of my mood shift just a little. And when that door swings open and Josie walks in, cheeks flushed from the cold, Maya glittering beside her, Gracie clutching a scarf like armor, I swear the whole damn room changes. I don't even pretend not to stare. She sees me, and for a second, the noise fades. She doesn't smile, but she doesn't look away either. And maybe that's all the permission I need. I slide off the bar stool carefully, like she might bolt if I move too fast. Jace lets out a quiet, "attaboy," behind me, but doesn't follow. He knows this moment's mine. Josie's still standing inside the door, snowflakes melting into the ends of her hair, cheeks flushed, eyes unreadable. She looks stunning in that soft, oversized sweater and tight jeans, but it's the way she looks at me, like she's not sure if she's mad or relieved to see me, that guts me. I stop in front of her, not too close, not touching, just close. "Hey," I say quietly over the buzz of the bar. She tugs one glove off, fingers smoothing her hair back like she needs something to do with her hands. "Hey." Maya's already beeline to the jukebox like it's her altar. Gracie drifts off toward the cider list like it holds the secrets of the universe. Dee and Nova are in the corner exchanging flirtatious smirks and trying to pretend it's not happening, but even I can feel the slow burn heat between them from across the bar. And Josie? She's still looking at me like I've got answers to questions she hasn't asked yet. "You okay?" I ask, voice low. "I know you didn't want—"
"I'm here,"
she says, cutting me off gently.
"I didn't say I didn't want to see you. I just needed a minute, or maybe a few days."
I freeze for half a second. Those words, "I didn't say I didn't want to see you," land with more force than I expected, like a weight lifting off my chest. I didn't realize how tightly I'd been holding my breath, bracing for ejection I couldn't even blame her for. She wanted to see me. Maybe not right away, maybe not easily, but still. I nod. "Okay, I can work with that." Her mouth quirks, barely there but enough to punch air back into my lungs. We drift toward the others, toward the chaos, but stay orbiting each other. She orders a drink. I offer to pay, and she doesn't fight me. It's small, but it's something. And by the time Maya drags us onto the dance floor, if you can call the cleared space between the fireplace and the pool tables a dance floor, the air between us has shifted, loosened. I don't know what song's playing. Some flirty, whiskey-soaked country pop track that makes the girls laugh and the guys all pretend not to know the lyrics. But Josie moves like the music belongs to her. Hips swaying, eyes glittering under the low light, one hand in the air, the other wrapped around her drink. I can't stop watching her. She catches me staring, doesn't look away. Instead, she drifts closer. I don't think, I don't plan, I just move with her, meeting her halfway like a damn magnet. My hand finds her waist, light, testing. She doesn't pull back. The contact is barely there, but it sears, and she lets it happen. That one small thing, her staying still instead of stepping away, undoes me more than I'd ever admit out loud. Damn, I didn't realize how badly I needed that. Needed her. just to not flinch, to not retreat. My fingers tighten the slightest bit, greedy for more even as I fight not to push. She's here, with me, letting me touch her like this. And I don't want to screw up the moment by breathing too hard. She leans in. Her body brushes mine, and everything, every damn thought I've had about her for weeks, cracks open. I feel her breath near my jaw, warm and uneven, and that pull between us, the one I've been trying to ignore, surges like a wave. "You're staring," she says. "Can you blame me?" Her smile curves slowly, dangerous. "Still full of lines, huh?" "Only the honest ones." Her head tilts back slightly, eyes dancing. "So what's this one mean, then?" She shifts closer, hips brushing mine, her chest just brushing my shirt. Her scent hits me, vanilla and temptation. My hands slide around her waist without thinking, palms splayed low on her back. Her fingers trace a line of my collar, lazy and bold. I swallow hard. "It means if you don't want me thinking about kissing you tonight, you should probably step away." She doesn't. She doesn't say a word. She keeps dancing, moving with me like we've done this 100 times, like it's natural, like it's inevitable. The music keeps going. The crowd around us fades, and for a while it's just us, heat and rhythm and everything I've wanted since the day she walked into my kitchen like she owned the air I breathe. "You're trouble," I murmur near her ear. She laughs softly, eyes half-lidded. "I never said I wasn't." I dip my head, close enough to feel her smile against my cheek. "Then I'm screwed," I whisper. She doesn't deny it. She presses closer, slow and sure, like she's testing the edge of every limit we've both been pretending still exists. But then, when I think she's about to let go, Josie pulls back slightly, her fingers brushing mine as she steps away, just enough to make me chase her with my eyes. "Don't do that," she says softly. I blink, heart stuttering. "Do what?" "Look at me like that," she says. "Like you've already decided something and you're waiting for me to catch up." Her voice isn't angry. It's quiet, measured, but I hear the ache underneath. "I haven't decided anything," I say, stepping in again, slow and careful. "I just know what I feel when I'm near you." She lets out a small breath, eyes flicking to mine. "And what is that exactly?" Like I finally stopped holding my breath. Her expression wavers, but she shakes her head, turning slightly so I'm not fully in her line of sight. "Knox," her voice drops, "you don't know what you're asking." "Then tell me." I reach out, gently catching her elbow. "Help me understand, because this thing between us, it's not just in my head. You feel it too. I know you do." "I do," she admits almost instantly, then curses under her breath. "Shit, I do. That's the problem." "Why is it a problem?" I ask. "Why can't this be simple?" "Because nothing about me is simple," she says, eyes flashing. "Because I'm not ready, because I've got too much going on in my head, and if I let you in, if I let this in, I don't know what parts of me will be left standing." That lands like a punch, but I don't flinch. I nod slowly. Okay, then let me be the thing that doesn't ask you to break more pieces off yourself. Let me be something good. Josie stares at me for a long, charged moment. She opens her mouth, closes it. Her jaw clenches like she's trying to hold something back.
I don't trust myself with you, she finally says. And I really don't trust myself around you.
Then don't trust yourself, I say. Trust me. She exhales, shaky and low, and something in her posture softens, like she's tired of the weight of pushing me away, tired of fighting something we've both already admitted lives under our skin.
Man, you're infuriating,
she mutters, but it doesn't have teeth anymore. I smile faintly. That's fair. She looks up at me then, eyes glassy and unreadable.
One more dance. That's it.
I nod, not pushing. One dance.
And if I change my mind again,
then I'll let you go. She studies me for another beat, then sighs and steps back into my space. This time, when I pull her close, she comes willingly. There's no more teasing, no games, just heat and friction and the unbearable sense that this is exactly where we're supposed to be. Her cheek brushes mine, her breath ghosts my neck, and slowly, inevitably, her walls start to crumble, brick by slow damn brick, until her fingers are curled in my shirt like she needs something to hold on to.
I hate that you're right about this,
she whispers. I grin against her temple. You can hate me in the morning.
I probably will.
Still worth it. She laughs, low, reluctant, and a little broken, but she doesn't pull away. She holds on, and I hold her right back.
Chapter 18. Josie. What the hell is happening? This isn't dancing. This is something else entirely. It's intense and so thick with tension it feels like the air between us might snap at any given moment. We're not kissing. But somehow, it's sexier than if we were. Knox's hand finds the side of my neck again, his thumb grazing just beneath my jaw. The other slides along the curve of my waist, setting me alight. His fingertips skim beneath the hem of my sweater, finding bare skin like they belong there. Like he's always known where to touch me to make the world tilt. I can't breathe. Not properly. Not with him looking at me like that. Like I'm the only thing in the room that matters. Like he'd set the whole place on fire just to keep me warm. I turn slowly, needing to meet his eyes, to see if he feels it too. And help me? He does. His gaze is molten, alive, lit from within by something that hums beneath my skin like electricity, dangerous and undeniable. The kind of want that's not about lust or logic or timing. It's about gravity. I feel like I'm being pulled into orbit, and I don't even care if I burn. Why are we doing this? I whisper, my voice caught somewhere between wonder and panic. My lips brush his as I speak, and the contact makes him inhale sharply, like he's holding on by a thread. His brow furrows, like I've asked him to solve a puzzle with no right answer. You tell me, he murmurs, voice rough. I'll stop if you want. You just have to say it. My chest aches, because I know I should. I know the smart move, the safe move, is to pull away, to remind myself why I'm keeping my distance. But all of them evaporate when he looks at me like that. I don't say anything. I can't, because I don't want him to stop. I want more. I mean, everything I've been too afraid to ask for. So instead, I press my forehead to his and close my eyes. I feel the tremble in his breath when it brushes against my cheek. My hand slips up to his chest, fingers resting over his heartbeat, like I'm trying to remind myself that this is real, that he's real. He lets out the softest sound, half groan, half exhale, as his hand slides to the back of my neck, thumb stroking behind my ear like he can soothe the war waging inside me. This is dangerous. This is inevitable, and I should walk away. I should protect my heart. I should remember every reason this could fall apart, every complication waiting right outside this moment. But right now, I just want him, his warmth, his steadiness, the way he makes me feel like I could shatter and still be safe in his arms. So I open my eyes, lift my chin, and look at him like I've already made the decision I can't take back. Take me out of here, I whisper. You sure? He asks as his eyes flare. I nod, because maybe I'm not sure of anything else in my life right now, but him, this, tonight, yeah, I'm sure. The cold outside hits my skin like a gasp, sobering and welcome. The snow's packed under our boots, crunching as we walk to his truck. We don't talk, not right away. There's too much energy still buzzing under my skin from the way his hands were on me, from the way he looked at me like I was the only thing in the room that mattered. He drives without asking where. I think maybe he just knows. And when I see the familiar curve of the road, the trees thinning out as we start climbing the ridge, my heart does a strange flip. Summit Ridge. He parks just before the overlook, where the trail opens up to the ledge. The valley stretches wide beneath us, blanketed in snow and silence. The lake, a frozen mirror under the stars. We don't speak for a minute. We just sit there, breathing the same air, the truck engine ticking as it cools. Then I open the door and step out, boots crunching into snow. He follows with his slow but sure gait, giving me space, but I would be able to feel his proximity from 300 miles away. The wind is icy, biting my cheeks and waking up my lungs. I wrap my arms around myself and stare out at the view, memories and emotions flooding inside of me. I used to come here with my dad, I say, voice quiet. We'd hike up on weekends or drive up if it was late. He said the air cleared out all the noise. Knox is next to me now, hands in his pockets, his gaze on me instead of the valley. I get that, he says softly. I glance over, then back at the lights of Silver Peak twinkling in the distance. When life feels too big, this is where I go. When I don't know what I'm doing, when I feel like the world's moving too fast and I'm still standing still. Is that how you feel right now? He asks. I nod. Yeah, like I'm trying to hold everything together and it just keeps slipping. The words come out before I even think them through, raw and real and startling in their honesty. I blink, surprised at myself and how easy it was to say it out loud, like something in me just let go. Maybe it's the quiet. Maybe it's the cold. Maybe it's him. Because somehow with Knox, it feels safe to be this open, like I don't have to carry it all on my own, like I don't have to pretend I'm not breaking a little. He's quiet for a second, then steps closer. His shoulder brushes mine. You don't have to hold everything alone. I want to believe him. Man, I do. I turn to him, and he's watching me like I'm delicate and breakable, but not in a way that makes me feel weak. in a way that makes me feel seen, respected, held together somehow by the weight of his eyes alone. I didn't come out tonight expecting this, I say.
Me either.
But I needed it. He nods, then gently lifts his hand to brush a piece of hair out of my face, his knuckles grazing my cheek.
You always come here when things get heavy?
Yeah. He smiles, soft and crooked.
Then I'm glad I found this place right now.
My breath catches, not from cold this time. I step into him without thinking. My arms wrap around his waist and my forehead presses to his chest. He's warm and solid and smells like cedar and soap. His arms come around me instantly, no hesitation, just warmth and comfort and quiet strength. I don't want to move, but I need to look at him. So I tilt my head back only a little and meet his eyes. It's there again, that same look from the bar, like I'm the only thing in focus, like I'm a question he's been trying to answer for years. His thumb brushes against my jaw.
You're freezing.
I don't care, I whisper. His hand moves higher, fingers skimming behind my ear into my hair. I lean into it, into him, every part of me strung tight with anticipation.
I've been trying to stay away,
he murmurs. His breath fogs in the cold between us.
Trying to give you space, to not want more than you're ready to give.
I swallow, heart pounding so hard it hurts. Maybe I don't want space tonight. He exhales like I broke something loose in him. His mouth claims mine like he's done waiting. There's no hesitation now, just heat and command and a low growl in his throat that sends shivers skating down my spine. His hands slide down my side, slow and possessive, until they're gripping my hips with intent.
Good, because you've been driving me fucking crazy all night.
Knox murmurs against my lips, his voice low and rough.
You know that?
I nod, breathless. He pulls back enough to look at me. His eyes are wild and dark, full of hunger.
Say it.
Say what?
That you want this. Out loud. I need to hear it.
The edge of authority in his voice makes me clench. I want it, I whisper. He arches a brow.
No. Use your words, sunshine. Tell me exactly what you want.
Someone help me. I want you. I breathe. Here. Now. I don't care if someone sees. I don't care about anything but you. Something in him snaps. In a flash, I'm spun around and pressed up against the side of his truck, my palms bracing against the cold metal, the sting of it anchoring me in the moment. His body crowds mine, hot and overwhelming, his chest a wall of heat against my back. He cages me there, utterly claimed, his hand wrapping around my throat with just enough pressure to make my pulse stutter.
You have no idea what you just unleashed.
He growls into my ear, his breath a scorch down the side of my neck.
You think I can be gentle with you out here? You think I can hold back?
A shiver rips through me, molten and needy. His voice, low and rough, hits me like a strike of lightning, igniting something deep in my core. My thighs clench instinctively. I feel dizzy with want, my skin burning beneath his touch, my body already strung so tight I could come apart from just his words. Don't, I whisper, my voice ragged and breathless. Don't hold back. He groans, deep and wrecked.
Fuck, Josie.
One hand slides under my sweater, rough and warm against my bare stomach. His fingers splay wide, exploring me like he's memorizing every inch, every breath I take. It's possessive, like he's staking a claim and daring the world to challenge it. My skin ignites under his touch, heat curling low in my belly, spreading through me like wildfire. I arch into him without thinking, greedy for more contact, more pressure, more of him. Then he presses his hips against my ass, and I freeze, gasp, moan, all at once. There's no mistaking what I feel. Thick, hard, ready. My knees go weak. I can feel how badly he wants me, and it's intoxicating. My body pulses in response, aching, already wet with the need he's pulled from me so easily, so completely. You like this, he says. You like being out here, where anyone could see. The good girl showing her dirty little secrets. I whimper, and that's all it takes. Fuck, I love this new side of him. I want to explore it all night long. His other hand tugs my leggings down, slow and deliberate, teasing just enough to expose me to the bite of the frigid night air, and to him. The contrast is electric. Ice-kissed air grazes my bare skin while his body radiates molten heat behind me, searing where we touch. Goosebumps rise in a wave over my thighs, my stomach, everywhere his fingers haven't yet explored. The tension coils tight inside me, a trembling balance of exposure and anticipation. Humiliation and desire knot together low in my belly, sharp and sweet, making my breath hitch. I've never felt so vulnerable, so wanted. It's overwhelming, and I never want it to stop. His hand slides between my thighs, and he groans, deep and guttural, the sound vibrating through my spine. Dripping, he mutters, voice like gravel and sin. You're soaking for me, sweetheart. Is that what being teased in a bar full of people does to you? Shit, Knox. His hand clamps over my mouth before the rest of his name can escape, his breath hot and dangerous against my ear. Quiet. You don't want the whole mountain hearing you beg. But I do. I want them all to hear. I want to scream his name into the stars until they burn out. His fingers slide between my legs again, slower this time, intentional, a tormenting circle exactly where I need him. My entire body jerks with the pleasure, every nerve ending tuned to him. But that ends now. I cry out against his palm, my body grinding back of its own accord, desperate, mindless. The sharp edge of pleasure dances just out of reach, and I chase it, my hips rolling, heart pounding. No more space, he growls, his voice a dark thunder in my ear. No more pretending I don't want to bend you over and ruin you right here, where the whole damn world could drive by and see me fucking you into the snow. My knees give out completely, but he catches me without faltering, his strength a tether and a promise. One arm clamps around my waist, pinning me to him, while the other never stops, fingers stroking me with maddening precision, pulling me higher with every pass. You want to come like this? He rasps, voice ragged with hunger, with my hand in your panties, my voice in your ear, my cock waiting for your next mistake. Yes, Knox. Please. He pulls back enough to whisper, lips brushing my ear. Then come for me. Be loud. Be filthy. Be mine. And I do. The orgasm crashes through me like a storm, ripping down the mountain, blinding, shattering. Every muscle tightens, every breath stutters. I cry out, broken and breathless, as the world blurs around me. All I know is him, his hands, his voice, his body holding me through the quake. He pulls back and looks at me, lips parted, chest rising fast. There's a wildness in his eyes now, something raw and barely restrained. I need your mouth on me, he grits out. Now. My whole body lights up at the demand. I drop to my knees in front of him. He's already undone, thick and heavy in his hand as he strokes himself once, slowly, eyes locked on me like I'm the only thing keeping him grounded. "Open," he says, low and wrecked. I do. He guides himself to my lips, and I take him in, slow at first, dragging my tongue along the underside until he swears under his breath. My hand wraps around the base, stroking in rhythm with my mouth as I hollow my cheeks and suck him deep. He groans, a dark, broken sound, and braces a hand against the roof of the truck. "Fuck, Josie, just like that." His voice, low and wrecked, shoots straight through me, a new raw pulse of heat settling between my thighs. I work him with my hand and mouth together, letting instinct and hunger guide me, finding a rhythm that makes his hips twitch forward. Each subtle thrust fills me deeper, stretches the corner of my mouth, but I don't pull away. I want to take all of him. I want to ruin him with the feel of me. His fingers tangle in my hair, not rough, not forcing, just holding on like I'm the only thing keeping him grounded. That gentle desperation undoes something inside me. He's always so controlled, so unreadable. But here in this moment, I can feel him unraveling for me because of me. "You feel so good," he mutters, voice strained and breathless. "So fucking good. You're gonna make me lose it." The thrill of that, of knowing I have that power, makes my skin flush hot, my body ache with want. I pull back to kiss the sensitive head of him, tongue flicking a slow, teasing circle around the ridge before I take him again, deep and slow. I hollow my cheeks, moaning softly around him, and he groans in response, the sound primal. He starts to move, controlled but hungry, hips rolling in slow, mind-blowing thrusts that make my thighs clench involuntarily. Each stroke is a promise, each retreat a threat. He's holding back, barely, and the restraint only winds me tighter, makes me wetter. I want him to lose control. I want him to break. "Look at me," he demands, voice rough with need. I glance up, lips stretched around him, eyes locked on his, and in that gaze, blazing, possessive, I feel it. The fire I light in him, the storm barely caged behind his eyes. It makes my pulse stutter, my heart race, because I want that storm to crash down on both of us. "You like this?" he growls, "on your knees for me, looking like sin." I moan around him, nodding, and the vibration makes him hiss. Then he pulls out abruptly, slick and hard and flushed, and lifts me effortlessly. "Could have come just like that," he mutters, pressing his forehead to mine, "but I need to be inside you when I do. I need to feel every damn second of it." His mouth crashes into mine, messy and urgent, tasting himself on my tongue. "Next time," he says, grinding against me, lining up again, "I'll come in your mouth, and you're gonna swallow every drop." A fresh wave of heat floods me at his words, filthy and raw, and so full of dark possession that it makes my toes curl inside my boots. The thought of it, his control, my surrender, the taste of him on my tongue, sends a shiver of excitement down my spine. Before I can answer, he turns me to face him and lifts me without effort to set me down on the tailgate. My lips part automatically, kneading him close. His forehead presses to mine. His breath is uneven. His hands are shaking, just barely. "I'm going to wreck you, Josie Dawson. And tomorrow, you're still going to be mine." The words slam into me like a lightning strike, hot and wild and impossible to ignore. They brand me, claiming something deeper than my body. It's not just sex he's offering. It's a promise, a possession, a declaration that this isn't a mistake or a fling. It's him choosing me. My breath catches, a gasp lodged in my throat, equal parts arousal and awe. My body aches at the raw intent in his voice, but my heart stutters under the weight of it. Wreck me? Damn, I want him to. I want him to ruin every man who came before him. I want to belong to this. Then his mouth is on mine, not soft, not patient. He kisses me like he has something to prove. Like everything he's kept bottled up is pouring out through the press of his lips, the pull of his hands. One hand grips my hip, the other wraps behind my head, holding me still while he devours me. His body crowds mine, all heat and strength, no space between us. I feel the shape of him everywhere, his chest, his thigh between mine, his breath flooding my lungs with every desperate inhale. I've wanted this since the second you looked at me in that bar, he growls against my lips. Since you looked up with those sweet eyes, all soft and unsure, and had no clue how much I wanted to ruin you. My stomach flips. My heart beats too fast. My body answers before my mind catches up, grinding down on his thigh, gasping at the pressure, the friction. I can't stop moving. I don't want to. Yeah, he murmurs, voice low, his mouth trailing along my jaw. Just like that. Don't hold back. I let out a shaky moan. Someone could see. I don't care. His voice roughens, darker now. Let them. Let the whole town see you're mine. He pulls me with him around the side of the truck, opens the door with one hand, the other locked around my waist. I don't even register how fast it's happening. He lifts me again, places me on the edge of the seat, and steps between my legs like this is exactly where he belongs. His hands slide up, fingertips skimming my thighs, pausing below the hem of my sweater. His breath is harsh against my throat. You want me to stop? He asks, the effort of the question clear in the way his jaw clenches. No, I breathe. Don't stop. Please. He lets out a sound from deep in his chest and presses closer. His teeth graze the side of my neck, sending a jolt through me. Then his hands are under my sweater, lifting it, exposing more skin than I've shown anyone but him in a long time. His mouth follows the trail, hungry, determined, claiming every inch he reveals. His hand finds my throat, not rough, not squeezing, just resting there, commanding, keeping me still. I'm going to take my time with you, he says against my skin. You're not thinking about anything else tonight. Just this. Just me. He kisses me again, deeper, harder, the kind of kiss that leaves no space for hesitation. Lie back. I do it. My back hits the cold leather, legs still open, heart racing. He drops to his knees, and my breath catches. There's something primal in the way he does it, not worshipful, but possessive, like a king claiming what's his. He yanks my leggings down and off with one sharp tug, tossing them aside like the rest of the world doesn't exist beyond this moment, beyond me. His eyes rake up my body, and I swear I feel it. His gaze like a hot drag over my skin, burning me open. My pulse hammers. Every inch of me is on fire and begging, but when he leans in, lips hovering where I'm desperate to feel him, it's almost too much. Say it. My voice trembles, thick with need. I want your mouth, I whisper. Please, Knox. I need it. Humiliation and hunger twist inside me, sharp and intoxicating. I've never begged like this, never needed someone like this, but with him on his knees, waiting for me to give permission, I feel powerful and undone all at once. Then he's on me, No hesitation, tongue flat, lips firm, every move precise. He groans like he's getting drunk on me. One arm anchors my hips, the other slides between my legs, fingers working in sync with his mouth. I can't breathe, can't think. My hand grips his hair, holding him there, grinding against him without meaning to. "You like this?" he asks, voice thick and muffled. "Out here, with no one around but the stars?" "Yes. Don't stop. Please, don't stop." He doesn't. His rhythm deepens. His fingers curl inside me, his tongue relentless. My body tenses, then breaks. I cry out. No control, no shame. His hands keep me from slipping off the edge of the seat while I fall apart. But he's not done. "Get up here," he commands, voice rough with need. "Turn around." I scramble to obey, still shaking. I brace against the seat, back arched, completely open to him. "Please," I whisper, "I need you." His hands grip my hips. I feel him press in, thick, hard, more than I was ready for. But I take him, all of him, crying out as he fills me in one brutal thrust. "You belong to me," he says right in my ear. "Say it." I can't catch my breath. It should scare me how much I want that to be true, but all I feel is this aching unraveling inside me. My heart stutters, then gallops. My body clenches, aching for more. "I'm yours," I pant. "I'm yours." He moves hard, deep, over and over. My hands clutch the seat. The sound of us is everywhere, loud, raw, real. His grip never loosens. His voice never softens. "I've wanted this from the beginning," he growls. "You remember that night? The way you looked at me?" "Yes," I manage. "I remember." "You thought I wouldn't touch you." His hand slides to my chest, squeezing, teasing. "You thought I wouldn't bend you over and fuck you until you couldn't think." He pulls out, lifts me, spins me, slams back in while I stare up at him, body pinned between the seat and his weight. I wrap my legs around him, his hand fists in my hair. The other settles on my neck again, not tight, only enough to remind me he's in control. My next orgasm barrels into me with no warning, dragging me deep under the waters of pleasure until they flood my lungs completely. I cry out, clawing at his back, lost in it. And Knox? He watches me unravel with a savage kind of awe. Then he growls, curses, and comes with a roar, hips jerking as he spills deep inside me, still grinding, still claiming every inch. We collapse together, panting, sweat slicked and shaking, the cold air forgotten. He cups my face, presses his forehead to mine. "You still mine in the morning?" he whispers. My breath catches. For a second, doubt flickers. This is real. This is more. And it terrifies me. But then I meet his eyes, all that raw intensity, all that want. And my heart answers before my fear can win. "I'll still be yours," I whisper back, "in the morning and after." By the time Knox drives me back home, the heat between us is still simmering, but quieter now. His hand stays curled over my thigh the whole ride down the ridge, his thumb making slow, absent-minded circles on my skin like he doesn't want to let go. I don't say much. I don't need to. There's a new understanding sitting between us, thick with everything we just did and everything we didn't say. He walks me to my door, presses a kiss to my temple, and tells me to get some sleep. "I'll call you tomorrow," he murmurs, voice still scratchy from everything we just shared. I nod and smile, kiss him softly, and step inside before I lose my nerve. But as soon as the door clicks shut behind me, everything shifts. My stomach clenches. At first, I think it's the adrenaline fading, the way my body's crashing after everything it just endured. I stumble toward the bathroom, kick off my boots, and try to breathe, but the nausea hits fast, violent. I barely make it to the toilet in time. When it's over, I collapse onto the cold tile, forehead against my arm, shaking. Not again. I press a hand to my stomach and try to calm my breathing, try to logic my way through it. This could be anything. I didn't eat much today. I had a long night. My body's exhausted. I just had sex with a man who makes my brain short-circuit. Except this isn't the first time I've felt this way lately. It's the third. 3 different instances. 3 waves of nausea I brushed off as stress or exhaustion or whatever excuse made it easiest to avoid thinking about it too hard. And now, here it is again. Not in the morning, not after work, but right after I gave in to every single thing I swore I was going to be careful about. I curl into myself, hands shaking, and close my eyes. Is this anxiety? A delayed guilt response for letting him get too close? For letting myself fall back into something I know could break me? Or is it something else? Something worse? The room feels too quiet, too still. What if this is my body trying to scream the truth that my heart isn't ready to face? I sit there for a long time, curled up on the bathroom floor, thinking about Knox, about tonight, about what it could mean if this isn't just stress. Because if it's not, everything changes. Again.
Chapter 19. Knox. The morning hits quieter than I expected. Sunlight pours through the windows, catching on dust motes and the steam curling out of my coffee. Josie's scent still lingers on my skin like vanilla and sweat. I haven't stopped thinking about her since I dropped her off last night. Her breathless voice, the way she shook when she came apart from me, the part of me that came unglued right along with her. I run a hand over my jaw and shake it off. Too early to start unraveling like that. Instead, I step outside with my coffee and find Jace already out in the yard, lazily tossing a football from hand to hand like he's been waiting for me. He smirks. "You look like you got hit by a truck," I grunt. "Morning to you, too." "Late night?" He gives me a look. "You and Josie?" "None of your damn business." I mutter, but I can't help the way my mouth tugs into something close to a grin. He barks a laugh and tosses the ball to me. "That's what I thought." I catch it with one hand, let it spin in my palm. The weight's familiar, comforting, the way it always is with Jace. He's the only one from the old days who stuck, the only one who never asked for anything I wasn't ready to give. We start throwing, easy back and forth across the yard, cold morning air in our lungs, the kind of quiet where you don't need to fill it. But of course, Jace fills it anyway. "You ever think about what it would have been like if you'd never blown out your knee?" he asks. "Like how different your life would be?" I tighten my grip on the ball, fire it back harder than necessary. "Not really." "Bullshit," he mutters, catching it like it's nothing. "You think about it all the time. You just don't talk about it." I shrug. "Talking about it doesn't change anything." He huffs a dry laugh, then his gaze sharpens a little, landing on me. "You and Josie, is it serious?" I pause. The truth is, I don't know what we are. But last night felt like more than just sex. It felt like a line was crossed, like I opened something that I can't close again. So I give him the only answer that feels honest. "It's starting to feel like it." Jace nods, thoughtful. She's good for you. She's not just good for me, I say before I can stop myself. She's good, period. That earns a look. One of those rare, quiet moments from Jace when I can see exactly how much he understands. You're not gonna screw this up, he says. You've changed. Not enough. Jace tosses the ball again, slower this time. This isn't like Savannah. I catch it, but the mention of her name slams into me harder than the pass ever could. I look up, eyes narrowing. No, I say, voice flat as I return the ball. It's not. Jace jogs a few steps closer, rolling the ball between his hands. That whole thing with her, it was never real, man. Not in the way this is shaping up to be. I exhale slowly. You always hated her. Because I saw what you couldn't, or maybe what you didn't want to. His tone's low but steady. She liked the cameras, liked the attention, liked you for what you were, the name, the fame, the lifestyle, not for who you actually are. I stare at the ground, jaw ticking. Yeah, I didn't want to believe it at first. Of course not. She played the game well, said all the right things, looked good on your arm, knew exactly how to turn it on for the press. But behind closed doors, he shakes his head. She didn't give a damn about you, man. Not really. She didn't even try to hide it by the end, I mutter. Made me feel like I was always one misstep away from being replaced. Jace nods. Because to her, you were. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we aren't saying. Josie's not like that, I say finally, the words sticking a little in my throat, not because I doubt them, but because of how much I don't. She doesn't want anything from me. Not my name, not my money. Hell, she didn't even know who I was the night we met. Exactly. Jace's voice softens. She sees you, the real you. I glance away, throat tight. Scares the shit out of me sometimes. Yeah, well, that's how you know it's worth something. We fall quiet again, the ball dangling between us, and I realize this thing with Josie, it's already different. Because I'm not performing. I'm not chasing something or trying to hold on to what I already lost. I'm just me, and that might actually be enough. By the time I get to the restaurant, Josie's already here. She's usually humming to herself, sleeves rolled up, smile playing on her lips, moving through the kitchen like she owns it. Today she's dead silent, hair pinned back tight, head down, focused on her station like it's the only thing holding her together. I clock it instantly. The shift, the space that wasn't there yesterday but feels miles wide now. Dread settles in my gut. I thought things were different between us now. I thought we'd moved past this icy distance that feels like a chasm keeping us apart. Morning, I say, keeping my voice easy. She doesn't look up. Morning. Just that. No smile, no teasing spark in her eyes, just quiet, clinical calm. I set my thermos on the counter and wash my hands, giving her a beat, but she doesn't say anything else, doesn't look at me, doesn't even flinch when I move into the space beside her. I can't tell if she's trying to pretend nothing happened or if she's waiting to see if I will. We work in silence for a while, her chopping herbs like a machine, me rubbing down the rack of ribs I prepped yesterday. The sounds of the kitchen feel too loud. Metal clanks, knife on wood, the hum of the fridge kicking on. It's not usually like this. So, I finally say, clearing my throat, everything good? She nods too quickly.
Yeah, just tired.
Right. I don't call her on it, not yet, but I glance at her hands, noticing the way her knuckles are whiter on the knife. She's holding everything too tight today. I keep my tone light. You forget to sleep or something? She lets out a dry little laugh.
Something like that.
We fall back into silence, tension swirling under the surface like a pot about to boil over. I could say something. I should say something, but the way her shoulders stay tense, the way she won't quite meet my eyes, I don't know if she needs me to talk or to back off. I choose neutral ground to bring us back to what we both know best. Any thoughts on the new menu draft? Her eyes flick to mine for half a second.
It's good. The trout confit might be too rich as a starter, but the flavors are great.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. We talk food, safe, familiar ground. She critiques my balance of lemon and thyme like it's life or death. I argue back just to hear her voice settle into something that sounds more like her again. But neither of us says a word about last night. It's there, though, in the way she won't quite meet my eyes, in the way I keep glancing at her without meaning to, in the way our shoulders brush as we pass in the narrow space between prep tables, and neither of us mentions it. Finally, she leans over the counter, scribbles something in her notebook, and says,
We should probably get ahead on the mirepoix. You want to start that?
Yeah, I say, voice quieter now. Sure. She doesn't move right away, just taps the pen against her page. Then, so quiet I almost miss it, she says,
We're good, right?
I look up at her. Her eyes flick to mine and away again, fast. Yeah, I say. We're good. She nods, bites her lip, doesn't ask anything else, and I don't offer. We both go back to work, pretending we didn't just sidestep a landmine, pretending we're still on solid ground. But the truth is that ground's shifting beneath our feet, and neither of us wants to be the first to admit it. The kitchen has become a war zone over the last few hours. Knives flashing, pans clanging, fire flaring from the grill. Josie's on Expo, calling tickets like she was born for it. Even when her cheeks flush too red and her hands start trembling on the pass, she waves me off when I try to take over.
I've got it,
she says, pushing sweaty hair from her face.
I'm good.
She's not. I know it, but we're 3 orders behind and my line cook just burned the scallops, so I bite down and nod. 30 seconds later, I hear it, a dull, sickening thud, then the sound of plates crashing to the floor. I whip around and everything in me goes cold. Josie is down, flat on her back, limbs twisted awkwardly like she didn't have time to catch herself. Her head hit the tile hard. One of her shoes came off. Someone screams, a line cook rushes forward, but I'm already there, dropping to my knees beside her. Everything else disappears. The kitchen noise, the staff, the fucking tickets on the rail, it all blurs into static. All I can see is her, pale, still, fragile in a way I've never seen her. Terror clamps around my throat like a vice. I can't breathe, can't think. All I know is that something's wrong, deeply, horribly wrong, and I need her to open her eyes, need her to tell me she's okay. She doesn't move, doesn't even flinch, and in that moment, I swear I've never been so scared in my life. Josie, hey, Josie, look at me. Come on, sweetheart, wake up. She doesn't move. Her skin is clammy, lips pale, eyes rolled halfway back, lids fluttering. Her chest rises, but it's shallow, too shallow. Her whole body is limp, slack. A shiver runs through me like ice water. Someone pass me my phone, I bark. Now! I fumble with my phone, hitting Dr. Theo's number with shaking hands. He picks up on the second ring. It's Josie, who works for me. She collapsed. I snap before I can get a word out. She's not waking up. I don't know what happened. She's unconscious, man. She hit her head. Is she breathing? Theo's voice sharpens. Yeah, but it's weak. She's clammy, pale as hell. Pulse is thready. Knox, listen to me. Get her flat on her back. Elevate her legs. Use a crate, towels, anything. That'll help blood flow to her brain. Make sure her airway is clear. Tilt her head back slightly. I'm already doing it, shoving a bundled apron under her legs, adjusting her head so she's not choking on her own tongue. She hit her head when she fell, I choke out. There was a crack. I heard it. I know it's scary, Theo says calmly, but if she's breathing and there's no seizure activity, she likely fainted. From dehydration, exhaustion, or a drop in blood pressure. Keep her cool. Get a fan on her. Cold rag on her neck. Do you have Gatorade or juice in the kitchen? Yeah. When she comes to, get something with sugar in her. Slowly. But if she doesn't wake up in the next 5 minutes, call 911. I'll be there as fast as I can, but you're her first line right now. You hear me? I've got her, I say, my voice shaking. I've got her.
Chapter 20. Josie. I'm wrapped in a blanket that smells vaguely like dryer sheets and defeat, curled into the corner of my couch with a half-full mug of tea I've reheated 3 times and still haven't finished. My head's pounding with the kind of low-grade ache that feels like it's been stitched into my bones. Every muscle is sore. Even my eyelids feel tired. And honestly, I'm still a little humiliated. Josie. I bolt up a little straighter. Is that Maya? Tell me you didn't actually collapse in the middle of the kitchen like some damsel in a soap opera? I groan. Don't remind me. I'm fragile. You passed out at work, Joe, she says, heels clicking across the hardwood as she steps into view, holding up a bag of soup like a peace offering. I reserve the right to be dramatic. She kicks off her shoes, shrugs off a camel trench coat like she's walking a runway, and drops beside me with all the grace of a slightly feral cat. Don't worry, she adds. I brought soup. Nurse Maya is here to make everything better. I laugh, but it's weak, and somehow that makes my eyes burn. She watches me for a second, too quiet. Then she softens. Hey, she says, talk to me. I stare at the blanket knotted in my lap. I passed out, Maya. Passed out. In the middle of service, in front of everyone. I took down a full tray of plates and scared the hell out of Knox and... Shit, I don't even know who else was there. Okay, she says gently. But you're okay now? I nod, though it doesn't feel like enough. The doctor says it was probably exhaustion, low blood sugar, maybe dehydration. He told me to rest, take a few days off. He said my body basically shut itself down because I wouldn't slow down. Maya sighs and leans her head against mine. Well, thank God it did shut down before something worse happened. You've been running on fumes for weeks. I was trying to keep up, prove myself. I thought if I just pushed harder. My throat tightens. I didn't want to seem weak. She pulls back just enough to look at me. Josie, exhaustion isn't weakness. It's burnout. It's your body saying, hey, maybe we don't need to be Superwoman today. She bumps her shoulder against mine. Even Beyoncé takes naps. I laugh again, shakier this time. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've worked kitchens before when I was in school in Chicago. I've had long hours, late nights, but this time I feel like I'm always a step behind, like no matter how hard I work, it's not enough. Maya arches a brow. Not enough for who? I don't answer, not right away, because that's the thing I haven't said out loud yet. I don't know who I'm trying to impress more, Knox or myself. And I also don't know why. She must sense it because her eyes soften again and she nudges the soup toward me. You want to talk about him? My pulse skips. I don't know what to say. Start with, did he freak out when you collapsed? I nod slowly. Yeah, he was there. He caught me, stayed with me until I came to. He called the doctor, got the kitchen under control. He didn't leave. Maya lets out a low whistle. Damn. Okay, Chef Daddy. Maya, I'm just saying, that man looked like a brick wall with anger issues when I first met him, and now he's out here playing knight in shining apron? I press the heel of my hand to my forehead. It's complicated. Maya doesn't say anything right away. Instead, she leans forward, rummaging through her oversized tote like she's looking for contraband, and pulls out a crinkled brown paper bag. She plops it on the coffee table between us with a weighty thud. I frown. What's that? Something we need to talk about, she says, carefully pulling out not one, not two, but 3 boxes of pregnancy tests. My mouth drops open. Wait, what? She doesn't flinch. She keeps unpacking like she's setting up a science experiment. 3 different brands, 6 tests total. Don't worry, they all had good reviews. Maya, what the hell? My voice comes out high-pitched and shaky. Why are you even... What? She finally looks at me, expression stern. Josie, come on. You passed out cold. You've been dragging for weeks, nauseous, exhausted, moody as hell. Your boobs hurt. You said so the other day, remember? You're crying over soup. I'm sick, not... I shake my head violently. Okay, maybe I thought about it once, but I didn't want to... Fuck, Maya. I wasn't ready to admit it. Well, she says, voice gentle now, I have. And I think it might be a good idea to check. I just stare. Because somehow, in the chaos of trying to keep up at work, in the fog of being so damn tired, in the mess of whatever is happening between me and Knox, I genuinely hadn't stopped long enough to do this math, to connect those dots. And now that she's said it, now that the possibility is sitting on my coffee table, staring back at me in bold pink lettering, I feel like the ground tilts beneath me. Maya, my voice cracks. You think I could be pregnant? She softens instantly. I think it's possible, and you need to know either way. I sink back into the couch, heart thudding so loudly I can barely hear over it. I'm not ready for this. I don't even know what I want from Knox, or from this town, or from my life right now. How the hell am I supposed to know if I can handle this? You don't have to know anything yet, she says softly, but this is step 1. I stare at the tests like they might explode. And in case you're wondering, she adds, quieter now, I got them from Stella's. She didn't ask questions, just rang me up, handed me a chocolate bar and a box of ginger tea, and told me, just in case, sweetheart. That does it. My vision blurs instantly. Why is everyone so nice here? I croak. I can't. Why is she like that? Maya pulls me into a hug without hesitation. Because this place is filled with people who show up when it matters, even if it's with chocolate and unsolicited life-altering tests. I bury my face in her shoulder. I'm not prepared for this. I know, she whispers, but you're not alone. We'll figure it out together. I promise. You have all of us. My hands tremble as I reach for the bag. My whole body feels like it's floating, like none of this is real, but somehow I know what I have to do. I don't know what the answer is yet, but I'm about to find out. Reluctantly, I grab one. Okay, fine. I grab 3 and spend the next 15 solid minutes pacing, stalling, and threatening to yeet the entire bag of tests out the window. Maya watches me like a calm, non-judgmental lighthouse in a storm. She's propped on my couch with her legs tucked under her and a smug little mug of tea in her hands, like she's not the person who just turned my whole world upside down with one paper bag and a knowing look. Do you need me to read you the directions? She offers sweetly. I'm not building a rocket, I mutter. I know how to pee on a stick. Then what's the holdup, champ? I'm gathering my strength. You've been in a stare down with a box for 9 minutes. It's staring first, she snorts. You're being dramatic. I point a finger at her. I'm about to pee on something that may or may not change the course of my entire life. I think I'm allowed a little drama. Try not to pee on your hand. Goodbye, forever. I storm into the bathroom, dignity flapping behind me like a sad little cape. The instructions are easy enough. Pee, wait, suffer. And I try to focus on the science of it instead of, the world-crushing implications. 2 minutes later, I shuffle out like a sleep-deprived gremlin and toss the capped test on the coffee table between us like it's cursed. There, I say, collapsing beside her. Now we wait. Maya sets a timer on her phone. Wanna scroll TikTok to pass the time? I want a lobotomy. We sit in silence, and the seconds stretch out like a bad first date. My heart is hammering. My mouth's dry. My foot won't stop tapping. When the timer goes off, I jump like I've been shot. I can't look, I say, shaking my head. I literally cannot. I've got it, Maya says, calm as ever. She picks it up. Her eyes go wide. Oh. My stomach plummets. What do you mean, oh? Oh, what, Maya? She swallows, glances at me, and says gently, Josie, it's positive. Time stops. I blink at her, my brain still buffering. Positive? Positive? She nods. I laugh. It's a wild, unhinged, absolutely not okay laugh that quickly turns into something suspiciously close to a sob. No, I did it wrong. You didn't do it wrong. It's faulty. Maybe it expired. Maybe it's a prank test. Maybe... Joe... I stop rambling because it's written right there. 2 bold little pink lines, not subtle, not vague, not maybe, definitely, positively pregnant. I sit back, dazed. I was not expecting that. Maya hums and hands me the emergency chocolate bar like I'm being awarded for surviving the first round of motherhood Hunger Games. I stare at the test. I don't feel pregnant. Shouldn't there be fireworks or an angel chorus or something? You did faint in the middle of a kitchen like a 19th century heiress. Too soon. She leans in, voice softer now. Are you okay? No. Yes. Maybe? I press a hand to my stomach and blink, trying to make sense of this new reality, of this tiny, invisible thing changing the entire course of my life. I'm pregnant, I whisper, and then the bigger thought crashes through me like a truck. I'm pregnant, I say again, slower now, more horrified. with Knox's baby. Maya winces. Yikes. Yeah, that one wild night of yours really does keep giving, doesn't it? That part complicates things a bit. Complicates? Understatement of the century, because what the hell do I do now? March into the kitchen like, hey, boss, guess what? You're going to be a dad. Surprise! I don't know how to tell him, I whisper, throat tight. You don't have to know anything yet, Maya says, resting a hand over mine. But this is step one. I nod slowly. My fingers tighten around the test, and I feel the ground shift beneath me again. Step one. Someone help me. What the hell does step 2 even look like?
Chapter 21. Knox. Jace leans against the stainless steel counter, laughing like he still can't quite believe my life, despite being here for, well, what feels like forever. You're a billionaire, he says for the 4th time in 5 minutes. You could be on a yacht in Italy with a drink in one hand and a tanned stranger feeding you grapes in the other. I don't like grapes, I mutter, cracking an egg into the bowl. He throws his hands in the air. That's your takeaway? I also hate yachts. You're insane. I glance up long enough to give him a look. Then stop wasting your breath. The whisk hits the side of the bowl with a steady rhythm, and the kitchen hums with the comforting noise of prep. Pans heating, knives working, soft conversation floating in from the front. Normally Josie would be here by now, singing something ridiculous, reorganizing the spice rack for no reason, slipping me a taste of whatever new thing she's testing. But she's not, and that's fine. I told her to take time off. She's been exhausted, run ragged, burning herself out working so hard for me. I don't want her to get sick, but I also don't like it when she isn't here. The place feels off, too quiet, too still, like the center of gravity is missing. Jace watches me like he's waiting for something to crack. What is going on with you right now? You are not the party animal you used to be. I know you're retired and everything, and I know you said you wanted to cook, but damn. I don't answer. He whistles low. Can I not tempt you to spend one day off with me? Josie isn't here. I have to take over. You can't get someone else? I shoot him a look, causing him to throw his hands in the air and surrender. All right, whatever. Just trying to have some fun is all. Silver Peak is fun. You just have to go and find it. I'd rather just hang out with my buddy if that's okay. Jay starts snapping pictures while I'm plating a tray of honey cornbread muffins like it's a damn Vogue shoot. I ignore him at first. Maybe if I don't react, he'll get bored and go bother someone else. Give me a little smolder, he says, angling his phone like he's Spielberg. I will give you a restraining order. Ooh, that's hot. Do it again. I don't even look up. I've known Jace long enough to know he feeds off attention like a raccoon digging through trash at 2 a.m. Best not to engage. You could at least pretend to smile, he adds, snapping another photo while I brush melted butter over the tops of the muffins. I'm not here to do mall glamour shots, I mutter. That's what makes it authentic. The grumpy jawline, the aggressive biceps, the deep emotional trauma I'm sure you're repressing. He lifts his phone again. Ooh, give me sexy wounded soldier with a whisk. I flip him off without looking. He snaps that, too. Excellent, he says. This one's going on the grid. A few minutes pass. I'm chopping herbs and trying to pretend I'm alone in the woods when the door swings open and Eli's voice cuts through the kitchen like a chainsaw wrapped in sunshine. "Knox and Knightley, you are putting Silver Peak on the map." "Huh?" I ask without turning around. "You're trending." Now I turn. "Trending what?" He marches over and shoves his phone in my face. "This." On the screen, a video. Me, sleeves rolled up, brow furrowed, chopping veg like I'm auditioning for a gritty cooking drama. There's literal slow motion. There's steam rising dramatically behind me. There's sensual jazz music. And there, in the corner, is the logo. Jude Knightley Media. Eli cackles. "Jude edited Jace's photos and clipped it like a damn cologne commercial, and it's gone viral, not just in the town, but all over in moments." I groan. "You're kidding me." He scrolls. "You're officially trending under hashtag Hot Mountain Chef. There's already merch." Jace claps a hand on my back. "I made the hashtag. You're welcome. I didn't ask for this." "No one asks to go viral," Eli says, still swiping. "It just happens, like love or food poisoning. Jude's DMs are flooded. Someone offered 10 grand for a one-on-one pasta-making session with you. Fully clothed. Probably." I put the knife down before I throw it at something. Are you people insane? I am not some internet thirst trap. I am not a mascot. I'm a guy who wants to run a damn restaurant in peace. Jace shrugs. A very hot guy who wants to run a restaurant in peace according to the online world. Jace, I'm just saying, you're the full package. Smolder, muscle, mysterious past. If this were a Hallmark movie, you'd be the rugged love interest with a tragic backstory who teaches the big city girl how to love again with cinnamon rolls and emotional growth. I hate Hallmark, I growl. You are Hallmark, Eli says brightly, except with better triceps. I push away from the counter and pace across the kitchen, scrubbing a hand down my face. This isn't what I came here for. Oh, come on, Jace says. It's not like you're back on ESPN doing Gatorade commercials. It's only a couple of reels, some flirty captions, a little internet buzz. That little buzz is the start of exactly what I left behind, I snap. People watching, judging, expecting something from me again. That life ate me alive the first time, and I barely crawled out of it. Eli frowns. But this is different. This isn't the NFL. This isn't paparazzi and press tours and post-game breakdowns. Isn't it? I ask, turning on him. Because it sure as hell feels like I'm being packaged and sold all over again, just with vegetables and better lighting. Silence stretches between us for a beat. I shake my head. I moved to Silver Peak to stop being that guy, the one who was always on, the one who couldn't breathe without it being a headline. This was supposed to be mine, quiet, normal, real life. Jace leans against the counter, suddenly less smirking. Knox, you're allowed to want that, but people are excited to see you. They love you, you know that. I don't want to be loved, I say through gritted teeth. I want to be left alone. I want to wake up, make bread, yell at my staff, and go to bed without someone dissecting how I hold a damn spatula. Eli sighs. You really hate the spotlight that much? I nod. It nearly broke me. For a second, Jace looks like he might actually say something serious, but then, because he can't help himself, he points at the stove. Well, on the bright side, your viral fame probably doubled your brunch reservations. I glare at him. He grins. Triple if you keep scowling like that. You have villain origin story cheekbones right now. I pick up a muffin and chuck it at his head. He ducks, cackling. Missed me, hashtag hot mountain chef. I will burn your phone. Not before he gets Jude more footage, Eli says. He's got a montage planned for next week. Whisk Me Away, the Knox Nightly Experience. Yup, I'm about to lose my damn mind.
Chapter 22. Josie. By the time we finish curling the last strand of my hair, I barely recognize the girl in the mirror. Okay, sit still or I'll poke you in the eye, Dee warns, leaning in with the kind of concentration normally reserved for bomb defusal or threading a sewing machine. And no one wants a burned eye, especially not for Mom's famous game night at the Timberline Inn. I still can't believe I let you talk me into this, I mumble. You say that every time, she says, dabbing something shimmery onto my cheekbones. And every time you end up looking like a goddess and eating half a pie. So really, you're welcome. She's not wrong. About the pie part, anyway. The rest, I don't know. I feel like I've been living in grayscale lately, and she's trying to drag me back into color. I appreciate it. I do. But it's hard to pretend everything's normal when I've got a secret the size of a jelly bean with a heartbeat. You're gonna knock 'em dead, she says, stepping back with a proud smile. Hell, I would date you. You know, if I weren't your sister. I raise an eyebrow. A little forward, Dee, she snorts. Please, I'm trying to impress someone else tonight. I pause. Oh, really? I turn in my seat, grinning. Do tell. Dee immediately flushes. Nope, not happening. Nova? Her eyes go red. Shut up. You shut up. You've been weird around her for like weeks. I haven't been weird. You spend almost as much time at the Marrow as I do. She crosses her arms, clearly regretting this whole line of conversation. Are you done being nosy? Are you going to tell her how you feel? She hesitates. That's what I thought. I let the silence stretch, the air thick with unspoken things. The old me, well, the me from 3 weeks ago, would have kept teasing her until she caved. But right now, I don't have it in me to play matchmaker, even for my sister. Dee picks up the shift almost immediately. Okay, your turn. What's going on with you and Knox? And there it is, the question I've been dodging like it's radioactive. I stand abruptly and move to grab my jacket. Nothing. Josie. I said it's nothing, okay? Dee holds up her hands, softening her voice. Hey, sorry. Just asking. I nod, already regretting snapping. It's not her fault I'm a hormonal disaster, but I can't do this tonight, not when everything is so raw, so fragile. By the time the makeover is done, I'm stunned into silence. The girl staring back at me in the mirror has glossy, curled hair that frames her face like something out of a shampoo commercial. Glowing skin that could pass for 8 hours of sleep and a stress-free existence, and lips tinted just enough to hint that she's kissed trouble and liked it. I blink. Holy crap, I whisper. Is that me? Dee beams. Told you, goddess. I look like I have my life together. She laughs. You look like you own your life. Even if, your life is held together with duct tape and caffeine. I give her a shaky smile and swallow the lump in my throat. It feels good to look nice, to feel like myself, or at least some version of myself that isn't panicked or queasy or hiding a massive secret. But the illusion is paper thin, and I can already feel it fluttering in the breeze of reality. Before I can spiral any further, there's a knock at the front door. Maya and Gracie breeze in, excited for what the night brings. Gracie's balancing a tray of homemade brownies and a container of buffalo chicken dip, while Maya carries a tote bag bursting with board games and half a six-pack of hard cider. "Well, damn," Maya says, eyeing me from head to toe. "Look who came dressed to slay." "I didn't mean to slay," I mutter. "I was ambushed." "Ambushed with beauty," Dee says proudly. Gracie nods, grinning. "If you don't get at least one date offer tonight, I'll eat this entire tray myself out of spite." "Not if I get to it first," Maya says, already heading for the kitchen. "But first, let's go and see if Mama Dawson needs any help." Mom gets us to work right away, always wanting her monthly game nights to be perfect. Actually, I forgot how much fun this could be. The Timberline Inn really is the center of this town in a really cool way. Dee handles drinks, mixing mocktails and adult punches in glass dispensers. Gracie sets out the snacks with a precision that would make a Pinterest mom weep. Maya organizes the games by category: strategy, chaos, trivia, and pure friendship ruiners. I help Mom set out the tables. We joke and bicker and tease each other like always. "Okay, but hear me out," Maya says, holding up Uno. "This is how friendships die." "No," Dee says deadpan. "Monopoly is how friendships die. Uno is how you die when you stack 4-draw-4s like a psycho." "I didn't make the rules," Maya shrugs. "I just enforce them with spite." Gracie snorts. "This is why we can't have nice things." I can't help but laugh, despite everything. No one knows my secret yet. Well, aside from Maya. No one knows I'm standing in the middle of my childhood home, made up like a girl who has it all together, with a baby growing in my belly, all because of my boss. But for this moment, under the string lights and the sound of old board games being cracked open, I let myself have it. The normalcy, the noise, the illusion, even if it's only for tonight. It isn't long before the rest of the town starts trickling in, turning what was once our family game night into something bigger, louder, warmer, and so quintessentially Silver Peak it practically smells like nostalgia and cinnamon. Bee rolls in like she owns the place, sweet-hearted as ever, and completely incapable of showing up anywhere empty-handed. She plops her famous strawberry chess pie on the counter with the kind of ceremony usually reserved for royal coronations. "Game night only," she warns, wagging a flour-dusted finger at my mom. "If I see you trying to freeze a slice for later, Betty, I will find out." "Wouldn't dream of it," Mom lies smoothly. "I'm sure there won't be any left anyway." Bee kisses my cheek and gives me a once-over. "You look nice, sugar. Too nice for cards and crackers. Trying to impress anyone?" I open my mouth to deflect, but she's already moving on, offering unsolicited life advice to Gracie and critiquing Maya's outfit with genuine affection and a side of caramel shortbread. It isn't long before Sheriff Caleb Flynn follows her inside. He mutters something to Dee about neighborhood patrol schedules, but the moment she pulls him into the kitchen to talk logistics, it's obvious he's not going anywhere. Especially once he sees Mayor Monroe arrive and doesn't so subtly rearrange himself to stand near her. "Has anyone told her about his crush?" I whisper to Maya. "Only the entire town, twice." Caleb somehow manages to end up in our Pictionary group, and to everyone's shock, he's good. Like, scarily good. "Is that a velociraptor?" Gracie asks, squinting at his sketch. "No, it's clearly a unicycle," says Lily Prescott from across the room. "It's a velociraptor on a unicycle," yells Maya, winning the round and nearly flipping the whiteboard. "Do you even enforce laws?" Dee mutters to Caleb as he smirks. Mason and Lily Prescott host the lightning round trivia, dragging a folding table into the center of the living room like it's the main stage at a championship event. Lily's all sunshine and giggles, reading out questions in her sing-song voice and tossing Hershey's kisses at anyone who answers quickly. Mason, on the other hand, keeps score with the solemn intensity of a man calculating rocket fuel. Which U.S. state produces the most blueberries? Lily chirps. Maine, shouts Gracie before the question is even finished. Mason doesn't even blink. Correct, but -1 point for yelling. -1? She gasps. This is trivia, not federal court. Same energy, he deadpans. It's chaos, wonderful, ridiculous chaos, full of inside jokes and playful jabs and people shouting over each other for bragging rights that last maybe a week. Someone spills cider. Someone else starts a round of charades that devolves instantly into interpretive dance. My mom keeps trying to play matchmaker between Caleb and the mayor, and Bee is definitely keeping a tally in her notebook labeled potential couples to nudge. And me? I smile. I laugh. I eat 2 slices of strawberry chess pie and most of a soft pretzel without getting queasy. I even win a round of charades by dramatically acting out Titanic with Dee as my very unimpressed iceberg. For a while, I almost forget. Forget that anything's wrong. Forget the exhaustion curled in my bones. Forget the future I haven't figured out yet, growing quietly inside me. But all that forgetting comes to a screeching halt the second the front door opens again, and Jace strolls in like game night is his idea of a wild night in. He grins wide, holding up a 6-pack of root beer. Heard there was fun happening. Hope I'm not too late. My stomach drops. Not because of Jace, even if he is pretty irritating at times. It's who's behind him that freezes me in place. Knox. He doesn't say anything at first. He stands there in the doorway, shoulders hulking in a black Henley that fits too well, his dark hair slightly mussed like he drove with the windows down. He looks like he doesn't know if he's welcome here or not. His eyes find mine instantly, and just like that, the air is sucked from the room. The string lights seem too bright. The laughter fades to a low buzz. My heartbeat kicks like it's trying to punch its way out of my ribs. What the hell? I whisper to Dee, barely moving my lips. She leans in. I didn't invite him. Well, someone did. Jace elbows Knox slightly. Come on, man. Don't look so serious. It's just game night. Just game night. I try to swallow the laugh bubbling up in my throat, but it comes out brittle and wrong. Everyone's watching him now, some subtly, some not. Even Bee has paused her matchmaking notes to give him the once-over. Josie, Knox says, voice quiet but firm. I flinch like I've been tapped by lightning. Hi. That's all I can manage. Hi. His gaze flicks down my body, pausing for a half a second too long. I know what he's seeing, the hair, the makeup, the pretend version of me I barely recognize. I wonder if he can tell it's all a costume, if he can see the panic pressed beneath the shimmer on my cheekbones. Before Knox can say another word, someone from the other side of the room bellows, Hey, are you two just going to stand there making googly eyes, or are you actually going to play? We need one more for Jenga, or this whole tower's coming down in disgrace. It's Mayor Willa, holding up a wobbly stack of oversized blocks like the fate of the world depends on it. Half the room laughs. The other half, mostly the competitive ones, start shouting over each other. Get in here, Knightley. Josie's on my team. She's good under pressure. She is not. She folds faster than a lawn chair. Hey, I shoot back. I only folded once, and that was because someone, Maya, stacked all the blanks at the bottom. Strategic genius, not sabotage. Learn the difference. The attention shifts, the energy pulling like a tide, sweeping us both forward before I can decide whether to run or faint. Dee gives me a gentle nudge with her hip. You heard them, sunshine. Time to defend your game night honor. I blink up at her. I think I left my honor in the kitchen, next to my dignity. You look like you've got both in spades, she says, then adds under her breath, and he hasn't stopped looking at you since he walked in, so maybe just breathe. But I can't. Not really. Because as we're pulled into the chaos again, Knox getting roped into Team Gracie with a resigned sigh and a reluctant smirk, me wedged between Maya and B in a round of ruthless reverse charades, I keep feeling him watching me, not in a creepy way, in a way that's impossible to ignore. I keep laughing at the wrong times, missing clues, guessing things that aren't even close. I mistake lawnmower for zombie crab and make Maya fall to the floor wheezing. I can't focus. Every time I glance over, there he is, quiet, still, eyes locked on me like he's trying to solve a puzzle with no edges. And I don't know if it's the fact that for one night I'm pretending I'm not a walking secret, but I can't stop looking back. Knox Knightley doesn't belong here, not in my mom's living room, not in this small town bubble of board games and baked goods and nosy neighbors. But somehow, tonight, he does. And it's messing with my head, because I'm not just watching him, I'm thinking about us. And that's the most dangerous game of all.
Chapter 23. Knox. When Jace told me about game night, I laughed in his face. Literally, laughed out loud. The kind of laugh you give a man who suggests you willingly walk into a buzzsaw and call it recreation. Game night? I said. What am I, 70? But somehow, here I am, standing just inside the Timberline Inn, like I accidentally time-traveled into a Norman Rockwell painting, blinking under string lights and the smell of cinnamon, watching half the town shout over trivia while the other half argues about Jenga physics. And it's fun, which is confusing, because fun, at least once upon a time, used to come with bottle service, velvet ropes, and a bill that could feed a small country. But this is better. I'm not even sure when I realized it. Maybe when B shoved a slice of strawberry chest pie into my hand like it was a mandatory toll, or when someone handed me a Sharpie and told me I had to label my cup or suffer consequences. Or maybe it was the exact second I saw her, Josie. Damn near knocked the breath out of me. She was laughing at something Maya said, head tilted back, lips painted just enough to be dangerous, hair curled like she stepped out of a dream I haven't admitted I keep having. And then she saw me. Her eyes locked on mine and the whole damn room faded, like someone turned down the volume on the world just so I could hear my own heartbeat. Which was a mistake because it's going about 100 miles a minute. She looked stunned, like she wasn't expecting me, like I was a ghost from a dream she didn't want to wake up from. Or maybe that's just me. Before I can say anything, do anything, we're swept into so many games it's hard to keep up. And then Jace claps a hand on my shoulder like he's just drafted me into war. Okay, trivia time. Now it's game night. He's grinning like an idiot, already wearing a red bandana around his head like it's a headband of honor and not a napkin he found in the snack table's utensil basket. I blink. What are you, Team Bloodhound? He says proudly, lifting a clipboard like it's Excalibur. Me, you, Gracie, and Dale the handyman, who apparently has been in training for this since last year's scandal. There was a scandal? Apparently Maya knocked over the Scrabble tiles and claimed a triple word score on a word that wasn't real. He leans in, lowers his voice. It was Snorgle. We can't let that shit slide. We have to crush them in trivia. I stare at him. You good, man? No, he says brightly, already walking toward the trivia corner. But I will be once we crush Team Moose Drool. which apparently is what Josie's team is called. Of course it is. I trail after him, mostly because I'm worried he might physically explode if left unsupervised. He's bouncing on his heels like a golden retriever at a tennis ball convention, firing off random facts about state capitals and sports I don't know if anyone has ever heard of. But none of it registers, because she's looking at me again. Across the room, Josie's perched on the edge of a mismatched sofa, knees tucked under her, lip caught between her teeth in concentration as she scribbles something on her team's whiteboard. She's wearing this soft green sweater that looks like it was made from clouds, and every time she brushes her hair back behind her ear, I forget how to breathe. She catches me staring. I don't look away. Neither does she. Fire flickers between us, uncertain and electric. She tilts her head like she's trying to figure me out all over again, like maybe she thought she already had. Spoiler, she hasn't, because I barely understand what I'm doing here either. Not just here in this inn, in this town, in this oversized flannel, but here, standing still for once, wanting something I don't know how to ask for. Dude! Jace elbows me hard enough to make my ribs click. Pay attention, we're about to win the lightning round. He's got a marker in one hand and the eyes of a man possessed. His usual laid-back, too-cool-to-care attitude, gone, obliterated, replaced by a trivia gremlin who thinks BuzzFeed quizzes are a legitimate training tool. But despite all the noise, all the shouting, all the strategic overthinking of whether Cummerbund has two M's, I can't focus, because Josie just laughed again. And I'd rather lose every game in this building than miss another second of that sound. Knox, Jace says, nudging me again. You didn't even hear the question. Didn't need to. We're losing, man. I'm okay with that. He pauses, then follows my gaze, lets out a slow exhale, and mutters, Oh, you're so gone. I don't deny it, because I am utterly, completely, inexplicably gone over a girl who wears aprons like armor and looks at me like she doesn't know whether to kiss me or kill me. And all I can think is, let her choose. I'll take either. The night winds down in a haze of spilled cider and leftover cookies, victory debates, and lopsided board game stacks. Team Moostrel ends up winning the whole thing, of course. Gracie demands a recount, Jace tries to rally a protest, someone throws a marshmallow, but I don't care, because Josie laughed when they won. This full-bodied thing that tilted her head back and crinkled her nose and made every damn person in the room want to laugh with her, including me, especially me. Now the crowd's thinning out, the room softening, the lights are dimmer, the fire's burning low. Bee's off arguing with Dale the handyman about who left the Monopoly money in the chili pot one time, and Jace finally tapped out, muttering something about being robbed and needing to emotionally recharge his trivia battery. And somehow it's only me and her. The Timberline Inn is quiet now, warm, lit by firelight and the last strands of fairy lights twinkling overhead, like stars someone strung up on purpose. Josie sitting at the long wooden table, absent-mindedly stacking coasters into a crooked little tower. The smile playing on a corner of her lips has my pulse absolutely pounding. I step closer. She glances up. For a second, neither of us says anything. There's no need to. It's all there, in the air, in the way we look at each other, like we're both standing on the edge of something big and real and maybe terrifying.
You didn't collect your trophy,
she says, voice low, teasing. We lost, I remind her. She shrugs.
Participation trophies still count. You did technically spell cummerbund right, eventually.
That was Gracie.
Still counts.
A smile flickers across her face, quick and wry and a little sad. I sit down across from her, close enough to smell vanilla on her skin. You good? I ask, voice quieter now. She nods, then hesitates, and I know that look, that pause, like she's about to say something important, like her words are balancing on a cliff, and one wrong move will send them tumbling. Josie, She stops, biting her lip. Her eyes search mine, wide and uncertain.
Knox, there's something
I can't take it. I don't know what she's going to say. Don't know if it'll undo me or save me or both. But I can't wait any more. Because her voice is soft and shaky and real. Because her eyes are holding a whole damn galaxy. Because every part of me wants her. So I do the only thing I can do. I lean in and kiss her. Her breath catches, this tiny gasp on my lips, and then she's there, all in. Her fingers fist in the front of my shirt like she needs something to hold onto or she might fall apart. And damn, I get it. Because I'm unraveling too.
Chapter 24. Josie. I don't remember moving. 1 second, Knox is looking at me like I'm the only thing keeping him tethered to the earth, and the next, his mouth is on mine, and I'm gone. It isn't gentle. It isn't careful. It's like a dam bursting open, and the moment it starts, I don't want it to stop. I don't care about the lights still glowing outside the window or the way the whole house smells like cider and nostalgia. I don't care that my hands are shaking or that I had every intention of telling him the truth tonight. Because when he kisses me, everything else fades. The fear, the what-ifs, the secret curled beneath my ribs. Gone. His lips are warm and rough, and the way he kisses me, like he's been waiting for permission, makes my chest ache and bloom at the same time. His hands frame my face like I'm precious, like I belong to him somehow. And I let him. I let myself lean in, melt, forget. I grab the hem of his shirt like it's the only thing keeping me upright, and when he pulls back to breathe, I chase him without thinking. Josie, he says, voice low and wrecked. I need you. My forehead rests against his. My lips are swollen, my breath shaky, but my answer is steady. Then follow me. That's all it takes. We're moving, clumsy, desperate, bumping into door frames and half laughing between kisses that don't know how to end. His hands are everywhere, my waist, my back, threading into my hair like he's trying to memorize me by touch. We barely make it to the stairs. I tangle my fingers in his and pull him after me, step by step, heart pounding in my throat. We don't stop kissing, not once. We pause for a breath. A heartbeat, a look that says this is real, and then it's mouth to mouth again, greedy and aching, and so much more than just attraction. By the time we reach my bedroom, I'm shaking, not with nerves, with need. And I know I should tell him. I should stop, sit him down, and say the words I've been carrying like a ticking clock. I'm pregnant. But I don't. I kiss him harder instead, because right now this is all I can handle. Right now I need to feel something that isn't fear. Right now I need to remember what it feels like to want something without guilt curling around the edges. And I want him. Someone help me. I want him. Inside my room, the door clicks shut behind us, and for a second the silence stretches, thick with want, charged and humming. I step back from him breathless and try to make a move that feels confident and cool, like I know exactly what I'm doing. Except I don't. Because when I reach for the hem of my sweater to pull it off in one smooth, seductive motion, it decides to betray me completely. One arm gets stuck. Then the neckline folds in on itself. I try to shimmy out of it, but my elbow jerks at a weird angle and... Nope. Now it's over my head, halfway off, tangled like a knitted straitjacket. I let out a muffled groan. Ugh, sexy and graceful. That's me. I finally yank it free with a dramatic huff, my hair standing up like I've been electrocuted. My cheeks burn as I toss the sweater aside and try not to look like I want the floor to swallow me whole. But then I hear him laugh. Not a smirk, not a condescending chuckle, a real laugh, low and warm and fond. And when I finally meet his eyes, he's looking at me like I hung the stars. Sexy and graceful, Knox says, stepping toward me, his voice like smoke and honey. You forgot adorable and completely lethal to my self-control. My breath catches. Whatever mortification I had fizzles out as his hands slide to my waist, grounding me in the best possible way. I'm serious, he murmurs, dipping his head, his lips brushing my cheek, my jaw, the corner of my mouth. You could have walked in here wearing a paper bag and tripped over a chair, and I'd still want you so bad it hurts. This time when I reach for him, my hands find his shirt, soft cotton stretched over warm, solid muscle. I slip my fingers beneath the hem, and he lets me, watching me like he's memorizing every move. I lift it slowly, revealing inch after inch of him, my breath catching when the fabric clears the tattoos I can't get enough of. Knox helps, pulling it over his head and tossing it aside. Damn, he really is gorgeous, isn't he? I trail my hands across his chest, fingers skating over the ink that sprawls across his skin, and he shudders under my touch. Then his hands are on my hips, guiding me gently, reverently, like he's not in a rush, like unwrapping me is something sacred. I feel it, too. He tugs me close again, kissing me deep, slow, and searching, like he's trying to speak in a language made only of mouths and hands and soft gasps in the dark. My jeans are next. He unbuttons them without breaking the kiss, and I kick them off, not even caring when they get caught around my ankle for a second. We laugh into each other, breathless, and he pulls back just enough to look at me. Still sexy and graceful, he says, voice rough with want. Shut up and take your pants off, I whisper. He grins and does exactly that. And then someone help me. He's naked, and I forget how to breathe. There's a beat of silence where I just look at all of him, not just the inked lines of his body or the heavy weight of his cock, though, yeah, that's impressive enough to make my mouth water, but the way he's looking at me, like I'm something he can't believe he gets to touch, like I'm the thing he wants more than anything. It does something to me, flips a switch I didn't know I had. I step toward him until I'm right between his legs, and he's watching me with barely restrained hunger. I press my hands to his thighs and push gently, guiding him back onto the bed so he's sitting up against the headboard, legs spread wide, that gorgeous body on full display just for me. His eyes darken as I drop to my knees at the edge of the bed. Josie, he says, voice rough, a warning, a plea. I just smile. I want to taste you. His breath hitches like I've punched it out of him. I wrap my fingers around the base of his cock, loving the way he jerks in my hand, hot and heavy and already leaking. I stroke him once, slow and teasing, then lower my mouth and lick a firm line from base to tip, my tongue swirling around the head before I suck it gently between my lips. Knox groans. One hand fists in the sheets, the other finds my hair, not guiding, just there, like he needs the connection. I take more of him into my mouth, inch by inch, until my lips are stretched wide and he's hitting the back of my throat. I breathe through my nose and let my throat relax, swallowing around him as my fingers stroke the base and cradle the weight of him. "Fuck, Josie." His voice breaks. Damn, you feel good." I hum in response, and the vibration makes him shudder. He's barely holding on, every muscle in his body pulled tight like a live wire, but he doesn't push. He lets me set the pace, lets me worship him the way I want. I bob my head, slow and steady, sucking deeper each time until I'm drooling around him, until I can feel him throb in my mouth. And the way he watches me, eyes locked on mine, like he's not sure if this is real, makes the heat in my belly coil tighter and tighter. "Josie, baby, if you don't stop, I'm not gonna last." I pull off with a wet pop and a wicked smile, licking my lips as I look up at him. "Not yet," I whisper. "I want you inside me when you come." And just like that, the man moves. 1 second, I'm on my knees, and the next, he's hauling me up into his lap, mouth crashing into mine like he's done waiting. We kiss deep and dirty, tasting each other, every drag of his tongue making my whole body pulse. He lays me back on the bed, climbing over me like a storm, one big hand sliding down my thigh as he groans, "You trying to kill me?" "Maybe a little," I pant, laughing breathlessly as I hook my legs around his hips. He slides inside me in one long, perfect thrust, and everything else disappears. I gasp, arching into him, already full and stretched in the best way. He fills me completely, like he was made to fit, like my body has been waiting for this, for him. Knox groans, the sound raw and guttural, like he's finally found the thing he's been hunting for. His mouth is everywhere, my neck, my shoulder, biting just enough to make me shiver, to brand me. He's everywhere, inside me, around me, under my skin. I can't think. I don't want to. "You feel so fucking good," he growls against my skin, pulling back and driving deep again, slow and punishing. My hands scramble over his back, nails digging into his shoulders like I need to anchor myself, like I might come apart if I don't hold on. Every thrust steals the air from my lungs, rewrites the way I understand want. He sets a rhythm that has me spiraling fast, each deep stroke building pressure in my core, unraveling me. I'm going to break. I want to break. For him, because of him. "Touch yourself," he says, low and rough, stilling inside me. "I want to watch." I blink up at him, breathless, my brain short-circuiting. "What?" His mouth curves into something dark and wicked. "You heard me, sunshine." His voice is like gravel soaked in honey. "Show me how you come. Rub that pretty clit while I fuck you slow." Oh, wow. Heat floods my cheeks, shame and desire crashing together like lightning in my chest. My pulse stutters, then races. His eyes, those sharp, storm-dark eyes, lock on mine, and it's like being struck. He's watching me like I'm sacred, like I'm sinful, like I'm the only thing on this earth worth burning for. My body answers before my pride can catch up. Trembling, I slide a hand between us. The moment my fingers find that desperate, aching place, he thrusts again, slow and deep, like he's making a promise. I cry out, hips jolting, the sensation sharp and overwhelming. Knox's gaze drops, watching everything. My hand, the way I move, the way my mouth parts on a breathless moan. "That's it," he murmurs, voice dark silk, an intense edge in every word. "Just like that. Let me see how you fall apart." And I do. Every moment of his hips presses me closer to the edge, every word from his mouth a spark to dry kindling. I'm burning for him, burning because of him. My breath comes in shallow, shattered gasps. My legs tremble. He's still inside me, thick and slow and steady, filling me like no one ever has, like no one ever could. His hand grips my hip tighter, possessive, grounding me as my body starts to unravel. "You're so fucking beautiful like this," he says, eyes locked on me like I'm the center of his universe. "So good for me." That's what shatters it. The praise, the possession, the unbearable intimacy of being seen. My breath catches on a broken sob as my body clenches around him, tight and pulsing and completely out of my control. It starts low, a deep rolling heat that bursts wide open like a star-going supernova. My thighs shake, my stomach tightens, and then I'm gone. White, hot pleasure explodes through my core, lighting every nerve ending on fire. My vision blurs, my lungs forget how to work. It's too much, too good, too deep, and I want it to last forever. I cry out, fingers still moving as he keeps thrusting, slow and steady, dragging every last wave from me like he needs to wring it out of my soul. And maybe he does, because Knox's voice is in my ear now, wrecked and full of need. "Look at you," he groans, "coming so hard on my cock. You're fucking perfect." I'm shaking, lost in it, floating in that strange, shimmering place between pleasure and surrender. I don't feel like a body anymore. I feel like sensation, like light. I cry out, body seizing around him, and Knox grits his teeth, riding it out like he's barely holding on. But he doesn't stop. He flips us in one fluid motion, dragging me on top of him with a dark grin. "You're not done yet." "Bossy," I pant, grinning down at him. "You like me, bossy." He grabs my hips and starts guiding me, thrusting up as I roll my hips in slow circles. "You love it when I take charge." He's not wrong. I ride him hard, skin slapping, sweat slick between us. His hands are on my ass, gripping tight, and when he bends up to suck one of my nipples into his mouth, I nearly come again. "Hands behind your back," he murmurs. "What?" He sits up, holding me in his lap, and gathers both my wrists behind me in one big hand. "Trust me?" I nod. "Good girl." The praise hits me almost harder than his cock. He rocks up into me, hard and fast now, holding my arms and kissing me roughly, claiming every sound I make. It's filthy hot. I've never felt so out of control and so safe at the same time. When I come again, it's not soft or spiraling or slow. It rips through me. My whole body jerks, back arching like a bowstring, breath shattering in my throat. The pleasure is crazy this time. Raw, nearly brutal in its intensity, and it doesn't creep up the way the last one did. It devours. My thighs tremble violently. My voice breaks around his name, and when he lets go of my wrists and flips me like I weigh nothing, I barely register the motion. I'm still floating in the aftershock, still twitching from it, hips jerking helplessly, even as he bends me over the edge of the bed. "Damn, look at you," Knox groans, voice ragged, his hands like brands on my hips as he flips me easily and lays me flat against the edge of the bed. "You come like it's the end of the world." It feels like the end of the world, like something inside me shattered and remade itself in his hands, like he's pulled the breath from my lungs and replaced it with a heat that only exists when he's inside me. I can't speak. I can barely think. I'm trembling, every nerve still lit up, twitching under his touch. His hands grip my thighs and drag me back to the edge until my legs are dangling and my back arches off the mattress. The air is thick and electric, and I feel everything. The rough drag of his skin against mine, the slick heat between my thighs, the way my body pulses around nothing. Desperate and empty until he thrusts back into me. Deep, hard, one fluid stroke that punches the air from my lungs. I cry out, fingers curling into the sheets, already so spent I should be useless. But the second he's back inside me, I'm wide open again, helpless, wanting. Knox leans over me, a hand braced beside my head, the other gripping my thigh to hold me still as he fucks into me with ruthless, slow precision. His skin is flushed, damp with sweat. And his eyes? Fuck. His eyes are wild, dark, unfocused, like he's barely hanging on. Fucking perfect, he pants, jaw clenched, lips grazing my temple as his hips snap forward again. You feel like heaven. My entire body tenses, every aftershock firing again as he keeps going, keeps pressing deeper until it's all too much and still not enough. I can feel the sweat sliding down the curve of my back, feel the stretch, the heat, the absolute ruin of it. The sound of our skin meeting is filthy and wet and constant. The bed creaks beneath us. The air tastes like salt and sex and desperation. And he doesn't stop. Not until his thrusts stutter, his breathing turns to ragged gasps, and his fingers dig so hard into my thighs, I know I'll wear the imprint for days. Fuck, Josie! He groans, low and guttural, one final thrust burying him deep as he spills inside me, warmth spreading in thick pulses that make me clench around him all over again. My name falls from his lips like a prayer and a curse, like I'm something sacred he doesn't quite know what to do with. And for a moment, we don't move. Just breathing, just shaking, just feeling. His forehead drops to mine, his chest heaving against my back, and I can feel him still pulsing inside me, like even now he doesn't want to let go. I don't want him to. I'm ruined, dripping. His. And I never want to be anything else.
Chapter 25. Knox. I leave before the sun comes up. Josie still curled on her side, tangled in the blankets, one hand resting over the soft swell of her chest. Her lips are parted slightly, lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. Peaceful, warm, perfect. I stand in the doorway for longer than I should, trying to memorize the sight. The way her hair fans out across the pillow, the little crease between her brows. That impossibly tender ache in my chest makes it hard to breathe. I want to stay, crawl back in and pull her into my arms until the rest of the world doesn't exist. But she's off work for a reason, and I don't want to wake her. So I write a quick note, leave it on the nightstand, and slip out the front door into the crisp mountain morning. The Cold Snap Cafe is already humming when I get there. Silver Peak's early risers buzzing on caffeine and gossip. The smell of fresh bread and burnt espresso clings to the air like a second skin. I tug my ball cap low over my forehead and head for the corner, hoping for anonymity and a damn good cup of coffee. Lily waves from behind the counter, her smile bright enough to melt the frost on the windows.
Morning, Knox. How are you doing after last night? Game night was fun, wasn't it?
Hey, Lily. I nod. It sure was. Can I get whatever Mason's made that doesn't involve cinnamon? She laughs.
Black coffee and a sour cream muffin coming right up.
I'm halfway through the first sip when I hear it.
Josie is what, 25? Just about, and he's got to be at least 40. I mean, really.
I don't turn around, but my shoulders lock up. The voices drift from 2 tables over, a pair of women I vaguely recognize from the town council auxiliary. One of them stirs her latte like it's personally offended her.
I'm not saying it's scandalous, but it's a little inappropriate, don't you think? He's her boss and her elder,
the other says with a loaded smirk.
That kind of power dynamic, not exactly romantic.
A loud clatter of ceramic on wood pulls my attention. Mason sets a plate in front of me harder than necessary, jaw tight. "Ignore them," he mutters. "Those 2 run on judgment and caffeine." I manage a grunt of thanks, but the words dig in deeper than I want to admit. I haven't thought about the age gap. Not really. Not the way they just laid it out like a warning sign nailed to a tree. Josie's always felt like an equal. More than that, even. She challenges me, pushes me, makes me feel more alive than I have in years. But now I can't stop thinking about the numbers, the difference in years, the difference in lives. She's just getting started. I'm already on my 2nd act. I'm about to stand, coffee half drunk, appetite long gone, when the bell above the door jingles and in breezes Mayor Willa. Oh, no.
"Knox," she trills. "Fancy seeing you here. I didn't get a chance to talk to you one-on-one last night."
"Mayor?" I nod tightly, hoping she'll take the hint. No such luck. She sidles up to my table, sunglasses perched in her hair, clipboard in one hand.
"You know, I've been meaning to say, it's been so nice seeing what you've been doing online for the town. You and your NFL background have made people notice Silver Peak."
My jaw ticks. That wasn't exactly me.
Right.
She continues, clearly missing or ignoring the strain in my voice.
"Tourism is booming, you know. What amazing PR. Better than we ever could have paid for."
I blink. PR?
"Oh, don't bristle,"
she says like we're old friends sharing a joke.
"Silver Peak will thank you when we're all doing well out of this."
I stare at her for a beat too long, pulse thudding behind my eyes. Damn Jace. Damn Eli and Jude. Damn Internet. But Willa's already sashaying off toward the counter, waving to Lily and placing her usual complicated order. I scrape my chair back and leave a 20 on the table, the muffin untouched. As I step outside into the cold morning air, the bite of it sobers me, makes me think harder than I want to. The whispers, the assumptions, the way people see us when they think we're not looking. She deserves better than this. Better than being talked about like a naive fool. Better than being reduced to a girl caught up with an older, complicated man. She deserves someone who fits into her world, not someone who makes it more complicated just by walking through it. But when I picture walking away, that's worse. Way worse. So I shove my hands in my pockets, heart heavy and uncertain, and head toward the only place that makes sense anymore. The marrow is quiet when I get there, the front door still locked, a thin sheen of frost clinging to the windows like lace. I fish out my keys, planning to head straight to the kitchen and bury myself in prep work, anything to shut my brain up for a while. But as I round the corner by the service hallway, I stop short. Dee standing near the back door, one hand cradling a cup of something steaming. Nova's in front of her, one arm braced on the wall, the other gently brushing a lock of hair from her cheek. They're laughing at something, low, warm, And then Nova leans in and kisses her. Not a quick, casual peck, but a real kiss. Slow, sure, like she means it, like they've been waiting a long time to get to this moment. I freeze, more from surprise than anything else. I didn't know this was coming, not by a long shot. Nova really is a dark horse. Dee pulls back first, but she doesn't go far. Her eyes are soft, her usual edge smoothed down to something almost shy. It's the most vulnerable I've ever seen her. They exchange a few more hushed words I can't hear, then Dee heads out the back door, coffee still in hand, her mouth tugged into the kind of smile that sticks around even after it's gone. Nova watches her leave, then exhales like she's been holding her breath for weeks. When she finally turns, she sees me in the hallway. She doesn't jump or flinch, just lifts a brow like she's daring me to say something. I raise my hands in surrender. None of my business. She grabs a towel from the prep table and starts wiping down the already clean counter. Damn right it's not. There's no heat in her voice, though, only a quiet kind of satisfaction. Still, I can't help myself. So, you and Dee? Nova shrugs, avoiding eye contact. It's nothing. We've been hanging out. It's not a big deal. Sure. I nod, pretending to buy it. Totally casual. She side-eyes me, mouth twitching. Fine, maybe it's something, but don't go making a thing out of it, okay? It's early. I nod again, more slowly this time. She makes you smile. That's not nothing. Nova goes still for a beat, then softly, Yeah, she does. And just like that, she slips past me into the pantry, conversation over. But the whole exchange leaves something rattling around in my chest. That look on Nova's face, the hope, the nerves, the wonder of it all. It's the same feeling I had when I looked at Josie this morning, curled up in bed like she belonged there. I sink into one of the stools by the prep counter and pull out my phone. My fingers hover over the screen. I miss you already. Delete. I did not want to leave you this morning. Delete. Tell me to stop thinking about the way your skin felt under my hands because I can't. Delete. Tell me this isn't real. Delete. I stare at the blinking cursor for a while longer, heart pounding, thumb itching to hit send on something, anything, but I can't, because those harsh words from the cafe are still ringing through my mind. Josie is what, 25? Just about, and he's got to be at least 40. I mean, really. I'm not saying it's scandalous, just it's a little inappropriate, don't you think? He's her boss and her elder. That kind of power dynamic, not exactly romantic. This isn't like me at all. I really don't know what to do for the best, and I do not like not knowing what to do.
Chapter 26. Josie. I wake to the faint smell of cedar and soap. Knocks. The bed's warm on one side and empty on the other. I reach out instinctively, fingers brushing a crease in the sheet where he'd been not long ago. My heart does this fluttery thing in my chest, that same traitorous beat that started last night and hasn't let up since. My muscles ache in a good way. My body feels heavy, but not sick heavy like it did a few days ago. Just soft, used, cared for. I sit up slowly, still bundled in the blankets, and that's when I see it. A note on the nightstand. I reach for it, stomach flipping like I'm 16 again and someone just passed me a folded square of notebook paper in homeroom. Didn't want to wake you. You looked too peaceful. I'll see you at the marrow when you're feeling up to it. Please rest. You need it. K. I read it twice, maybe 3 times. Man, he's so him. Soft in the quietest ways, protective, thoughtful. Even when he's not here, he feels present, like he's looking out for me even from a distance. I am supposed to be off, technically. Doctor's orders were rest, hydration, and no stress. But this idea has been building in my head for a while now, and this morning it's really taken root. I know I won't be able to shake it. I've been thinking about it a lot. The way Knox talked about his nonprofit in Austin when we were at his house, the pride, the purpose. It had lit him up from the inside. What if that's something he wants here? Silver Peak could use that kind of magic, community, outreach, growth. And if the marrow could be more than a restaurant, if it could give back somehow, I can't shake the feeling that it's important, that it could matter, that he might need something to root him here too. So I throw on jeans and a soft sweater, braid my hair, and ignore the slight queasiness still curling in my stomach. Just a quick conversation, in and out, then rest, I promise myself. Right. Only that's not how it goes. Because by the time I pull into the lot behind the marrow, I realize something's very off. There are too many cars. Not just regular weekend busy, opening night level busy. I have to park near the dumpsters, wedged between a Subaru with Texas plates and what looks like someone's converted van life home on wheels. I frown, grabbing my bag and heading for the back entrance, stomach tight, not with nerves, but with the first flickers of foreboding. The moment I push through the door, chaos greets me. Noise, heat, motion. Nova's shouting over the pass. Wes is running back and forth between the grill and the fridge. Gracie has flour in her eyebrows, and there's syrup on the prep counter that no one has time to clean. What the hell? I blink. What's going on? Gracie doesn't even look up as she grabs a baking sheet. You're supposed to be off. Yeah, I know, but... We're slammed, Nova barks from the pass. TikTok, Instagram, something exploded. I blame Jace. Again. What do you mean, exploded? I ask, stepping further in. Dee gestures vaguely toward the front. Tourists, influencers, we've got a food blogger from Denver out there right now doing a live stream. Nova growls. And apparently, Knox is hot now. Excuse me? Now? I blink. Like internet hot, Dee says deadpan. There are hashtags. People are ordering the nightly biscuit just to take pictures of it. I peer through the pass window and feel my jaw drop. There's a line out the door. People in oversized scarves and sunglasses snapping photos of their food. A woman in a fleece jacket is holding up her baby next to the chalkboard menu like it's a photo op. And at the center of it all, Knox. Hair damp with sweat, sleeves rolled up, forearms flexing as he plates something with brisk, practiced ease. He's in full command of the kitchen, but there's a twitch at the corner of his mouth that tells me he knows exactly what's happening and hates every second of the attention. He's moving with precision, confident, capable, every inch the chef, but I see the truth beneath the surface, the set of his jaw, the flicker of tension in his shoulders, the way he doesn't meet anyone's eyes for long. He's trying to tune it out, to pretend it's just another day on the line. But it's not. This isn't what he signed up for either, and yet it's found him, like it always does. And the worst part? I think it always will. No matter how much he tries to hide, the world still wants a piece of Knox Knightley. I mean, he looks good, but very overwhelmed. I glance at Gracie. I wasn't planning to stay. She raises a brow. No one here was planning for this. You think you've got a few hours in you? I hesitate. I really did just come in to talk to him. A quick, hey, here's this idea that's been living in my chest all morning. But I can't walk away from this. Not with them all barely keeping their heads above water. Not with Knox drowning in cinnamon roll-induced fame. I grab an apron and tie it around my waist. I've got a few hours. Nova mutters, thank the freaking stars. And just like that, I'm back in the trenches. I'll talk to him later. Right now, I've got work to do. By the time the lunch rush bleeds into whatever this new wave of madness is, I'm drenched in steam, syrup, and existential dread. It starts small. A couple from Boulder asks if Knox will come out to say hi, clutching a copy of Men's Health from 5 years ago. Then someone requests a selfie with me because I work with him, right? I laugh it off, but something tightens in my throat. Nova's halfway through plating when she hisses, "Do you see that guy filming us over the counter?" I glance up. He's holding his phone high, narrating a video like we're zoo animals performing for the lunch crowd. "And here's the back line," he says to his followers. "Look at how slammed they are. That's Knox Knightley's girlfriend on the cold station. Yeah, that's her." My stomach drops. Gracie looks up rapidly. "Did he just—" "Yep," I mutter. Knox snaps his head up, mouth opening to say something, but the guy moves on as quickly as he came, leaving tension in Knox's jaw that wasn't there a moment ago. He glances back at me quickly, brows pulled low, before turning back to his station, ensuring all plates sent out are to his high standards. More people come in. A few wear jerseys. His jersey. I catch a glimpse of one guy in a personalized Knightley cap with a custom shirt that says Team Knightley. He's got a kid on his shoulders holding up a homemade sign like it's a football game. The sign says #ChefLikeKnightley. I nearly drop the water glasses in my hand because this isn't Silver Peak anymore. This is something else. Something loud and bright and hungry. A spectacle. A sideshow. And Knox is the main attraction. I squeeze through the pass with a tray and catch a snatch of conversation at table 4. He used to be everywhere, right? Commercials, magazine covers, talk shows. It's wild to see him here. Do you think he's making a comeback? Or is this some small-town redemption arc? Redemption arc? Like he's a storyline. Like we all are. I feel the panic start to creep in, painful and hot and rising. Because I'm not made for this. I don't want to be a public interest piece. I don't want to be gawked at, talked about, or whispered over in coffee shops. I don't want strangers filming me while I drizzle aioli on a sandwich or asking if I'm the girl. I just want to cook. I want quiet. I want home. And right now, this place feels like the opposite of all of that. The realization hits like a sucker punch. This is what his world used to be like. Constant, demanding, performed. And I don't think I can live in it. Not even a little. Not if he's standing at the center of it, drawing me in with him. My hands are trembling as I wipe down a table, and I catch Knox looking at me from across the kitchen just for a second. His expression softens. It's the only calm thing in this place. But even that doesn't settle me anymore, because now I know this might be his world, but it's not mine. It never was. So when Nova calls out, "Josie, you good to stay through dinner?" I force a smile and shake my head. "I think I've hit my limit." She studies me for a beat, then nods. "Go, we got this." I peel off my apron, every movement tight and careful, like any sudden shift might cause the rising anxiety in my chest to splinter. I don't look back toward the kitchen. I can't. If I see Knox's face right now, I'll lose my nerve. Or worse, he'll catch the storm behind my eyes. I slip through the side hallway toward the front, ducking my head and keeping close to the wall like some kind of escapee sneaking out of a too bright dream. Almost there. But just as I near the front door, a girl in faux fur boots and oversized sunglasses blocks my path. She's got a bejeweled phone case and a pink selfie stick clutched in her hand like a wand. "Are you in line for a selfie with Hot Mountain Chef?" she asks, smiling like we're in on the same secret. I blink at her. My brain short-circuits for a second. Hot mountain chef. Oh, wow. I muster a dry smile. No, I'm just leaving. She shrugs, turns back toward the table of girls she came in with, all of them dressed like they're on a lifestyle vlog camping retreat. I duck out the door before anyone else can stop me, the bell overhead jingling like a laugh. Outside, the air hits my lungs too hard, too shocking. Like I've just surfaced from underwater. And I keep thinking about Knox, about the way he looked at me from across the kitchen, about how calm he tried to be in the middle of the storm. But calm isn't the same as peace. I know he hates this. I know it. And it kills me because I want so badly to believe we can carve out a life here, something real and quiet and ours. But maybe that's not possible when the world won't leave him alone. And maybe loving him means living with that truth, even if I don't know how.
Chapter 27. Knox. The crowd is suffocating. The kitchen's packed wall to wall, steam rising, plates flying, orders piling up faster than we can get them out. There's flour on the floor, syrup on the prep counter, and my patience is hanging by a thread. One photo, one dumb video. That's all it took. Now the marrow's crawling with influencers, foodies, sports bros, and women in old LA Knights jerseys like it's game day again. They've got their phones out, filming, tagging, live streaming like this is content instead of my restaurant. I hated. This place, this whole damn life was supposed to be a reset. I walked away from all this noise. I chose quiet, purpose, a kitchen where the food came first. And now it's a sideshow. The worst part? Josie's gone. I saw her face right before she slipped out. She didn't say anything, didn't need to. That look in her eyes was enough, like she didn't recognize me anymore. That one stings, but how can I blame her? She doesn't want to be in the middle of this. This is a flashbulb, a highlight reel, a fucking hashtag. I slam a plate down on the pass harder than I mean to. Pick up on 12. No one moves fast enough. Nova's plating like a machine, Wes is sweating bullets, and Gracie's got this pale look like she's one more TikToker away from throat-punching someone. And still, they keep coming. Is he here? Can we get a picture? Tell him I brought my original jersey. Some jackass is narrating a live stream over the pass. Yeah, it looks like Knox isn't doing so well now that his little girlfriend is gone. I drop my knife, pick it up, breathe, focus. But my hands are tight. My skin itches with the heat of it, the wrongness of all of this. This isn't what I came here to do. It sure as hell isn't what Josie signed up for. I bark out, Wes, take over for 5. He nods and doesn't ask. I'm grateful for that. I shove through the back door and let the cold hit me like a slab. The air is crisp, sharp enough to cut. I bend forward, hands on my knees, and try to remember how to breathe. It wasn't supposed to go like this. I kick the dumpster hard. Metal clatters against brick. It doesn't help. I scrub a hand on my face and try to clear the buzzing in my head. Get it together, Knightley. 5 deep breaths, 2 flexes of my jaw, and I head back in. Nova's in the front now, trying to herd people like cattle. She's got that deceptively polite smile on, tight and professional, which means she's this close to losing it. She clocks me immediately, eyes narrowing as I step onto the floor. Do not murder anyone, she mutters as I pass. No promises, I growl. Then I see it. Table 7, phones up like they're filming a cooking show. One guy's halfway to climbing into his chair to get a better angle. I make my way over, ignoring the woman trying to touch my arm as I pass. "Hey!" I snarl. "You filming something?" The guy grins like he's spotted Bigfoot in the wild. "Dude, yeah, my followers are eating this up. Can I get you saying something to the camera?" "You can get your phone off my line." He laughs, thinks I'm joking. "Come on, man. You used to be on camera all the time. Don't pretend you're shy now." Something in me snaps. This is a restaurant, not a theme park, not a meet and greet, not your personal content farm. His smile falters. "Put the phone away or get the hell out." He blinks, caught off guard. "Whoa, okay, chill." "I'm not going to chill. You're filming my team without consent, invading the space we built with your bullshit. You want a selfie? Go stand in front of the damn chalkboard menu like everyone else. You want a show? Go home and stream old games." I can feel eyes on me now. Phones turning, murmurs rippling. Doesn't matter. I've already gone too far to walk it back. Nova appears at my side like she's been teleported in. "Everything okay over here?" The guy raises his hands. "Hey, I didn't mean anything by it." "She's going to walk you out now," I say, stepping back. Nova raises a brow at me as she starts ushering him toward the door. "Let's take a breather, sir. I'm happy to comp your coffee." "Wow," I hear him mutter. "Knox Knightley's a real asshole in person." Good. Let them post that. I turn back toward the kitchen, the fire still burning in my chest, but now it's tinged with shame. Gracie's watching me through the pass. Wes looks like he wants to sink into the floor. Even Nova glances back over her shoulder with that expression I haven't seen from her in years. What the hell was that? And honestly, I don't know. I just know I miss the quiet. I miss Josie. And I'm starting to wonder if the second the spotlight found its way back in, I lost both. Later, when the rush finally dies down, I slam the office door shut and let the silence hit me like a freight train. It's the first real quiet I've had since I woke up next to Josie, and I hate how much I needed it. I sink into the chair behind the desk, elbows on my knees, hands gripping my hair like I can root the chaos out by force. This isn't what I wanted. This isn't why I built the Marrow. I left that other life behind for a reason. The cameras, the noise, the constant performative bullshit. It chewed me up for a decade and I barely crawled out. And now it's leaking in again, through the cracks, through one damn picture. I should have shut it down faster. I should have protected Josie better. The memory of her face when she slipped out earlier flashes in my mind again. She didn't say a word, but her eyes did. All that brightness gone, like the light dimmed right in front of me. Because of me. There's a knock. I don't answer. The door creaks open anyway. Jace. He steps inside, grinning like an idiot, sunglasses pushed up on his head, phone in hand. He looks around like he's impressed. "Place is blowing up, man. You seeing these numbers? Views are insane. You're viral on like 6 platforms. Now Silver Peak is fun." I look up slowly. "What the hell did you post?" He raises a brow. "Just stuff from the other day. You doing your thing. The fans love it. I didn't think it'd go that crazy." I stand up. Jay steps back a little. You didn't think. That's the problem. I shake my head. You didn't care what it would do to this place. He scoffs. Come on, man. I put you back on the map. I didn't want to be on the map. His eyes narrow. Bullshit. You miss it. You miss being seen. The control, the high. Don't act like you hated it all. I did hate it all, I snap. And I worked my ass off to build something real here. Something quiet, safe, and now it's a circus. You turned it into a fucking brand. He crosses his arms. You think I did this for me? I was trying to help. You're out here hiding in the woods like you're done with the world. People still care, Knox. They still want to see you win. I don't care if they do. I step closer. You don't get it. I'm not trying to be anyone's redemption arc. I only wanted a kitchen and a quiet life. I wanted her. I bite it back. He sees it anyway. This is about Josie? It's about all of it. Jace lets out a quiet laugh. I get it, man. You wanted a clean break, but it's hard to stay in the shadows when people still remember your light. Just don't kid yourself about how visible you've always been. I stare at him. I didn't ask him to do this. He helped bring the spotlight back to me. You should go. He meets my eyes, doesn't say anything for a long beat. Then he nods, tight. Yeah, I guess I should. He heads for the door, then pauses. I really was just trying to help. And then he's gone. The door clicks shut behind him, and I'm alone again. The silence feels different this time. Heavier. Like regret.
Chapter 28. Josie. I wake up to the sound of my phone buzzing against the nightstand like it's having a panic attack. Groaning, I roll over and squint at the screen. 50 unread messages, 3 missed calls. Maya, Dee, and a number I don't recognize. My stomach twists. That can't be good. I unlock it, already bracing myself, and instantly regret it, because it's everywhere. Texts from Maya in all caps. OMG, do not look at your tags. Call me right now. The internet is insane. A voice message from Dee that's mostly just her saying, I can't believe it, 20 different ways. And the rest? Links. Screenshots, tweets, TikToks, Instagram reels. It takes one tap to figure out what it is. That video, the one Eli and Jude took weeks ago after I tripped outside the Marrow and Knox caught me like some kind of slow-motion rom-com movie hero. I'd rolled my eyes at it when they first posted it and then forgot it even existed. But now it's viral. Mega viral. Someone put music over it. Someone else slowed it down and added captions like celebrities falling for normal people and real-life romance in the Rockies. There are already fan edits of me and Knox. My hands shake as I scroll through the comments. Does anyone know who she is? I heard she works with him. Did you see @SpillTheTea's TikTok Live? Wait. Are they dating IRL? I want a man to look at me like that. OMG. He's so hot. I'd fake trip too, TBH. He's too good for her. What happened to him and Savannah? My heart pounds in my ears. It's too much. I throw the phone onto the bed like it's burned me. Because this isn't cute or flattering or fun. This is invasive. I didn't sign up to be anyone's internet live stream. I didn't ask to be part of a viral moment, and I definitely didn't ask for random strangers to be dissecting my life. How am I supposed to breathe, let alone talk about the pregnancy, when I'm being turned into a character in someone else's fantasy? I press my palms to my eyes, trying to will the tears back. Because this was already overwhelming, navigating whatever this thing is with Knox, figuring out how to tell him about the actual life growing inside me, trying to steady myself in a town where everyone knows everyone and rumors spread like wildfire. And now the whole internet knows me by name. Well, not my name, not yet. But it's coming. It always comes. They're already talking about us like we're some Hollywood movie, like this isn't Silver Peak, my hometown, and just my normal life. I think I really underestimated Knox's fame, and this has proved that. But now I can't breathe. I can't even think. I bury my face in my hands, trying to stay quiet, but the sob escapes before I can stop it. It comes out loud and broken, like glass underfoot. And then the tears rush in, hot and fast, soaking into my sleeves before I can do a damn thing about it. I don't cry pretty. I cry like I'm unraveling, like something vital is splitting open inside me. There's a soft knock on the door, then the creak of it opening. Josie? Dee? I don't answer. I can't. She crosses the room in 3 careful steps, sits next to me on the edge of the bed, and doesn't say anything at first. She wraps an arm around my shoulders and pulls me in. That does me in completely. I cry harder. Not the silent movie kind, the real ugly kind, the kind where your nose runs and your chest hurts and your whole body feels like it's collapsing in on itself. I'm sorry, I manage, voice all shredded and wet. I didn't mean... I don't know how to... Hey, she brushes my hair back gently. Don't apologize. Just breathe, okay? We sit there for a while, me crying, Dee being the one person in the world who doesn't ask anything of me except to keep breathing. Eventually, when my sobs taper off to hiccups and shallow breaths, she hands me a tissue and says, "Let's go for a walk." I nod, throat tight. It's still early enough that the air outside is crisp and quiet. The town's just starting to wake up and the sunlight hasn't fully burned off the morning fog. We walk in silence toward the trail that winds along the bluff above the valley. Dee doesn't push. She walks beside me, hands stuffed into her jacket pockets like she's been waiting for this moment all along. We reach Summit Ridge Overlook, the same place I was with Knox not so long ago when everything felt so much easier. I stop at the edge and let the wind hit my face. And then I say it. It spills out of me. I'm pregnant. Dee turns to me slowly. Her eyes are wide, but she doesn't say anything yet. She just processes it. With Knox, I add, obviously. She lets out a slow breath. Oh. And then she does the one thing I didn't expect. She hugs me again, fierce this time, protective. Okay, she says, voice steady. Okay, we'll figure this out. I laugh, a watery, broken little laugh. I haven't even told him yet. I was going to, and then that stupid video blew up, and now everyone's watching and speculating, and wow, I don't even know who I am to him, what we are. Dee pulls back but keeps her hands on my shoulders. You're you. And Knox? For all his grumpy, growly, emotionally constipated behavior, he's not stupid. He sees you. I know he does. I want to believe that. I do. But I also saw the way he froze when those influencers swarmed the marrow, the way the tension pulled tight in his shoulders, how he retreated into himself. I know it wasn't his fault. It overwhelmed him too. Still, maybe this kind of attention is just part of who he is now, no matter how much he hates it. NFL golden boy turned reluctant public figure, trying to carve out quiet in a world that won't stop watching. I don't want to be some secret, I whisper, or some scandal. I don't want our kid to grow up in a world where everything is performative. I just want real. And I don't know if Knox can give me that. I mean, all of this is his life, right? The spotlight, the press, everyone talking about him. It just took me a moment to realize that. Dee's eyes soften. Then tell him. Tell him everything. And if he can't show up for you and that baby, then he's not who you thought he was. But you'll still have me and Maya, Gracie too, and Mom, even if she's always been a little chaotic. That almost makes me smile. Almost. I look back at the valley, at the fog lifting. I don't know what Knox will say. I don't know if he'll rise to the moment or run from it. But the truth is here now. It's real. It's happening. And I'm done hiding from it. I'm gonna tell him, I say out loud this time. I have to. I can't keep this inside anymore. As soon as I can. Dee gives a firm nod. Good. Because no matter what happens next, he deserves to know. And I deserve to be more than a viral moment. I shift a little, nudging her with my elbow. So now that I've completely unloaded my crisis, wanna distract me and tell me all about you and Nova? Dee goes very still beside me. I glance over and catch the way her mouth twitches, like she's fighting a smile. Don't think I didn't notice that you left game night early. She groaned softly. Ugh, am I that obvious? Painfully, I say, laughing. Spill it, Dee. What's going on? She rubs the back of her neck, looking suddenly shy, which is rare for my confident, fiercely direct sister. Okay, fine. We're seeing each other now, me and Nova. My jaw drops. Wait, really? Like, actually dating? Dee gives a small nod, eyes darting to mine. It's really new, like ridiculously early days. We've been texting for a while, hanging out after her shifts sometimes. But we went on a real, actual date last week, and then another 2 nights ago. Dee, I grin, the first real grin I felt in days. That's amazing. Why didn't you tell me? She shrugs, a little sheepish. I didn't want to jinx it. And with everything going on, I didn't want to make it a thing before it was a thing. My smile softens. But it is a thing? Dee nods, more sure of it this time. Yeah, I think it is. She's easy to be around and thoughtful. She listens, like really listens, and she makes me laugh even when I'm in a mood. That's rare, I tease. Shut up, she says, elbowing me gently. You deserve someone good, I say, quieter now. You really do. So do you, she replies. Whatever happens with Knox, I just want you to remember that. This baby, it's going to be so loved, no matter what. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. Thanks, Dee. I appreciate you, more than you know. Even if I don't know what's going to happen next, at least I'll always have my awesome sister.
Chapter 29. Knox. Right when I think this week can't get any worse, it does. The dinner rush is in full swing and the walls are closing in. The kitchen's boiling hot. I've got one fryer down, a food blogger asking to tour the back for his followers, and a group of girls in old LA Knights jerseys ordering every damn item on the menu just to take pictures of it and leave it half untouched. It's still happening. So-called fans are still swarming the marrow, and I'm 2 seconds away from losing it. I duck into the walk-in just to breathe. Cold air hits my skin. I count to 10, then 20. When I step back out, Wes is waiting with a ticket in one hand and a strange look on his face. "What now?" I mutter, snatching the slip. He doesn't answer. He jerks his chin toward the front of the house where something or someone is clearly causing a ripple. That's when I hear it. A laugh. A familiar, syrupy, smooth noise. A sound I haven't heard in years and hoped I never would again. It freezes me in place. No way. Another voice joins it, one of the hostesses, overly polite, nervous, and then,
"No way. You are Savannah Monroe."
Fuck. The name slams into me like a freight train. I don't move. Not yet. Can't. My pulse is thunder in my ears, and every cell in my body is locked in place. She's here. She's actually here. Around the corner slowly, dread curling in my gut like smoke, and then I see her. Savannah, as glossy as the last time I saw her, like not a day has passed. Red lipstick, white coat, sunglasses perched on her head like a damn tiara. The restaurant hums with a low buzz, people recognizing her, whispering, pulling out phones, and she's loving it. She stands in the middle of the marrow like she owns it, one perfectly manicured hand resting lightly on the hostess stand, eyes scanning the room, searching, until they find me. Then she smiles. That smile, all teeth and lies and showbiz charm. "Knox," she says like she's just bumped into me at a charity gala, not my fucking restaurant. Everything in me recoils. I step forward slowly, my body taut with the kind of tension that doesn't come from cooking or stress, but from memory. "What the hell are you doing here?" I keep my voice steady, but I can already feel the fire building. Savannah tilts her head, eyes lighting up with mock surprise.
"Relax. I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd drop by, see the place. It's quaint."
I grit my teeth. "Try again." She shrugs, stepping closer like this is a game.
"You're trending, baby. People are talking. That video, adorable. You and the new girl, so sweet. Couldn't stay away."
There it is, the real reason. She's not here for me. She's here for the attention, for the spotlight. The moment the world looked in my direction again, she followed the flashbulbs like moth to flame. And just like that, the flashbacks hit. I'm 31 years old all over again. My knees wrecked, torn in 2 places, bone bruising, cartilage shredded. The doctors say I'll be lucky to play again, but they don't say it to my face. They say it to my agent, to the press, to anyone but me. I'm benched, useless, a has-been before I even hit 35. I'm living off painkillers, sleeping in 30-minute bursts, icing until my skin goes numb to keep from screaming. Every morning starts with a limp and ends with a pill. I'm in the locker room, cold and fluorescent, head between my hands, numb. It smells like sweat and liniment and loss. Then I hear her heels before I see her. Click, click, click. Savannah. She steps in like she owns the place. Hair blown out, makeup flawless, wearing a designer coat and that smug kind of calm that always used to rattle me. The calm of someone who already knows how this conversation will end. I glance up. "What are you doing back here?" She doesn't answer right away. She looks at me for a beat too long, and then she drops a bomb.
"I'm pregnant, Knox."
3 words. No emotion, no warning, no softness. My ears ring. I sit up straighter, heart hammering. What?
"I'm late. Took 2 tests. We're having a baby."
Her voice is so steady, like she's ordering a drink, like she's not just cracked open the floor beneath my feet. I stare at her, trying to wrap my head around it. My hands are shaking, so I fold them into fists. I should have asked more questions. I should have said, "Are you sure?" or "How do you feel about this?" But I don't, because even at my lowest, even when I'm circling the damn drain, something in me wants to do the right thing. So I nod. I make promises. I tell myself this is a sign, a chance to turn things around. I focus and go to physical therapy. I focus on us. I stare down the barrel of a future I didn't plan for and convince myself I'm lucky to have. And then, weeks before training camp at her family's home, she tells me she lost it. She's crying, shaking, says it happened in the night, quiet, unstoppable. I hold her. I cry too. I tell myself it's no one's fault, that we'll get through it, that I'll stay. But she doesn't cry when no one else is around. She doesn't flinch when she's alone. And something starts to not add up. Her story shifts, the timelines wobble. She slips up once, twice, and then one night after a fight I barely remember, she says it like it's nothing.
"There never was a baby."
Just like that. Flat, cold, clean. I stand there stunned while she peels off her earrings and talks about brand potential and keeping our relationship on track like none of it was real anyway. Like I'm the fool for thinking it was. That night I walk out of our penthouse and never go back. But walking out doesn't fix what's already broken. I can't deny it any longer. My body's shot. My name's a punchline on sports radio. The calls stop coming. Endorsements dry up. The press moves on to the next shiny rookie. The only thing still chasing me is the pain. Physical, emotional, all of it bleeding together like ink and water. I drift through L.A. because it's loud enough to drown in and anonymous enough to disappear. I drink too much, fight too easily, piss off everyone who ever gave a damn. And then, one night, I end up outside a soup kitchen, soaked from the rain, reeking of bourbon and rock bottom. My knee is screaming, my head's a war zone, I haven't slept in 2 days. There's a part of me that wonders, would anyone notice if I disappeared? That's when it happens. Someone hands me a cup of coffee, and that's how I meet Jacques Dufort, retired Michelin-starred chef. His no-nonsense attitude turned my life around, led me to the Marrow and to Silver Peak, and it has been my haven for a while. Now, standing in my sanctuary, I realize my fists are clenched at my sides. "You need to leave." Savannah blinks.
Wow, no hello? Not even a hug?
You think this is cute? I snap. You think this is some kind of reunion special?
I think people love a comeback story, she says coolly. And we had a good one, didn't we? The golden boy and the girl who...
You lied to me. That gets her. She goes quiet, just for a beat. You know you did. I continue without any details. She doesn't need them, nor do the onlookers. And now you walk in here like it's some PR stunt? She flinches. Good. This isn't L.A., I growl, and I'm not that guy anymore, so turn around, Savannah. Walk out that door and don't ever come back. But she doesn't move. Instead, she takes a step forward, the air between us turning cold despite the heat rolling off the line behind me. Her voice drops low, soft, almost seductive, calculated.
I made mistakes, she says. But we were good ones, Knox. We could be again.
She places a hand on my arm. Familiar, too familiar. I jerk back like she's burned me. Her eyes widen slightly, surprised I didn't play along, that the old script isn't working. She tries again.
I know you've got something here,
she says, her tone feigning warmth.
But that girl, come on, she's temporary. You and me, though, we were the real thing.
Then, as if proving her point, she leans in. And I know it's coming before it happens. I see it in the shift of her body, the way her lashes lower like she's in a perfume ad, the way she tilts her chin, soft and calculated. One manicured hand lifts, fingers brushing lightly against the fabric of my shirt just over my heart, like she still knows exactly where to aim. Her lips part slightly, glossy and pink, and she steps in close, too close, like this is muscle memory, like I'll just fall back into it. She rises up on her toes, breath hitching ever so slightly, her gaze flicking to my mouth, and for 1 second, 1 heartbeat, I know exactly what she's about to do. She tries to kiss me. Slow, smooth, like she's slipping back into an old rhythm, expecting me to meet her halfway. But I don't. I pull back like she slapped me. The air between us snaps taut with the recoil. Her hand falls from my chest, fingers curling into a fist like she can't believe I moved, like I broke the script. The look on her face, confusion then offense, should satisfy me, but it doesn't, not really, because all I feel is clarity, crystal fucking clear. I stare at her and all I can think is this was never love, not even close. It was pressure and image and performance, smoke and mirrors dressed up in designer heels. I mistook her ambition for affection, her manipulation for devotion. I thought pain was just part of the package, but now I know better. I know what it feels like to want someone down to your bones, to crave their laugh more than their approval, to miss the little things, like the way they talk to plants or hum while stirring sauce, or blush when someone flirts with them in line at the bakery. I know what it feels like to be seen, held, chosen. Josie, that's the difference. Savannah was a habit. Josie's a heartbeat. You should go, I say again, voice low and even. Her expression shifts, flickers of disbelief, then irritation, and finally something cold and haughty, the mask sliding back into place. She steps back, fixing her coat with a dramatic tug.
I actually think I want something to eat. Any tables free? You need to sit with me because I have a lot I need to tell you.
Oh, no.
Chapter 30. Josie. I stand outside the marrow for a solid 3 minutes before opening the door. The late afternoon sun filters through the front windows, catching on the polished copper fixtures and the soft flicker of candlelight at each table. Everything inside looks calm, peaceful, but my heart is anything but. I press my hand to my stomach, which has become a habit of mine, and exhale slowly. Okay, you can do this. I've run through 100 versions of how I'll say it. In the mirror this morning, while brushing my teeth, out loud while driving here with Maya's hand on mine, whispered under my breath while unpacking knives in the prep kitchen. Knox, I need to talk to you. No, too serious. I found out something unexpected. Nope, too vague. So, funny story. Turns out I'm pregnant with your baby. Surprise! Shit, Josie. I tug my coat tighter and step inside. The familiar scent of roasted garlic and lemon thyme hits me like a hug. The low thrum of jazz in the background, Tony's laugh from the kitchen. This place is part of me now. I should feel safe here. But as I step farther in, my gaze lands on a woman seated at table 7, and my whole body goes cold. Long legs, creamy cashmere, a blowout so perfect it belongs in a hair commercial. She's radiant in that casually expensive way that says she's never once Googled how to get wine out of thrifted flannel. She's laughing. And across from her, like some nightmare I didn't see coming, is Knox. He's not laughing, not smiling. He's tense, arms folded, jaw tight, but he's there, with her. Who is that? She turns that glossy magazine smile on me and waves like we've met before. You must be Josie, she says, standing with the grace of a runway model. I've heard so much about you. I blink. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. I'm Savannah, she continues, breezing forward with one manicured hand outstretched. An old friend. Old friend? What the hell does that mean? My palm itches, but I don't reach for hers. Instead, I find my voice, thin, tight, barely there. Hi. That's it. Hi. Knox rises slowly behind her, his eyes on me like I'm a ghost he wasn't expecting to see. He looks shaken, guilty, like he knows exactly how this feels, even if he doesn't understand why yet. Savannah's smile tightens a little, just enough to notice only if you're looking closely. And I am. Someone help me, I am. Knox didn't tell me you'd be here tonight, she says, with the faintest edge of something territorial in her tone. What a fun surprise. I don't know if it's nausea or rage curling low in my stomach, maybe both. My planned speech evaporates like steam. I need to talk to you turns to dust on my tongue. Just getting started, I say, my voice clipped. Welcome to the marrow. I pivot toward the kitchen like my life depends on it, because if I don't get away from them, from her, right now, I might forget how to breathe. Behind me, Savannah laughs again, soft and melodic, and when I glance over my shoulder, all I see is her blocking Knox's path to me. I get through the rest of the shift on autopilot. Chop, sear, plate, smile, repeat. It's muscle memory now. My hands moving before my brain can catch up, which is good, because if I actually think about what's happening at table 7, I might spiral so hard I take a sous vide bag with me. I keep catching glimpses of them through the past, no matter how hard I try not to. Savannah's laugh rises above the ambient clink of glassware and polite conversation, too bright and too loud for a place like this. She touches Knox's arm when she talks, her perfectly manicured fingers trailing along the ink on his forearm like it's hers, like she's staking a claim. He jerks away every time. He doesn't smile, doesn't touch her back, but he doesn't get up and leave either. Every time she leans in with that syrupy, sweet, Knoxy, something inside me snaps a little more, a wire pulled too tight, a hairline fracture turning into a fault line. I stab a beat with a little more force than necessary. Tony notices. "You good?" she murmurs, sliding up beside me at the prep counter. "Peachy," I mutter, slicing through a carrot like it personally offended me. She gives me a long look, the kind that sees everything without saying a word. Then she moves on, and I'm grateful. Because if she asks the wrong question, if anyone asks the wrong question, I'll crack open like an overripe peach and spill across the kitchen floor. And the worst part? I can't even talk to him about it. Knox has been a wall all night. If he's even in the kitchen, he's impossible to communicate with. One-word answers, clipped orders, that locked jaw silence he wears like armor. He hasn't looked at me, really looked at me, since I walked in. It's like the man who kissed me slowly, who held me like I was breakable and worth breaking for, disappeared the second this Savannah walked through the door. I carry a plate of lamb out to the runner, and when I pass the dining room, I hear Savannah's laugh again, soft, low, intimate. Knox's eyes flick up, meet mine, just for a second, and then he looks away, like I'm no one, like I'm not carrying a secret that could change everything. By the time dessert is plated and table 7 is cleared, I've convinced myself I imagined it. The whole thing, the look he gave her, the brush of her fingers on his arm, the weight of his silence. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe it's not what it looked like. Maybe. "Holy shit," Gracie whispers, slipping into the kitchen like she's seen a unicorn wearing red bottoms. Her eyes are wide, cheeks flushed, apron askew like she nearly tripped over herself getting in here. Tell me that wasn't Savannah Monroe sitting out there. I freeze. The mixing bowl in my hand slips slightly. What? Gracie squints at me like I've grown a second head. You didn't know? My voice breaks before it even starts. I clear my throat. Who is she? Gracie blinks, then glances over her shoulder like she's making sure Knox hasn't suddenly materialized behind her. She's his ex, Josie. Like the ex. The one who was in that article about him. I think she might be the one who broke his heart. My stomach lurches. Ex. The ex. I grip the edge of the counter, fingers digging into the cool stainless steel. Gracie lowers her voice. I can't believe she showed up here. They were like serious. LA power couple kind of serious. She used to post pictures of him on Instagram with captions like, "My warrior." She makes a gagging sound. They broke up right before he dropped off the face of the planet. It was a whole thing. When I was researching him, she was the one who everyone talked about in relation to him. I can't breathe. Of course, everyone was obsessed with them. Look at him. Look at her. She might be the ghost I've been feeling between us all this time, the shadow in his silences. And now she's here, back. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I whisper. The words slip out before I can stop them, ragged and raw. Gracie's face softens. Joe. I shake my head, blinking hard. No, it's fine. My voice cracks. It's not like we were official or anything, right? I mean, it was just a date. Lots of magical nights together. a whole damn future growing inside me. Gracie steps forward, her hand brushing my shoulder. You deserve better than a man who can't see what's right in front of him. I want to believe her, but right now, all I see is Knox turning away. Savannah's laugh still echoes in my head, and the weight of a secret pressing against my ribs heavier than ever. I step back from the counter. The kitchen is suddenly too warm, too loud. I need some air, I murmur, already moving before anyone can stop me, because if I don't get out of here, I'm going to fall apart. And I don't want to break where he can see me, not when he already looked at me like I didn't matter. The cold night air hits me hard. I don't have a coat, don't have a plan, just my apron still tied crooked around my waist and the desperate urge to be anywhere but here. I take the long way home, letting the quiet streets of Silver Peak wrap around me like a blanket. The twinkle lights on Main Street blink in cheerful contrast to the ache in my chest. I pass Cold Snap Cafe, dark now, the chairs stacked, the windows fogged with the memory of laughter, and think about how small this town suddenly feels. Too small. So, of course, that's when I hear the familiar squeak of bicycle brakes behind me. Josie? I turn to see Bee coasting to a stop beside me, cheeks pink from the cold and from exertion, a beanie pulled low over her curls. She's got a woven basket on the front of her handlebars filled with what looks like loose lemons and a baguette sticking out like something from a damn Pinterest board. Hey, I say, forcing a smile I don't feel. You okay? She asks, eyes narrowing as she hops off the bike and pushes it beside me. You look like you saw a ghost, or maybe murdered one. I huff a laugh. Something like that. She nudges my elbow. Want to talk about it? No. Yes. I don't know. It's nothing. I lie too easily. Just a rough shift. Bee makes a sympathetic noise. Kitchen stuff. Must be hard working for a man like Knox, especially now he's back in the spotlight. I flinch. Just the sound of his name feels like pressing on a bruise. I saw him today, she continues, completely unaware she's slowly breaking me in half. With that stunning woman. His ex, right? What's her name? Savannah something? Total smoke show. My jaw clenches. Yeah, I noticed. Bee winces. Sorry, I didn't mean that in a threatening ex comes to ruin everything kind of way. I'm sure it's nothing. I mean, you're the one he's been spending time with, right? I don't answer. I can't. Bee keeps going. I mean, if she was important, wouldn't she have been here before, right? That's a good sign. Or, I murmur, he didn't want me to know. Bee's face falls. Oh, damn. Yeah. We walk a few more steps in silence before she says, well, if it makes you feel better, I've seen Savannah trip over a curb while texting. Not her finest moment. I want to laugh. I do. But it comes out a little broken. Bee gives my arm a quick squeeze. Seriously, though, if you want to talk or scream into a pillow or commit mild arson, I'm around. Thanks, Bee. She nods and gets back on her bike, wobbling a little before pedaling off with a cheery wave. Hang in there, sunshine. I wave back, barely. Then I keep walking, the cold finally sinking deep into my bones. By the time I get home, I'm shivering and numb in all the wrong ways. I peel off my clothes like they're covered in regret and throw on the softest sweatshirt I own, one of my dad's old ones that still smells faintly like cinnamon. Then I curl up on the couch with my laptop, flip it open, and start searching. Sous chef job, Colorado. Line cook. Anywhere but here. Pastry assistant, Montana. Hell's Kitchen prep cook audition. Why not? I apply to job after job. Small towns, big cities, places I can't even pronounce. My inbox fills with auto replies. Thank you for applying. Your resume has been received. We'll be in touch soon. Maybe I don't even want to leave. Maybe this is hormones and heartbreak and panic disguised as ambition. But I need the option.
Chapter 31. Knox. The kitchen's quiet now. Too quiet. The last clink of silverware is gone, the burners off, the lights dimmed. It should feel peaceful, but it doesn't. It feels like standing in the wreckage of something I can't name. Savannah's perfume still lingers near table 7. Jasmine and something sweet I used to love and now can't breathe through. Her voice echoes in my skull. All those soft smiles and 2 casual touches, like she still owned the place, owned me. And Josie, the look on her face when she saw us together. Damn. She didn't say anything. Didn't have to. It gutted me. But I didn't want to show her any attention in front of Savannah. That woman doesn't need any more ammo. I'm still in my office, staring at the same half-filled prep sheet when Nova barges in like a woman on a mission.
"You're lucky I didn't drag her out by your extensions," she says, tossing her phone on the desk in front of me. "What the hell, Knox?"
I glance down. Eli's latest post is splashed across the screen. One of those smarmy tabloid-style videos with music too loud and captions too eager to assume. A freeze frame of Savannah touching my arm, me not pulling away fast enough. Hashtag rekindled love. Hashtag Knox and Sav forever. Hashtag Silver Peak sighting. Hashtag power couple reunion. I close my eyes. Damn it, I mutter, dragging a hand down my face.
"You know this is spreading like wildfire, right?"
Nova says, pacing.
"I've already had 4 reporters call the landline like it's 2004. The landline, Knox."
She just showed up.
"No kidding," she snaps. "And you let her stay. You sat with her in the middle of your restaurant in front of Josie."
My stomach twists. I didn't ask for this.
"But you didn't shut it down either."
Nova fires back, folding her arms.
"And now Josie will think you're right back in Savannah's pocket."
I stare at the phone again. The way Josie looked at me before she walked away plays on loop in my head. That small, tight smile, like she was holding herself together with spit and string. She has a lot on me, Nova, I say quietly. Stuff I didn't even know she kept. Contracts, photos, PR deals I thought were dead years ago. She still has connections, still knows how to make shit heard. Nova's frown deepens.
"What kind of stuff?"
I drag a hand over my face. The fake pregnancy, remember that mess?
Ugh, all too well. Just what you needed as you left the NFL.
I nod. Turns out she kept everything. Faked sonograms, doctored clinic receipts, emails to her publicist setting the whole thing up. She's threatening to leak it, twist it, make it look like I forced her into something ugly, and if she does... I glance at the phone again, a sick feeling rising in my throat. The marrow's done. The sponsors pull out. Savannah doesn't even have to prove it, just suggest it, cast doubt. That's all it would take. Nova swears softly.
"That bitch really is playing the long game, but that's your past, Knox. You could survive that."
I stare at the floor, my chest tight. It's not just about me.
"What do you mean?"
I drag a hand through my hair. Savannah knows about Josie. Not the whole story, but enough. She's been asking questions, dropping comments. She said if I don't play along, smile for the cameras, let her spin this comeback fantasy, she's going to make sure Josie gets dragged. Nova goes still. Dragged how? I exhale, slow and sharp. She said it would be a shame if people found out Josie slept her way into the job, that she's just the small-town fling who hooked a named chef to get ahead. She'll smear her all over the tabloids, make her look like a gold digger, a homewrecker, ruin her reputation, bring the intense media attention her way. Nova curses under her breath. Damn, what are you going to do? The weight of it presses down on me, heavy and suffocating. I can handle my name getting dragged again, but Josie? My voice breaks. I can't let Savannah destroy her, too. I shake my head, jaw clenched. I don't know yet, but I need time, Nova. Time to figure out how to cut Savannah off without dragging Josie through the mud. If I push too soon, too hard, Savannah will burn her first just to make me bleed. My hands curl into fists against the desk. I'm not sitting on my ass because I'm scared. I'm waiting because Josie's name, her life, is the only thing I care about protecting right now. Savannah's playing a long game, and if I make the wrong move, Josie's the one who pays. I can't let that happen. Nova leans back, frowning. You're playing defense. I nod. For now, until I figure out how to hit her where it hurts, but not at Josie's expense. Never at Josie's expense. Nova sighs, her anger simmering down into wary understanding. Just don't wait too long, Knox, because Josie's already hurting, and she thinks you don't care. I close my eyes. I care too damn much. That's the problem. Nova sighs and leans back in the chair, kicking her boots up on the desk like we're back in L.A., 24 and invincible. You want to know what I think? Not really. She ignores that. I think Savannah shut up because she smelled blood in the water. She saw you happy, peaceful. That's not something she can stand, because it means you moved on without her, and you're the one getting all the attention. I don't say anything. You're scared of what she might do, she says, and that's okay. But if you give her even an inch, she will destroy everything that matters to you now. My chest tightens. I know. I'm not dragging my feet because I'm weak or want her here. I'm doing it because I have to keep Josie safe until I can make the right move. I know. Nova drops her feet, leans in. You're not that man anymore. You don't belong to her. You belong here, in this town, in that kitchen, with Josie, who, by the way, left tonight like you torn her heart out and didn't even bother to notice. My throat closes. I noticed. Nova scoffs. Knox, if you wait too long to figure it out, you're going to lose the best damn thing that's ever happened to you. It's already 11 a.m. and I haven't gotten more than 3 words out to Josie. Not for lack of trying. Every time I spot her in the kitchen, Savannah materializes like smoke. Perfect hair, perfect teeth, a death grip on my elbow like I might try to run if she loosens it for a second. Knox, I have something else I forgot to tell you. Babe, the publicist wants a quick reel in front of the brick wall. Very rustic redemption arc. Smile, this is the beginning of your comeback. I don't smile. I haven't smiled since she walked through the door. I try again around noon when Josie's loading crates of produce from the walk-in. Her braids falling loose, cheeks pink from the cold, eyes wary the second she sees me. My chest tightens. "Josie, can I talk to you?" I ask, stepping into her space, close enough that I can smell the citrus soap she uses. I miss the way she used to lean into me. Now she stiffens. Before she can answer, Savannah's voice sings from the hallway.
"There you are, Noxie. We need to talk wardrobe for the shoot I'm organizing. Your flannel's giving retired lumberjack, not culinary icon."
Josie doesn't wait. She brushes past me like I'm invisible, and I let her go. Because pushing now would only make it worse, because Savannah's watching, waiting for me to slip, and if I do, Josie's the one who will bleed for it. The next time I try, Savannah's already on my phone. My phone, scrolling like she owns it, pausing on texts she has no right to read. When I reach for it, she tilts her head, smile sharp as glass.
"Careful, Noxie,"
she murmurs low enough that only I hear.
"One wrong move and that sweet little waitress of yours is tomorrow's scandal, and now I have screenshots to prove it."
My hand freezes.
"I was just seeing if Jace texted,"
she says louder, beaming like a psychopath. "He didn't." I lie, but of course he did. "Saw Savannah on TMZ next to you. You okay?" I didn't respond. Still can't because, no, I'm not okay. I'm barely holding it together. She's everywhere now, coiled around my life like she never left. She waltzed into my restaurant and booked a fucking photo shoot like it's 2016, and I'm still wearing a helmet and smiling for sponsors. She brought a publicist with a clipboard, a ring light, and a vision board that says Knox Nightly, back and better than ever. Like I'm a brand, like she has me right where she wants me, like none of it ever happened. I stand there in the back hallway, staring at the prep schedule taped to the wall and seeing nothing but static. I hear Savannah's laugh echo down the corridor, the buzz of a ring light, someone calling, and rolling. I taste bile. This is how it started the first time. The slow unraveling, her grip, her spin, the lies whispered so often that they start to feel like truth. The fake pregnancy, the press tour, the way she told everyone I'd snapped because of emotional strain, when it was her, always her, pulling every string until I couldn't breathe anymore. I lost everything back then. My career, my reputation, my mind, and now she's back, narrating a second act no one asked for. Only this time, I've got something real to lose. I walk past the kitchen and catch a glimpse of Josie plating appetizers with her head down, her face unreadable. She doesn't look up, doesn't pause, doesn't flinch. She's already gone cold, and I can't blame her. Because I know if I move too soon, Savannah will make good on her threats. Because the second I push back without a plan, Josie's name hits every headline in the worst way possible. And I can't let that happen.
Chapter 32. Josie. I won't cry. I almost do, twice, once in the walk-in and once in the alley behind the Marrow, where I went to check the trash and ended up gripping the dumpster like it could hold me together. But I won't cry, because if I let myself fall apart now, I won't stop. Savannah is still here. Still in his space, laughing with the staff like she owns the damn place, trailing her expensive perfume through the air like she's marking territory. I don't know what kind of spell she has on Knox, but whatever it is, it's working. Or maybe he's letting her because it's easier than making a scene. Because she's dangerous in ways I don't understand. He barely looks at me, though, and I've seen enough. He made his choice, whether he said it out loud or not. So I move, I chop, I breathe. And then, without really planning to, I take off my apron and find Tony. I'm heading out early, I tell her. My voice is calm, level, not like I'm unraveling inside. Tony arches a brow. You okay? I will be. That's all I give her. She doesn't press. I slip out the back door just as Maya's car pulls up along the curb like some kind of cosmic timing. She's got her sunglasses on and a coffee in hand. She looks at me for a beat, then gets out without a word and opens the passenger door. I climb in. The second the door shuts, I feel it, how close I am to breaking. Maya doesn't ask anything at first. She just drives, letting the hum of the road and the quiet of the car settle around us. I stare out the window at Silver Peak rolling past, the bakery, the antique shop, Cold Snap Cafe, all the places I used to love. I'm not sure how much more of this I can take, I finally say, my voice low. Then don't, she says without hesitation. Walk me through it. I stare out the window, my throat thick. She just showed up, out of nowhere, like something out of a movie. Cream sweater, perfect hair, those boots that probably cost more than my car. And the way she looked at me, like she already knew I didn't stand a chance. Maya doesn't say anything, just tightens her grip on the steering wheel. And Knox, I continue, the second she walked in, he just changed, like a switch flipped. One word answers, no eye contact. It's like I never mattered. Maya lets out a breath. Damn. I tried to talk to him, tried to give him space. I even thought maybe he just needed time to sort through whatever this is. But Maya, she calls him Noxy. Maya makes a face. Ew. Right? I half laugh, but it's shaky. And he doesn't stop her. She touches him, his arm, his chest, like it's hers, like I was a placeholder. And he lets her? I pause, then shake my head. It's not like that. I think he's trying. I've seen it a couple of times. He starts to come toward me, starts to say something, and then she's just there, interrupting, clinging to his arm, or laughing too loud, or steering the conversation like she owns it. Maya frowns. She doesn't give him an inch. No, I say quietly. And he doesn't push back. Not really. It's like he's stuck. And maybe he doesn't know how to fix it. Or maybe he doesn't think he can. I don't know. It's like I'm missing something. Has he said anything to you? No, that's the worst part. He looks like he wants to, but then nothing. It's like we're caught in this loop, and every time I think we're about to break out of it, she pulls him right back in. Maya exhales, her grip tightening on the steering wheel. I press my fingers to my temple. He was different with me, Maya. He really was. There was something real there. And now it's like he's standing on the other side of a glass wall, close enough to see, but too far to reach. Maya's voice is quiet. That sounds exhausting. It is, I murmur. It's like I'm slowly disappearing. Not because he doesn't care, but because she's always there, and I don't see that changing. We're quiet for a minute. Then I whisper, I think it's over. Not because he walked away, but because she never did. Maya reaches across the console, takes my hand. Then we move forward, one step at a time, starting now. I nod. The ache in my chest doesn't go away, but it settles. I feel stupid, I admit. Like I should have known better. Like maybe this was always going to happen. Me on the outside again, watching someone else be chosen. "You're not stupid," she says, her voice fierce now. "You've fallen for someone. That doesn't make you stupid, Josie. It makes you brave. But this isn't a one-way street, and Knox isn't walking toward you anymore. So maybe it's time to stop standing still." I swallow hard, biting back the ache in my throat. I can't keep this up. It's too much. "Then don't," she says again, softer now. "Start looking. Get out. Start over. But don't you dare let this man define your worth." I nod because she's right. I am looking for jobs, for a reset, for a way to rebuild my life without all of the splinters. I didn't think I'd have to do it alone. She reaches over and squeezes my hand. "We're almost there." I glance at the dashboard clock, 10:22 a.m., the ultrasound. For a moment, panic kicks up in my chest, the kind that whispers, what if everything's already going wrong? But then I feel it again, that small, growing thing inside me, that quiet sense of purpose, of certainty. I have to do this. I get to do this. We pull into the clinic parking lot, and Maya kills the engine. "You ready?" she asks. "No," I say honestly, "but let's do it anyway." We head inside together, and this time I don't feel quite so alone. The waiting room smells like lemon cleaner and overbrewed coffee. A dated magazine rack leans against the wall, half the covers dog-eared or curling at the edges. A mom with a toddler bounces him on her knee while scrolling her phone. Someone behind the reception desk chuckles softly at something on their screen. It's normal here. Quiet. Like the rest of the world hasn't collapsed. I'm not sure how I'm breathing. The nurse calls my name, and Maya squeezes my shoulder before we follow her down the hall. I'm given a dressing gown and told that this early on, stomach ultrasounds aren't as accurate. The nurse shows me a wand and explains everything softly to me, clearly seeing from my expression that I did not expect to be probed today, that I'm not prepared for any of this motherhood thing. My heart is pounding. "Relax," the technician says kindly. "Let's take a look, shall we?" She turns the monitor toward herself and begins moving the wand. The screen fills with static and shadows and that familiar grainy swirl. I squint, trying to make sense of it. There's a beat of silence, then two. The technician tilts her head, squints, and moves the wand again. And then she smiles. "Well," she says gently, "it looks like we've got 2 heartbeats." The words hang in the air like thunder. "What?" I whisper, blinking hard. She taps a few buttons. 2. "See here?" She points to the screen. "One here, nice and strong, and a second one just behind. They're both right on track." Maya leans forward in her chair, her eyes huge. "What? Twins?" The technician nods. "Congratulations." My mouth opens, but nothing comes out. 2 heartbeats. 2. A strange sound escapes me, half laugh, half gasp. "You're sure?" She nods again, all calm professionalism, as if she didn't just drop a bomb in the center of my life. I look at Maya. She's speechless, too, her hand clapped over her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. And then the wave hits me. Shock. So much shock. It's dizzying, followed by panic, fear, awe, a wild, rushing cocktail of every possible emotion crashing through me at once. 2 babies. 2. How the hell am I supposed to do this? How do I afford it? Where do I go? Who do I even tell now? But under all that, beneath the static and noise and fear, there's something else, something fierce, something deep. a bone-deep certainty that no matter how impossible this feels right now, I will do it. Because they're mine. Because I have to. Because I want to. A tear slides down my cheek before I can stop it. Then another. I don't sob. I don't break. I lie there quiet, my hands resting protectively over my stomach, and I feel it. That shift. That small, sudden bolt of resolve in my chest. This isn't the life I planned, not by a long shot, but it's mine now, and I will find a way to rise for them. 2 heartbeats. Twice the fear, twice the unknown, but twice the love, too. Maya leans in, her voice soft. You okay? I nod slowly. No. Then I wipe my face and say, more clearly this time, but I will be. On the drive home, it crashes in. Not all at once, more like a slow implosion, wave after wave of realization that keeps slamming into me until I can barely breathe. My hands rest on my stomach like I'm trying to anchor myself to something real, something solid. But there's nothing solid about this, nothing steady. I'm going to be a single mom of twins. My heart pounds in my ears. My chest feels too tight. I stare out the window at Silver Peak, sliding past like a dream I can't wake up from. The river, the cliffs, the little shops I used to love, they don't feel like mine anymore. Knox doesn't know. And with the way things are now, with Savannah hanging around like a curse that won't lift, with the way he won't even look at me, I don't know if he ever will. How do you tell someone who's already halfway gone? Maya hasn't said much. She just drives, her fingers flexing on the wheel every so often. She keeps glancing over at me like she's waiting for the break, like she already knows it's coming. And it does. As we round the bend toward Summit Ridge Overlook, my throat tightens, my vision blurs, and I can't hold it anymore. Pull over, I whisper, my voice barely working. Maya doesn't ask why. She just nods and steers the car onto the gravel shoulder, throwing it into park. I push open the door and stumble out into the cold mountain air. It hits my lungs like ice, painfully so, but I welcome it. I need it. I walk a few steps toward the guardrail and grip the metal like it's the only thing keeping me upright. And then I break. The sob rips out of me so fast, so loud, it feels like it tears something loose in my chest. My knees buckle a little, and I lean forward, clutching the rail with both hands as my body shakes with the force of it. I don't try to stop it this time. I don't try to be strong. I just cry, ugly, gasping, heartbroken tears. I can't do this, I choke. I can't. Maya, it's too much. It's too much. The car door opens behind me, and I hear her footsteps crunching over gravel. She comes up beside me and wraps her arms around my shoulders from behind, steady and warm. You can, she says, her voice low and sure. Josie, you are so strong. I shake my head, tears streaming down my cheeks. It's twins, Maya, 2, and he doesn't want me. He picked her. He barely even sees me now, and I'm carrying his babies. I know, she whispers, pulling me tighter against her. I know. It hurts, I sob. It hurts so much, I can't breathe. She holds me through it, through the shaking and the crying and the raw, gutted emptiness that I can't seem to fill. I cry like I haven't cried in years, even though I feel like I have breakdowns all the time lately. It's loud and messy and real, like I've finally given up pretending I'm okay. Because I'm not. I'm not okay. I'm terrified. I'm shattered. I'm so alone. And worse than that, I loved him. I let him in. I gave him everything. And now I'm standing on the side of the road with my heart in pieces and 2 lives growing inside me. I don't even know where to go from here, I whisper, once the tears slow down. How do I start? Maya steps beside me, leaning on the rail like I am, looking out at the valley below. Her voice is calm, certain. 1 breath at a time. 1 day at a time. And when it gets too hard, you lean on the people who love you, even when it's messy, even when you don't know what comes next. And maybe just tell Knox, forget about Savannah. Give him a chance and see. I wipe my face with my sleeve. My body feels heavy. My heart aches in a way I didn't know was possible. But I'm still standing. Somehow, I'm still here.
Chapter 33. Knox. The second I see her, my stomach drops. Savannah's at the host stand, flipping through the reservation book like she works here. She's all fake smiles and glossy charm, chatting up the new server like she didn't just light a match to my life earlier this week. I cross the dining room in 5 long strides, jaw tight. "Savannah?" She turns, beaming like this is a social call.
Knox, wow, you really should smile more. Your forehead's gonna crack.
"You can't keep coming in here like this." She blinks, all innocence.
Why? I'm only saying hi. Looks busier than usual. You're welcome, by the way.
I plant a hand on the counter between us. "Don't do this."
Do what?
"Pretend this is about the restaurant," I snap. "I haven't reacted to whatever little game you're playing, but I can't have you here all day long." She frowns like I've hurt her feelings.
You had her here.
I roll my eyes. "Josie works here." She tilts her head, faux sympathetic.
That's adorable. You still think you can protect her, like you protected me, remember?
A muscle jumps in my jaw. I don't bite, but she's not done.
You know what you have to do, Noxie. I don't want to have to act out.
I straighten, pulse hammering. "Stop threatening me." She smiles, sharp as glass.
I won't have to if you just do as I ask.
Something in my chest twists. "You promised."
Only if you keep in line.
"That's it," I snap. "You're done here." She raises an eyebrow.
Excuse me?
"You're banned from the marrow. Don't come back, don't call, don't so much as look at someone who works here, or I swear—"
You'll what?
She says sweetly.
Throw another tantrum? Maybe that's the headline I leak next. Disgraced NFL star throws fit in failing kitchen. Think that'll sell?
I lean in, voice steel. "Try me. You'll see just how fast I stop playing nice." Her smile drops for the first time. For a split second, I see it, that flicker of panic behind her eyes. But then she recovers, tosses her hair over her shoulder like this whole thing bores her.
You know, I really thought you'd be smarter about this. Guess not.
She turns on her heel and walks out. I don't move. Can't. My fists are clenched, my brain's on fire, and I already know whatever she's done, whatever she's set in motion, it's going to hurt Josie. And that's the part I can't live with. I head back to the line, barking out orders just to keep myself upright. But my voice sounds hollow, my hands shake. A minute later, I'm elbowing through the pantry door and locking myself inside like it's the last safe place in the world. Maybe it is. I slide down the wall until I'm crouched between a case of fire-roasted tomatoes and a bag of lentils that's leaking at the seam. My knees protest, my back aches, my brain feels like a pulled muscle, tight, twitching, useless. I'm spooning cold butterscotch pudding into a cup of chicken and wild rice soup. It's disgusting. I don't care. The soup's from the lunch shift. I didn't even heat it up. The pudding's from Gracie's dessert prep tray. I think it was supposed to be part of the seasonal sampler. I'm pretty sure I just committed a crime against food. Still, I take a bite. Salty, sweet, vaguely gelatinous. Absolutely vile. I take another. It's something to focus on, something to keep my hands busy while my thoughts spiral out of control. Dinner service was a war zone. No-show servers, a burner that wouldn't light, a Yelp blogger in the corner who I swear was timing everything with a damn stopwatch. One of the sous chefs burned the halibut and started crying. I think I might have snapped at Nova. Can't remember. Might have apologized. Might have not. Doesn't matter. None of it does. Because Josie's not here, and Savannah is. She keeps showing up like a virus that won't clear, keeps acting like this town owes her something, keeps asking where Josie is, pretending like she just wants to talk, like I don't know exactly what her brand of talk looks like. Gossip, guilt, knives in the back. It's a full-time job just keeping her away from Josie. I've told her to stay away. I've told her to leave Silver Peak altogether. I've ignored her texts, blocked her number. Nothing works. I grip the plastic spoon tighter. The handle snaps in half. Shit. I toss the broken spoon across the pantry where it ricochets off a can of navy beans and clatters to the floor. The soup sloshes over my hand. Sticky butterscotch coats my knuckles. I sit there like a damn toddler with pudding on my fingers and no one to blame but myself. Shit, what the hell am I doing? The pantry door creaks open. I freeze. Shit, I thought I locked it. But then I see her. Josie. She steps inside like a ghost, quiet, pale, eyes too big for her face. She closes the door behind her, pressing her back to it like she needs the wood for support. Her hair is pulled up in a messy bun, strands sticking to her cheeks like she's been sweating or crying, or both. Josie, I breathe, heart lurching straight into my throat. I start to rise. Are you okay? What are you...
I need to talk to you,
she says, voice thin but steady.
Right now.
I'm on my feet instantly, adrenaline flooding my system. If it's Savannah, listen, I've been trying to keep her away. I swear I didn't know she'd show up at...
It's not about Savannah.
Her hands tremble at her sides. She's trying to keep her chin up, but I can see it, that glassy edge in her eyes. Whatever this is, it's going to wreck me.
I've been trying to find the right moment, trying to say it nicely, but now I just need to get it out.
I stiffen as my entire nervous system is drenched in ice, poised for the hurt I know will come. She draws in a breath that sounds like it scrapes her lungs raw.
I'm pregnant.
The words hang in the air for a second too long before they detonate. Pregnant. I stare at her, then the world tilts. No noise, no motion, just the single blinding snap of something coming undone inside me. I stepped back like she hit me, like the word itself was a fist in my gut. What? I manage, but my voice barely works.
I'm pregnant, Knox.
Her chin trembles now, but she lifts it higher.
I'm pregnant, and it's yours.
My pulse stutters. The blood in my veins goes ice cold. No, not this, not again. My body moves before my mind can catch up. I take another step back, fingers curling into fists. How do you even know? I ask. My voice is taut, but I can't stop it. Are you sure? Her mouth parts, confusion flickering across her face.
What?
This timing, Josie. Everything's been chaos lately. Savannah showing up, the press, the mess with the restaurant. Are you sure this isn't just... I stop myself, barely, but the words are already there between us. Poison in the air. Her face crumples.
Oh, wow,
she whispers.
You think I'm lying.
I didn't say that. I snap, but even I don't believe it. I can feel the old scars tearing open one by one. Savannah's voice in my head, fake tears, the positive test she waved in front of me like a trap, the press conference, the fallout, the betrayal. This feels the same. Too familiar, too dangerous. Josie doesn't yell, doesn't cry. She just goes quiet. That scary, heartbreakingly calm kind of quiet that makes my stomach churn like I swallowed a bucket of nails. She looks at me like she doesn't even recognize the man standing in front of her.
Okay,
she says softly. Not a whimper, not a sob, just a word, so even and hollow it echoes.
That's all I needed to know.
Josie, I step forward, hard in my throat, but she shakes her head.
I thought you deserved to know,
she says, voice still eerily steady.
I thought you'd want to hear it from me, that maybe...
Her lips twitch like she's fighting back.
Maybe you'd care. Maybe we'd figure it out together.
My mouth opens, but nothing comes out. She huffs a breath, not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh.
Guess I was wrong.
Wait, please, I say, reaching for her, but she takes a step back. One step, but it feels like a mile. Her eyes lock on mine. No more fear in them. No more hope either. Just clarity, cold and cutting.
I know exactly what I need to do now.
Josie. Her name shreds out of my throat. She turns, walks to the door, and this time, this damn time, she doesn't look back. The pantry door swings open, lets in a blast of hot kitchen air, then slams shut behind her with a finality that echoes in my bones. And I just stand there, frozen. What the hell is going on in my messed up life now?
Chapter 34. Josie. I don't sleep. Not really. I lie in bed, curled around the ache in my stomach, watching shadows crawl across the ceiling as the sky turns from charcoal to steel to the soft, bruised blue of morning. The world starts to stir outside my window. Birds, trucks, the low hum of life going on, and I feel like I'm suspended in time. Numb, heavy, empty and full at the same time. I keep going over it, The look on his face, the way he flinched like I'd stabbed him, the way his voice turned cold, suspicious, cruel. "How do you even know?" The words keep echoing, over and over, no matter how hard I try to shut them out. By the time the sun rises, I know I can't stay in this bed. I can't stay in this house. I can't stay in this. I'm still wrapped in a blanket on the couch, hands cradling a mug of cold tea I never drank, when my phone buzzes. I almost ignore it, but something makes me glance down. Chef Adela Vaughn, missed call. My heart stutters. Adela? She was my mentor back in culinary school, tough as nails, brilliant, intimidating in the best way. She taught me how to butcher a chicken in under 3 minutes and how to swear in 3 languages. I haven't heard from her in over a year. A second later, a voicemail comes through, then a text. "Hey, Josie, call me back when you can. Got something I want to run by you. Exciting stuff." I blink. Then I call her back before I can talk myself out of it. She picks up on the second ring. "Dawson." The voice hits like a welcome jolt of caffeine. "Chef Vaughn," I rasp. "You sound like shit." "Appreciate that." "You still cooking?" A pause. "I'm trying." "Well," she says, "you might want to stop trying and start packing. I'm opening a place in Denver. High-end, seasonal, hyper-local, all the pretentious farm-to-table buzzwords people eat up, but the food's going to be real. Simple, honest, the kind that punches you in the gut and leaves you crying in your wine." Despite myself, I almost laugh. "Sounds like your style." "Damn right it is. I need someone who can run the lunch menu, someone who doesn't flinch under pressure, someone who knows how to make food taste like a story, not a Pinterest post. You want to come and check the place out? See if it's something you'd be interested in?" I blink. Stare at the wall like it might help me process what's happening. She's offering me a job in Denver. A real job. The kind of opportunity I used to dream about before I moved to Silver Peak, before I fell into Knox's orbit, before I started building this quiet small-town life that felt like it could maybe someday be enough. But that dream, it died last night. And this is something else. This is a door, a way forward. I press the phone tighter to my ear. "Yes," I whisper, then louder. Stronger. "Yes, I want to see the place for sure." "Good, I'll send you the deets." She hangs up before I can say thank you. I sit there, phone clutched in my lap, the silence pressing in again. But it's different now. The ache is still there, deep and heavy, but now I feel something else underneath it. Direction. Resolve. I might be leaving Silver Peak. I might be walking away from the restaurant, from the quiet rhythm of mountain life, from the man who wrecked me. But I'm not walking away from myself. I'm choosing me. And this time, I won't look back. Dinner is meatloaf and mashed potatoes, the kind of comfort food Mom makes when she's trying to keep everyone grounded. I don't taste any of it. My nerves sit coiled beneath my ribs, tighter than the too firm smile I've been wearing since I walked in the door. Mom's chattering about someone's engagement, someone I barely know, and Dee's pushing peas around her plate like she's carving crop circles into her dinner. I wait until after the meal, until plates are cleared and forks have stopped scraping and silence has started to settle in. Then I say it. "I'm going to Denver." Mom glances up from the dish towels she's folding, brow furrowed. "What do you mean, you're going to Denver?" Dee's fork stops midair. "I got a call this morning. Chef Adela Vaughn offered me a spot on her team at the new place she's opening. She wants me to come see the restaurant, see if I want to work there." I try to keep my voice calm, measured, but the tremor slips through anyway. Mom's face crumples, her voice soft with disbelief. But Josie, sweetheart, you've just settled back in. What about the inn? What about your job? I know, I cut in gently. This came out of nowhere, but it's a real opportunity, Mom. The truth is, I haven't told her everything yet. Not because I'm hiding it. At least, not exactly. I don't want to upset her. She worries so easily, carries things too deeply, and I'm barely holding it together myself. I need space to breathe first, to figure out what any of this even means before I bring it to her. I always do. But as she opens her mouth like she's about to say more, I keep going before I lose my nerve. And before you ask, no, this isn't just about work. I haven't said anything because I wasn't ready yet. There's a lot going on, and I needed time to figure it out for myself before I brought it to you. I'm not trying to shut you out, Mom. I just needed space. Across the table, Dee suddenly shoves her chair back, the legs scraping hard against the floor. Are you kidding me? She mutters under her breath. Mom looks at her, startled. Dee? I'm not hungry, Dee says quickly, already on her feet. I'll help with the dishes later. She walks out without another word. Mom watches her go, confused, then turns to me with a crease between her brows. Did something happen between you two? I offer a tight smile. Just a long week. She doesn't press, thank God. Once she's distracted, cleaning up, I slip down the hall and find Dee pacing in the laundry room, arms folded so tight they might snap. You're just leaving? She says as soon as I walk in, voice low and biting. No warning, no heads up, just, hey everyone, I'm peacing out for Denver? I didn't plan this, Dee. The offer came this morning, and I don't know if I'm definitely going. But you already said yes? I said I'd go see it. That's all. I need a break from here. Dee glares at me, then scrubs a hand through her curls like she's trying to shake the thoughts loose. What are you even thinking, Josie? After everything that's happened, now's when you decide to run? I'm not running, I snap, harsher than I meant to. I'm trying to move forward. That's not the same thing. Her jaw clenches. I take a breath. Then another. My throat feels like it's closing, but I push the words out anyway. You weren't there, Dee. You didn't see his face when I told him. Her eyes soften a fraction. You told Knox? I press a hand to my stomach, not even thinking. Yeah. Dee swallows hard. What did he say? I laugh, but it's a hollow, broken sound. He asked me how I even knew, like I made it up, like I was trying to trap him or something. Then he got cold, suspicious, distant. My voice cracks. He looked at me like I was some stranger on the sidewalk asking for money. Dee steps closer, eyes shining now. Josie, I don't want to be anywhere near that kind of pain again. I can't just go back to pretending everything's fine. I feel like I'm unraveling every time I walk past the marrow, every time I see his truck, every time someone asks if I'm okay and I have to lie through my teeth. I get it, she whispers. No, you don't. I swipe angrily at my cheek. I was falling for him, and I know I never said it out loud, but I did, and he didn't even trust me, not for a second. He looked at me like I was the problem, like I was the mistake. Dee pulls me into a hug tighter than before, fierce, protective. Her voice is thick with emotion when she says, You are not a mistake. I nod against her shoulder. I need to go see what else is out there. I need to remember who I was before all of this, before him. She leans back, searches my face. You think this job will do that? I don't know, but I think not going would feel worse. She lets out a breath, nods. Okay, but you're not doing this alone. You hear me? I hear you. I'll come and help with the baby. Babies. Dee blinks. Wait, what? I hesitate, but the truth's already out there, shimmering in the air between us like heat off pavement. It's twins, I whisper. I found out at the ultrasound. She just stares at me like she didn't hear me right. Then her hand flies up to her mouth and her eyes fill so fast I barely see it happen. Oh, wow. Yeah, I say, with a wobbly half laugh that turns into a sob. I know. She sinks against the dryer like her knees gave out. Twins? She says again, voice cracking. I nod, swallowing hard. 2 heartbeats. 2 tiny little peanuts on the screen. I didn't even know what I was looking at first. Then the nurse pointed it out, and I trail off, blinking against the sting behind my eyes. Dee's already crying. Big, silent tears slide down her cheeks as she shakes her head like her heart can't hold all of it at once. I was already freaking out, she chokes out, at the idea of you doing this alone. But now, Josie, twins? That's not just hard, that's impossible. That's double everything. Double the diapers, double the feedings, double the nights without sleep. I know, I say quietly. Believe me, I know. She leans forward, elbows on her knees, her curls falling around her face like a curtain. You're going to have 2 tiny humans depending on you, and the man who should be stepping the hell up looked at you like you were the problem? I swear, if I see him in town, I'm going to run him over with his own truck. That actually pulls a real laugh out of me, wet and short, but real. She wipes her face with her sleeve, then stands abruptly. Okay, I'm in. I blink. In? She nods, already starting to pace again, full D mode now. If you go to Denver, I'm coming with you. I'll figure it out. Find a transfer or take some time off or whatever. But you are not doing this alone. Not when he bailed. Not when it's twins. Dee, no. Her voice goes firm, shaking a little. You're my sister. You think I'm going to let you move to a new city pregnant with twins and figure it out by yourself? You think I could sleep at night knowing that? My throat tightens. But what about Nova? Her eyes flicker for just a moment. My nieces or nephews need me right now. I open my mouth to argue, to tell her she doesn't have to do this, that she has a life here, a job, a person, one who makes her light up in that quiet, rare way Dee doesn't show with just anyone. But she cuts me off before I can even start. This isn't up for debate, she says, fierce and final. You're not some charity case, Josie. This isn't pity. This is us, you and me, like it's always been. And just like that, the ground under my feet doesn't feel quite so shaky.
Chapter 35. Knox. Sleep's a joke these days. When it comes, it's not the kind that heals. It's the kind that claws at you, that drags you under in flashes of bare skin and soft moans and sheets tangled around Josie's legs. Her mouth finds mine like it still means something, like I didn't destroy it all with a single look. I wake up breathless, hard, aching, angry, every damn time. Food doesn't do much better. I've pushed 3 plates away in as many days. Nothing tastes right. Not without her stealing bites off my fork or licking sauce off her finger with that distracted little hum that used to short-circuit my brain. She hasn't been back since the night in the pantry, the night she told me she was pregnant. I brace my elbows on the prep counter and drag both hands down my face. The restaurant's quiet in the worst way. hollow, like it knows she's gone too. No humming, no bad pop songs on the speakers. I killed the playlists entirely. Her silence is louder than anything. I see her face every time I close my eyes. That moment loops like a punishment. Josie standing there, raw and shaking and still trying to be brave, and me standing there like a damn statue, giving her nothing, worse than nothing. She looked like I'd slapped her. No, like I'd cracked her wide open. And maybe I did. I've been lied to, broken, played. Savannah taught me all about betrayal. But Josie? She never asked me for anything. Not once. Not even when she should have. She told me because she thought I deserved to know, and I gave her suspicion instead of trust. That's what guts me the most. She saw things in me no one else ever looked for. She let me in, and when she needed me to show up, I backed away, shut down, hurt her. Shit, what the hell is wrong with me? I should have gone after her, should have said something, anything. Instead, I just stood there, frozen and fucked up while she walked away. I tried reaching out to her as soon as the shock wore off, but she didn't want to pick up any of my calls. All my texts have been ghosted too. What I really need is to see her face to face so I can make her understand that I really understand how messed up my reaction was, so I can make it right. I glanced toward the back door, half expecting to see her silhouette appear there, apron dusty with flour, some smart-ass comment on her lips. My chest pulls tight, but the door stays shut. It has for days. The buzz of my phone breaks the quiet. I fumble for it. Not her. Just a supplier with a shipping delay. I drop it face down on the counter and stare at the burnished steel surface until my own reflection stares back. I barely recognize the guy looking back. Red-rimmed eyes, 5-day scruff, a fading bruise under one from smacking into a cabinet I didn't see coming. I barely recognize myself. The door creaks open. My pulse jumps, but it's just the produce guy. "Drop it in the walk-in," I mutter. My voice sounds like sandpaper. I drop onto a bar stool. All I can think about is Josie kissing me, slow, confident, hungry. She tasted like heat and honey and all the things I didn't know I needed until she gave them to me. I can still feel her in my hands. Now all I feel is regret. And Savannah, she's still everywhere. She doesn't even care about being banned from the marrow. She showed up at my house this morning.
"Just checking in, babe,"
she said, sunglasses pushed up, smile too perfect to be real.
"Thought we can make breakfast for the Paps. Show them what happy looks like."
I shut the door in her face, but not before she whispered,
"You know what happens if you don't play nice."
The threat wasn't loud. Didn't need to be. She's got enough dirt, enough twisted angles, enough media clout to make a mess I can't sweep up. Not without hurting people who don't deserve it. Like Josie. She's been posting non-stop since. Photos of us, reels, captions that make my skin crawl. Sometimes old flames burn brighter the second time around. Hashtag back together. Hashtag nightly ever after. She's building a whole fantasy online like Josie never existed, like we never existed. I've told her to stop. I've warned her. Hell, I've threatened legal action. But Savannah doesn't listen. She escalates. My phone buzzes again. Another tag, another post, another lie. I open it before I can stop myself. It's a video. Savannah and I at some black tie thing I barely remember showing up to years ago. The caption says something about strong couples weathering storms and choosing love. I grip the edge of the bar, knuckles white. The comments roll in. Hearts, congratulations, people begging for a wedding date. Some reporters even asking for a quote. She's loving every damn second of it. And me? I'm sitting in this empty restaurant watching a woman I don't want rewrite my story, while the only woman I do want is nowhere to be found. Nova finally storms in from the office, waving her iPad like a sword.
You see this crap she posted?
Yeah, I mutter. I've seen all of it.
She's turning this whole thing into a damn PR stunt. You know that, right? Damn, isn't it enough that she isn't allowed in the marrow anymore?
I know. Nova leans on the counter, narrowing her eyes at me.
You want me to put out a statement? Shut it down officially?
I don't know, I say. Should I post something? I hate this shit, but maybe if I say something, people will get the message. She watches me for a second, then sighs.
Let me figure out the best angle. We'll hit back smarter than this tabloid trash, but yeah, she's gotta go. She's poison, Knox. This is getting out of hand. No more time to think, okay? It's time for action.
I nod, but I already knew that. I just didn't realize how badly she'd tainted everything until Josie was gone. The back door swings open again. This time it's not the produce guy, it's Gracie. She walks in like a shadow, quiet, head down, a reusable shopping tote looped over one arm, her other hand gripping a paper coffee cup so tight the lid crinkles. Her ponytail's crooked, no makeup. She looks like she hasn't slept either. I push off the bar stool. Gracie, I say, my voice cracking slightly from disuse. Where's Josie? She doesn't stop, head straight for the fridge like I'm not even there. Please, I add, moving toward her. Is she okay? Can you just tell me where she is? She pauses, doesn't turn around, just stiffens, like she's bracing for something. Then she exhales ever so slowly.
She's not coming back.
The words hit me harder than I'm ready for. What?
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
She's not coming back to work here, Knox.
Gracie repeats, voice clipped and cold.
That's all I know.
No, I say, shaking my head. That's not... I mean, is she okay? Is she in Silver Peak? Can I talk to her? Gracie finally turns and her expression is ice.
She doesn't want to talk to you.
That shouldn't surprise me. It still does. I just want to explain. Gracie cuts me off.
Don't.
I swallow hard. Is she leaving town? She lifts a brow.
If she is, she hasn't told me.
But you're her friend, I press. You'd know if she was planning something. She stares at me for a long beat.
Knox, whatever you're trying to dig out of me, it's not going to happen. I'm not getting in the middle of this.
I run a hand through my hair, frustration simmering just under the surface. I just need a chance to fix it.
Then maybe you should have thought about that before you let her walk out of here crying.
That shuts me up. Fuck. I have to do something. I can't hide away anymore, waiting, biding my time. It just isn't working. I grab my keys off the counter and head straight for the door, ignoring Gracie's warnings that she doesn't want to see me. If she's not coming back to me, then I'll go to her. The Timberline Inn lobby is warm and quiet, all polished wood and flickering lamps. A fire crackles in the stone hearth, not that it does anything to calm down the pounding of my heart. Dee? She's behind the counter tapping something into the computer. She looks up the second the bell over the door chimes, and I see it in her eyes before she says a word. She straightens, arms crossing over her chest.
No.
That's it. One word. I slow my steps, hands raised slightly. Dee, please, I just want to talk to her.
She doesn't want to talk to you.
I only need 5 minutes.
She doesn't want 5 seconds.
Dee's voice stays calm, but there's steel under it.
You need to leave now.
She won't even let me explain.
You had your chance, Knox. You made your choice. Now you have to live with it.
My jaw flexes, teeth grinding. I know I messed up. I froze, but I swear I never meant to hurt her. I cut off before I say it again, like saying it louder will fix everything. Dee's eyes narrow.
Then love her enough to back off. Give her time. Give her the space to breathe. She's not okay, and you being here isn't helping.
The worst part is, I'm sure she's not wrong. My heart is screaming at me to keep pushing, to make Josie hear me. But the smarter part of me knows I can't force this, especially with Savannah still loitering like a bad smell. I take a step back, then another. My throat's tight, like something vital is stuck there. I swallow. Tell her I came. Dee nods once, arms still crossed like a barrier.
She'll know, but don't come here again, not unless she asks.
I don't say another word. I turn and walk out the door into the cold night, my footsteps echoing on the wooden steps like a countdown. This isn't how I wanted it to go, but this time I showed up, and next time, if I'm lucky enough to get one, I'll be ready to fight for her the right way. It's almost 2 a.m. The place is dark except for the dim light over the prep station and the low hum of the fridge compressors. The restaurant's never felt this empty, like even the walls know something's missing. Tuck trots in ahead of me, nails clicking on the tile, sniffing every corner like it's his job. His tail wags once, half-heartedly, then drops again. He's been like this ever since Josie left. Restless, unsettled. Like he knows, too. I need to grab my tablet, I murmur to him as I lock the door behind us. Won't be long. He disappears down the back hallway before I can stop him, nose low, tail stiff. Tuck? I call after him, but my voice barely carries. Everything feels muted. I grab the tablet from the office, but when I step back into the hall, I hear a soft whine. Not the hurt kind, the searching kind. The staff room door is cracked open. I follow the sound, and then I see him. Tuck's planted himself in front of one of the lockers. Her locker. His nose is pressed against the metal like he's trying to find her scent. He whines again, soft and low, then sits down, front paws neatly together, head tilted up at the door like he's waiting for it to open on its own. He doesn't even notice me walking in. Damn. I crouch beside him slowly, heart squeezing tight. She's not here, buddy, I whisper. He glances at me, then back at the locker, nudges it with his snout. I know, I miss her too. Tuck lowers his head to his paws, ears drooping. He stays there, settled in like he's not going anywhere. I rest a hand on his back, fingers curling into his fur. He's warm and solid under my palm, familiar, loyal. He didn't understand what happened that night. Didn't see the look on her face when I didn't say anything. Didn't hear the silence that stretched between us until it snapped. But he knows she's gone, and maybe in some dumb, instinctive way, he blames me too. I let out a shaky breath and lean against the row of lockers beside him. Tuck makes a small sound, almost a sigh, and lays his head against the floor. I don't know how to fix it, I whisper. Buddy, I don't know if I can. The silence answers. Tuck doesn't move, so I stay there beside him, in front of her locker, in the dim light of a restaurant that doesn't feel like mine anymore. And for once, I don't try to fix anything. I sit in the stillness and miss her.
Chapter 36. Josie. Denver is cool. Like, surprisingly, actually cool. I've never been here before, and I half expected it to feel like just another big city, loud, fast, anonymous. But there's something else beneath the concrete and glass. Murals blooming across brick walls, coffee shops tucked into alleyways, and rooftop gardens on old warehouses. The energy hums with possibility. The restaurant is tucked into the base of a sleek high-rise, all black steel and mirrored windows. Inside, it's like stepping into a culinary spaceship. Clean lines, modern lighting, every surface gleaming like it was buffed 30 seconds ago. It's not just state-of-the-art. It's borderline sci-fi. This, Adela Vaughn declares, throwing her arms wide with a flourish, is my sacred temple. I barely managed to hide a smile. Adela is exactly as I remembered her from that one chef's symposium back in culinary school, flamboyant, hilarious, and completely impossible to ignore. Her white coat is tailored like a designer blazer, and she's wearing a gold truffle shaver on a chain around her neck like it's a holy relic. Is that? Of course it is, she says, striking a pose. You never know when tragedy will strike in the form of unshaved risotto. I laugh, for real. She winks. The kitchen she leads me through is breathtaking, with glass front walk-ins, automated plating arms, touch-screen timers, and a dedicated fermentation chamber that looks like it could launch into orbit. You'd be Executive Sue, she explains, dragging me past pastry like a kid on a field trip. Salary's competitive, full benefits, profit share, and, she points dramatically upward, a mezzanine test kitchen for R&D. Imagine it, Josie. You, a canvas, and no rules. It's a lot. Everything I thought I wanted all those years back in culinary school is standing right in front of me. Opportunity, prestige, a kitchen that runs like a dream. I should be elated. But as I trail my fingers across the cool edge of a marble prep station, something inside me hesitates. I try to picture myself here, mornings full of menu planning and staff briefings, afternoons elbow-deep in sauces and foams and technique, late nights with Adela tossing around flavor profiles like confetti. But instead, I see a different kitchen, smaller, warmer, smelling like cinnamon and fresh bread and pine from the forest outside. I see Knox, leaning on a prep table, arms crossed, one eyebrow lifted, while I defend the superiority of ranch on pizza. I see Nova trying to fix the speaker again, while Gracie passes me a stolen brownie chunk. I see the pantry, the silence, his face when I told him, I'm pregnant. The memory crashes over me like cold water. His expression, like the ground just dropped out from under him, like I had confirmed every fear he'd ever carried. I blink and shake it off. Focus on Adela, who is now dramatically unveiling a digital immersion circulator like it's a lightsaber. You'd have full creative input, she says brightly, especially brunch and desserts. Your orange cardamom brioche, I still have dreams about it. Literal, edible dreams. I smile. That's incredibly flattering. And incredibly true. Look, she says, turning serious now, I know what small towns are like. They convince you to settle, to shrink yourself for comfort, but not you, Josie Dawson. You belong somewhere you can expand. She's right, probably. Silver Peak was never part of the plan. Neither was falling for someone like Knox Knightley. And yet, here I am, standing in the kitchen I once would have sold my soul for, feeling nothing but a hollow ache in the center of my chest. I try to imagine waking up in Denver every morning, building a new life here, one where I'm not the pregnant girl in a mountain town, but a rising star in a Michelin-level kitchen, Adela by my side, the city stretching out in every direction. It's everything I should want, but my heart keeps drifting back to fresh coffee at sunrise and sticky buns still warm from the oven, to a man who kissed me like I was air and then looked at me like I was a stranger. Adela leans against a counter and tilts her head, watching me with piercing eyes. So, she says, can you see yourself here? I open my mouth, close it, then whisper, I don't know. She doesn't press. She nods slowly, eyes warm. Dreams change, she says. Doesn't mean you're giving up, just means you're growing. But don't run toward something just because it looks good on paper. Run toward what makes you feel something. Her words echo as we walk back toward the front. She squeezes my hand before she lets go. I'm not going anywhere, she says. You take your time, darling. I nod, thanking her, but as I step out into the cool Denver air, my chest tightens. Because I already know where I feel the most, and it's not here. I'm halfway back to my hotel when my phone buzzes. I expect it to be Adela or maybe Mom asking how it went, but it's 3 texts from Gracie. FYI, your boy is spiraling. Savannah showed up again, stirring up more drama than a Real Housewives finale. Ugh. Silver Peak is drama, ATM. Hope things are better in Denver. Can't wait to hear from you. I stop dead on the sidewalk. Knox. Spiraling. The words hit harder than I expect. Maybe because I can picture it so easily. His jaw clenched, voice short, temper barely leashed. That storm behind his eyes when things get messy, when he gets scared. And Savannah? That name alone makes something inside me twist. I don't need details. I already know what kind of chaos she brings with her. I saw the way she moved through the marrow like it was a stage. I saw the look on Knox's face when she said his name, tight, like he was gritting his teeth just to stay civil. He hates it when she's around. His expression says it all. But still, she's there, lingering like smoke, like she's not planning to leave anytime soon. And I don't understand why. Because if he doesn't want her there, then why is she still part of the picture? I'm gripping my phone like it personally betrayed me when I glance up and freeze. Right across the street, towering above the light rail platform near Union Station, is a billboard. Huge, faded, but unmistakable. Knox Knightley. Young, perfect, invincible. LA uniform clinging to his frame, helmet in one hand, that cocky half smirk on his face. The tagline beneath it says, "Unstoppable." My breath catches. Because that man, the one on that billboard, he's a ghost. A myth, frozen in time, all bravado and promise and glory. But I've seen the real version. I've seen him barefoot in the kitchen at dawn, scowling at a broken French press. I've seen him carry an old man's groceries across a frozen parking lot without a word. I've seen him fall apart, quietly, painfully, when the past cracked open and swallowed him whole. And I felt him. Damn, I felt him. Not just his hands or his mouth, or the way he kissed me like he was starving, but the way he held me when I cried, the way he whispered my name like it meant something. I thought I could walk away, thought distance would make it easier to breathe. But standing here, staring up at the version of him the world used to know, all I can think is, he's not unstoppable. He's human, and he's hurting. I blink hard, shoving my phone into my coat pocket as traffic surges past. My stomach churns, my heart pounds. This is ridiculous. We aren't on good terms. We aren't even talking. But still. I cross the street before I realize I'm moving, steps quick and uneven. Because even if I'm not ready to forgive him, not yet, I'm not sure I can stomach the idea of Savannah Monroe being the one by his side while he falls apart. Not when I know the feel of his skin at sunrise. Not when he's the first person I think of when something hurts or when something matters. And definitely not when I can feel him still etched into every soft corner of my heart. I'm not running toward him, not yet. But I might be done running away.
Chapter 37. Knox. The carrots never stood a damn chance. They're too symmetrical, too smug in their perfect little slices, and the way Wes is chopping them, it's methodical, tight, wrong. You're slicing those carrots like she broke my heart. I snap, voice sharper than the knife in his hand. Silence. Every head in the kitchen lifts like I just announced a fire or committed a murder. Wes's knife hovers mid-air. Gracie chokes on a laugh and quickly pretends to cough. Nova, standing by the oven with a sheet pan of gougere, staring at me like I've grown a second head. Or lost the one I had, which, fair, because I have lost it. I know it. They know it. The walk-in knows it. Her scent is still in there. Vanilla and citrus and that wild sweetness that doesn't come from any bottle, just from her. I walked in to grab herbs this morning and nearly dropped to my knees beside the citrus crate like some grieving widower in a tragic play. Now I'm yelling at vegetables. Nova sidles up beside me, gently prying my knife from my hand like I'm a toddler who found something sharp.
Maybe take 5?
She says carefully. I nod like I'm going to, then grab a bottle of bourbon from the shelf and stalk toward the back office instead. The chair creaks when I drop into it. I don't turn on the light. I sit in the dim hum of the service hallway, staring at the glowing screen of my phone. Voicemail again. Fuck. I scroll through the list. Josie, 3:17 p.m., Josie, 11:09 a.m., Josie, 12:42 p.m., and every one of them is a damn echo chamber. Me talking to silence. I hit redial. The line rings, and for a half-second I hope she'll answer, that I'll hear her voice, even if it's to tell me to fuck off. But no. Her voicemail picks up, soft and cheery and absolutely gutting.
Hey, it's Josie. Leave a message and I'll get back to you, unless you're a telemarketer or my mom trying to FaceTime during dinner, in which case, no.
Beep. Josie, it's me. Again. My voice is low, rough. I sound like I've been chain-smoking in an alley, but it's just the weight of too many unsaid things crushing my windpipe. I'm sorry. I should have said that first. I'm sorry. I rub my eyes. I didn't mean what I said. About any of it. I was scared. I am scared. You showed up and turned my whole damn world upside down, and then you told me I'm going to be a dad, and I panicked. Not because I didn't want it, don't want you, but because I wanted it too much, and I don't know how to be the guy who gets to keep good things. I've never been that guy. Silence stretches. In the background, someone drops a tray in the kitchen. A clang, a muttered curse. I don't move. I miss you, I whisper. I miss the way you hum when you're stirring something. I miss your smart-ass comments. I miss you taking up all the oxygen in this place like you were born to breathe life into it, into me. I don't mention Savannah showing up at the Marrow last night, all smug smiles and mascara and unresolved bullshit, acting like she still had a claim on anything, on me. She doesn't. Only Josie ever did. Please call me, I say, voice cracking. Just yell at me. Tell me to get lost. Tell me you're leaving Silver Peak and I'm an idiot. I am, but say something. Anything. I hang up before I say more, before I confess the part that's chewing me alive from the inside. That I love her. That I think I have for a while. That I feel like I'm bleeding out in the middle of my own kitchen because she's not here. Somewhere down the hall, Nova is probably rallying the staff, covering for me again. I owe her a raise, or a vacation, or a new car, maybe all three. But all I can do is sit here in the dark, listening to my own breath, surrounded by the scent of spices and ghosts, and the echo of a woman who walked away. It's after midnight when I step out the back door of the Marrow, sleeves rolled to the elbows, shirt clinging with the heat of a long night on the line. The mountain air cuts cold against my sweat-damp skin, but it's a relief, a slap to the face I probably deserve. I don't expect to see her. Savannah's leaning against my truck like she owns the damn thing. Leather jacket, tight jeans, perfectly tousled blonde hair, and that familiar smile I used to think was seductive. Now it just looks like trouble. "Been waiting long?" I ask, voice flat. She gives a dramatic sigh like I've wounded her.
Knox, come on. You don't have to be like this.
I walk past her, not stopping. "I do, actually." She follows.
"You've been dodging my calls," she says.
"And I'm gonna keep doing that."
"You're making a mistake," she hisses. "You think that girl in her little apron is going to stick around once she realizes who you really are? Once she sees how dark you can get?"
I whirl on her. "You don't get to talk about her." She looks stunned for a beat. Then something shifts. Her smile turns sharper.
"You'll regret this."
I don't respond, just get in the truck and slam the door. I don't see her again that night, but by morning, the bomb has detonated. Nova bursts into the office just after 7, eyes wide, holding her phone like it might explode.
"You need to see this."
I take the phone, frowning, and there it is. A gossip headline screaming across the screen in bold, unforgiving font. "Exclusive. NFL star turned chef Knox Knightley abandons pregnant one-night stand. Sources claim he's unstable, unfit to be a father." My stomach drops. There's a blurry photo of me outside the Marrow from weeks ago. Another one of Josie, one I know she didn't consent to. She's in her apron, smiling at a tray of pastries like she's a damn angel, and the caption beneath it makes me want to throw the phone through a wall. The woman, 25, reportedly met Knightley during a brief stint working at his restaurant in Silver Peak. According to insider sources, she is pregnant and Knightley has completely shut down, according to one source close to the chef. He's spiraling, the source claims. He doesn't want the responsibility. I shove the phone back into Nova's hands. "How the hell did she find out?" I growl. "This wasn't public. Josie didn't. She wouldn't." Nova's already shaking her head.
"She didn't, but this town, it's a sieve, Knox, and Savannah's always had a way of turning whispers into headlines."
I run both hands through my hair, heart hammering like I've just taken a hit on the field. "I need to call Josie," I say, already reaching for my phone. "I need to... Fuck, she's going to think I did this. She's going to think I used her." Nova steps in front of me.
"She's not answering you. You've left, 10 voicemails? She's probably still figuring out where she stands in all of this. And now this? You need to think before you call her again."
I grip the edge of the desk so hard my knuckles go white. "Then what the hell do I do?" Nova softens just a little.
"You fix it. Publicly. Honestly. You show her and everyone else that you're not running."
My throat is dry. My thoughts are a storm. Because Savannah might have lit the match, but I poured the gasoline. I gave her every reason to think I was the villain in this story. And now I have to prove I'm not, even if I don't know how. Yet. I don't hear the front door slam, don't hear the footsteps pounding through the restaurant. but I do hear Dee.
Where the hell is he?
Her voice cuts through the hallway like a whip crack, furious and shaking with fury. Nova doesn't even try to intercept her. By the time Dee storms into my office, I'm already halfway out of my chair. She doesn't give me a chance to speak.
You absolute coward!
She spits, slamming the door behind her so hard the wall shudders.
You think you get to hide now, after what you did?
Dee?
No, shut your mouth. You don't get to talk.
She's shaking, fists clenched at her sides, fury radiating off her in waves.
She trusted you,
she says, voice lower now, deadly.
She loved you. You think I don't know what you two were doing all those late nights in the kitchen, those soft looks across the prep line? You think I didn't see how she glowed around you?
I swallow hard. My throat's on fire. I didn't ask for this to happen.
Neither did she.
Dee explodes.
She didn't plan to fall for some emotionally stunted ex-quarterback with more walls than the Pentagon, but she did. And when she told you about the pregnancy, she didn't need perfect. She needed you to stay.
I rub a hand over my face, but she's not finished.
And then this?
She gestures wildly toward the door, toward the noise outside, the headlines, the whispers.
You let Savannah destroy her from the sidelines while you sit here licking your wounds?
My voice is raw when I speak. I'm not trying to hurt her.
Just what?
Dee snaps.
Too scared to admit you still love her, or too selfish to deserve her?
That last one lands like a punch to the gut.
You don't.
She finishes, voice cold now, cutting.
You don't deserve her.
And with that, she walks out. The silence she leaves behind is worse than the yelling. I stare at the wall, heart pounding, ears ringing. My hands are fists at my sides. That ache in my chest, tight and gnawing, rips open into rage. And I snap. I shove everything off my desk. Papers fly. A framed photo of the restaurant's opening crashes to the floor. My chair goes next, slamming into the wall with a sharp crack. I punch a dent into the filing cabinet so hard my knuckles split open. It's not enough. It'll never be enough. She's gone. I drove her away, and now the whole damn world knows it. Nova still stands off to the side, face as tight as the knot in my chest. She takes one look at the chaos, my bleeding hand, the wrecked office, and doesn't even flinch.
Feel better?
She asks, folding her arms. I press the heel of my palm to my eyes. No.
Good, because you don't get to wallow. Not now.
Nova?
No.
Her voice slices through the room.
You think you're the only one hurting? You think Josie's off in Denver sipping chai lattes and laughing about this? You broke her, Knox, and you don't get to sit here playing the tortured martyr while she rebuilds alone.
I stare at her, jaw tight. She's in Denver? Why?
She loved you,
she says, softer now.
She still might, but none of that matters if you don't show up. You either fight for her or you lose her. That's it.
I look down at my bleeding hand, at the mess I made. I've been running, blaming, screaming at ghosts. And she's right. None of that means anything if I don't fight.
Chapter 38. Josie. By the time the shuttle rounds the final bend into Silver Peak, the mountains feel too close, the air too still. Denver had been sharp and electric, full of noise and ambition, a city teetering on the edge of becoming something bigger. But here, the quiet is deafening. Mom's waiting at the tiny bus stop with a thermos of peppermint tea and that soft smile she wears like armor. She doesn't ask how it went. She wraps me in a hug and whispers, "Let's go home." And I let her, because I'm too tired to pretend. The house smells like cinnamon and citrus and safety. I leave my bags by the door and collapse into the couch like I've been underwater for days and finally surfaced. The future is still a question mark. Denver made me feel seen, but it didn't feel like mine. Not yet. And Silver Peak, this town feels more complicated than ever. I don't even realize I've dozed off until Dee plops onto the couch beside me with a dramatic sigh. "Savannah Monroe is trending again," she says, scrolling her phone like it's an Olympic event. "It's been insane." I groan. "Dee, I don't need gossip right now." "It's not gossip. It's like public service. Look." She holds out the phone. A thread is blowing up on X. Dozens of posts, screenshots, photos. One headline in bold. NFL heartbreaker Knox Knightley implicated in alleged pregnancy cover-up. Another. Savannah Monroe's history of fabricated claims resurfaces. I blink. My stomach turns. What happened? "Savannah." Dee looks at me. "She faked having a baby with Knox. I heard about all the details from Nova." She faked being pregnant? I stare at the screen. The words blur. "And now she's telling people you're a one-night stand he abandoned. It's everywhere." I sit up slowly. How did she even find out? Dee shrugs. "Small towns, loose lips, or maybe she saw him falling apart and connected the dots. No one knows for sure, just that it's out there now." Fucking hell. How is Knox taking it? Dee offers me a one-shouldered shrug. "He really is unraveling." Unraveling. That word hit something soft in me. I haven't been listening to his voicemails, not fully. They're jumbled and messy and too hard to hear. He sounds different, desperate. One message is just silence, like he couldn't get the words out. Another is him muttering something about the walk-in smelling like cardamom. And one, halfway through, he choked out, "I miss your voice." It gutted me. But still, I didn't call back. Because no matter how much I miss him, I can't be the one to fix him. Not again. Now I know why he looked like the floor dropped out from under him that day, why he froze when I said I'm pregnant. He's been lied to before, manipulated, publicly humiliated. But I'm not her, and the fact that he could even think I'd do something like that, it burns. He should have known me better than that. I curl in on myself, arms wrapped tight around my belly, this fragile new life tucked safe inside. I don't know what my next step is. Denver isn't off the table, but neither is this place. This town that drives me crazy, but also feels like home in a way that nowhere else has. What do I know? I can't keep waiting for him to become the man I hope he'll be. He either is or he isn't. And right now, I honestly don't know which one he is. Later that evening, I'm still in my room, curled beneath an old quilt, trying, and failing, not to think too hard, when there's a gentle knock on my door. "Yeah?" I call, voice hoarse. Mom peeks in, holding something in her hand, an envelope. "This was on the front desk just now," she says, walking it over. "Must have gotten dropped off earlier, and I didn't notice until I went to close up." My name is scrawled across the front in messy, familiar handwriting. I sit up slowly. "Who gave it to you?" She shakes her head. Didn't see. Might have been left while I was out back. Just thought you should have it. I nod, but my throat's too tight to speak. I should talk to her, tell her officially everything that's happening, but she doesn't push, and I can't force the words out. Mom gives my hand a little squeeze and quietly slips back out, leaving the door ajar behind her. I stare at the envelope like it might explode. Then I open it. Josie. I freeze. My heart stumbles. Josie, I don't even know if this will reach you. Maybe your mom tosses it. Maybe you never even come back. Maybe that's what I deserve. Damn, I love you. I love you so much it terrifies me. And this baby, I want to be better. I want to show up. I will. But I keep hearing her voice, Savannah's, and all the lies I believed before, and it makes my chest go tight and my head go sideways, and then I lose it and say shit I don't mean. You are not her. I know that. But fear is loud and grief is louder. And I think I broke the only thing that ever made me feel like more than just the wreckage of my past. You. I love you. I don't know what comes next. But if there's still a version of us out there somewhere, if there's still a chance, I'll wait. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm sorry. Kay. By the time I finish reading, my vision is so blurred I can barely see the words. I clutch the paper to my chest and curl into myself, sobs cracking open from somewhere deep. This is what I wanted, isn't it? Honesty, vulnerability, the truth. But the truth is still so uncertain. He loves me, but he's scared. He wants this, but he's spiraling. He's sorry, but sorry doesn't fix everything. I cry until the sky outside is fully dark, until the crickets rise in chorus and the paper in my hands feels soft from the tears. Then, with trembling fingers, I fold the note carefully, tuck it into my nightstand, and lie back down. Because love is not enough if he's not ready. And I have babies to think about now, a future to choose, even if I don't know what it looks like yet.
Chapter 39. Knox. I used to think nothing could shake me. Not after the NFL, not after Savannah, not after crawling out of the wreckage of my own damn life to build something that finally felt like mine. Turns out, all it takes is a whisper of scandal and a few headlines to watch it all slip sideways. The press won't let up. Investors are calling, voices tight and clipped, wondering if my personal distractions are going to tank their money. Someone tagged the restaurant with Deadbeat Daddy in red spray paint. Nova scrubbed it off before I got there. I wish she hadn't. I wish I'd seen it. Maybe then it wouldn't feel so surreal.
I'm not built for this, Knox.
She snapped at me earlier, her voice shaking.
I didn't sign up to be your PR team, your crisis manager, or your freaking emotional support co-founder. I swear if one more reporter calls me,
you're not gonna quit, I said flatly. She stared at me like I'd slapped her.
Don't tell me what I'm gonna do.
But I know her. She's scared, she's tired, and I put her in the middle of a fire I lit with my own damn hands, but she's loyal. Even still, now I'm up here, just me and Tuck and the wind. The trail's one I haven't explored yet, winding, narrow, choked with pine needles and memory. Tuck bounds ahead, tongue lolling out the side of his mouth like this is the best day of his life. Wish I could say the same. I hike until the air burns my lungs and my legs ache, until the only thing left is the sound of my boots on dirt and Tuck's paws crashing through underbrush. When we finally reach the overlook, I collapse on a mossy rock, elbows on knees, head hanging. Tuck circles, then plops beside me with a dramatic huff. For a minute, neither of us moves, then... "What the hell am I doing, man?" I say into the silence. Tuck blinks at me, barks once, chases a bug. I scrub a hand down my face. I've torched everything. The restaurant, my rep, Josie. Her name sticks in my throat like splinters. I don't even know if she got my note, I murmur. Maybe Dee found it first. Not a call, not a text, not even a voicemail I could replay like a masochist. She's gone, and I don't even blame her. Tuck stares at me, then abruptly takes off, running after a squirrel, and slams face first into a low branch with an audible thunk. He flops backward, dazed. I stare. Yeah, sounds about right. He shakes it off like it's no big deal, then trots back with that goofy dog grin like the world's still fine. I look out over the trees, the sharp edges of Silver Peak fading into the clouds. The sky is open, endless, and I can't breathe. It sneaks up on me, the pressure, the way my chest tightens like someone cinching a belt around my ribs. My vision blurs, hands shaking, heart racing. I try to stand, try to suck in air, try to think, but my brain's stuck on a loop. You lost her. You blew it. You're done. Tuck whines and nudges at my leg, confused. I grip the edge of the rock so hard my fingers ache, trying to stay tethered to something, anything. And then I pull out my phone, fumble through contacts, call the only person I trust enough to see me like this. Jace. He picks up on the second ring. Hey, wait. Why the hell are you breathing like a haunted vacuum? You good? No mention of the last time we saw one another, of the shitty way I spoke to him. I'm so fucking lucky to have him as a friend. I try to answer, but all I manage is a raw sound that might have been a laugh, or a sob, or both. There's silence on the other end, then... Okay, Jace says, voice suddenly low, calm. Okay, brother, talk to me. Where are you? Top of some trail near the East Ridge. I rasp, pressing the heel of my hand to my forehead. Tuck's with me. Fuck, Jace, I can't breathe. Yes, you can. You are. You called me. That means part of you still knows how, so just stay with me, all right? He starts guiding me through it, like it's muscle memory. Breathe in, hold, breathe out slow, again. Eventually, the fog thins. My hands stop trembling. My heart calms down enough that I can hear the wind again. The birds, Tuck's quiet huffing next to me. Shit, I whisper, staring at my knuckles. I haven't had one of those in years. Well, Jace mutters dryly, you've got all the ingredients for a mental collapse souffle, so I'm not exactly surprised. I let out a weak, wheezing laugh. That bad, huh? Worse. He pauses. Nova called me. Of course she did. She's worried. Says you're basically living on coffee and grief and talking to walk-ins. That was one time. And that she wrote Josie some cryptic love letter. I say nothing. Man, Jace groans. You've got a woman who still came back to Silver Peak after all this shit, who was pregnant with your actual child, and you're out here playing brooding bachelor in the woods. I'm scared, I admit. Quiet, barely a whisper. I know you are, but scared people don't get to hide. They get to show the fuck up anyway. His words land like a punch to the sternum. I hurt her. Yeah, you did. But you also love her, right? Yes. Then stop being an idiot, he says simply. Own it. Fix it. Make a plan. I sit with that for a second. Let it settle. A plan. I've lived my whole life inside strategy, playbooks, execution, control. Time to apply that to something that actually matters. Okay, I say finally. Let's come up with one. Jace exhales like he's been holding his breath too. Damn right. First step? Stop hiding on a mountain. Good. And maybe take a shower. You sound like you smell like regret and pine needles. Thanks, I mutter. Anytime, he says. Now get your ass home. We've got work to do. I end the call, hand still tight around the phone, Tuck pawing at my knee like he's ready to move on. So am I. I don't know if Josie will forgive me, but I do know I'm done being a coward.
Chapter 40. Josie. The Timberline Inn smells like brown sugar and butter and warmth. It always does. Comfort, maybe? Or memory? I push through the back door, arms full of cinnamon rolls I promised to bring for the breakfast rush tomorrow morning. It's late enough that the sun has started to vanish behind the clouds, the kitchen half lit in that dreamy way that makes everything feel softer than it really is. I'm halfway to the fridge when I hear it. A cutesy, quiet laugh. Then a second voice, lower, more careful. Nova, Dee says, and it's her tone that makes me freeze. I set the tray down gently. I know I should make some noise, let them know I'm here, but something stops me. I peek around the corner. They don't see me. Nova's leaning against the counter, flour dusting her shoulder, and Dee standing so close their knees almost touch. The moment hangs, still and full, and then Dee cups Nova's cheek, leans in and kisses her. It's gentle, sweet, like something they've done a dozen times now, comfortable and unhurried. When they pull apart, Nova's smiling like the sun cracked right through her. Dee says something I can't hear, and they laugh, forehead to forehead, like the world doesn't exist beyond this moment. And just like that, it clicks. They're together, really together, at last. I back up silently, heart thudding louder than I want to admit. I wasn't meant to see that, and I won't ruin it for them. I slip out the side door, pretending like I never even walked in. If you go to Denver, I'm coming with you. I remember all of Dee's words. I'll figure it out. Find a transfer or take some time off or whatever. But you are not doing this alone. Not when he bailed. Not when it's twins. I press my hand to my lips. My nieces or nephews need me right now. But now I see the way she looks at Nova, like the whole world stops and starts with her. I see the way Nova softens when Dee walks into a room, how they orbit each other, slow and steady, like they're finally letting themselves believe in gravity. And I know there's no way Dee could leave now. No way I'd let her. Not when she's finally found something for herself. Not after everything she's given up to keep me standing. She's got her own love story unfolding right here in Silver Peak. And whatever comes next for me, I'm going to have to face it on my own. Not because I'm alone, but because maybe it's time I learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. The Timberline Inn is flooded with more tension than I ever thought possible. Everyone's already gathered around the big farmhouse table. Mom's lit the candles like it's a celebration, but the pie waiting on the counter feels more like a consolation prize. I asked for this dinner, called everyone here, and now I have to say the words I've been choking on for days. Maya's nursing a glass of wine, her eyes already suspicious. Dee's got her arms folded, leaning back in her chair, watching me like she's waiting for me to back out. Gracie's perched on the edge of her seat, nervous and smiling like she thinks I'm about to announce some big promotion or surprise party. And poor internet clueless Mom has no idea what's about to hit her. She's all sparkle-eyed and curious, probably hoping I'm finally moving into some cutesy Silver Peak home. I take a breath, then another. My hands are damp where they grip the chair back. Okay, I say, my voice louder than it feels in my chest. I've got something to tell you, and it's a lot. So let me get through it before anyone interrupts. Dee raises a brow but stays quiet. Maya nods once, jaw tense. I glance around the table, then say it. I'm leaving Silver Peak. Grace's smile falters. Mom blinks, confused. Dee and Maya exchange a look. I've accepted the job in Denver. I start next week. I'm going. Gracie stares at me, blinking fast. Wait, what? You're moving? I nod. For good. Gracie's hands curl in her lap. I just got here, Josie. I moved here because of you. You're the reason I even dared to leave Chicago. You made this feel like home. My throat tightens. I know. I'm so sorry. Mom is silent for a long second. Then she laughs, a strange, hollow little thing. Wait, this is a joke, right? You're not really leaving. I thought you were just going to look at the place. I mean, you came back and didn't talk about it. I thought you didn't want it. My heart breaks in slow motion. I'm not joking. I am leaving. Denver? She repeats. Denver? I nod again, barely holding it together. There's more. Dee exhales. Oh, here we go. I ignore her and face our mom. I'm pregnant, Mom. Mom blinks once, twice. You're what? Pregnant, I say again, with twins. The room drops into stunned silence. Then, twins? Mom's voice cracks into an octave I didn't know she had. Oh, my. Twins? I can't tell if she's about to pass out or start crying. Dee puts a hand on Mom's arm gently. We found out a few days ago. It's been a lot. Mom grabs the back of her chair and sinks into it like her knees gave out. Is it his? Dee grimaces. Yes, Mom, it's his. I don't even... When? How long? Twins? Gracie covers her mouth with her hands. Her eyes are glassy, and it guts me. I was supposed to learn under you, she whispers. We were going to build something amazing in that kitchen. Tears spill before I can stop them. I'm so sorry, Gracie. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, but I have to go. I need a fresh start, a clean break. Dee's voice is steady, low. We get it. We really do. But it doesn't mean it doesn't suck. Maya's smiling, but her eyes are red. You're gonna do amazing. But I swear, if you don't text me every day, I'll show up in Denver and kidnap you. Deal, I whisper. Betty's still staring at me, stunned. You're leaving home with 2 babies on the way? And he's not even... I'm not doing it for him, I say. I'm doing it despite him. That lands hard. Betty wipes her eyes. Then you'd better let me throw you a proper send-off. And don't think for a second. I'm not driving down the second those babies show up needing warm socks and a grandmother. I nod, crying openly now. I wouldn't dream of it. Dee gets up and pulls me into a hug so tight I feel her heartbeat against mine. I hate this, she murmurs, but I'm proud of you. I really do wish I was coming with you. Maya joins in, arms wrapping around us both. We're your ride or die girls, remember? Gracie stands too, hesitating. Then she steps into the hug with us, sniffling. I want visitation rights. Deal? I croak. Mom's already heading to the kitchen, muttering something about casseroles and car seats. And even though my heart is breaking, surrounded by these people, my family, my tribe, I start to believe I might survive this, maybe even thrive, even if I'm scared, even if I'm still in love with the man I'm trying to leave behind.
Chapter 41. Knox. The cameras are already rolling when I step outside. The wind is sharp, biting at my jaw like it's trying to wake me the hell up. Maybe I deserve that. Maybe I need it. Flashes go off immediately, rapid fire, blinding. Reporters crowd the barricade just beyond the sidewalk in front of the marrow, their voices already overlapping. Mr. Knightley, is it true you paid off Savannah Monroe?
Did you abandon your girlfriend?
Is Josie Dawson really pregnant with your child? The words hit like bullets. I deserved this, but I'm not here to dodge. Jay steps up beside me, sunglasses on, jaw like stone. He's not saying a damn thing, but he's here, and that means more than I can say. We both know I've burned every bridge I ever built, but today I'm laying down the match. Thank you for coming, I say, stepping up to the mic. My voice is steady, clear. I'm not here to play damage control. I'm not here to spin anything. I'm here because the woman I love deserves better than silence. That gets their attention. The shouting dies down just a bit. I've made mistakes. I continue, locking my gaze on the sea of cameras. Plenty of them. But the story that's circulating now, the one built on rumors and manipulation, it's not the truth, and it's time I set the record straight. Another wave of flashes. Savannah Monroe lied, I say flatly. She used her proximity to me to create a scandal that doesn't exist. We were in a relationship years ago when she lied about certain things, about having my child, but we're not together now. There was no ongoing affair. The messages she leaked were carefully edited or completely fabricated, and I have the evidence to prove it. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. The reporters eat it up, but they're not who I care about. I pause, scan the people behind the barricade, locals, strangers, employees, a few familiar faces. And then I see her. Mayor Willa standing toward the back of the crowd, arms folded, lips pressed into a line. Our eyes meet. She doesn't smile, but she gives me a small, slow nod of support. That one gesture almost cracks me in half. I grip the edge of the podium to keep my hands from shaking. The only story that matters now is the truth, I say, quieter. And the truth is, I fell in love with someone unexpected, someone who challenged me, someone who saw through all the walls I built and called me out when I tried to hide behind them. A beat of silence. Her name is Josie Dawson. I hear the gasp ripple through the crowd. I don't flinch. She's not just some woman I dated. She's the woman who changed my life. She's the one who reminded me who I am, outside of fame, outside of football, outside of failure. I swallow hard. And she's carrying my children. The press explodes again, questions shouted, lenses zoomed, but I lift my hand and they quiet. I don't expect forgiveness, I say, my voice low and steady. I don't expect applause. I'm not here to sell a comeback. I'm here to take responsibility and to say as clearly as I can that I love Josie, and I will spend the rest of my life making that truth louder than any lie. The wind kicks up again, sharp and cold. I let it hit me, let it strip away what's left. I step back from the mic, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm finally standing in my own skin. Not the ex-NFL star, not the scandal, not the ghost of a man hiding in his kitchen. Just me, Knox Knightley. Man in love, father-to-be, willing to fight for what matters no matter how late it is. By the time the press clears out and Jace claps me on the back with a silent, "Well done," my phone is already ringing. Gracie. I pick up on the first ring. Please tell me she saw it.
She did,
Gracie says, but her voice is tight, cautious. What did she say? There's a pause. Too long.
She's leaving, Knox.
The ground shifts beneath me. She's what?
She's packed. She planned it last night before the press conference, and now...
Gracie sighs like she's been carrying this weight alone.
She's going to go to Denver.
No, not after everything. I need to see her, I say, the words spilling out like a prayer. Just once, one time before she goes. Gracie is quiet again, then...
I don't know.
Get her to my house, I say. Please, tell her I need 5 minutes. One last time. A beat.
You better not waste it, Knightley.
Click. I hang up and move fast. The sun's dipping low by the time I finish double-checking that everything is in place, just in case Gracie pulls through. The doorbell rings. My chest goes tight. I open the door. Please, please, please. And there she is. Josie Dawson. My light, my chaos, my damn heartbeat. Eyes rimmed red, shoulders tense. But she's here. She steps inside like she's not sure she should.
You said one last time,
she says quietly.
So here I am.
I nod, step aside. Come with me. I lead her down the hall, stop outside the room, and push open the door. She freezes. The nursery for our twins. It's soft, gentle, painted in warm whites and sun-baked peaches, the whole room bathed in early evening light. 2 pale cribs with cloud-soft blankets, a rocking chair beside the window, shelves already half filled with picture books and lullabies. Josie walks in like she's afraid to breathe. I step beside her. "I've been building something," I say. "Not just a room, not just a house." I look at her, really look at her. "A life, with you, for them." Tears blur her eyes. She shakes her head once, whispering, "Knox, I know I messed up. I know I made you doubt everything. But I didn't run because I didn't want you, Josie. I ran because I didn't believe I deserved you, because I was trying to keep Savannah from getting to you, because I was scared." I swallow hard. My voice cracks. But when I imagined holding them in my arms, imagined you beside me, I realized I want that fear. I want the sleepless nights, the sticky fingers and the chaos. I want the whole damn thing. She's crying now, quietly, heartbreakingly.
"I'm still scared,"
she says. "I am too," I tell her. "But I'd rather be scared with you than safe without you." She covers her mouth with one hand, then lowers it, and I see it. The hope, the war still raging in her chest, but beneath it, something else. Trust. Slowly she walks over to one of the cribs. Fingers brush the edge, her breath hitches, and then she turns, takes 3 steps toward me. Her arms wrap around my waist like she never wants to let go again.
"I don't know how to do this,"
she whispers into my chest. I hold her tighter. "We'll figure it out, if you stay." Her cheek is still damp against my chest. Her fingers fist gently in the fabric of my shirt like she's afraid I'll vanish if she lets go. She gasps.
"Yeah, I'll stay."
Relief slams into me so hard it nearly brings me to my knees. Everything inside me uncoils at once. The fear, the guilt, the ache I've been carrying since the day she walked away. It floods through me, this dizzying, breathless rush of hope, like I've been drowning for weeks and suddenly I can breathe again. She tilts her face up to mine, and the look in her eyes knocks the breath clean out of my lungs. It's everything. Fear and longing and stubborn, reckless hope. 1,000 unspoken things burning behind those lashes. And fuck, I'm done for. I cup her face with both hands, my thumbs brushing her cheeks, and lean in so close I can taste her breath, cinnamon and something sharp beneath it, like tears and truth. "I love you," I whisper, and then I kiss her, hard, deep, like I've been starved for her, like the last few weeks were a slow, quiet death, and this is the only thing that'll bring me back to life. She gasps against my mouth, her body pressing flush to mine. My hands slide down, anchoring in her waist, then lower. Her fingers rake up into my hair, tugging, demanding more, always more. When her tongue brushes mine, I groan into her mouth and spin us until her back meets the nursery wall, the crib just inches away, the soft scent of baby powder and peach paint curling around us. She's trembling, but it's not from fear. It's from everything we are, everything we could be. Her mouth is warm and urgent on mine, and when I pull her in tighter, I feel her entire body tremble against me. I carry her from the nursery to my bedroom, her legs cinched around my waist, her fingers curled into the back of my neck like she can't bear to let go. I don't want her to, not ever again. When I lay her down on the bed, her eyes find mine, wet with unshed tears and something else, too. Hunger, hope, home. She reaches for the buttons of her blouse, but I stop her with a quiet, "Let me." One by one, I undo them slowly, brushing my fingers across the soft skin of her chest as I go, pressing kisses in the places I reveal. Her breath hitches, chest rising to meet me, nipples tightening beneath the lace of her bra. She's so damn beautiful, it hurts. I strip her gently, reverently, sliding her blouse off her shoulders, unhooking her bra and letting it fall away. She gasps when my mouth closes over one of her breasts, my tongue teasing slow circles around the sensitive peak, while I cup the other in my hand, thumb flicking across it until she moans, low and breathy. Her hands tug at my shirt, fumbling with the hem.
"Take it off,"
she pants. I do, yanking the shirt over my head with shaking hands, breath already coming too fast. My pulse is a thunderclap in my ears, my chest tight with the sheer weight of her, everything she is, everything we've come back from. Then I help her out of her jeans, her panties, my fingers clumsy, reverent, like I'm undressing something sacred. When she's naked beneath me, I freeze, not out of hesitation, but awe. I just look at her. Soft curves, strong thighs, that faint, unmistakable glow in her skin. My heart stutters, my throat burns, and when my gaze drops to her belly, the smallest, most breathtaking hint of new life, something cracks wide open in my chest. My hands tremble as I lower myself, breath catching as I press my lips to that tender swell. "You're perfect," I whisper against her skin. "All of you." She cups my face, pulls me back up, and kisses me like it's the only thing that's ever mattered, like she's pouring every broken piece, every second chance, every heartbeat into my mouth. It hits me like a punch to the chest. I groan into the kiss, hands fisting in the sheets on either side of her, trying to hold myself together while everything in me wants to fall apart for her. Her thighs fall open beneath me, welcoming, trembling, and when I slip a hand between them, fuck, she's already soaked. My cock throbs at the feel of her, the heat and slick and need that has my head spinning. I stroke her slowly, gently at first, and the second her hips twitch and a soft whimper escapes her lips, I nearly lose it. Watching her come undone beneath my fingers, it's a fucking miracle, and I want to worship her through every second of it. She's writhing, whispering my name, gripping the sheets like they're the only thing anchoring her to the world.
"I need you,"
she gasps. The words hit me like a bolt to the spine. Pure need, no walls left between us. My breath catches, every nerve-ending fires at once. I settle between her thighs, my cock thick and aching, the head sliding through her slick heat, and my vision blurs at the sensation. She's already so ready for me, wet, warm, trembling, and I have to grit my teeth not to lose control right then. Her hips lift, seeking me, and I grip them gently, guiding her back down, holding her steady as I press forward. One slow, deep thrust. She opens around me like she was made to, tight and hot and so perfect I nearly black out. My arms lock, muscles straining as I brace myself above her, every inch of me shaking with the effort it takes not to come right then, overwhelmed by the feel of her, the heat, the pressure, the sheer rightness. Her head falls back, mouth open in a silent cry, and the sight damn near ends me. "Damn, Josie," I groan, the words ripped from somewhere low and desperate in my chest. My eyes squeeze shut for half a second, jaw clenched as her body pulses around me. "You feel like heaven." She tightens around me, and I lose myself in the rhythm of her. Slow, deep thrusts that have every muscle in my body straining, my back arching, my thighs burning as I move with her, into her, for her. The pressure builds fast, white-hot and coiled low in my spine, and every time I push in, I have to fight the urge to come undone. Her body wraps around mine so perfectly, like she was carved from my ribs, like the universe designed her just to break me open. The slick guide of her, the heat, the grip. Fuck, it's almost too much. My hands fist in the sheets on either side of her, trying to ground myself in something, anything, because I'm shaking now, full-body tremors that start in my chest and ripple outward. Every sound she makes, every gasp, every soft cry has my control unraveling, thread by damn thread. When she moans my name into the crook of my neck, breath hot and broken, my whole body locks up, hips stuttering as I fight the edge riding me hard. Her fingers rake down my back, nails digging into my skin, and I feel the sting of it, sharp and grounding. I thrust deeper, slower, wanting to memorize this, brand it into my bones. Her skin is slick beneath my hands, her legs tight around my waist, and all I can feel is her, everywhere, inside and out. I can barely breathe. Then she whimpers, "Yes," into my neck, and my vision goes white at the edges. My chest heaves, jaw clenched, every vein in my body pulsing as my hips roll harder, chasing that place inside her that makes her cry out. I'm drenched in sweat now, heart hammering, body burning with the effort it takes to keep from falling completely apart. And I love her harder with every sound, every breath. Her legs wrap around me, heels digging into my back, and I shift, angling just right until she gasps and claws at my shoulders. "Right there," she begs. "Don't stop." I don't. I fuck her like it's the last time and the first time all over again, like this is what we've been building towards since the night we met. She clutches me tighter, her whole body coiling beneath mine until she shatters with a cry, pulsing around me in waves that pull me under too. I come hard, buried deep. It hits me like a damn freight train, violent and blinding and full body consuming. My spine bows, every muscle locked tight as the first wave slams through me. My hips jerk forward involuntarily, driving me deeper into her as my release rips loose with a raw, guttural sound I didn't know I was capable of. "Josie," I gasp, her name a hoarse whisper on my lips. But it's more than a name. It's a vow, a prayer, a promise. My vision whites out. My heart's a drumline in my ears. I swear I can feel her everywhere, wrapped around me, beneath me, inside me. Her legs cinch tighter around my hips, and it pulls even more from me, the pleasure too sharp, too sweet. I groan again, low and broken, as another pulse surges through me, thick and hot and soul-wrenching. My hands slide to her hips, gripping her like a lifeline, my body trembling with aftershocks as I spill everything I have into her. It's not just physical, it's everything. The weeks of missing her, the nights of guilt, the weight of almost losing it all crashes through me in that one moment, like she's cracked me wide open and poured redemption straight into my chest. I bury my face in her neck, breath ragged, lips pressed to her damp skin. She smells like salt and vanilla and something that feels dangerously close to home. She holds me while I shake through the tail end of it, her fingers brushing through my hair, her legs still hooked around me, grounding me in her softness. My arms cage her in, forehead pressed to hers now as the air between us calms, but inside me nothing is still. My heart still galloping, my chest still tight with the ache of how much she matters. When we finally collapse into each other, breathless and spent, I pull her into my chest. Her fingers trace lazy circles over my skin. My heart pounds against her ear, but for once, it doesn't feel like panic. It feels like peace, like home.
I love you, too,
she murmurs against me.
You have no idea how much.
Chapter 42. Josie. By the time I step through the back entrance of the Marrow, I'm already sweating, and not because of the heat. My palms are clammy, my stomach's tied up in knots, and my heart keeps doing this anxious little two-step every time I think about walking through the kitchen doors. It's stupid. It should be stupid. I've worked here for months. I know the stations, the flow, the quirks. I know Gracie likes her knives exactly where she left them, and that the fryers have a weird hiss when they're ready. I know the regulars, the chaos, the rhythm of a slammed dinner service. But now it feels like walking into a stage play where I forgot all my lines. I hover in the hallway for a beat, fingers picking at the fraying hem of my apron, then force myself to take a breath and walk in. The kitchen's loud, hot, alive. Gracie's the first to see me. She's at the grill, flipping something one-handed like she was born doing it, and her eyes lock on me the second I step in. "Well, well," she calls, her grin already wide. "Look who decided she needed the Marrow just as much as we need her." I blink. What? She smirks as she flings her arms around me. "I'm so glad you decided to stay. Silver Peak wouldn't have been the same without you." My heart swells, throat tight as her warm embrace fills me completely, reassuring me that staying in Silver Peak is about more than just Knox. "Yeah, me too." "Come on," she says, slapping a clean apron into my hands. "We're already buried. No time for a slow warm-up." That's fine by me. I don't want time to think or talk or notice how every pair of eyes in the kitchen lands on me the second I move past the swinging doors. I duck my head and start toward the prep station, pretending not to hear the murmurs about me. I focus on tying the apron around my waist, nice and tight like armor. Gracie doesn't acknowledge the whispers. She just points toward the stack of orders piling up on the pass. "You take sauté. Wes is drowning, and I know you can handle it." "Got it." My voice comes out steadier than I feel. I slide into place beside Wes, who gives me a look that's halfway between thank God and good luck. I offer a tight smile, then throw myself into the work. Oil, pan, toss, season, plate, move. I let muscle memory take over. I let the rhythm drown out the nerves. Still, I can feel it. The heat of their curiosity, the way the kitchen is just a few degrees warmer, not from the burners, but from the attention clinging to my skin. Is my return really that interesting? I mean, yes, I left in dramatic fashion, and yes, the rumors probably reached every table at the Marrow's Sunday brunch, but this is something else. The dining room is packed, not just busy, buzzing, like the kind of buzz that comes before the curtain rises on opening night, and everyone's in on it except me. I glance out through the pass just long enough to catch Maya's wide smile and Dee's wildly sparkly eyes. They're dressed like they're going to prom. My mom's at the same table wearing the good earrings, the ones she only breaks out for weddings or funerals. Nova's sipping from a champagne flute like this is normal. It's not normal. And the rest of the tables? All regulars, familiar faces, not a single stranger in sight. Something is happening. Before I can process any of it, the last order goes out. The kitchen goes quiet. Too quiet. Gracie slides a hand to my shoulder and squeezes. "You should step out for a second." "What?" She doesn't answer. She just nudges me toward the swinging doors with a smug little smile that says, "You'll see." I step out into the dining room slowly, cautiously, my heart thudding so hard it's practically trying to break free of my rib cage. Then the lights dim. The music changes. Soft romantic piano chords float out from hidden speakers, and I whip around like someone hit me with a spotlight. Tuck? The crowd parts like a movie scene, and there he is, Knox's dog, trotting through the restaurant wearing a satin bow tie and a tiny velvet ring box tied to his collar with a silk ribbon. Someone gasps. I think it's me. Tuck trots up like this is his grandest moment, tail wagging like a metronome of chaos and cuteness. He stops in front of me and lets out a single bark, on cue. I drop to my knees. What is happening? From behind the bar, someone shouts, "Look behind you!" And I do, and I die. Because Knox Knightley, 6-foot grump, ex-NFL legend, and the father of the twins currently doing somersaults in my uterus, is standing in the middle of the Marrow in a dark navy suit and a crooked tie, looking at me like I'm the only thing in the universe that makes sense. And oh, he is soft. His eyes, his smile, the way his hands are clenched like he's holding on to something big, like he's holding on to everything. He starts walking toward me, and my whole body goes still. "Hey," he says, voice just above a whisper as he stops in front of me. I can't speak, can't breathe. I'm completely undone. Knox takes the box from Tuck's collar, then looks at me like I invented the sun. "I used to think I was done," he says, "that the best parts of my life had already happened, that love was something I didn't get again." He pauses, and his voice cracks just enough to wreck me. "But then you walked into my kitchen with that crooked smile and impossible optimism and made me feel so stupidly, completely in love with you that I forgot how to be anything but yours." I blink fast. My mascara is not waterproof. I press my hand to my belly, smiling to myself. "And now, every day, I get to fall harder, especially with all the joy we have to come." He takes a shaky breath and drops to one knee. "I want the late nights, the cold coffee, the stretch marks and toddler tantrums, the burnt cookies and dance parties in the kitchen. You. I want all of it. Forever. He opens the box. Will you marry me, sunshine? The room holds its breath. I forget how to exist. Then I laugh. A big, watery, ugly cry laugh, because this is insane and perfect. And Knox Knightley is on one knee in the middle of a restaurant with his dog wearing formal wear. Yes, I gasp, nearly sobbing as I fall into him. Yes, yes, yes. The room explodes. Gracie bursts into tears and shouts, "Yes, that was beautiful." Dee screams like she just won the lottery. Nova whistles. My mom starts sobbing into a cloth napkin. Tuck barks so loudly that someone claps. Knox stands and swings me into his arms, spinning me once while everyone claps and cheers, and a server accidentally sets off the champagne pop too early and soaks a nearby table. It is a disaster. It is perfect. It is exactly wildly us. And as Knox kisses me in the middle of the madness, I realize this isn't the end of our story. It's the beginning.
Chapter 43. Knox. 7 months later. The marrow is quiet in a way it only ever gets after the dinner rush has died and the last pan's been scrubbed. Steam still curls in lazy spirals from the dish pit. The scent of garlic and caramelized onions clings to everything: skin, hair, memory. It's the kind of night that settles into your bones. Exhausting, satisfying. Home. Josie's perched on a milk crate near the walk-in, ankles crossed, her hair a mess, and her cheeks flushed from standing too long. She's wearing my old maroon hoodie, stretched out around the swell of her belly. It's ridiculous how much I love seeing her like this. Glowing, laughing softly at something Gracie said on her way out, her palm unconsciously rubbing circles over where our children are currently practicing jujitsu. I lean against the counter and watch. Damn, she's beautiful. And mine. She looks up like she can feel me staring, smiles. What? Nothing. I murmur, stepping toward her, tugging the hood over her head just to see her eyes crinkle. Just thinking about how smart I was to fall for the girl who set my kitchen on fire. She laughs. I never did that. Not how I remember it. She rolls her eyes, but her smile softens, and I know that look. The one she gets when she's feeling all gooey inside, but trying to act unimpressed. I bend down and kiss her, slow, lazy, content. A kiss that says we survived the storms and now we're here in the after. A kiss that tastes like lavender lemonade and the rest of my life. I pulled back just enough to whisper, I'm glad I decided to stay here. Silver Peak's a dream I didn't know I had, I said. And you, this, our kids, that's the dream come true. She opens her mouth to say something, probably something sappy I'll tease her about later, and then she freezes.
Knox?
The way she says my name, my heart drops into my shoes. What's wrong? She slowly looks down. I follow her gaze. A trickle is spreading beneath her. For a second, my brain tries to rationalize it. Maybe she spilled her water bottle. Maybe the ice melted. Maybe... Her wide eyes flick to mine.
My water broke,
she says too calmly.
I think my water just broke.
Silence. Shit. I shoot upright, spinning in a full circle for absolutely no reason. Okay, it's happening. It's go time. We have a plan. Where's the plan? Did we make a plan? She laughs and winces at the same time.
We made 5 plans. None of them involved you spinning in circles like a malfunctioning Roomba.
Right, okay. I fumble for my phone, only to realize I left it charging in the office. I'll get the bag. The bag's packed. The car's gassed. I just need to do all the things.
Knox?
I stop mid-flail. She reaches for my hand.
You're doing great.
I stare at her, 9 months and change pregnant, soaked, probably contracting, smiling like she trusts me with the world. I exhale, chest tight with love and panic and awe. I've caught touchdowns in front of 70,000 people, I whisper, but nothing's ever made me this nervous. She squeezes my hand.
You're about to catch something way more important.
I blink, then blink again. Oh no, don't say catch. I'm not ready to catch anything. She cackles. I scoop her into my arms anyway because I might be panicking, but I'm still me, and carrying her out of the restaurant bridal style feels like the only move that makes sense right now. As I push through the back doors and shout for someone to grab my phone, I hear her laughing into my shoulder.
Knox Knightley, she says breathlessly. You are so dramatic.
Yeah, I mutter, kissing her forehead as I jerk open the car door. But I show up when it counts. And tonight I'm showing up for the biggest moment of our lives. Ready or not. The delivery room is chaos. Not the kind I'm used to. No roaring crowds, no kitchen fires or midnight plumbing disasters at the Marrow, but the kind that crackles with urgency and sweat and the kind of emotions you don't even have names for. It's doctors and nurses and bright lights. It's Josie gripping my hand so tightly that I lose feeling in my fingers. It's me trying to stay calm even as my heart hammers like I'm back on the line of scrimmage with 3 seconds left on the clock. And then crying. One thin, furious wail followed by another, louder and slightly off-key. Twins. 2. Both. I didn't even know you could cry from relief and wonder and exhaustion all at once, but here I am, completely undone as I stare down at 2 tiny, wriggling miracles. A boy and a girl. Perfect. Screaming. Real. Josie is pale and beautiful and glowing in a way only she could pull off, while sweaty and exhausted and swearing under her breath. She looks at me with glassy eyes and a trembling smile.
We did it,
she whispers hoarsely, both babies wailing on her chest as the nurses work to clean them off. We did it, I echo, kissing her temple and brushing a curl from her damp forehead. You were amazing. She closes her eyes, breathes deeply, and then looks down to where the nurses are swaddling the babies. Can I hold them?
Hell yes, you can hold them.
They hand them to me, 2 impossibly small bundles that somehow hold the whole universe inside. The girl has dark hair and a frown like she's already unimpressed with the world. The boy's face is squished and he keeps kicking like he's still trying to run a touchdown in utero. I stare at them both, stunned.
We have to name them,
Josie murmurs. I nod, completely blank for a second, because nothing feels big enough, worthy enough. But then Josie speaks again, quiet and sure.
I want to name her Sage.
Sage, I repeat. Yeah, I like that.
And for him?
She looks at me. I swallow hard. There was this kid I used to play ball with, I say. Quiet, scrappy, good heart, never stopped showing up no matter how hard things got. His name was Bo. Josie smiles, soft and full of love.
Bo,
She echoes.
that's perfect.
So that's how it happens. Sage Dawson nightly, Bo Knox nightly. Our daughter and our son. A little bit of her, a little bit of me, and the whole future we never saw coming but can't wait to live. I pull Josie close, careful of the babies now tucked against her chest. We're parents, I whisper. Her laugh is watery, incredulous.
We're so underqualified.
Absolutely. But I kiss her anyway, because I've never been more sure of anything than this messy, beautiful, chaotic family we've built. And the best part? We're only getting started.
Chapter 44. Josie. The second we step through the front door, I drop the diaper bag and freeze. Did we leave the stove on? I ask, sniffing the air. Knox, who's got Sage in one arm and Bo's car seat hooked through the other, sniffs too. No, that's just stale coffee. Maybe socks. Definitely socks, I say, kicking off my shoes and narrowly missing a dust bunny the size of a grapefruit. I forgot we used to live here. Right? He murmurs, gaze sweeping the living room like it's a foreign country. Wasn't this place clean once? Before we had people literally removed from my uterus? Yeah. Bo starts squawking. I dart over and unclip him, panic already rising in my throat. Okay. We're home now, little guy. Everything's fine. Sage opens her mouth, sees her brother crying, and apparently decides that's the vibe because she joins in. Now we've got stereo baby meltdown. Knox raises his voice over the siren song. Where do we put them? Do we have, a baby zone? The nursery? Yeah, let me just... Knox, give me a burp cloth. He fumbles one off his shoulder, which falls directly onto Sage's head, which makes her wail harder. I'm gonna die, I say calmly, rocking Bo against my chest while trying to toe open the pack-and-play with one foot. I'm going to die, and the headline will read, New Mom Found Buried Beneath Disposable Diapers and Regret. Breathe, sunshine, Knox says, voice tense but sweet. We've got this. We do not got this. We get the babies onto the floor on a blanket after realizing the pack-and-play is still folded and zip-tied shut because we're geniuses. Sage flails sideways, smacking Bo with a surprisingly accurate fist, then somehow ends up with his sock clenched in her tiny hand and mashed against her cheek. Bo lets out a war cry. Is this normal? I ask, half laughing, half crying. Are they supposed to fight this early? They're bonding, Knox says with false confidence as he wrangles them apart. Or maybe she's already sick of him hogging the spotlight. I stumble into the kitchen in search of a bottle and nearly cry again when I see we forgot to wash the parts. The breast pump is still sitting on the counter like a tiny robot of doom. There are half-eaten takeout boxes on the table, a single mitten in the sink, someone's swaddle blanket wrapped around Tuck's leg. I hold up the bottle parts like I've discovered ancient ruins. Do you remember how to sanitize these? Is licking them clean not an option? Knox shouts from the living room. Bo screams in reply. I turn on the water, muttering, I should have just stayed at the hospital. They had pudding cups and a nurse named Cheryl who swaddled like a Jedi. Knox appears at my side with a burp cloth slung over his shoulder, his shirt inside out, and what I think is baby spit up in his beard. Hey, look at me. I do. His eyes are bloodshot, his smile is crooked, and he's never looked more like home. We're doing this, he says quietly. Messy, loud, upside down, but we're doing it. You, me, Bo, and Sage. We're a team. A scream erupts from the living room. A dysfunctional team, I yell, tossing the clean bottle back into the pot and sprinting toward the blanket. Bo is red-faced and furious, flailing like a tiny, disgruntled octopus. His diaper has exploded sideways. How? Why? Physics, maybe? And there's a damp patch blooming on the blanket. Containment breach, Knox shouts, already reaching for wipes. We've got a blowout. Knox rushes in with a towel, slips on a sock, and nearly faceplants into the floor. I can't help it. I burst out laughing. Ugly, wheezy, can't stop laughter. It's either that or cry, and honestly, the crying quota is filled for the day. He's on his back now, towel over his face, shaking with laughter too. Sage coos, Bo hiccups. And for just 1 second, the chaos softens. Later, after baths and bottles and burps, we collapse on the couch, babies curled up like sleepy caterpillars between us. The house is quiet. The air smells like lavender lotion and leftover curry. My eyelids are drooping. Knox reaches over and brushes his fingers along my jaw. Hey. I love you. I blink at him, slow and drowsy. Still? He grins. Even more. I reach across our snoring children and lace my fingers with his. Me too. We lie there like that, tangled and tired and covered in spit up, and I think, this is it. This is the dream, even if it smells like formula and feet. Epilogue. Josie. Summit Ridge Overlook is more beautiful than I have ever seen it before. The sun lazily sinking behind the mountains like it knows something big's about to happen and wants a front row seat. Fairy lights twinkle overhead. Wildflowers burst from mason jars and teacups on every surface. It smells like pine, cake, and fresh air. And beneath that, electric. Okay, Maya says, adjusting the neckline of my dress for the 8th time. You've got something old, those earrings from your mom, something new, your dress, something borrowed, Gracie's clutch, and something blue, Dee's eyeliner. On you. Accidentally. Sorry. Dee shrugs unapologetically. Consider it a blessing from your cranky fairy godmother. I laugh, a little too breathy, a little too nervous. How are my ankles? Do I look like I waddled here? You look like a goddess who survived twin birth and still managed to make a grown man cry during rehearsal dinner speeches, Maya says firmly, fluffing my veil like she's trying to intimidate it. Now get out there and marry your hot chef. A loud record scratch startles us all. Showtime! Jude calls gleefully from their DJ booth, which is actually just the Timberline Inn's buffet table turned sideways and topped with a laptop, a mixing board, and a light-up sign that says DJ Jude Juicy Beats. Walk slowly and dramatic. Think Oscar acceptance speech meets indie movie trailer. Eli, crouched beside them with a DSLR and a gimbal, gives me a thumbs up. This is going to be so aesthetic. Please don't fall, Dee murmurs, looping her arm through mine. Thanks for the vote of confidence. We step out into the clearing, and the town collectively awes. Someone actually gasps. Pretty sure it's Mayor Willa, who's dabbing at her eyes with a lace hanky and whispering to Dale about seating logistics. Dale, naturally, just grunts and says something about the forecast. I focus on one thing. Knox. He's waiting at the end of the aisle with the twins strapped to his chest in matching cream-colored slings. They're both somehow asleep, even as Tuck trots down the aisle ahead of me with the rings tied to his collar, pausing to sniff Gracie and pee near a daisy arrangement. But all I can see is Knox. Knox and a tux that fits him like a sin. Knox, with our children bundled against his chest like the world's most chaotic wedding accessory. Knox, smiling like I'm the only thing that exists. My chest tightens, then expands so fast it hurts. This man, this gorgeous, stubborn, steady man, is my home, my heart, the father of my babies, and somehow he's still looking at me like I'm magic. For one wild second, I almost forget to walk. Jace shouts, "Attaboy!" like it's a touchdown. Knox is smiling like he's never smiled before. My legs should be shaking, but they're not. Instead, I float. When I reach him, he reaches for my hands, thumb brushing over my knuckles like he needs to memorize the moment. The noise behind me fades, my breath catches. That single warm touch hits harder than any speech or song, like he's anchoring me to this exact second, grounding us both in the quiet truth of it all. I feel it in my bones, in the part of me that still can't believe someone like him loves all of me. And just like that, the nerves are gone. There's only this, only him, only us. "Hey," he says, "you look freaking gorgeous." I bite my lip. You look like you somehow made tuxedos illegal levels of hot. Mayor Willa claps her hands twice. "People of Silver Peak, we are gathered here to witness the joining of two beloved community members in holy matrimony." "Knox Knightley?" someone yells from the back. "Don't screw it up!" "Thanks, Lily," Knox calls back without missing a beat. Mason shakes his head next to her and mutters, "She's had 3 sangrias." Willa presses on. Now the vows. Knox turns to me, breath catching. "Josie Dawson, you walked into my restaurant like a wildfire I didn't see coming. You've burned down every plan I had, and I've never been more grateful. I love your laugh, your ambition, your chaos. I promise to love you when we're out of diapers, when the kitchen's a mess, when the twins are screaming, when you accidentally use salt instead of sugar again. That was one time," I mutter as the crowd chuckles. "And every moment after. I promise to show up every day, always." My eyes blur, my fingers tighten in his. I clear my throat, voice thick. "Knox Knightley, I thought my dreams were too big, too silly, but you didn't just believe in them. You built a kitchen and handed me the keys. You gave me space and love and twins and Tuck." I glance at the dog, who's currently chewing a stick and ignoring everyone. "I promise to love you when you burn the garlic, when the babies won't sleep, when your back aches, when the quiet gets too loud. I promise to be your home always." There are tears everywhere. Gracie's sobbing into Bee's shawl. Maya's fanning herself dramatically. Nova has her arm around Dee, who's pretending not to lean into it. Jude hits a button, and soft instrumental music swells. "By the power vested in me by a 2-day online course and overwhelming community pressure," Willa says, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. Knox, you may kiss your bride. He does. And it's not a polite, chaste kiss. It's claiming. Knox cups my face with both hands like I'm something rare and breakable, but kisses me like he's been waiting years, like every second until now has been a build-up, and this is the moment that finally makes sense of all of it. His mouth finds mine, warm and hungry, and I melt into him with a soft, startled sound that's swallowed between us. He tastes like champagne and adrenaline, like love so fierce it could burn down the whole damn mountain. His thumbs stroke my cheeks, grounding me, even as his lips part mine, and his tongue sweeps in slowly, making my knees tremble beneath layers of tulle and lace. Someone whoops. Someone gasps. Someone, probably Lily, yells, "Okay, get it!" But I barely hear them. All I feel is Knox, his mouth slanting over mine again. Deeper now, like he's imprinting this moment into both of us. His fingers slip into my hair and mine slide up his chest, gripping the lapels of his tux like they're the only thing keeping me upright. The twins are squished between us in their slings, warm and oblivious. Tuck barks once, indignant at being ignored. None of it registers. He kisses me like I'm his whole world, and I kiss him back like I'm never letting him go. When we finally break apart, just enough to breathe, he's still got that look in his eyes like I've completely ruined him, and he couldn't be happier about it. His forehead presses to mine, our breaths tangled, our hands still linked like we'll unravel without them. The crowd erupts. Jace whoops and hollers. Mayor Willa throws flower petals she definitely brought herself. Dale yells, "About time!" over the chaos. Jude drops a beat so hard it shakes the wildflowers. Tuck barks. One of the twins lets out a sleepy wail. And me? I kiss my husband again, both of us laughing as Eli captures it in a perfect frame. It's loud, it's messy, it's magic. It's mine. By the time we get home, my feet hurt, my cheeks ache from smiling, and my heart is still somewhere on that overlook, spinning in circles with the fairy lights. The house smells like vanilla and baby powder. My phone bleeps with a message from Mom. Twins are sleeping. Miracle. Do not come get them tonight unless someone is actively on fire. You deserve one night of bliss. Love, Mom. Knox reads it, then lifts an eyebrow. You think we should test the actively on fire clause? I kick off my shoes and groan. At this point, even if I was on fire, I'd just lie down and let it burn. Sexy. He says it with a smirk, but his eyes are soft when he steps behind me, hands finding my waist. You looked like a dream today. I felt like a dream. Then I tripped over Tuck's leash and almost face-planted into B. He kisses the back of my neck. Still the hottest thing I've ever seen. I turn in his arms and slide mine around his shoulders. You're just saying that because I vowed to love you even when you burned the garlic. That part made me cry. You were crying. His hands are warm on my back. Marrying you was the best decision I've ever made, and I've made some stupid ones. Like letting Silver Peak become a clown show for a while? He leans in, nose brushing mine. Like not kissing you the second you walked into my kitchen. My breath catches, and for one electric second, the entire world tilts on its axis. Then I grab his shirt and pull him down to me. The kiss hits hard, hot and urgent, and full of everything we've been holding back all day. The speeches, the dancing, the toasts and cake and camera flashes, none of it felt real until now. Until this. Until him. Knox groans against my mouth like he's been waiting hours for this exact moment, and maybe he has. Maybe we both have. because the second his lips crash into mine, it's chaos in the best way. Hands everywhere, mouths hungry, breath caught somewhere between laughter and something deeper, wilder. He backs me into the wall, one hand sliding to my thigh, hitching my leg around his waist like we don't have anything left to prove, like this is just who we are now, married, reckless, stupidly in love. The impact is gentle, but everything inside me jolts. My breath catches, not from surprise, but from relief, like I've been holding something in all day and finally get to let it out. His hands are sure, his body solid against mine, and something in me melts. Not the soft, romantic kind of melting, the kind that's all heat and ache and surrender, like my bones are gone and I don't even care. His mouth finds mine again, and it's a different kiss than earlier, less sweet, more hungry, like the dam is broken and he needs this like air. My fingers grip his shoulders, nails digging into the expensive tucks we already know won't survive the night. And still, it's not enough. Damn, he murmurs against my jaw. You're gonna ruin me. Little late for that, I whisper, tugging his hair just the way he likes. His mouth returns to mine, more demanding now, and I feel it, his need, his want, his love, all of it pouring into me like we might fall apart if we let go. I don't want to let go. You looked so sweet today. He rasps against my ear. But this, he rocks into me just enough to make me whimper. This is the part I've been thinking about all damn day. His words make me melt and throb. The zipper of my dress comes down with agonizing slowness, and he pushes it off my shoulders like he's unwrapping something decadent. The fabric slips over my skin, cool against overheated flesh, and a shiver rakes down my spine, not from cold, but from the sheer anticipation. I'm in lace and heels and breathless need, pulse fluttering everywhere. My skin feels electric, like every nerve ending is tuned to him. When his fingers skim down my sides, grazing the edge of my bra, I suck in a breath, sharp and involuntary. My thighs clench, my nipples tighten beneath the delicate lace like they know what's coming. He trails lower, down to my hips, where he grips me harder than necessary, fingers digging in just enough to make me gasp. It sends a jolt straight to my core, hot, clenching, needy, like my body screaming yes before I can even find the words. My knees wobble, my breath stutters, every part of me feels like it's unraveling in his hands. He presses his forehead to mine for half a second, eyes burning into mine like he's trying to memorize this version of me, bare, flushed, aching for him. Turn around, he murmurs, hands on the wall. The command makes my breath catch, my cheeks flush, but I do it. The moment my palms touch the wall, his hands are on my hips, his mouth trailing fire down my spine. He bites softly at my shoulder, groans when I arch into him, and palms my ass through my panties. I'm soaked, throbbing. Every breath is a ragged, needy thing. My hands press harder to the wall just to keep me upright, because my legs are already unsteady and we've barely started. Fuck, he growls. You've been killing me in this dress. And now it's off, I whisper, breath hitching. So what are you going to do about it? Knox groans, deep and wrecked, like the sound is torn straight from his chest. His fingers flex on my hips like he's barely holding himself back. He hooks his fingers into the lace and drags it down my thighs in one smooth motion. His mouth is back on me, kissing and biting the curve of my ass, down the back of my thigh, until my knees nearly give out. I feel like I'm unraveling from the inside out. The air feels thick, electric, like everything between us is coiled and about to snap. Every inch of skin he touches feels branded. Every kiss leaves me panting, dizzy with the weight of him. My heart pounds in my ears, my thighs clench. I can feel the wet heat of my own arousal, and it only makes me needier. He hasn't even touched me where I'm aching yet, and I already feel ruined. And I love it. "Bed," he says. "Now." I climb onto the mattress. The sheets cool against my flushed skin, but I don't feel shy. I feel powerful, wanted, worshipped. He strips with none of his usual care, like he's too far gone to pretend, and crawls over me, hot and solid and feral with need. "You have no idea what you do to me," he mutters, sliding a hand between my thighs, fingers finding me slick and aching. "This wet already, sweetheart." A moan slips from my lips before I can stop it. I'm burning, drenched, desperate. I crave him so badly it hurts. "Knox," I gasp, rocking into his touch. "God, I love how responsive you are." He slips 2 fingers inside me, curling them just right, while his thumb circles tight and slow. "You open up for me like you were made to be ruined." I cry out, trembling, already so close I'm barely holding on, but he doesn't let up. "Tell me you're mine." "I'm yours," I pant. "God, I'm yours." That breaks him. He flips me beneath him in one breathless move and thrusts into me with a growl that shakes something loose inside me. It's hard, deep, claiming, the kind of rhythm that pushes the breath from my lungs and makes me feel every inch of him. His hand finds my throat, not tight, just enough pressure to ground me, hold me in place, make me his. I wrap my legs around him, pulling him deeper, chasing that exquisite tension curling low in my belly. "You gonna come for me?" he growls, teeth at my shoulder, fingers teasing my nipple until I cry out. "Come on, Josie, let me feel it." I shatter, body locking tight around him, stars behind my eyes, his name ripped from my throat. He follows with a broken moan, burying himself to the hilt, forehead pressed to mine as we tremble in the aftermath, messy, breathless, clinging like we might disappear if we let go. We don't. Not tonight. Not ever. Because this is forever. Bonus scene. Josie. I didn't know paradise could giggle, but it does. Loudly, on repeat. Right now, paradise sounds like 2 4-year-olds shrieking with laughter as Knox hoists them one after the other into the sparkling turquoise waves like tiny, chaotic cannonballs. "Again, Daddy!" Sage yells, water dripping from her curls, stuck to her cheeks like sea-kissed confetti. Knox pretends to groan. "This is my 20th launch. I'm going to need hazard pay." 21, Bo corrects, fists in the air like he's the world's tiniest and most demanding foreman. He's wearing neon green goggles, 3 sizes too big, and has an entire sand crab collection in a plastic bucket nearby. I sit back in the soft lounge chair under a massive palm, sipping a mango smoothie that's 90% fruit and 10% rum. It's heaven. The sun is warm but not oppressive, filtered through lazy clouds that look like powdered sugar puffed across a baby blue sky. There's a gentle breeze coming off the ocean, ruffling the pages of the paperback I haven't touched in over an hour. Because how could I possibly look away? Knox, shirtless and tan and absolutely in his element, is grinning like a kid himself. He's got Bo over one shoulder and Sage over the other now, both of them squealing, and for one blissful second, time holds still. This is the kind of memory I want burned into my bones. Not the fancy kind, not the magazine cover moments or the well-posed holiday photos, but this, Knox in board shorts and salt-rusted hair. Sage making up sea creatures' names. Mommy, that's a jelly horse. Bo building a sandcastle with serious architectural ambition and labeling each turret with names like Snack Room and Poop Tower. This is the good stuff. Knox catches my eye and flashes me a wink. I feel it straight in my stomach. That warm, fluttery pull that hasn't dulled in the slightest, even after years of diapers, daycare runs, and sticky peanut butter kisses. I lift my smoothie in a toast, and he salutes me with a ridiculous seaweed crown he's somehow acquired. The twins immediately demand matching ones. "You should join us," he calls, "before Bo tries to ride a dolphin." "He's already tried," I call back. "It was a rock." Bo beams. "I named him Jeff." My heart practically levitates. Eventually, Knox ushers the kids back to the shaded cabana, wrapping them both in oversized beach towels and handing out juice boxes like Olympic medals. They're both half asleep within minutes, sprawled on the cushioned bench with sun-pinked noses and sandy feet, curled into each other the way only siblings can. I stretch out beside them, resting my head on Knox's shoulder. He presses a kiss to my temple. "Happy vacation, Mrs. Knightley." "Best one yet," I whisper. "Even better than Silver Peak Summerfest 2025? I snort. "You mean the one where Sage barfed in the petting zoo and Bo tried to rescue a chicken by smuggling it into the stroller?" "Heroic, really." I glance up at him, smiling. "You're really good at this." "At what? Fatherhood? Husbandry? Expert-level seaweed accessorizing?" I laugh and shake my head. All of it. His hand finds mine, fingers tangling effortlessly. "You make it easy," he says, voice quiet. The waves roll in and out, kids snoring softly, the scent of coconut oil and salt water hanging in the air like a lullaby. I close my eyes and rest my head on his chest, letting it all sink in, the peace, the love, the rightness of this moment. Years ago, I walked into his kitchen expecting a job and ended up with a life I never even dared to dream of. And somehow, here we are, on a beach with sand in our hair and everything I'll ever need lying right beside me. God, I love this man. The twins are out cold, wrapped in soft towels, their little arms and legs flopped over each other like sleepy starfish. Bo's still clutching a cracker in one hand. Sage's mouth is slightly open, her wild curls damp from the ocean and curling tighter by the minute. Knox adjusts the fan above them, tucks the thin blanket up to their chins, and gently slides the sliding door shut on the cabana's side room. It's just big enough for their bed, blackout curtains, and a white noise machine he set up this morning like a true dad genius. And now it's just us. I'm still lounging on the outdoor couch, legs stretched out, a second mango cocktail sweating on the bamboo tray beside me. The sky is dipped in amber and rose, a watercolor sunset spilling across the waves. Somewhere nearby, music hums soft and sultry through hidden speakers, slow steel drums, and the whisper of a saxophone. Knox steps out into the golden light, shirtless again, a towel slung low around his hips. He's sun-kissed and barefoot, hair damp and tousled, that lazy grin tugging at the corner of his mouth like he knows exactly what I'm thinking. He probably does. "You look like a man who just conquered the ocean," I say, sipping slowly. "I feel like one." His gaze drags down my body and the air thickens instantly. "But now I've got my eyes on another conquest." "Oh, yeah?" I tilt my head, stretching in a way I know makes his pupils dilate. What kind of conquest are we talking? He drops the towel right there on the deck. An unholy, deeply satisfying, X-rated kind, he says, voice dark and smooth as the rum in my drink. My pulse skitters, heat sparks low in my belly. Damn, I love when he talks like that, bold and filthy, all dark promises and shameless confidence. It hits me square in the chest, sharp and breathless, desire unfurling through me like a live wire. I don't even try to hide my reaction. He knows exactly what he's doing. He crosses the distance in slow, measured steps, like a man with all the time in the world and every intention of ruining me slowly. His hands slide under the gauzy hem of my sundress before I even register the movement, fingertips gliding up my thighs, parting them gently as he sinks to his knees between them. I missed you, he murmurs, brushing kisses over the inside of one knee. Missed this. We've been together all day, I whisper, but my voice is already breathless. He smiles against my skin. Doesn't mean I didn't want you every second. His mouth trails higher. And then it's heat, tongue, teeth. A slow, claiming kiss against the inside of my thigh that makes my breath stutter and my hips twitch forward on instinct. Easy, he murmurs, voice thick and low. We're not rushing this. He looks up at me with that gaze, hooded, ravenous, and full of dark promise. My heart is thundering, thighs trembling with anticipation, and he hasn't even touched me where I need him most. Yet. You know, he says, sliding my dress up slowly, teasingly, until the thin fabric pools around my waist. I've been patient all day, building sandcastles, slinging kids into the ocean. But this... His palms slide up my thighs, spreading them wider. This is what I've been thinking about since sunrise. The words are sinful. So is the way his fingers graze the edge of my bikini bottoms, tugging the string deliberately slow before peeling them down my legs like unwrapping a gift he's waited all year for. I love when you wear these, he says, eyes tracking the motion. But I love it more when you don't. I whimper as his mouth dips down, and the first hot stroke of his tongue rips a gasp from my throat. My spine arches instinctively, thighs already trembling. The contrast, his warm breath against my sensitive skin, the deliberate flick of his tongue, the soft scrape of his stubble, sets every nerve alight. Knox is not a man who rushes when it counts. No, he takes his time, like he's memorizing me with his mouth, like he's on a mission to undo me inch by aching inch. He groans against me, the vibration sending a jolt straight through my core, and I nearly come undone right then and there. My fingers grip the cushions, knuckles white, toes curling, a breathless moan spilling from my lips as he sucks gently, then harder, then flicks just right. I feel myself slipping, my sense of time, of space, of control. It all shatters beneath the expert press and swirl of his tongue. Knox, I breathe. A desperate, wrecked sound. But he just hums again, like he's savoring the taste of me, and the sensation pulses straight through my hips. I try to move, hips canting upward, chasing more pressure, more friction, more of him, but his hands clamp around my hips, strong and unyielding, holding me down, holding me open. I'm trapped in the best way possible, helpless under his mouth, caught between his hunger and my own unraveling sanity. And damn, it's so good. too good. My thighs shake, breaths coming in ragged pants. I'm dizzy with need, drunk on the tension winding tighter with every second. I want to scream, beg, cry, come, but he's not letting me have it yet. He's dragging it out, teasing the edge until I'm right there, perched on the precipice of something devastating. And the whole time, my mind is a blur of fragmented thoughts. He's so good at this. He knows exactly how to break me. I'm going to lose it. Shit, Knox, please. He pulls back just enough to say, I want to hear you beg for it, baby. I want to play his game, but not yet. Tonight, it's my turn to have fun. Lie back, I murmur, already reaching for the towel draped over the chair. I fold it beneath his head and shoulders like a pillow as he replaces me on the lounge. Let me take care of you. Knox obeys without hesitation, his eyes locked on mine, pupils blown wide with heat and lust. The second his back hits the cushion, I climb over him, straddling his hips, and lean down to press a kiss to the center of his chest. He lets out a shaky exhale, his breath catching when my lips start to move lower. I kiss down his chest, slow and purposeful, dragging my nails lightly down his ribs, past his abs, watching his muscles tighten. I lick a lazy stripe down his stomach, stopping just above where he's thick and twitching with need. Fuck, he groans. Josie. Shh. I smile against his skin. Just relax. I wrap one hand around his shaft. Damn, he's so hard. And take my time. Long, slow strokes, gentle squeezes. I drag my lips along the base, breathing hot over him, teasing. His hips twitch, but he doesn't move, his fists clenched at his sides like he's trying to behave. Put your hands behind your head, I say softly. He obeys instantly because, of course he does. There's something delicious about seeing Knox, strong, confident, usually in charge, so compliant beneath me, and turned on as hell. I glance up at him, eyes smoldering. Keep them there. He nods, jaw tight. Then I go to work. I flatten my tongue along the underside of his cock, licking a slow, decadent path up to the tip. I swirl it there, then take him into my mouth, inch by inch, going slow on purpose, watching him unravel. Fuck, he chokes, hips straining upward. Baby, you're gonna kill me. I hum in response, sending vibrations through his length, and the groan that tears from his throat is feral. I slide deeper, relaxing my throat, letting him hit the back until his legs tense under me. Then I pull back, flicking my tongue along the slit, tasting him. My free hand cups his balls, rolling them gently, while the other keeps stroking the base. I don't stop. I build a rhythm, suction and swirl, stroke and tease. I alternate pressure. I moan a little, just to hear him curse again. Shit, your mouth, he grits out. I swear, if you don't stop, I'm gonna... But that's exactly what I want. I look up at him as I take him deep again, all the way, my nose brushing his skin, throat working around him. I hold it, watching his stomach tighten, his hands flex where they're locked behind his head, like he's barely hanging on. That's when I pull back with a pop and say, voice thick and smug, "Come for me, Chef Daddy." That does it. He shouts my name, hips jerking as he releases hot and hard down my throat. I take every drop, swallowing him with a satisfied moan. His whole body shudders beneath me. When he finally slumps back, spent and panting, he drags a hand down his face. "You're a menace." I crawl up over him, straddling his waist again, licking my lips slowly. "And you love it." He grabs my ass with both hands, squeezing. "I married it." I lean down, kiss him deep, and he tastes himself on my tongue with a growl. "I'm not done with you yet, you know," he murmurs against my mouth. "I still need you." I cock an eyebrow. "Oh, yeah?" He rises, eyes blazing, and grabs me by the hips, flipping me over in one smooth, controlled motion so my knees are on the cushion and my ass is in the air. He doesn't hesitate, just palms both cheeks, spreads me wide, and moans like I'm the most obscene, beautiful thing he's ever seen. "This ass," he groans, lining himself up, teasing my entrance with the thick head of his cock, "has been driving me crazy all damn day." And then he pushes in 1 inch, 2. I cry out. The stretch, the pressure, the exquisite slow burn as he fills me inch by delicious inch. "Fuck, Josie," he hisses. "You're so tight." When he's finally seated inside me, he pauses, hands gripping my hips, his body trembling against my back. The sound he makes is feral. "You feel that?" he murmurs, leaning over to bite gently at my shoulder. "That's mine. All of it. All of you." I nod, barely coherent. "Yours," I gasp. "Always." Then he moves, and it's not gentle anymore. He pounds into me with deep, ruthless strokes, dragging moans from my throat I didn't know I was capable of. My palms press hard into the cushion, my knees slipping wider as my body braces against the relentless rhythm. The lounger creaks beneath us, the ocean crashing like applause, wild and infinite, as Knox fucks me with single-minded primal focus. His grip on my hips tightens, fingers digging into my skin like he's anchoring himself there. One hand slides around my front, and when his fingers find that perfect spot, oh, fuck, that spot. My whole body jolts. "Right there," I gasp, breath shattering. "Knox, right there. Don't stop." He doesn't. His thrusts stay deep, merciless, perfectly synced with the slow, devastating circles he's drawing against my clit. The pressure builds so fast it steals my breath. My thighs tremble, my spine bows, my mouth drops open on a soundless cry as everything in me tightens. Pleasure coils low in my belly, molten and unstoppable, a fuse burning toward detonation. My skin is flushed and fevered, nerves alight, every muscle clenched in desperate, exquisite tension. The world breaks apart. I fall head first into the abyss, orgasm ripping through me with raw, violent force. I scream his name, body seizing, pulsing around him as wave after wave of blinding pleasure crashes through me, stealing every coherent thought. I clutch at the cushion, at nothing. Vision going white as heat rolls through my limbs, liquefying me from the inside out. "Fuck, Josie!" Knox groans behind me, voice wrecked. He follows me over the edge with a sharp thrust and a guttural sound that makes my toes curl. He buries himself deep, pulsing hot inside me, his breath crashing against my shoulder in ragged bursts. His whole body shakes as he empties into me, arms braced around my waist, forehead dropping to my back like the release stole the last of his strength. We stay like that for a long moment, wrecked, slick with sweat and salt, skin flushed and tangled. His arms wrap around me, pulling me into his lap as we collapse onto the lounger in a messy, satisfied heap. Knox presses a kiss to my shoulder. Damn, I missed vacation sex. I laugh breathlessly. That was more like a religious experience. He grins against my skin. Another round in the outdoor shower? My smile turns wicked. Only if you use the mango body wash. Woman, he growls, lifting me with ridiculous strength. You're playing with fire. Good, I whisper. Burn me. And he does. Over and over again. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Twin Babies for the Silver Fox, an age gap boss romance by Summer James, narrated by Cece Diaz and Stephen Bourne. Copyright 2025 by Summer James. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.